Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 161 Golden Sea Body. Noah's mind was all focused on continuing downwards. Ignoring the reward of the 91st floor where the mechanical voice that mentioned a grade 1 golden serum would be given as the reward. This was the first grade that only the strongest of the mythical ranked Atlanteans and merfolk could get a chance to enjoy. Those that had special abilities or skills to go against the overwhelming pressure of the Aqua Tower at these floors stood at the peak of the mythical rank and could make it this far. Noah's figure was unhindered as he continued. 95th, 96th, 97th, 98th, 99th. The splendid blue dragon let out a powerful roar as soon as it arrived on the 99th floor. The pressure being overwhelmingly high and coming from all sides as it tried to tear down the powerful form. But there seemed to be a strong resonance between all the cast 6 forms of the Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques. As the blue fortress form kept the scales of the dragon and the form solid, the healing water continued to heal any cracks that appeared as everything remained standing strong. The wings of the sea vibrated in the tower as they allowed the large body to move with more ease. The addition of the 2 light wings that went on to create the form of a dragon with 4 wings gave him a fearsome look. The first style, Water Sword, sharpened the claws of the blue dragon and made them into the sharpest edges. Behind him was a sharp tail that had multiple spikes that resembled swords as they glistened powerfully in the light. The form was so strong and powerful that he couldn't wait to test it on more powerful enemies. The 99th floor that hadn't been passed in quite a while was cleared by a being that was activating multiple skills that would have required tens of people to burn their cores in order to generate enough energy just to keep active for a few seconds. Noah reached the 100th floor. When this floor was reached, a blue light shot out from the Aqua Tower and reached high into the seas above. The blue light acted as a notification, as a reminder to all beings that Atlantis remained strong, and it had gained yet another seeker. Powerful figures from all around were notified and alarmed as more attention congregated on the Aqua Tower. The 100th floor had no pressure. It was serene and beautiful, with fauna and flowers that you've never seen in the outside world being abundant. At the center of the floor, it was cleared out with a golden clear bed appearing. From the ceiling, long mechanical tubes and arms with extremely sharp and pointed needles were present. Inside of the tubes was a thick flowing golden liquid that had rays of shining purple light within them. This was not the 3rd grade nor the 1st grade golden serum. The mechanical voice that he had heard on the 71st, 81st and 91st floor rang out once again. You have successfully cleared all the floors of the Aqua Tower, gaining access to the supreme grade golden serum. Will you start the infusion process? A light smile appeared on Noah's face as he deactivated the 6 forms of the Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques, and his Atlantean body appeared on the serene floor. I will start the process. The moment his voice gave the assertion, his body felt a strong force as it was pulled forward towards the pristine bed right below the long tubes with pointed needles. He quickly found himself attached to the bed at the center of the 100th floor. The bed changed to an outline of an Atlantean as it matched his body and he was situated even more comfortably. He took off his armor and remained only with briefs as the process became even smoother, with straps coming in next to sternly attach him onto the bed as the many long tubes with the pointed needles began nearing his body. The mechanical voice rang out once again. Some time is required before the modification can be completed. Please persevere as it continues. Noah looked at the many needles coming towards his body, as well as the golden liquid with traces of purple that filled them. Even his fearsome demeanor somewhat faltered, as the many tubes and needles neared him and pierced the layers of his skin. A piercing pain was felt throughout all of his body as needles sunk into many sections of his body. One shot at the center of his chest, multiple of them shot in his hands and legs, and his head was elevated as another entered behind his neck. He let out a ragged breath as he felt a pulse come out of the long tubes and hot liquid began flowing into his body. The feeling brought about excruciating pain to say the least. The golden liquid felt like the hottest substance as it entered his body, seemingly burning him from inside out. This was the highest grade of the golden serum that only individuals at the mythical rank or above who had extreme abilities that boosted the strengths of their body would be able to reach the 100th floor and be rewarded with this treasure. They could handle its concentration as their bodies were already strong enough to pass through the floors to get here. Noah had used the form of the blue dragon to pass through the floors, his own body nowhere near as strong as the peak mythical ranked individuals. The pain he was experiencing was horrendous. It felt like lava was flowing all over his body as the golden serum entered and moved around without reservation. This was the creation of technology and magic that stood at the peak of Atlantis. The peak creation of genetic engineering that entered and fused into the cells themselves. The serum worked at a microscopic level as it attached itself to the cells of the person's body and strengthened them to extreme degrees. If you brought this concept to the world of modern science before the apocalypse in Noah's homeworld, you would be laughed at. Such an idea would be impossible and even laughable, but in this world of technology, fantasy, and magic, what was not possible? Noah's mind was fully occupied with keeping himself awake in the midst of all of this excruciating pain as he soon began feeling a warm calming sensation spread throughout his body. He watched as the serum in the tubes continued to be pumped into his body, not knowing how all of it continued to be entered without his body bursting. A tingling sensation gradually replaced the painful feeling. His body felt some minute changes as the golden hair common to all Atlanteans was shining and experiencing growth, growing long enough to nearly reach his shoulders. He thought the process was over when one last tube appeared. This one had a liquid that was completely purple and shining majestically as it neared his body. The needle on this one wasn't too large, but it was prominent. It came towards him and quickly entered at the center of his forehead, the most dangerous location that no other needles had come close to piercing. Ah! Another scream resounded as a few more minutes passed, before all the tubes were retracted into the ceiling of the last floor of the Aqua Tower, and the only thing that remained was the golden bed that Noah was lying on. He was letting out exhausted breaths as he looked at his body. It looked as it did normally, the pronounced abs and steeled muscles just seeming to have gained a shine of gold. A layer of gold specks of light was slowly moving across his skin. He felt an overabundance of physical strength that he could not wait to try out. Chapter 162 King Neptune. Noah's body didn't feel too strange, but the moment he put pressure on his legs, his figure shot up through the water like a blasted missile. He found himself knocking into the ceiling of the current floor, his body still seeming foreign to him. He looked at his body while trying to adjust to his strength. He gave a simple command for his body to move in the water, and he once again shot out at high speed towards the direction he was thinking of. The golden sheen never left his body and felt as if he had particles of gold light moving above his skin. It was very interesting to observe as he tried to test his new limits. He had tried and failed twice at controlling his body, and as he tried moving once more, the mechanical voice he had been hearing rang out again. Congratulations, Noah Osmond, for obtaining the golden sea body. It is something that very few will have the chance to obtain in Atlantis. A golden light shone down as the mechanical voice finished and disappeared, something else beginning to form in the center of the room. Noah stopped trying to adjust to his body for now as the golden light at the center of the floor formed into the shape of a merman that he had only seen in the memories. The merman had a powerful presence as he fully appeared in a transparent form at the center of the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower. The figure that seemed to be a hologram looked towards Noah, a slight smile appearing on its face. I see we have gained yet another strong fighter for the city of Atlantis. Noah looked at the appearance of this hologram as the memories in his head and the many statues he had seen of this merman matched in his mind, and he voiced out, King Neptune. His body bent slightly as he recalled the culture of Atlantis and paid his respects to the late king. Ah, none of that. I am but a relic of the past, long gone. This form that you see, this is the strand of consciousness that I left before I set out on my journey. It continued to be preserved by the Aqua Tower over the years. The translucent form of King Neptune looked over at Noah and seemed to be scanning him up and down. You are an Atlantean through and through, and now you have gained the golden sea body from the most concentrated form of the golden serum. Your body should be even stronger than the golden battle suits, with the commanders at that level having to put in quite some work just to injure you. The serum was one of my most innovative products. He looked forlorn as he continued talking. This was a product that I was able to work on with my many colleagues. I could produce stronger fighters from those who were already capable, but there was a very limited amount of this golden serum of this concentration. You were actually lucky enough to be infused with the last one. Noah listened with rapt attention at the ramblings of the old king as he waited for the other reward he had been looking forward to on this trip to Atlantis. The normal proceedings would be to receive the reward from the high-ranking individuals from Atlantis after passing the 71st floor and becoming a seeker, allowing you to learn the information about the trident of Neptune that every powerhouse in the Lost World was currently looking for. But his clearing all the way until the 100th floor was monumental and had triggered the appearance of the strand of consciousness of King Neptune. This meant he would be receiving the highest level of information from the source itself. Ah, those are times of the past though, and we should be looking into the future. The future does indeed look grim. The blue form of King Neptune became grim as light exploded outwards, forming into blurry figures of 3 people. 2 were completely unfamiliar to Noah, but their clothing resembled those of the cultivators he had come across before. One of them was an image that once gave him cold shivers when he viewed memories of it. It was the one that stood at the peak of the demon world, the oppressive tyrant, Baal. Let me tell you about my death, and how those like you can move quickly enough to reclaim my most prized creation, the trident of the sea. The trident of the sea. Also commonly known as the supreme treasure, the trident of Neptune. Noah's body settled down as he listened closely to the information coming out from the legendary King Neptune himself. Before Atlantis began the game of cat and mouse, we were prospering and on our way to inventing things that would normally remain only far-fetched dreams and hopes. We had created a powerful weapon that could command the sea, and had a breakthrough in genetic engineering to learn how to improve the strength of our bodies. The voice of Neptune thundered throughout the last floor of the Aqua Tower, as information only those at the highest echelons of Atlantis were privy to was being given without hesitation to the recently advanced seeker. But things never go that smoothly. The era of innovation was halted with the invasion from 2 worlds, those from the world of cultivation and the demon world setting their sights on the many treasures of Atlantis. We were truly strong though, and defended against the advances of both forces, later on even managing to kick them out as I undertook the project that was my highest achievement, the creation of a world engine. It felt like thunder had echoed in Noah's brain as a brand new piece of information he had not come across before appeared now. He put forth the various information he held together as a piece of the puzzle connected. The lost world of Atlantis had gained the title of Lost over the years because the geniuses of Atlantis had created something that allowed them to move their world and mask its location from those that sought them harm. The location would be found out in time as their enemies had many means, with the example of the unique skill that Aureus used to have that allowed her to simply locate the coordinates of the world by teleporting into it for the demon's side, while the cultivators had their own mysterious means to discover the world again. Noah only knew this, and never knew just what treasure the city of Atlantis had created to be able to do something like this. Now, he was hearing about it for the first time, and from the being that spearheaded the project too. Something called a world engine. What exactly was this innovation, and how could he take it for himself? Chapter 163 The Location of the Trident. Atlanteans and merfolk outside the Aqua Tower had gathered in solemnity as they watched the blue light shooting out of the tower signifying something spectacular. More, war sharks, and other powerful creatures of the sea that had important figures riding on their backs arrived near the tower to receive the seeker that had reached the 100th floor. The other 5 champions still struggling in the tower were all but forgotten, with the watchers not even paying attention when one of the Atlanteans at mythical rank descending the tower reached the 71st floor. He was happy with the grade 3 golden serum as he didn't trust himself to be strong enough to reach further below, and chose to take the rewards as his mind wondered about the grand welcome and applause he would receive after leaving the tower with the title of Seeker. This champion was bound to be disappointed as all the attention was already stolen by someone else. The mermaid Ula was swarmed with important figures that continued to question her about the Atlantean she had received, wanting to know as much as they could about Noah before he came out of the tower. This was someone that would support their goals of locating the supreme treasure that would guarantee their victory against the pesky vultures circling above the seas. What type of being was he? Meanwhile, on the last floor of the Aqua Tower, a story continued to be told from an ancient merman to an Atlantean whose body shone with gold light. The world engine was something that took the entirety of the resources of all the regions of the sea we commanded. But we were successful in creating it, and we gained the capability to affect the whole world. The transparent strand of consciousness that was King Neptune continued with a serious tone as he divulged secrets very few were privy to. Through communicating with the will of the world, we gained its cooperation as our creation that was the world engine was powered up by the world itself to allow for the displacement and masking. This only gave us a momentary period of peace though, as our enemies always followed us where we went. Their forces were not powerful enough to penetrate the defenses of my city, so they were always pushed back. But this was when they resorted to schemes, and I faced my doom because of it. The forces of the demon world and the world of cultivation that always worked against each other joined forces, launching prompt attacks that would have decimated many underwater cities and caused casualties in the millions. This was how they drew me out. I left Atlantis to go fight for the defense of those that could not defend themselves, and I paid dearly for it. The leaders of the two forces were waiting for me in ambush, with this coward in the lead. King Neptune pointed towards the blurry image of Baal as he called this powerful ruler a coward. I had the trident and the sea by my side, so even with the ambush, I was able to push them back against all odds, but I was heavily injured and could not keep my life. The ruler of demons held terrible strength while the cultivators used mysterious powers I hadn't come across before. The prompt attacks from the two forces were all just to bring out the king of Atlantis, and they had succeeded. The battle didn't end in their favor though, and even though Neptune retreated with threatening injuries that would later take his life, Baal and the forces from the world of cultivation received heavy injuries that caused them to retreat as well. This spoke about the power this old king held when he moved fearlessly in the seas. The battle was fought quite a distance away from Atlantis, and I would have never been able to make it back before I sucked out bed to my injuries. My only option was to find a safe haven near me that would be hard for my enemies to move around. I could not make it back to my home to entrust the Trident of the Sea to my successor, so I could only try to hide it in a location that would later be found by my own people. Thus, the last memories I have before everything became dark and foggy, was my main body moving with the goal of hiding in a nearby danger zone that very few will know how to survive in. From the little memories this strand of consciousness could piece together, my deathbed was most likely in the abyssal zone. It felt as if a strike of lightning passed through Noah's mind as the old king finally mentioned a possible location of the supreme treasure. The abyssal zone. One of the most dangerous zones in the wide seas that had terribly powerful creatures roaming freely. The lost world had vast bodies of water, with many dangerous locations of extreme environments and powerful creatures being present. The abyssal zone was one of the more terrifying ones. This strand of consciousness only has fragmented memories of darkness as soon as the battle finished, so even I am not sure if I achieved my goal in the end. If you want to reclaim the Trident of the Sea and be able to fight back against the forces of demons and cultivators that have no doubt healed and returned once more, start with the abyssal zone. The defenses of Atlantis are extremely tight and should hold strong against any invasion, but if the enemies get their hands on a weapon that can control the sea, the rest of my people might just face destruction. The strand of consciousness of the old king that remained in the Aqua Tower looked over at Noah's powerfully shining gold body as he finished his long story. This is information that those in the highest echelons of Atlantis should have figured out by now, but here is something else that only those that have reached the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower will be privy to. My main body had traveled across the many dangerous zones of the seas and saw all the dangers there. The one thing I am certain I would have done before possibly sucked out Bing to the injuries in the abyssal zone, is to find an old friend to entrust the supreme treasure to. Noah continued to listen to these words as his thoughts wandered. An old friend that had the abyssal zone as its home. His heart was pounding as he realized getting his hands on the Trident of the Sea might not be that easy. So what was it? Who knew of the final location of the supreme treasure in the abyssal zone? What being did he have to face in the future for the possibility of obtaining this treasure? The one you should be paying attention to while conducting your search is someone that matched me in my prime and gained my respect. One of the calamities of the sea, the Kraken. Chapter 164 Sea King. Expletives were thrown out of Noah's mouth as he watched the mirage of King Neptune disappear. As soon as the story was finished, a white door appearing on the bottom of the floor that would lead to the outside world. The new information he gained couldn't help but make him curse as he realized just how arduous it would be to get his hands on the supreme treasure that King Neptune left behind. The Kraken. This was a legend that young Atlanteans and merfolk were told to scare them into submission. One of the calamities that roamed the seas. A creature of destructive power that could swallow cities whole if it wished. He had to come face to face with such a beast just to see if it held the Trident of the Sea that the dying king left behind. Noah breathed out as he calmed his mind and thought about his next moves. Thought acceleration worked in the background as he focused on the main problem at hand first, getting used to his body that continued to let out a golden sheen. In the next 10 minutes, explosive sounds continued to resound in the last floor of the Aqua Tower as Noah exerted his strength slowly and tried to rein in the large boost of power under his control. The smallest contractions and flexions of his muscles would send him shooting out with high speed, and it took him a few minutes to get it under control. After some time, he felt his body vibrating as he observed the gold light being drawn in under his skin, things seeming to finally be settling down. He looked at his achieved goal that granted him a powerful body as he checked off one of the aims in his checklist. His naked body became Dr. A.P.Ed with the deep-sea armor, as he prepared to head towards the white space that would take him out of the Aqua Tower and put him into the outside world where his commotion should have drawn in a few key figures. His body passed through the white space as he flashed out, appearing on the same clearing beside the tower. The illuminated sea around him had the same quietness that he felt when he came to the Aqua Tower with Ula for the first time. This was a huge mismatch as the area was surrounded by even more figures than when he first entered the tower. Magnificent, war sharks, and killer whales, with exquisite saddles and reins on their backs floated in the sea carrying powerful auras that looked towards him. Noah found the Atlanteans and merfolk floating in the surrounding waters bow towards him as a thrumming wave resonated outwards with their voices. Sea King. Sea King. This was a title granted only to those that stood at the peak of power in Atlantis. Someone who had made their way to the lowest floor of the Aqua Tower was naturally granted this title, as they were put in the category of some of the strongest warriors Atlantis had to offer. On the leaderboard attached to the tower, the name Noah Osmond had reached the 5th position, meaning only 4 other beings had reached the 100th floor of the Aqua Tower along with King Neptune. This didn't mean that Noah was more powerful than the beings that ranked in the top 10 of this leaderboard. Many of them had their names etched into the rankings when they were younger, and left with the rewards of differing grades of the golden serum before rising in strength over the years. Since they had already gone down the tower and achieved the infusion of the serum, they would not descend again in the future as there was nothing to gain for those who had already received a reward. Noah looked around him and felt the vibrations explode out as he received a welcome unlike any other as soon as he came out of the Aqua Tower. Merfolk raised their tridents up as they began to glow in colorful lights while Atlanteans raised their plasma guns that glowed bright blue as the cheers continued. All right, order. A strong voice reverberated outwards, originating from a humongous golden whale that looked to be carrying the most luxurious seats around. The cheering Atlanteans and merfolk heard this voice and were shocked, turning around to find a figure that they rarely saw. Ocean Master. Shocked voices resounded out as the identity of an Atlantean in a purple armor was ascertained. This was the current ruler of Atlantis, a being holding immense power that continued to push back against the invading enemies and taking the title of Ocean Master, King Zaon. The Ocean Master sat atop the golden whale letting out waves of mythical power as he looked interestingly at Noah's figure. He gave a slight nod to his son in the distance while his deep blue eyes shone brightly as they scanned Noah up and down before a bright smile appeared on his face. Young hero, come with me. While huge events were occurring in the Lost World, even more monumentous ones were taking place between 2 worlds far away. It had only been a few days since expansive changes began to occur on both worlds as the concentration of essence in the surrounding environments were elevated to high degrees. For the beast world, something foreign appeared in front of their eyes as their strengths were quantified into observable numbers and they gained the power to strengthen themselves even more from the many possibilities the new system provided. Skills that would take them years to learn and master could be obtained with ease from enemies they defeated, and they could combine skills they had been using all these years to elevate them to a higher level. The day after this change began, the leaders of the remaining kingdoms in the beast world as well as the leaders in Noah's blue planet received similar messages from the wills of their worlds, and that was to prepare for an even larger change where gateways would appear between their worlds. The dark sword, Kazuhiko, was floating valiantly on a sharp sword as he felt the congregation of essence in the air, his heart thumping as he waited for the door that would lead to a world he had only heard about from an envious guy. He, as well as that boring mountain of a man from the Blessed Empire, had both met with Sophia some time ago, learning of a few of the mysteries surrounding them and the reason they led in power in their world. They had received messages for them to go to a hidden village where this meeting occurred. Besides the abundant amount of information and how they would be moving from now on, they were also granted with many skill books and cores that allowed for their strengths to increase rapidly, both of them nearing the peak of epic rank currently. There were many things to plan for and observe as the planetary cores of the 2 worlds set the stage for a peaceful and mutual cooperation between the 2 sides while the construction of the gateways continued. Chapter 165 Gates appear between 2 worlds. Far from the United Federation, the man who considered himself the protector stood proudly at the center of the Blessed Empire as he observed the changes as well. He knew a bit more about Noah's arduous journey that made way for them to get where they were now, and could not wait to take center stage as well. After spending a significant amount of time talking to the innocent-looking Sophia, he set his personal goal for the beast world about to open its doors to be the treasures called spiritual lands. The image of a floating landmass appearing above the empire was still burned into his mind as his own sense of adventure had begun wildly burning one more. This was his own personal goal, and the blessed empire, as well as the United Federation as a whole, would have their own goals. Just like finding a route to a new land that held tons of riches, both worlds were now being connected, leading to a potential trade of goods, skills, and many more things at a much grander scale. Proper people were already notified of the impending establishment of gateways as plans went underway to prepare for something rarely seen in the universe, the creation of a budding economy between two worlds. The remaining mythical beasts in the beast world watched the formation of large white gates that settled on easy-to-access locations near their mythical kingdoms. The Imperial Phoenix was puzzled to hear the will of the world that rarely made its appearance over the years come with a message and a huge surprise thereafter. She looked over the stat panel that showed all her spectacular skills in a unique fashion as she shook her head incredulously, still not fully believing it. She had discussed with the blue tortoise and white tiger as they put their heads together, combining their skills and watching the results with fiery eyes. They knew the implications of being able to strengthen their power like this. Reaching the rank above mythical would not be an issue for them, and all they would need would be time. The Phoenix watched as the large white gate near her kingdom stabilized, a resonation of essence ringing out as it now stood grandly. A hazy white light covered it as the Imperial Phoenix wanted to be the first to test it out. Her powerful figure drifted across the skies as it passed through the layer of light that surrounded the gate. A brief period of darkness, and then she observed a whole new world in front of her. Her senses spread out as she observed throngs of human figures near the gate, a collection of many weirdly shaped carriages and goods that were lined up for miles already in place. Further from here, she could see structures and buildings much different than she was used to as she felt a movement close to the gate she just came through. Her powerful gaze landed on a stout human that carried a spear, his power only at epic rank, but the conviction in his eyes was clear. She recalled the message from the will of the beast world as she nodded towards this human. "You're the representative of this land." The human she addressed, Steel Mikhail, withstood the waves of power as he forced his knees to stand straight and replied, "Yes, let's talk." Scenes like this were playing out all over the world as multiple gates that appeared with individuals already set in place for the welcome and discussion of the people from both sides. Noah had spent the 3 days before the descent into the Aqua Tower moving across the two worlds and setting things in place, with the planetary cores doing more of the work as they relayed messages of peace to their inhabitants. The two worlds were now inexplicably connected, and proper figureheads were set up to make sure the mixing of the two worlds would be that of peace and benefit. 2 gates appeared in the blessed empire that connected to the mythical Phoenix Kingdom and the mythical White Tiger Kingdom. Another 2 gates appeared in the United Federation that connected to the mythical Blue Tortoise Kingdom and to the Frozen Kingdom. The Dark Sword, Kazuhiko, had already gone past the gate in front of him as he appeared in the snowy lands of the Frozen Kingdom, his eyes shining at the people also waiting on the other side. He saw a beautifully composed blue-haired woman with an icy expression surrounded by many figures. Among these figures he could see both the humans he had always known, as well as the beastmen he had only heard about from Noah. His heart felt excitement as he wanted to get over the diplomatic talks and start adventuring in this world with his own party of cute demi-humans, but the boring talks and technicalities always came first. He looked towards the woman that had an aura screaming out that she was royalty as he slightly bowed towards her. "Hello, I'm one of the representatives of the United Federation. I look forward to working with you." The icy woman nodded as a figure stepped up to talk to him. "This is the miraculous Queen Adelaide Belmont, the ruler of the Frozen Kingdom." A person shrouded in a black garb from head to toe replied to his welcome. The voice that replied was very precise and strong, making Kazuhiko look favorably towards this person in front of him. It looked like the talks of technicalities would end fast. He beckoned the government officials that entered the gate after him as the process of the two worlds getting to know each other went underway. The dynamics of power were very different, with those in the Beast world being much stronger than those in the Blessed Empire or the United Federation. It would be a period of learning and adjusting for both sides as the singular purpose of growing was what the wills of their worlds had expressed to the leaders set in place. The two worlds had an abundance of differences in strength and culture, but they were united by a singular goal through all of this. Beings had invaded their world, killed millions of their people, and then simply left. Their hearts were burning with anger, and it looked like they had a chance to get back to those that left behind those terrible scars, and fantastical things were now occurring. The 4 mythical beasts of the beast world were now reduced to 3, and nothing could be done to bring back their fallen friend. The blue planet was reduced to a collection of cities and countries as they lost millions of loved ones with the advent of the apocalypse. These 2 unlikely worlds were now connected, their common goal being revenge and destruction of a singular enemy. They would learn about the differences and similarities of their worlds as they shared their knowledge and sources of power. They would increase their strength as they aimed their swords towards the enemy that caused them tremendous pain. The wrath of 2 worlds was budding as they prepared to return the favor to the demon world. Chapter 166 The Ocean Master. Noah was seated in the back of a large golden killer whale that serenely swam towards an extravagant castle that shone with lights in the distance. The one that had been referred to as Ocean Master sat in front of him, surrounded by 2 Atlanteans letting out waves of power at the mythical rank. This was the current ruler of Atlantis, an Atlantean 1 rank higher than the beings Noah had come across with before. The Ocean Master in front of him let out a wide smile as comfortably sat and let out waves of power at the phantasmal rank. This was the level of power that Noah set as a goal before he finished his journey in the Lost World. He still didn't have even the slightest idea of just how hard it would be to achieve it though. You must have met the late King Neptune when you finished your procedure on the last floor, so I'm assuming you've heard the secrets that even many higher-ups in Atlantis aren't yet aware of. Noah nodded as he continued the conversation with King Zaon. The king talked in a fairly light tone that reduced any tension in the sea and made everyone feel comfortable. The large whale they were on came to a stop close to the grandiose underwater castle as they got off and swam towards it. A tremendous amount of guards and advanced weaponry surrounded the luxurious castle on all sides. I know you must have your own goals and aspirations, and I just wanted to get to know you before understanding how you will move from now on. King Zaon kept a smile on his face the entire time as he pried more information. Noah thought for a bit before replying. I came across a group of cultivators in the city of Aquicatus some time back who were prepared to murder everybody in sight with no remorse. His body turned around from the castle they were going into as he looked at the many buildings of light below him before continuing. I want to make sure that groups like that do not stand a chance to bully us even more. I want to make sure they can never even come close to the Trident of the Sea. His words were those of conviction as he finished and looked back at the Ocean Master that had shining light shooting out of his eyes. Haha, good, good. Those elected as seekers always make their way to the dangerous locations where King Neptune's trident might be hidden as soon as they undergo the infusion of the golden serum. Before you go, let me give you more information and things that would be of benefit to you, and ultimately to Atlantis if you are successful. The Ocean Master was very laid back as he led Noah into a neat room inside the castle. The room had a bubble that blocked any water from going in surrounding it, the inside filled with .U.ments and what looked like blue screens as the king brought him in and closed the door behind them. Come, let's enjoy ourselves first and get to know each other a little bit more. I'll fill you in on the current state of affairs later, and the positions of the main enemies to look out for before you head out. He clapped his hands twice as Atlanteans dressed in suits brought in a wide variety of food while he began debriefing Noah. The forces of demons had spread out wide, their legions concentrated in the danger zones around the sea as they searched for the Trident of the Sea. Squadrons would occasionally come across underwater cities and cause conflict, but unless both sides wanted to face heavy damages, they would not start an all-out battle. When the ruler of demons, Baal, schemed to corner King Neptune with the aid of cultivators, they were all heavily injured and had to retreat to heal for years because of it. Now that they have returned, they only played the game of looking for the treasure as they spread their forces outwards from where the battle with King Neptune took place. A few months back, 2 underwater cities had been completely destroyed just for Baal to get the confirmation that the trident was not in the hands of Atlantis. This led to a period of extreme tension and anger as Atlantis increased their progress of finding seekers powerful enough to survive the dangers of the sea while looking for the old king's trident. Many seekers have been crowned until now. A few made it back alive with no positive results in their search, but even more faced destruction and were never heard from again. The Ocean Master gulped down the red drink in his cup as he said this. Our cities are protected by the sea's blessing, and the creatures of the deep do not ever come near us to attack. Even the demons and cultivators will think twice before launching an all-out attack on Atlantis, our defense systems here being highly developed. But out there, in the dark waters, we lose that protection. He finished his drink as he looked at Noah closely. You are one of the finest seekers I have seen, being able to descend all the way down to the last floor of the Aqua Tower. I hope you find success and regain our honor, bringing the treasure of the sea back to the rightful hands of the children of Atlantis." Noah nodded with a serious expression, even though he had plans of his own. The Ocean Master stood up and went towards a stack of thick files as he looked through them. "Will you be starting with the most dangerous zone first?" "Yes, the information makes it likely that I will find even more clues in the abyssal zone. It should have been one of the last regions that King Neptune could have gone to. The abyssal zone. Lying in the depths of the sea and filled with atrocious creatures. What exactly waited for him in this location? Be careful. Here is the map that those who have gone there and back have been able to put together. It should prove useful. And before you go, let's have you visit the armory. We have the latest versions of plasma guns and golden battle suits for you to choose from." The world continued to move, with many beings moving towards their own goals. In one of the darkest zones of the sea where many would be terrified to be alone, a girl that didn't look to be older than 18 was floating in the dark sea while humming. She had on a dark Gothic dress as she swam along the dangerous waters without care. She floated like this for a few minutes before movement could be felt near her, causing her to open her eyes while yawning and look for the source of the movement. A few meters away from her, a humongous figure of Megalodon had appeared. Rows of sharp teeth that seemed to form into a smile broke out of the Meg that was releasing an oppressive air of power. This was a beast that struck terror onto many Atlanteans and merfolk that ever visited waters of these depths, a fearsome creature that loved to torture its prey before ultimately swallowing them whole. The girl in the Gothic dress looked at the appearance of this Megalodon that was tens of times her size as her eyes shone with fascination. "Well, hello, little fish." Her eyes that were darker than the waters around her smiled, as hundreds of thousands of shining green lights appeared and began to eclipse the waters all around them, the terrifying smile of the Megalodon's face becoming wiped off entirely. Chapter 167 The Abyssal Zone. Noah spent the next day in Atlantis as he toured even more exclusive locations after gaining his new title. Before he finished his meeting with the Ocean Master, he was taken to the armory where shining piles of weapons and armors were beautifully placed. He found himself a powerful plasma gun that could convert the water around him to shoot out blasts of plasma, its damage powerful enough to even injure someone at the legendary rank were they to take it heeding. The other thing that was of use that he received was the golden battle suit that Atlanteans and merfolk in the mythical rank usually wore. It had golden runic lines traveling all over the battle suit, making it release a pulse of gold every few seconds. The suit was even better than the deep-sea armor that dropped as loot from the anglerfish as it provided a more robust defense. He wanted to use his newly found authority to tour some of the facilities where the even more important things like the world engine were protected, but he couldn't easily do that even now. He would plan to obtain more information and find out exactly how the city of Atlantis was able to create something like this later. The Ocean Master went all out with festivities after the trip to the armory, and Noah found himself spending the rest of the night eating and drinking as he associated with the king and a few high-profile Atlanteans and merfolk. His journey to the abyssal zone would begin tomorrow. The Sea of the Lost World was wide and vast, with many beings holding different goals spread throughout. In some of the deepest waters that led to one of the danger zones of the sea, Noah was situated on top of a war shark that menacingly swam forward. He left the grandiose city of Atlantis as he began his job as its seeker, heading out to search for the missing supreme treasure that many wanted to get their hands on. The Ocean Master had given him many gifts, this war shark, at legendary rank just being one of them. He was carefully looking at the map of the abyssal zone that he was given, making sure to note which locations to be even more careful in as he moved forward. There were terrible creatures of mythical rank and even more powerful ones like the Kraken that he still hadn't formulated a full plan on how to deal with it. Would something as simple as mentioning its old friend, King Neptune, do the trick, or would it be a scene of carnage he had to overcome? Currently, one path was to continue defeating and farming mythical creatures, amassing enough strength before going deeper into the abyssal zone to see if he could repeat the scene of overcoming something of higher rank with his constant spam of extremely powerful skills just a rank below. He would have to over-prepare for this route though, as the creature he would clash with is one of the calamities of the sea. He let out an excited sigh as even with the apprehension the idea of the Kraken brought, there was still a sense of thrill as he looked forward to matching such a beast in the future. He would take it slow as usual, farm on the outer fringes of the abyssal zone before getting deeper and deeper after he amasses more skills of legendary and mythical rank. There were many things happening around him, and he was only a moving portion as time went forward. By this time, gates connecting two worlds should have stabilized as an exchange of information and goods began to take place. His homeworld had collected many skill books and items over the time since the first awakened, while the beast world had beings at even higher levels of power that they could obtain even more skill books and cores for their quick rise in strength. The end goal for connecting the inhabitants of the two worlds together was to promote the rapid rise in strength for both sides before the anger simmering in their hearts could be let out on one particular world that targeted them. They would need a large boost in strength before they could even begin to entertain this idea though, so time was needed. The remaining rulers of the demon world were powerful, their levels of power being legendary at the lowest. Some time and effort was required before the two connected worlds could make huge movements. Noah kept this in the back of his mind as he swam deeper into the dark waters, killing any creatures he found as he added new skills and collected even more loot into his collection. The lowest level creatures he came across as he entered the outer fringes of the abyssal zone were of epic rank, and he had come across two legendary deep-sea creatures in just a few hours. This time around, he tried battling using just the physical force of his body, and he found himself ripping apart the slippery fish with his bare hands. The strength of his body had legitimately reached an extremely high level that neared the peak of mythical rank with the infusion of the supreme-grade golden serum. He looked through the skills he'd obtained so far from farming the creatures in the abyssal zone these past few hours. Epic, Water Blast, a powerful blast of pressurized water hones in on your enemies. Epic, Bombastic, highly pressurized pockets of water will form and explode on command. Legendary, Hydrothermokinesis, chosen areas can be superheated to extreme levels. Legendary, Hydrosyrokinesis, chosen areas can be frozen below absolute zero. Noah was enjoying the new additions as he looked forward to delving deeper into the abyssal zone. He ushered the war shark he was riding on to go forward when something disastrous happened. Reeing. A blaring sound unlike any he'd heard before was ringing into his mind as Crisis Avoidance released the largest warning he'd ever received. His mind worked at high speeds as he didn't even bother to see what threat was coming towards him as he cast the unique skill, Spatial Travel, right away. The skill did not activate as Noah felt the sea constrict around him, any movements or skills that allowed for teleportation or spatial movements all blocked. Now this is curious, you tried running so fast that you almost slipped by me. Let's have a look at you. A playful voice rang out as Noah found the figure of a girl that seemed slightly younger than he was, yet floating in the waters of the abyssal zone without any level of care. His eyes grew wide with apprehension as he recognized the girl he was looking at from certain memories he had plundered before. Well, hello there, little fish. Chapter 168 An Unstoppable Force. The moment Noah recognized the face of the ruler of the demon world innocently coming towards him, blinding blue light erupted from his body as he activated his skills rapidly. Thought acceleration worked in overdrive as a sense of fear struggled to erupt from Noah's mind. He had accidentally met a terrible enemy much too early. Well, what's this? You can actually struggle from a spatial lock that I set up. The girl oozing out maddening levels of power was still coming towards him nonchalantly as hundreds of thousands of green lights began appearing. The scene in front of Noah was one of the worst possible things happening as he watched the legion of undead that was controlled by the necromancer of chaos, Barbados. Damn. Too early, much too early. He howled out as all the 6 forms of Mountain Sea Sect's 6 secret techniques were activated, a humongous dragon with a shining blue crown beginning to form as it lit up the dark sea now surrounded by hundreds of thousands of burning green eyes. If he couldn't quickly escape, he would fight back as he used the few seconds he bought himself to think of a way out of this. Summon Creatures of the Deep, and Primal Conjurer, was cast as 2 terrifying figures of anglerfish erupted out from a dark runic circle while another 2 primal spirits were summoned from the unique skill, Primal Conjurer. The primal spirits summoned out were red dragons that instantly elevated the cold temperatures around them, their eyes staring menacingly at the enemies around them. In but an instant, 4 mythical summons were at Noah's side. The legendary skills, Whirlpool, and Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony, were cast next as the sea around them became destabilized by a forming whirlpool. The blue runic circle that would only last 30 seconds spread out with Noah at the center as he gave the command to the 4 mythical summons beside him. Attack. His mind worked at high speeds as he continued trying to cast, teleport, and spatial travel, to no avail, the frustration in his heart increasing as he tried to find a way from this terrible calamity. His body encased in the blue dragon form roared out as a signature move of all dragons erupted out from his jaws, a deadly blast of blue light shooting out from the dragon with the blue crown. The anglerfish summoned from the summoned creatures of the deep rushed forward with their deadly fanged teeth as they bit down towards the figure of the girl. The red dragons followed Noah's lead as roiling breaths of flames appeared under the sea against all odds, heading towards the being that locked the entire area around them. The response as this girl faced all of these attacks. Haha, now you are the most interesting Atlantean I have ever come across. Let's see if you can keep up. Death's domain. Light words escaped her lips as dark light erupted from her and went to cover every nook and cranny of the sea for miles. The light covered Noah and all of his summons as they felt a sluggish feeling, their skin beginning to tingle as a burning sensation appeared. Noah roared out as he cast more attacks, every single attack skill from epic to mythical being cast and flying out as roiling flames, lightning, and storms of ice and bones wildly flew towards Barbados. Healing water went to full drive as any injuries and cracks that the blue dragon form suffered were quickly healed. Even though his summons were heavily injured and bleeding from the area of effect attack from Barbados, he himself had healed up in the next second as he moved with even more attacks. You know, I have little pets too. Why don't you try a few of them? Barbados let out light words as a few of the shining green lights surrounding them came forward with powerful auras. Noah's eyes moved rapidly as he ascertained the auras of multiple mythical ranked beasts surrounding him and his summons. Preposterous-looking creatures of horrid sizes neared as their shapes became clear. A deathly aura surrounded them as they ranged from deep-sea creatures to huge skeletons wielding bone swords. Most ridiculous of all was a massive creature that Noah could only connect to a famous creature of the deep, a megalodon. The undead creatures attacked in their own ways as rays of dark lights rushed towards them, with a huge skeleton warrior smashing down their bone swords that split apart the waters of the sea. Noah looked at these coming enemies as a ray of light seemed to appear in his mind and split apart every speck of darkness. Yes, he had met an insanely powerful enemy much too early, but he could still somewhat withstand her for the time being as she wasn't acting too seriously. But most amazing of all, the enemy commanded forces of beasts at mythical rank to swarm him. This was dangerous, but also provided a tremendous opportunity. If he could take down these creatures and take their loot for himself before their terrible master decides to finally become serious, he might just find a way out of this. Noah moved decisively as he summoned yet another beast from his skills, this time one that was more special to him, and one that could possibly play a huge hand in this fight. Summon Saint of Death was cast as a deathly aura erupted from Noah, a mass of flesh and bones coming together to form into the figure of a man with a similar face to his. The Saint of Death was only an epic plus skill, but it had many skills that were geared towards the undead. It looked at the many moving corpses surrounding it as the fair white hands rose out and snapped. Paw. Only a light snap that released low vibrations, but the moving undead mythical creatures came to a halt halfway through their attacks. Noah's eyes shined as he read the thoughts of the summon, realizing that because of its lower rank, it could not control these powerful creatures under the command of another master, and could only hold them in place for a few seconds. But these few seconds would be enough for Noah. His large blue figure of the dragon moved out as it aimed for the mythical creatures that had their movements still halted, ignoring the face of the chuckling Barbados that looked at the scene of her frozen undead in amazement and nothing else. His heart sank just a bit as he continued to observe the nonchalant expression of this ruler that made it seem whatever plan he had would have no way of working. But he still had to try any possible avenues to preserve his life. He couldn't die. It wasn't even an option. Now you've definitely captured my attention, little fish. Chapter 169 An Immovable Object. The figure of the large blue dragon shining resplendently in the dark waters moved like a blur of light as its sharp claws that were enhanced by the water sword style glistened dangerously. The target was a large megalodon that was rushing towards them with spears of darkness around it. The two red dragons summoned from Primal Conjurer, and the two anglerfish summoned from Creatures of the Deep, moved in conjunction with Noah, their thoughts in sync as deadly attacks landed on the humongous undead that was halted for a few seconds. These were attacks from 5 mythical beings, with Noah being boosted by a large number of skills at the same time. The seconds were passing down as the hands of the Saint of Death began trembling with cracks spreading throughout. Even keeping the undead still for a few seconds took a huge toll. The targeted megalodon had its remaining bones and muscle torn apart as attacks from multiple mythical figures landed on it, with Noah finishing it off by blasting another destructive dragon's breath. In a few seconds, one of the mythical undead creatures was dead as two skill books appeared in Noah's largest storage item, the sea pearl. Noah used another skill on the undead figure's corpse as he grasped for straws. It was memory plunderer. He kept Barbados's amused glance in his sight as he moved towards the nearest undead creature while learning and absorbing the two skill books that appeared and keeping another portion of his attention for the memories of Barbados' undead creature. Gigantification, you can increase the size of your body up to 3 times. Physical damage, defense, and elemental resistances are increased by 500%. Hydrokinesis, you touch upon a high domain of water, being able to exert a tremendous amount of control over it. The skills appeared in his stat panel as he activated them right away while heading towards an undead skeleton warrior who had already broken out of the momentary control from the Saint of Death. He cast the new skills he gained right away while using hydrothermokinesis and hydrosyrokinesis to rapidly heat up and cool the sea around his target, watching the tough bones break apart by the rapid cooling and heating. The newly gained hydrokinesis allowed him to exert even more control over the sea around him as he felt the restrictions placed by Barbados begin loosening the moment it was activated. He was able to breathe easier as gigantification finished casting, a stupendous change occurring to his blue dragon form. The resplendently shining dragon wearing a striking crown was now 3 times as large as before, the figure approaching more than 30 meters. This was such a ridiculous size that vortexes of water began forming as Noah's figure moved across, eclipsing everything around him. The figure of the small Barbados had her mouth spread wide open as she looked forward with surprise. Noah reached the mythical skeleton warrior hoisting a large blade that was now less than half his own size as he used his tremendously sharp claws to grasp the head of the undead, and squeezed down. Squelch. Sounds of bones breaking rang out as the stupendously large blue dragon used its claws to rapidly tear apart the mythical undead in a few seconds. 2 more skill books appearing in his sea pearl as memory plunderer was used on this skeleton warrior too. His eyes that were always watching Barbados found this dangerous ruler clicking her lips and snapping her fingers as yet another one of her pets fell to Noah. Now it's no fun if you keep on taking down my little babies. Since you seem so fond of bullying others, let's see how you like it. Noah began to feel a tremendous force rush out of the figure that was barely 2 meters, the area around them constricting even more as his mythical summons began to feel their bodies crack under the pressure. The Saint of Death was long ago ground into dust as the skill Barbados cast, Death's Domain, remained in effect. The pressure surrounding Barbados increased as she pointed her fair hands in the air, and a force erupted out from the space in front of her. Noah watched as a blazing ball of golden mass began forming and expanding rapidly, soon reaching 10 meters as its size continued to increase. Noah watched in surprise as he saw a sun forming in the sea. The water was bubbling and being evaporated rapidly as the entire sea churned, the golden mass of heat and flames becoming larger and larger until it soon surpassed Noah in size. Here's a little something for you to enjoy, little fish. The tremendously hot mass of golden flames began moving towards Noah and his summons locations as the sea around them constricted even more, his hydrokinesis skill barely alleviating the pressure that this peak phantasmal demon ruler was letting out. He found himself unable to move as an encompassing sun went towards his way. His mind moved at high speeds as he tried to find alternative ways to defend himself, and he made a drastic choice to use something he hadn't tried too many times before as he found a possible avenue to follow. The unique skill, Spiritual Land Management, was used as the frozen plateau spiritual land that was always anchored to his body pushed out the seawater, and grandly appeared beneath his feet. The spiritual land covered him and his summons as they escaped the sea and found themselves in the skies of the frozen plateau, the many legendary beasts residing in the spiritual land looking in the air as a tremendous source of energy rushed towards them. An emperor penguin had crackles of silver light around its body as it itched to go out and fight itself. Noah didn't even think of letting the legendary ranked beasts that now neared more than 15 out, as they would be killed the moment the attacks of Barbados or her minion landed on them. His mind worked fast as he used a feature of the spiritual land that hadn't had much usage before, Frozen Barrier. Runic sigils quickly erupted around the spiritual land as they connected and formed into a huge net, soon wrapping the entire land in its entirety as a blue shield covered the floating landmass that just expanded below the sea. The frozen plateau spiritual land stood grandly in the dark waters, the freezing blue shield encompassing it seeming stronger than anything in the world. The attack that was a literal blazing sun neared the protected spiritual land, and an impact occurred. Chapter 170 Barbados. The feature of frozen barrier that came with the spiritual land being upgraded to the third tier provided absolute defense for any attacks of the legendary rank and below. It didn't matter if it was a single legendary individual or hundreds attacking the spiritual land, as long as the 1 minute of defense did not run out, no attacks would bypass into the spiritual land. This was because the energy the spiritual land could provide to keep up this barrier exceeded any damage that legendary ranked individuals could inflict, thus it could be called an absolute defense. But in the case of being at the mythical or phantasmal rank was raining down attacks on the frozen barrier, what would happen? The energy that the spiritual land could provide would not be able to keep up with the damage being dealt, and naturally, not even a minute would need to pass before the frozen barrier would be broken through. But then came an anomaly. What if the concept of energy was trivial to the master of the spiritual land? What if enough energy could continue to be provided to the frozen barrier, as it continued to defend against the attacks of a phantasmal ranked monster? Noah's draconic figure shone resplendently as the blue crown atop its head released airs of majesty. His figure was anchored to the ground of the spiritual land as he used his authority as its master to reinforce its energy reserves that it was using to keep the frozen barrier active. More than half of the essence that would normally be allocated to casting and maintaining frozen barrier for the 1 minute was gone the instant the blazing sun landed on the spiritual land. Noah was like an endless spring though, as this energy was soon filled up again a second later, with the frozen barrier holding strong. Yes. This was Noah's biggest gain that he had not needed to explore or use before. A barrier that provided absolute defense when faced with anything in the legendary rank, but the energy reserves to keep it active for its full 1 minute would be drained if attacks from higher ranked beings came. With the problem being mana, Noah was the perfect solution. This meant that with the usage of frozen barrier, a feature of the spiritual land that could be used once every 24 hours and only lasted 1 minute, it was 1 minute where absolutely no attacks would come through into the spiritual land. The only possibility for it to be broken through was if an insanely powerful attack of multiple higher ranks came which instantly shattered the barrier, unlike Barbados's attack that drained more than half of the allocated energy. But this weakness would also be fixed as the spiritual land was upgraded into the next tier. If its container continued to increase, it would be able to better handle attacks that drained even more energy. Noah looked at the blazing ball of fire that had exploded out and formed into snakes of fire that surrounded the spiritual land. Mana was leaving from his body and into the spiritual land like water flowing down a waterfall, the frozen barrier continuing to be kept reinforced as the 1 minute was now 50 seconds. 50 seconds, and he had to figure out how to escape this ordeal within this time. He didn't know if Barbados would get serious and rain down attacks that could break through his defense the moment that the 50 seconds ended. Even now, he could pick up her playful voice that seemed to have found the most curious thing in the world. "Whoa, you have your own isolated space treasure. Those are rare." Her voice was nonchalant, but her attacks weren't, another blazing sun appearing in the quickly boiling and evaporating seawater as it went towards the spiritual land once more. Noah kept the seconds counting down in the back of his mind as he thought of ways to get past this. The memories he had plundered from the Megalodon and the other mythical undead skeleton warrior he took down flowed in his mind rapidly as he focused all his attention on putting, though acceleration, on overdrive. He already knew Barbados from Oria's and Gremory's memories, understanding a little bit about her and her powers. He knew her unique and ultimate skills, which made him even more apprehensive towards her as he tried to keep fear from bursting through. The blazing sun she was throwing towards the spiritual land was just one of her unique skills, this one being called Hellish Enforcer. Noah continued to peruse through all the memories from the 2 rulers he had killed, as well as the mythical undead he had just taken down to see if there was anything he could use to get out of this. Space continued to be locked down, and he still could not teleport away. 30 seconds remained as another blazing sun exploded and a new one took its place. "Wow, how much longer can you hide in there, little fishy? I'm sure your energy should be close to empty by now. Or will you surprise me some more?" It was a playful voice that didn't seem to have a care in the world, like it feared nothing and nobody. It feared nothing and nobody. A blinding light seemed to explode in Noah's brain as this thought came, and he breathed heavily while looking towards the small figure of Barbados outside. No, that wasn't right. There was somebody that this powerful ruler feared. Somebody she hated in her bones, and yet she couldn't go against. Noah went back to his memories as he looked at the interactions of the rulers of the demon world and Barbados. Among the many hundreds of years of memory from the two demon kings, the ones involving Barbados were many. The other rulers feared her, and there was only one person that she feared. The oppressive tyrant, Baal. Barbados was a character that craved destruction and mayhem, earning her the title of World Destroyer. She was unruly and wild, but she was reined in after a significant battle a few hundred years ago. The one known as the Necromancer of Chaos was beaten down into submission by the most powerful ruler of the demon world, Baal. Ever since then, she could only grit her teeth and follow the commands of Baal like every other ruler. And from the memories of her mythical skeleton warrior that had been with her for years, Noah knew even more of her thoughts and habits. He knew exactly what this powerful demon empress felt about the ruler standing above her. He had obtained the memories of the only beings Barbados surrounded herself with, and putting together these memories as well as the previous ones from the two demon kings caused a plan to form in Noah's mind. It was a plan that he would never pursue if it wasn't the last possible way. He had gone through many things and perused through hundreds of years of memories from multiple beings. The one thing he was confident of was that every single person wanted something. He now possibly had an idea of what Barbados wanted, and if he could successfully use it to his advantage, this terrible meeting today might not just end with him keeping his life, but with a possibility of something much greater. 10 seconds remained in the activated, frozen barrier, as Noah looked at Barbados, who was creating another blazing sun with a surprised expression, as if it was unbelievable that Noah could still keep up his defense against her attacks. With just a few seconds remaining, Noah spoke towards Barbados for the first time as he grasped at yet another straw to keep his life after frozen barrier ended. It was a straw that went directly against his goal of the destruction of demons, while at the same time going towards accomplishing this goal by allowing him to keep his life and even possibly set himself up in a better position. Are you still planning to heal under the great Baal's feet, O Barbados? He spoke in a mystifying manner as his voice resounded out calm and collected, and as it reached Barbados, he found her smiling expression becoming completely wiped away as her face scrunched up like she had just swallowed the worst food. Chapter 171, Scheming Using Stolen Memories. Her playful tone completely changed as beside the blazing sun already in place, another one began to erupt right after, a deadly cold voice coming out of her fair mouth. You just had to go and fucking ruin my day while I was having fun. I'm gonna rip your limbs and cook them in front of your dying face, little fish. Her voice was now laced with poison as the blinking green lights around the sea surrounded the spiritual land. Her figure carrying two golden suns neared as a terrible aura spread out. The seventh ruler of the demon world had now gotten serious. I didn't mean any disrespect, and just wondered why you still choose to be under his heel with a power of this level. Barbados's figure stopped at these words as the barrier that covered the spiritual land began fading away. Noah looked at this as his heart palpitated, and he used size regulation to return the spiritual land to a miniature size while using anchor to attach it on his body yet again. His large draconic figure appeared in the open waters again as he stared at the now wrathful Barbados that was carrying two suns. He kept his apprehension inside as he spoke again. I can understand your compliance after he thoroughly thrashed you 437 years ago. Yet I don't recall you challenging him ever again after that. The Necromancer of Chaos that I know should have definitely fought for her freedom after all these years. So I was wondering why you would be on his treasure hunt in the lost world and not relaxing back in the world of the dead you've been creating. Noah calmly weaved information that not a single soul besides the rulers and Barbados herself should know as he became more and more convinced about the possible success of his plan. He continued to look through the memories of the demon kings as he grasped for any more information he could weave into the bullshit he was spouting out, as well as a way to make the things he said valid. Barbados heard his words as her power erupted out even more powerfully, the two suns she had summoned that were boiling and evaporating, all the seawater around them disappearing as her aura became more condensed. Who the fuck are you? Noah looked at this as his heart pounded. He observed the violent expression on Barbados's face as he replied. My identity is somewhat special, but it wouldn't matter to the subject at hand. I'll speak more clearly so we can communicate better. What do you think about the idea of taking down the oppressive tyrant who has had you underneath his feet for the past 437 years? The oppressive air that Barbados released stopped as her face became impassive again. You're either batshit crazy or just plain insane to be saying the words you're saying after you've barely survived against my attacks. You think someone like you can even talk to me about that bastard Baal? Noah's adrenaline was spiking as it seemed to be going in the direction he wanted. Thought acceleration continued to churn as he grabbed details from more and more memories, especially memories of Barbados who always spoke to her undead creatures over the years. They were the only beings that she honestly talked to, and Noah gained the biggest boon from the mythical skeleton warrior that had been with her for years. He hadn't even gotten the chance to look over and learn the 2 mythical skill books that dropped from the skeleton warrior as he rapidly shifted through the many memories. I'm sure you've gathered that I am only at the mythical rank. How do you think it is possible for someone of my level to be standing against you right now? Standing. You will barely be on your feet if I get serious. I'll ask one last time, who the fuck are you? What world, no, what power do you belong to? Barbados replied quickly as it seemed her patience was running thin, making Noah's mind race as he thought of what bullshit identity he should give out that would give him some standing while using the memories that only her and rulers of the demon world were privy to, and put them to his advantage. His mind perused through the many memories as he looked at the larger worlds and powers of the universe, and his eyes shone as he found a perfect one. I am but a small disciple of the Celestials. The words themselves seemed to carry power as Barbados showed a surprised and unbelievable expression. The Celestials. This was something at the corner of Oria's and Gremry's memories, a secretive power in the universe that was the fear of many worlds. Every single one of their members was a powerhouse that struck terror to the hearts of many world leaders, and their powers were too terrible to battle against. Very little was known about them or their aims, which was why Noah claimed this identity. Barbados continued to stare at him unbelievably as he continued speaking. Yes. I barely qualify as a member, and was sent out on a mission that would have granted me even higher access, as well as a huge boost in power were I to succeed. Barbados heard this as she snorted and said, "Oh really? And what mission, pray tell, did you receive to be here right now?" Noah looked at this figure that seemed to be disregarding him, but he became even more convinced his plan was working as she hadn't tried killing him again. "Oh, my mission is simple. While the lost world of Atlantis has beings like Baal and multiple sects from the world of cultivation running rampant looking for a treasure, I have to steal it right under their eyes and present it as proof for my mission to be complete. It's a fairly normal test to meet the qualification of the Celestials, don't you think?" Barbados was looking at him closely as he uttered these words. The things he was saying were crazy, and could be something that only the secretive force that was the Celestials would do. Send in a mythical ranked being to fight for a treasure in a world where even someone like her who was at the phantasmal level could not confidently call herself the top powerhouse. Who else but the mysteriously powerful Celestials would give such a mission to their new members? Barbados still wasn't fully convinced as she eyed Noah with caution and suspicion. There was only silence as 2 people looked at one another. One was claiming boastful things with a few circumstantial evidence to back up his claims, the other was carefully listening as she was led around. Which turn would the results take though? Barbados thought carefully as she took a bite. What could an Atlantean of mythical rank claiming to be a member of one of the most secretive forces in the universe possibly do against Baal? Barbados looked towards the figure of the blue dragon that encased an Atlantean that should in no way have the information that he held. She still treated his words like nothing, but what if there was an ounce of truth in them? What if her dream actually had a way to be achieved? Her sharp eyes looked at this interesting enemy as she waited to see just how they would reply. Noah smiled brightly at this as he felt he could almost see the end of the shining path he was building just from talking. "Well, for starters, how about you turn off your unique skill, Death's Domain? It's putting quite a strain on me while I continue talking to you." The pressure around Noah increased as Barbados's voice came out even colder. "You even know about my abilities." Noah's body encased in the large blue dragon still continued to feel the stifling pressure that threatened to break the form into pieces as he calmly replied his last hook that should tie this demon empress and give credibility to his words. "Why of course, aside from Death's Domain, you have Hellish Enforcer, that you were using to throw suns at me, and let's not forget your ultimate skill, a dance of life and death, that allowed you to amass 21 mythical undead creatures, 10s of legendary, and uncountable numbers below that, making you the one that should be the most powerful ruler, and yet you are still under Baal." Shock. Barbados was shocked as she heard this now mysterious figure describe and talk about things he had no business knowing. The only plausible explanation was his identity as a member of the Celestials, the beings that always held too much power and information. Was there actually truthfulness in his words? She thought carefully as she made up her mind and said, Since you seem to be so knowledgeable, what makes you think you could possibly say that would turn one ruler of the demon world against another? Noah's figure that was hidden at the head of the blue dragon smiled wildly as he finished his pitch. Nothing big, just making your dream of getting out of Baal's shadow a reality, with the promise of Baal's death in less than 2 months. Grand and unbelievable words resounded throughout the dark sea as two figures stared intently at one another. Noah went through the years of memories from Barbados's own undead and the experiences from Oria's and Gremory as he was confident of one thing: the quality of hatred and cruelty that was ingrained in Barbados by the oppressive tyrant would be his lifeboat today. Chapter 172: Unknown Consequences. Barbados was known as the necromancer of chaos, but that wasn't all there was to her. Noah looked through the memories of the undead skeleton warrior as he watched the habits that Barbados kept for years. When she was angry, playful, or even hopeful, she only had her undead to talk to. She expressed to their lifeless company her inner thoughts, and Noah was going through them right now as he began getting a better understanding of Barbados. He was certain of one thing as he watched her crazy life, and that was her hatred towards the one person that she could not defy. He was confident in using this against her, and possibly getting out of this predicament with many more victories than just a few mythical skills. The period of silence was broken as a light laugh escaped Barbados's lips. "You've been saying a great deal of many things, Atlantean. Do you truly know the power Baal wields for you to speak such words?" The blue dragon encasing Noah began disappearing as he deactivated the skills, his Atlantean body with a slight gold sheen appearing magnificently in the dark waters again as he stared at Barbados calmly. He would act instantly if he saw any changes to defend himself, but he could already see the finish line. "Naturally. I know the unique and ultimate skills he holds as well as how to counter them. If I add you to the mix, my mission will become even easier. I have many more secrets I can share with you if you want to come to an agreement first." An impassive look remained on the cold face of Barbados as she pondering looked toward this Atlantean. The next words he voiced out sealed the nail of her now indecisive mindset. "Oh, and if you're worried about the fact that if you kill him he would just be revived by the will of the demon world in a few months, you can comfortably leave that to me. I have many tools that would make it so he never has the chance to revive." The eyes of the demon empress widened at these words as a sense of apprehension and caution grew. The being in front of her knew too much information to be a nobody, and even the biggest secrets that pertained to the powers of rulers of the demon world were known to him. His words that she looked at unbelievably before were gaining a sense of credibility in her mind. She thought about the command from Baal that she couldn't defy to come to the lost world and help him on this search for a treasure he would pocket himself. She thought of her dream of freedom as she created her world of the dead that was always cut short because commands like these as she took a leap of faith. "All right, little fish. How do you want to start?" A brilliant smile spread across Noah's face as he tried to keep his emotions down and replied. "I know a lot about you, and I know you still don't fully trust me. So how about you use abyss magic to bind us both to a contract for the duration of our cooperation?" "Who? Little fish, you really do know too much." Barbados's body began shining red as a golden page and a blood-red pen appeared in the water. Her powerful essence entered the pen as it moved on the surface of the page and carved out a few words. The process finished fairly quickly as the page and pen flew toward Noah's position. He looked at the page that Barbados wrote on and became surprised at the demands she listed on the contract that was created using abyss magic. This was one of the abilities that rulers ranked 10 and below could use, a contract ritual that bound two beings. The two parties would choose their terms and restrictions before the contract could be established. There was only one condition and restriction that Barbados wrote of the golden page. The little fish will erase Baal's life in 2 months. If the condition isn't met, he forfeits his life. The condition was fine, but the restriction was not. Noah's face became cloudly as he used his essence to push the golden page and pen back. "The restriction involving my life is too big. I won't ask for your life, you do not ask for mine." A cold aura spread out as it looked like Barbados would soon explode with power yet again, but Noah remained firm. She looked at him coldly while putting more essence into the pen and rewriting the restriction. The golden page came back as Noah read it once more. If the condition isn't met, he will lose his manhood and never again be able to copulate. The restriction wasn't as extreme as the first one, but it was terrifying to think about. Noah nodded his head as he put his own mana into the pen and wrote his own conditions and restrictions. Barbados will aid Noah Osmont the 2 months before Baal's true death. Barbados will not lay claim to or destroy Noah Osmont's belongings. If the condition isn't met, she will release the souls of all the undead she has collected. Her face scrunched up as she read the restriction and looked dangerously at Noah, but she folded the golden page nonetheless and then performed the final portion of the abyss magic to finalize the contract. A golden light shone out as the folded page broke into two pieces, one staying with Barbados and the other going towards Noah. He caught the half-page in his hands as he brought it close to his mouth and observed Barbados doing the same. The both of them then swallowed the pages as a red light covered both of their bodies briefly, and the contract was complete. Wow, I really didn't think you would do it. This means you aren't actually full of shit and can actually take down that monster. Noah let out a breath of relief as soon as the contract was finished, finally coming to the conclusion that his life was not in any more danger. For the duration of this contract, until he achieved his original goal of taking down Baal as he already planned, he would also have the peak phantasmal ranked Barbados to help him. This was one of the traits of demons that he loathed, the fact that they would betray their own people the moment it was to their benefit and granted them what they wanted. He calmly looked at the figure of Barbados that neared him and floated just a few inches away, her abyssal eyes looking at every part of his body. All right, I don't give a shit if you really are a member of the Celestials or not, or how you know so much information. Now that you've signed that contract, either Baal dies, or you lose your DICK. If Baal doesn't die, you'll still lose your DICK, but I'll just kill you right after as well. If everything goes wrong then he will just kill me for my betrayal once or twice before he believes I'm reined in again, so I won't really lose much, you know. Her voice had become playful again as the cold and disastrous power she let out had all but disappeared. The blinking green lights of hundreds of thousands of undead were still surrounding all the miles of the sea around them as two completely opposite beings entered into a contract that would have colossal consequences across worlds. Noah looked at this dangerous individual that would have caused his death if he hadn't found a solution as he did, and began planning how to move with her in the picture. How do you best put to use a phantasmal ranked individual who surrounded herself with the undead as her only company and was a little crazy and messed up in the head? Well, little fish, I will aid you up until we put your shitty words to the test in a few weeks. What do you want to do first? Chapter 173. A Demon Empress in Tow. An Atlantean and a demon were floating through the dark waters. The Atlantean had a calm face while the demon continued to swim around him, constantly talking. We're going deeper and deeper into this abyssal zone, is that little trident over here. What's your true form really, little fish? Since you said this world is just your mission, you should be a rare species I haven't come across before. Oh yeah, what was that isolated treasure you used to defend against my full attacks? Let me see it again. Are you already worried about your manhood and aren't as talkative anymore? After the contract had been made and Noah guaranteed his life against this powerful demon empress, he had gone back to his loner ways and kept the conversation to a minimum, but Barbados with her warped mind could not stop talking. She only ever had undead for companionship over the years as she continued to build up her world of the dead, and they were the only ones she would crazily talk to aside from the other rulers of the demon world. Noah looked with annoyance at this phantasmal ranked being that had to aid him now as he said. All you need to do is aid me, and I'll keep my end of the deal in 2 months. For now, we'll explore the abyssal zone while I take down some of the deep-sea creatures here. A light passed through the dark eyes of Barbados as she replied. Yes, you seem very interested in killing things, and I've noticed their origins quickly being drawn to you when they die. Is this an ability of yours? The hundreds of years old demon continued to pry secrets from Noah as time passed, wanting to know more about this interesting being. Noah thought for a moment as he knew his movements and skills would be under a lot of scrutiny for the next few days and planned accordingly to make sure Barbados didn't learn too much about him. I'm actually a connoisseur of sorts, and enjoy trying new things for the worlds I visit. I've found the meat of the sea creatures to be delectable, and that's why I'm collecting them. Barbados swam near him as she nodded her head rapidly, the air of the terrible ruler of the demon world all but gone as she seemed like an innocent 18 or 19-year-old, though she didn't believe any of the things Noah was saying. It was this rapid change of personality that many people fell to as they had no idea of the destruction they would face when the personality suddenly changed to a cruel one. Wow, you enjoy eating as well? Me too. I just had a little fish a while ago, it made a lot of sounds, and the dinner was interrupted in the end, but I see what you mean. Noah felt cold sweat trickling down as he recalled the memories of the skeleton warrior that showed Barbados eating a mythical Atlantean that was most likely a seeker of Atlantis whole. She had tortured and then ate a mythical being while he was still alive. It was actions like these that made Noah act all the more carefully around this demon empress. He focused on the task at hand as he kept her rapid questions in the back of his mind, delving deeper into the abyssal zone to farm for more higher-ranked skills. He had gained 2 more mythical skills from the death of Barbados's skeleton warrior that he now learned. Aura of Death. When active, all attacks gain the death attribute. Damage will be heavily increased as defenses are ignored and the origin of enemies is targeted. An undead stamina. The dead do not tire as easily. When active, exhaustion is completely removed as the body can work for days without feeling the strain. The skills had fairly simple explanations, but the fact that they were mythical skills made their effects ridiculous. Noah's attacks held a thin layer of black smoke that caused terrible damage to those he attacked, while his body now felt as if he had just woken up and was full of energy 100% of the time. He always enjoyed sleeping because it kept him refreshed, but with this skill, he could go on for days without worrying about feeling exhausted. He moved across the abyssal zone with a demon empress in tow as he took down yet another mythical sea creature, this one being a terrifying, killer whale. The legendary whale he had received from the king of Atlantis as a gift had died the moment Barbados appeared earlier, and Noah found himself taking down another one of its species not too long after. His body that was now boosted by many mythical rank skills easily tore apart the hard muscles of the killer whale, as he only used the secret techniques of the mountain sea sect to the 5th form, Descent of the Emperor, along with using hydrokinesis to heavily restrict the enemy in its home turf. His figure was that of a hazy outline of a regal emperor as he had wings sprouting from his back and 2 vibrating swords on both his hands, his damage becoming further boosted as he kept active, Aura of Death, and caused the defeat of the mythical killer whale in just a minute. Barbados was looking at the large body of the whale that disappeared in front of Noah as she said, "You're collecting them to eat them, right? So let's eat." Her words carried a playful tone while also being serious, making Noah look towards this demon empress that he couldn't ignore for too long lest she change to her other terrible personality yet again. He thought for a bit and nodded his head towards her, the conditions in the contract they were both under not allowing her to do many things against him. "Don't resist, I'll bring you to the isolated treasure you're so curious about." A light twinkled in Barbados's eyes as she nodded, and their figures disappeared from the dark sea and appeared in the skies of the spiritual land. Barbados looked around the frozen plateau and found the few legendary beasts looking up to their figures with caution as she let out a sound. "Wow, look at how cute your little pets are. Can we see how tasty they are too?" Dangerous words came out of the demon empress as soon as they arrived in the spiritual land, making the emperor penguin fearlessly come forward as his body crackled with silver light. Noah's face remained impassive as he said, "Remember the contract. You don't want to lose all the undead you've collected over the years, right?" "Humph." The mention of the contract reigned in the fearsome ruler as they moved down towards the first modern house that Noah had built. The large body of the killer whale appeared outside as a set of knives appeared in Noah's hands. The golden battlesuit he wore came off his body as a small apron appeared, and he began cutting up the large body of the whale while keeping watch on the wandering Barbados that was moving around the surrounding area. He was about to cook for this powerful monster at the peak of phantasmal rank as he continued to plan and ponder how to move from here. He would keep her entertained long enough until he amassed enough skills to be confident to stand against the being that even she couldn't defeat. The oppressive tyrant, Baal. His rank was also peak phantasmal, but it was his unique and ultimate skills that made him nearly unbeatable. The thought of this brought about new apprehensions to Noah as he thought of ways to increase his strength even more rapidly while using his contract with Barbados to the fullest. Chapter 174 The Ruler of the Demon World. A large humanoid figure that looked to be the size of a giant stood serenely atop an island that was blazing with flames. His skin had a tinge of red as 3 golden horns powerfully stretched out on his head. A red robe was all that covered him as he seemed to be pondering, a light passing through his eyes every now and then. Behind him were multiple rulers of the demon world that commanded their own demon legions as they moved across one of the dangerous zones of the Lost World, the Volcanic Islands, in search of the Trident of Neptune. The land around them was in flames as from a distance, volcanic eruptions were occurring. They weren't simple eruptions, as it seemed something else besides the molten flames was rising from the deep. Boom! Essence wildly congregated amongst the flowing lava as the head of the humongous figure began rising from the opening of the largest erupting mountain. The head alone was more than 5 meters as blazing red eyes opened to the world. Wings that dripped with lava erupted outwards as more of its body became visible, its terrifying face looking like a mixture of a dragon and dinosaur from the Triassic period. This was one of the calamities of the sea, the kaiju, molten razor. Roar. It let out a wild roar as it looked menacingly towards Baal and his forces, letting out maddening levels of power at the phantasmal rank. Baal looked at the appearance of this terrifying creature as he spoke lightly, his voice thundering out to be heard by the demon kings and demon lords behind him. Pull back while I match this beast. There is no need for casualties to occur during this trip. The forces of the demon world were spread throughout the lost world, but they had not yet come across the calamities of the sea. Baal's words were obeyed as the legions of demons stopped moving, getting into defensive formations while slowly pulling back. There was only one being left to face the kaiju that was coming out of the blazing volcano. The robe on his body flattered around and had wisps of flames appear on it every now and then as lava and molten flames were flowing beneath his feet. Not an ounce of discomfort was felt as Baal stood calmly and faced the coming kaiju. I suppose if I ask you whether an extremely powerful trident is in your possession, you would only howl at me in anger. Roar. Alright, then let's see just how tough the so-called calamities of the lost world are. A simple exchange had started a significant battle between two powerhouses of the phantasmal level. One was a calamity from a dangerous zone in the lost world, the other was the first-ranked ruler of the demon world holding powerful unique and ultimate skills. The kaiju attacked first as simmering balls of molten flames rained down from the skies towards Baal's location. Baal's figure still had his hands wrapped behind him as his figure flickered around the area and evaded the blobs of molten flames. His lips lightly moved as essence began to erupt. The unique skill, parallel thought, was kept active as Baal cast multiple skills to evade while also attacking, and at the same time thinking about future plans. The kaiju's body flew into the air, spirals of lava being thrown all over the ground as its figure lunged towards Baal. The air was palpitating with extreme heat as the impact was imminent. A mournful howl erupted out from the kaiju as it found its claw mangled, its eyes looking forward at the small figure that caused this in surprise. The attack that bewildered this powerful being was yet another unique skill that was cast from Baal, space destruction. During the impact, a portion of space had cracked as if a mirror was being broken. The claw of the kaiju that was near the area found its muscle and bones shattered. A red light erupted out as flames appeared on the mangled claw, and a few seconds later it became as good as new. The kaiju looked carefully towards the floating figure that injured it first as it began fighting even more ferociously. The battle between the two phantasmal ranked beings would continue for another hour before a clear victor could be decided. Lands quaked and lava flowed, the battle continued as those watching from the distance apprehensively looked forward. Sometime later, the area had become horrendously destroyed as one figure still floated in the air with his hands behind his back. His regal robe had rips throughout as patches of his skin seemed burnt against all odds. His enemy was in a worse stage as it breathed heavily, its head barely being able to lift off the ground. Its body was filled with dark flames that did not seem to be letting up. They continued to burn endlessly as they gnawed more of its life force. This was a calamity of the sea that was raised in the depths of volcanoes, and yet its body was sucked to perilous flames that could not be put out. A deep sense of terror was ingrained in its bones as a weak voice came out of its mouth. You will not succeed in your quest, demon. Baal looked at this dying calamity calmly, the wounds inflicted on his body slowly healing as he neared its large body. Maybe, maybe not. You are not the one to decide. He came close to the flaming mouth of the kaiju as he placed his hands on the creature's head. You should be one of the protectors designated by this world, and even influenced by it as you rose to this level of power. A dark aura began to erupt out of Baal's hands as the terror the kaiju felt only intensified. So before you die, transmit these last messages to this lost world, and the city of Atlantis that it so desperately wants to protect. I have grown impatient of searching for what I want by moving across its wide seas. I will now be heading directly to the heart of its prized city. The dark aura from his hands went on to fully cover the large body of the kaiju that was more than 30 meters large. This was the casting of the ultimate skill, one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony. Let the world know that salvation still remains for it, all it has to do is to deliver me the trident of the sea before I utterly destroy its people. My forces will face heavy casualties, but it will be nothing compared to what I will do to the inhabitants of this world. A decision has to be made before I reach Atlantis, or you will have an all-out war." The words were coming out in a calm manner as the kaiju felt a terrifying feeling from the dark smoke that covered the entirety of its body. "The death of one of your protectors now is only a taste for what is to come." The ultimate skill, gluttony, was cast as a piercing scream resounded out. The rulers listening in the far distance had dark faces filled with fear as they heard the scream of the kaiju that was getting its origin pulled out of its body. A few seconds later, there was only silence as nothing remained of the large body of the kaiju. The area in front of Ball was empty as he let out a light burp and patted his stomach. He turned around from the area of erupting flames and looked back towards the rulers and the legions of demons behind him, his clear voice ringing out and reaching them the miles away from where they were. "Contact those arrogant cultivators. We make way for the city of Atlantis." Chapter 175 Adamanya I. While momentous events were occurring in different corners of the world, in the frozen plateau spiritual land, a scene that would surprise any knowledgeable beings was taking place. The terrifying demon empress that seemed to have multiple personalities was sitting on a table salivating at the dishes placed in front of her. It was a sautéed mythical, killer whale that Noah himself cooked while activating the skill that always guaranteed the best-tasting meals. The powerful ruler dug in the moment the plates landed on the table as she devoured bountiful meat from a mythical ranked creature in large bites. "Little fish, what the hell did you do to make it taste like this?" Amidst her mouthfuls, she was letting out compliments to the chef freely as she enjoyed herself. Noah looked at this figure that was threatening to kill him not too long ago but was now nonchalantly eating without a care in the world as even he found this contrast a bit difficult to accept. He was lost in thought when he found his hand being pulled down, and saw a miniaturized, emperor penguin that was tugging on his sleeve while looking suspiciously at Barbados. The penguin's eyes shifted from Barbados onto the many plates of cut-up, killer whale, as he looked at Noah with his beady silvery eyes. Noah sighed and nodded as he watched multiple plates disappear from the table with a silvery light as the emperor penguin grabbed some for himself and the other beasts of the spiritual land. This was the meat of a mythical ranked being, the essence collected in its meat and bones being extremely thick and would be a great source of strength. Barbados noticed a few plates of the killer whale disappearing when she lifted her face up, and a stifling pressure erupted out as her gaze landed on the emperor penguin. "Little bird, the fuck are you doing?" The emperor penguin was pushed to its knees at the stifling pressure Barbados released as Noah jumped in between them and looked sternly at her. "There's tons of meat just from just that one whale. I'll continue to make some more, so don't do things like that. If you accidentally kill any of my forces, the deal will be off." The pressure was lifted as the terrifying demon empress only heard that there would be more of the glistening meat she was eating, and she went back to enjoying herself. The penguin she had pressured down rose up with an arrogant expression as it stared fearlessly at this phantasmal ranked individual and used its ability to take a few more plates before its body flashed away. They were in the futuristic house that held a wide kitchen for Noah to work with as he spent the next few hours cooking and enjoying the meat of a mythical ranked being. When Barbados was on her 20-something plate, her face of bliss and contentment stopped, as it quickly turned wrathful and sour. Noah wondered what had caused her to change now as shocking words came out of her still chewing mouth. "Ball has grown impatient and is collecting all forces towards the city of Atlantis. He'll be striking up another deal with the cultivators once more to besiege Atlantis." The demon empress released horrendous information as she went back to eating the glistening meat while her face looked towards Noah impassively. Noah's eyes turned into piercing slits as he heard this new information and asked the nonchalant demon empress in front of him, "How long till their forces group up and arrive?" "Well, he's coming from some dangerous zone in some corner of this world while the cultivators are spread throughout. I give the little fishes of Atlantis 2 weeks before the full force of 2 large worlds knocks at their door." She was licking her fingers and grabbing yet another plate as she talked, treating the food in front of her more important than the disastrous information she was letting out. "Oh, since you aren't even a native here, do you care what happens to the fishes in Atlantis? You seem to have many unique tools and skills, which makes me believe that your promise of taking down that asshole Ball in 2 months might be a possibility, but I doubt you will be anywhere close to matching him when he attacks Atlantis and grabs that trident for himself." The mouthful Barbados made Noah think some more as plans rapidly shifted in his mind. He still had plans for Atlantis, and couldn't have Ball raze it to the ground so soon. "Well, I guess I will be depending on you now." He thought this as he looked down towards the spiritual land. The numbers of legendary beasts passed more than 15, and he was already bolstering the strength of talented beasts like the Emperor Penguin, and a few others that had reached the realm first as he prepared to upgrade the spiritual land to the next rank. Yes. This was another path of a rapid increase in strength that he could take on top of obtaining the Trident of the Sea. If he met the requirement of rising 5 beasts to the mythical rank, as well as meeting the ridiculous requirement of having enough mana to catalyze the transformation, he could upgrade the spiritual land to the 4th tier. He looked at the panel accessible through Spiritual Land Management, as the ideas came together. Spiritual Land Management. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D45, 342, C14, 322, B8, 323, A1, 234, S499, Epic 125, Legendary 17. Features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, locked, time dilation, locked, at hashtag, email protected, %, locked, email protected, hashtag dollar, locked. The 4th tier had many things that Noah looked forward to. Most of all were the features of offensive maneuvers and time dilation. He wanted to see just what surprises these 2 features held. The Icefire Persimmon that had been growing abundantly in many fields across the spiritual land would be maturing by the next day at the latest, and these were the resources specifically cultivated to help the beasts born in the spiritual land advance through the ranks. For the talented ones like the Emperor Penguin, they should break through without a hitch. For the others, they just needed a little push. Noah had been making this process even faster by leaving behind legendary cores and skills for the beasts to learn and propel them to the peak of that rank, where only a slight force would be needed for them to break through. As of now though, he had many mythical cores, as well as 2 skill books from the mythical Killer Whale he was roasting that he had not yet used. If he gave these, as well as the consumption of Icefire Persimmons, he should have 5 mythical beasts in no time. After that, the upgrade to a 4th tier spiritual land would be a breeze. He would then find out just what spectacular things he could accomplish with the new features, especially time dilation. The one thing he needed was time, so what if he actually had a lot of it to spare? A confident smile crept up Noah's face as a demon empress stuffed her face with a mythical whale while looking at him quizzically. Chapter 176 Adamonia 2. A few paths were laid out in Noah's mind as he turned to look at the powerful Barbados. The city of Atlantis would be alerted as soon as large movements of forces begin to move in the sea, so he didn't have anything to worry about there. What he would focus on now is the spiritual land upgrade while heading towards the calamity, possibly holding the Trident of the Sea in this abyssal zone. We'll make our movements too. Why don't we start with a little aid from you? The apron he had on disappeared as a golden battle suit covered his body once again, looking to Barbados for a reply. She looked up at him between her mouthfuls and said, "What do you want, little fish? You have hundreds of thousands of undead moving across the depths. I want you to move seriously for a bit and use them to look for and capture at least 2 mythical creatures." Noah was preparing to boost the strength of 5 beasts to the mythical rank, and having them absorb cores as well as learn the skills of the mythical rank will do just that. While he prepared to move around the spiritual land for the maturing of the Icefire Persimmon, he could have Barbados go out to collect even more cores for him to use. What's in it for me? The demon empress looked down towards Noah impassively as she licked her fingers clean, making him rub his temples as he looked towards her. Besides it being on the contract, I'll cook any of the deep-sea creatures you manage to bring. They might taste even better than this killer whale, if they are rarer and more exotic. These words caused a light to shine on the cruel face of the demon empress as her small figure stood up. I'll be back. Noah calmly watched a red light erupt out from Barbados as her figure began to fade away into nothingness. He let out a breath as he appeared on top of the spiritual land and sent a command to the legendary beasts that were either eating or training. The message was very clear: the time for their advancement had come. Beasts clamored in the spiritual land as they congregated together for this event, looking forward to seeing who among them would lead the way once more. One particularly arrogant penguin didn't have any worries as it watched Noah bring out mythical cores and skill books. In a few hours, the Icefire Persimmon, specifically cultivated for the advancement of beasts in the spiritual land, would be matured, and then a world-defying process of mass advancement would occur. Barbados was moving across the dark seas as hundreds of thousands of green lights were surrounding her. She had a face devoid of emotions as she sent commands for her pets to spread out and look for any signatures of life as she actively looked for mythical sea creatures. Her endeavor with the Atlantean was simply one of curiosity and for the possibility, but it was turning out better than expected. She was still only 50% sure of the Atlantean's words based on the abundant amount of information and unique tools he held, but she was sure of Baal's strength even more that even now she expected this endeavor to fail. Well, I will at least enjoy myself before then. If it failed, Baal would definitely extend his wrath towards her and even possibly kill her 1 or 2 times, but so what? It was nothing new. This was done before multiple times when she didn't want to be compliant. The only thing she would remotely care about would be her pets, as they would lose the energy anchoring them down when she died. She hated recalling how many times she had to build up her army of the dead from scratch after reviving in the demon world. The oppressive tyrant did not get his name for nothing. If things did not go his way, he would take them by force, and he had the strength to do it. If the little fish's words are true though. Her eyes twinkled at the possibility of freedom that she never believed she would come across, before they soon became deep circles of abyss. Her gaze turned to the side a few nautical miles from her as a small smile crept up. The undead that she had spread to cover a wide net had caught something big. Barbados moved in large strides as her figure appeared and disappeared, moving yet again to another target. An emperor penguin looked towards the brothers he had known all his life as he prepared for a breakthrough yet again. The master that had taken over the spiritual land wasn't bad at all, and had helped them immensely while introducing surprising new things. Never in his wildest dreams did the penguin expect the treasures used for the catalyst of their strength be grown at such unbelievable speeds. It shocked many of the beasts when they first saw it with their own 2 eyes, but now it seemed like the norm. He was currently watching a few of his brothers consume mythical cores for the chance to break through from the legendary rank and advance forward. His talent was much higher, and should be able to break through as soon as he consumed a few ice-fire persimmon, so he told the spiritual land master to start with the advancement of his brothers and sisters first. The shining flippers on his body tightened as he yearned for more strength, never wanting to be pushed down again. His thoughts moved towards the arrogant figure of a demoness that had made him kneel just with a glare as silver light erupted from his eyes. He would show them all just why there was such arrogance ingrained in the bones of the emperor penguin. The first beast to be born in the spiritual land, as well as its strongest, looked forward into the future. Chapter 177 Upgrade the Spiritual Land. Noah was overseeing the advancing of multiple legendary beasts in the spiritual land as he provided cores of the mythical rank for the advancement. He was saving and stockpiling more cores and skill books to boost the strength of Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko, but he could always obtain more later. The powerful Barbados should even come back with 2 or 3 mythical creatures that would add even more to his collection. It had been a few hours since she left and the process started, some of the fields holding an abundant amount of ice-fire persimmon, shining a blue and red light as the fruits fully matured. There was a resplendence of light as it seemed 2 opposing forces were trying to occupy the same thing, but they melded together to form into glistening blue-red fruit handing off large trees. The surrounding beasts were roused by the allure of the fruits as they looked towards Noah, where he nodded to the emperor penguin, as he took the lead in absorbing them, with the beasts absorbing the cores already having their auras changing to become mythical. The beasts were full of enthusiasm as the process went on in full swing, with Noah monitoring any changes as more and more fields where ice-fire persimmon was growing became resplendently covered in mystical lights as they matured. During this process, a hazy red light formed into the figure of Barbados as she returned into the spiritual land that Noah had anchored into the area of the sea they were fighting in before. Her appearance came with a mischievous laugh as her dangerous aura ran about unbounded, around her appearing 2 creatures that were covered in transparent dark chains with barely any signs of life remaining. Noah's eyes turned up at the appearance of 2 mythical deep-sea creatures that were near death as he affirmed the abundant usefulness Barbados would have from now on. She could spread her army for miles to look for enemies, leaving and finding these 2 creatures after just 2 hours. It was another, Megalodon, and a golden shining sting ray, that were tied up in the deathly chains as they continued to struggle. Here are 2 fishes for you to make something good later. Now, what more surprises am I gonna be seeing from you, little fish? Barbados's eyes were wandering around as she looked at the figures of the emperor penguin, and other beasts absorbing essence from the ice-fire persimmon fruits. The resplendently shining fields of produce that felt enticing even to her made her give surprised every few seconds. Light passed through her eyes as she tried to pry the secrets of this figure that claimed to be from a powerful organization. Noah felt her piercing gaze as he activated the first 5 forms of Mountain Sea Sect's secret techniques and went towards the bound mythical beasts beside her, the 2 vibrating blue blades in his hands carrying the deathly glow of aura of death, as they struck down towards the non-moving targets. He wasn't worried about Barbados looking at the process about to occur as he understood her personality after looking over the plundered memories. She was a cruel being who had very few interests, with the recent things he introduced to her being new and foreign piquing her attention. But to her, they would just be that, interesting things. As long as she didn't stand to benefit from him or her trust wavered, he would find himself faced with the cruel demon empress that ate a mythical Atlantean while he was still alive without batting an eye, because to her, he was just another one of the little fishes she saw in the sea. His mind wandered off from Barbados as he felt more mythical ranked skill books and cores appear in the Sea Pearl, and he nodded towards Barbados, keeping the bodies of the creatures in his storage space as well. His attention was focused on the rapid breakthroughs taking place, where he could feel 2 auras at the mythical rank spread out from 2 beasts, the winged spider and Arctic fox. The arrogant penguin wasn't far behind as his body began shining with a radiant silver light, the essence of the spiritual land seemingly congregating around him as he continued to absorb many, ice fire persimmon, fruits. Barbados looked at this sight in stupefaction, as she felt like she was watching this Atlantean growth mythical ranked beings as if it was nothing. Her surprise only increased as a 3rd aura that pulsed at the mythical rank spread out, with a 4th and a 5th one soon after. This didn't stop as Noah had inadvertently appeared next to a few more legendary beasts and had them absorb more mythical cores on top of the ice fire persimmon fruits. He could feel his blood boiling as something exciting was in front of him yet again. An arrogant howl could be heard where a penguin glowing in silver could be seen floating in the skies, its body letting out crackles of power at the mythical rank. A glossier sheen had appeared on its sleek fur as its beak could be seen pointing towards the skies. Noah looked at the progress of everything as he confirmed more than 5 beasts had crossed the boundary to the next rank as he pulled up Spiritual Land Management, and saw the conditions to upgrade to the next rank had been fulfilled. All he had to do now as the master of the spiritual land was put in the required energy to catalyze the reaction. Energy was not a problem for him. A bright smile spread out as a blue glow released from Noah, spreading out to cover the frozen plateau spiritual land as he began pumping mana to push forward the process of upgrading to the 4th tier. Barbados was looking at this sight with a serious expression as her gaze landed on the brilliantly shining Noah. He looked like the center point that was causing a huge change as the isolated space treasure they were in began shaking. The beasts around them were howling as if calling forth the advent of something new. The land around them was vibrating, seemingly resonating with the mana that Noah released as a change began to occur. The water around the spiritual land in the abyssal zone was churning as the upgrade caused a significant disturbance, releasing waves of power that spread out for miles. Powerful creatures of the deep quite a distance away felt this tremendous surge of energy as their attention was captured in a certain location. Chapter 178 Time. Resplendent lights were shining in the spiritual land and outside it, as a hazy shield that was isolating everything in the floating landmass became more and more distinct. An excited howl erupted from Noah's mouth as he poured out more and more mana without reservation, feeling the amount required for the master of the spiritual land to provide reaching the maximum capacity in a few minutes as the process was about to finish. A blinding light erupted out with the frozen plateau spiritual land at the center and spread out in the dark waters of the abyss, almost as if signifying the birth of something wondrous. There were all sorts of colors still shining inside the spiritual land as the beasts howled excitedly, feeling the changes as dense essence congregated around and was raised to even higher levels around them. Grandiosity was spread out from the spiritual land as Noah checked the changes under Spiritual Land Management. Frozen Plateau 4. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D47, 342, C15, 322, B9, 453, A16, 34, S540, Epic 150, Legendary 15, Mythical 7. Plants whitefall trees, snow vine, sacred rye, pygmy melon, icefire persimmon. Available for planting, ice phoenix fruits, spirit of the Arctic. Features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, locked, at $%, locked. His mind was fully locked into the singular feature that he was looking forward to the most. Time dilation. The abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked. 1:10 ratio, locked. 1:20 ratio, locked. There were amazing words listed under the description of time dilation that made Noah's heart palpitate. New information was sent to his mind from the spiritual land about the new changes, and the one that dealt with time dilation was the rise of runic monoliths in the underground area of the spiritual land. The many runic monoliths surrounded an area of 2 acres, forming into what looked like a circular enclosure. Thin blue lines spread out from each of the monoliths as they connected to one another. This was the area where time dilation could be applied. This was the newly created time-space. An area of more than 2 acres where whoever entered and stayed in 5 hours in that area would be equivalent to 1 hour outside of it. Noah's eyes shined with excitement as he couldn't wait to begin his training regiment in this location. He could spend a bit over a month in the time-space to raise the proficiency and spam skills as much as he wished, combining them continuously with ease thereafter. This was a plan he had in the back of his mind, but never expected to be implementing it so soon. The main way he rapidly increased his strength was to kill enemies of the next rank and absorb their cores and skills to attain their rank. He always lagged behind in his combinations as he had to spend a significant amount of time to raise the proficiency of his skills before he could combine them. His highest combined skill was currently Epic Plus, while he has amassed many more skills at the mythical rank through defeating enemies. But, with the use of this time-space, he might be able to rise up even faster with skill combination, achieving a phantasmal ranked skill that would put him far ahead. Since awakening from rank F, he had only been active for a little over 2 months to achieve mythical rank. If he spent 1 month in the time-space, which would be equivalent to less than a week in the outside world, that would be more than Onet heard of all the time he spent since awakening. The rapid rise in strength during that time, his eyes shined as he thought of the ridiculous things he was about to do. He wanted to quickly get started with his training before he went searching for the Kraken, when he felt a few oppressive auras gathering outside the spiritual land. Hey little fish, while you were there spacing out, a few more fishes surrounded your isolated space treasure. The nonchalant voice of Barbados rang out from the fantastic modern house Noah had built first as the demon empress had her feet up while relaxing at the same fluffy couches that a certain arrogant beast enjoyed as well. Noah turned his attention to the outside world where he found 3 large deep-sea creatures surrounding the spiritual land menacingly as they were attracted by the abundant explosion of energy during the upgrade. His eyes shined as he turned towards the other unlocked feature after the upgrade, wanting to try it out on these newly appearing mythical deep-sea creatures. Offensive maneuvers. The spiritual land becomes a tool for destruction. Features include beast armament and falling meteor. The feature was straightforward, giving 2 possibilities of attack. Noah looked at the newly advanced mythical beasts as his eyes shined. He would try the beast armament first. His thoughts were delivered into the spiritual land management. Unique skill as a blue and white light began to shine on the bodies of the emperor penguin and the other 6 newly advanced mythical beasts. A tremendous amount of mana left Noah's body as one of the moves of the offensive maneuvers feature was used. On the body of the arrogant penguin began to appear a snowy blue suit of armor. The material of the armor couldn't be discerned, only looking extremely resplendent and powerful as it went to fit his body like it was made for him. The winged spider also had its own specialized armor wrapping around its body, its many legs gaining jagged blades that shone with a red light. This scene repeated for all of the mythical beasts as powerful pieces of armor that let out maddening pressure appeared on their bodies. Excited howls were let out from the beasts as Noah gave the command to attack. The arrogant penguin led the charge as its body flashed with silver light and appeared outside the bubble of the spiritual land. Its flippers were now modified to have long serrated blades as they struck towards one of the mythical deep-sea creatures. A terrifying, winged spider, with fitted metal wings and sharp legs, a gloriously armored, Arctic fox, and all the other beasts rushed outside the spiritual land and pounced on the surrounding deep-sea creatures as the beasts were finally let out of the frozen plateau to battle their master's enemies. Chapter 179 Skill Combination at its best. Barbados kept her awareness on the figures of 7 mythical ranked beasties that had just advanced to that rank through the hands of this increasingly mysterious Atlantean. Her interest only continued to be piqued as she wandered around the exquisite houses seen all over the isolated treasure and all the luxuries they held. She didn't know how, but she continued to be surprised by the things the little fish continued to pull out. The battle in the water was particularly disastrous for the three deep-sea creatures that had neared the isolated space treasure, with the newly advanced beasties that the Atlanteans sent out actually having power at the peak of the mythical rank with the appearance of the new armor. The little bird shining with silver light was the most eye-catching one as it teleported across the waters and shredded the bodies of the large sea creatures with surprise attacks. Never would it be in one position for longer than 1 second as the battle was nearing its end just as it had begun. The sea creature facing the penguin let out a deathly howl as it fell under the oppressive strength, while the other two mythical creatures that were swarmed by 3 other armored beasts found themselves in the same situation. Just as it had begun, the battle quickly ended. Barbados looked at these now powerful beasts that could barely withstand her aura before but were now seemingly fully established in the mythical rank. Her expectations for the Atlantean were further increased by every second she continued to watch him. Just what else did he have up his sleeves? The use of beast armament was particularly powerful, giving the beasts power at the peak of mythical rank as Noah provided the mana to keep the transformation of the beasts active. This was just one of the ways to use the offensive maneuvers of the spiritual land. There was one more he could still use now, and even more to be unlocked in the future. He stopped providing energy as the grandiose pieces of armor began to fade from the bodies of the beasts as they carried the dead sea creatures back into the spiritual land. The arrogant penguin flashed by Noah's side with the bodies of the dead fish, making it 5 mythical creatures that came into Noah's possession just in the past few hours. Multiple skill books, cores, and items were brought by the Emperor Penguin, as Noah came to now hold 6 more skill books as well 4 items of the mythical rank. He placed them in the Sea Pearl, as soon as the penguin teleported them in front of him, looking forward to observing their details in a few minutes as he got started with using the 2-acre-long time-space. The beasts in this unique treasure were originally from the beast world, and they now held the same system of power from Noah's homeworld. This combination, as well as the uniqueness of the spiritual land, would allow for something rarely seen across worlds. They could upgrade their strength with cores and skill books just like Noah, and as long as their strength rose to the next level, he could upgrade the spiritual land once again. This made Noah excited and apprehensive at the same time, as he felt like he was breaking a tremendous amount of rules with the things he was about to do. It was unnatural and scary even as his mind mixed together the possibilities of the quick rise in the beast's strength, the usage of skill combination, and time dilation, and the many other features of the spiritual land. His heart palpitated just at the thought of it. His gaze landed towards Barbados that was nonchalantly going through the section of the spiritual land where he built Atlantean-style houses after going past the modern and ancient architecture he had been experimenting with during his downtime. His voice traveled towards her as he continued to observe her piqued interest. "I'll be improving my strength a little in the next few days. I can trust you to not destroy and kill anything if you become bored." Her ears twitched as she turned towards him from quite a distance below, before a nonchalant reply came. "I don't think I'll be bored for quite a while, little fish. Just provide me with some of that amazing food you made before every day until we get to the time limit of the contract and I'll be your best friend, you know." Noah listened to these words and he believed them, as they lined up with the personality he had watched in the many stolen memories. He nodded towards her and prepared to move to the underground section of the spiritual land while giving directions to the Emperor Penguin and other beasts to follow him. The beasts had more of a connection to the spiritual land and had a sense of what Noah was now trying to do as they moved excitedly. The figures flashed in a silver light that spread from the Emperor Penguin, as they all appeared outside the area of many erected monoliths that were connected to each other with thin blue lines. The monoliths encircled an area of 2 acres as they stood imposingly, a source of power that they hadn't come across before being felt. The 2 acres was a huge section of land where the manipulation of time would occur. Noah nodded his head with enthusiasm as his figure flashed into the middle of the large acres. The mana of the spiritual land master was required to activate and keep active the time dilation in this space, so Noah's nigh infinite mana broke the rules once again by allowing him to keep it active at all times. The beasts entered the large field of the time space as Noah closed his eyes and activated the long-awaited time dilation. A burst of blue light released from him as the thin lines connecting the many risen monoliths around the 2 circular acres of land equivalent to 871,000 square feet lit up. The area larger than 2 football fields was briefly covered with a blinding silver light as those in it felt something change, but they couldn't grasp what. Noah's mind that was connected to the spiritual land felt the distinct differences as it felt everything outside of the field they were in was going at 5 times slower speed. 5 hours here would be just an hour outside. His smile became wider as he confirmed this time difference, realizing he was about to do something world-breaking once more. Chapter 180 Skill Combination at its Best, 2. For someone that had been able to rapidly increase in strength every few days, time was the only enemy in becoming even stronger. Now, if time was something that they had plenty of, the results would be astounding. Noah continued to be a special case in this new environment as he could continue to spam and raise the proficiency of his skills at an insane degree. The beasts that were raising their skill proficiencies in the time-space, just as him would never be able to match his speed. In the time-space, an entire week had passed as Noah raised the proficiencies and combined multiple skills. He used a variety of ways to escape boredom as his own body was filled with energy while also having an undead stamina that made the idea of tiredness even further away from him. He first battled with the newly advanced mythical beasts until they were spent. The beasts found themselves not being able to match Noah even after they advanced to the same rank as him, the arrogant Emperor Penguin, hanging its head just a little lower as none of its surprise attacks went through. After they were about to run dry of energy, Noah activated the Beast Armament feature as the powers of the beasts instantly became boosted with terrifyingly fitted armor appearing on their bodies. When they fought with their armored forms, Noah had to activate all the 6 styles of the Mountain Sea sect's secret techniques just to keep up with the ferocious attacks of the beasts. But the results were spectacular. His skills continued to increase at a rapid rate while he gained more combat experience with them. There was also no sense of boredom as he battled the enthusiastic beasts who were raising their proficiencies just like him. The beasts were becoming more and more used to the boost provided by the Beast Armament feature of the spiritual land as they began to work in conjunction to deliver deadly blows. As for Noah, the skill combinations he was looking at were abundant, and his strength had begun its first phase of skyrocketing like never before. It was about to get plain ridiculous. First off were the 6 mythical skills that he learned for himself from the deaths of the mythical sea creatures that were lured by the burst of energy from the upgrade of the spiritual land as well as the ones Barbados brought in. The 6 skills that were already learned and had risen past 60 in proficiency in the past 7 days were Adamantine Skin, Titan's Regeneration, Metamorphosis, Thunder Distortion, Megalodon Transformation. Aside from the new skills that had already been risen past 60, his old mythical skills had already reached the required 100 proficiency, with a few of them already becoming combined. Mountain Sea Sect's 5th style Descent of the Emperor plus Mountain Sea Sect's 6th style Dragon Form Mythical plus Descent of the Dragon Emperor. Summon Creatures of the Deep plus Gigantification Mythical plus Summon Destructive Titans. Aside from the rapid and spectacular appearance of these new mythical plus skills, there were also many legendary plus combinations. Mountain Sea Sect's 3rd style Healing Water plus Mountain Sea Sect's 4th style Wings of the Sea Legendary plus Healing Wings. Whirlpool plus Hydrosyrokinesis Legendary plus Whirling Frozen Death. Corrupted Sigil of Hegemony plus Demon King's Hockey Legendary plus Demon King's Banner. There were also the skills that graduated from Epic Plus to become Legendary, as the spectacular efficiency of Skill Combination, added to Time Dilation, continued to exceed all expectations. Fiendish Sword Beast Transformation plus Summon Saint of Death Legendary, Summon Death Reaper. Destructive Domain plus Storm of Ice and Bones Legendary, Devastation. This was just in one continuous week of training and spamming of skills. This 1 week was only equivalent to a day and a half in the outside world. One of the things he did run into for the first time was not having equivalent skills to combine for the lower-ranked skills. There were many skills ranked epic and lower that would be considered null in any helpfulness towards Noah's level, but there were a few that he still used and continued to be crucial. Examples of these were the rank A, Language Comprehension, Recorder, Cook, as well as the rank S, Thought Acceleration, and Crisis Avoidance. They were skills that were not combat-related, but boosted his power and/or had their own usefulness. Noah continued to spend the days in the time-space as the proficiencies of skills continued to spike at a fast rate, coming out for an hour or 2 a day to entertain Barbados as he felt the thrill of visibly growing in power every day once more. In the first week he spent in the space affected by time dilation, which was equivalent to a day and a half in the outside world, he had gained 2 mythical plus skills and 3 legendary plus through combinations. The week after that, the 6 mythical skills that were more than halfway maxed during the first week had reached 100 and were also combined, producing another 3 mythical plus skills. Noah stopped spreading his focus to lower-ranked skills as he focused on achieving a phantasmal rank skill as soon as possible. Only legendary skills and higher continued to receive his attention and combination, as during the third week, after 21 days, he had multiple mythical plus ranked skills that were maxed in proficiency. 21 days. This was equivalent to 4 days in the outside world, and he had achieved the conditions to obtain a phantasmal ranked skill through skill combinations. For Noah, it did not matter if he had the strength of phantasmal rank, as long as he had a skill of that rank that required mana, he would dominate any average being in that rank. The beasts practicing with him in the time-space had only been able to raise 1 or 2 skills to mythical plus rank, and weren't anywhere near ready to combine skills to reach the phantasmal rank. They could not replicate his horrendous cheat of spamming skills continuously and simply watch as the proficiency rose every hour, and they were about to be left behind in rank once again. Noah looked at the additions of mythical plus skills that were now already maxed in proficiency as he chose carefully what his first phantasmal skill should be. Megalodon Transformation plus Metamorphosis Mythical plus Deep Sea Terror. Adamantine Skin plus Titan's Regeneration Mythical plus Titanium Body. Thunder Distortion plus Aura of Death Mythical plus A Rain of Death and Lightning. Besides these 3, he already held Descent of the Dragon Emperor and Summon Destructive Titan. Between these, which ones were compatible and would come together to form his first phantasmal skill? Chapter 181 Phantasmal. A terrifying sight was occurring in the underground area of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as powerful mythical beasts found their bodies sinking lower into the ground at the pressure that their master released. The arrogant penguin that normally had its beak raised high was looking towards the ground with clouded silvery eyes as it felt a hit to its confidence once more. Its beady eyes peered at the sight in front of it once more as the oppressive feeling was enforced. In the large space where time dilation was kept active, a ferocious kaiju was swiftly moving its 3 heads around the area as it acclimated to its new form. The body of the kaiju shone with a black metallic sheen as it looked extremely real, its power pressing down on everything around it. This was the phantasmal rank skill combined from Descent of the Dragon Emperor and Deep Sea Terror. The first phantasmal skill that Noah grasped was called the Dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. The form of a pinnacle 3-headed dragon is activated. The first head releases toxic poison that melts all it touches, the second head releases destructive lightning that shreds apart enemies, and the third head is blessed with the pinnacle control of the water element. The cast skill allowed Noah to feel a tremendous amount of power in the body of an enormous kaiju that felt like his own flesh and blood. It wasn't just a hazy outline of a dragon while he remained in his Atlantean form inside the body, but a completely transformational change when the skill was cast. It was extremely painful the first few seconds as his body expanded and changed forms, but after the transformation was complete, the power he felt could not be denied. He had to get used to the feeling of 3 heads as each of them had their own vision and could move independently. The skill, Thought Acceleration, granting him a huge help that allowed him to quickly adjust. He was about to continue testing the powers this new skill held when he felt a movement with his expanded senses that caused him to look in a certain direction. In the ceiling of the underground area of the spiritual land, a hazy red light had appeared as something looked to be drilling through the frozen ground. The figure of Barbados appeared grandly as her eyes piercingly looked for the tremendous pressure she felt when she was relaxing in a bubbling jacuzzi. Her eyes expanded to become even bigger as she saw the huge formation of monoliths surrounding a large area that pulsed with a mysterious power. She felt her heart beat faster as she recognized the type of power she was feeling in the area on top of the powerful aura of a 3-headed dragon. Her mind worked quickly as she came to multiple conclusions. Fucking hell, are you really some big-shot member of the Celestials? You were playing with the power of time down here this entire time. You jumped to Phantasmal in the span of a few days, and that's actually the least surprising thing. Just who the hell are you, little fish? Her figure was floating confidently in the air without a single thread of clothing as she showed off her full figure without any reservations. She didn't even bother placing anything on her body after coming out of the jacuzzi, her powerful body drilling through the layers of the spiritual land to reach the underground portion. Noah's tremendously large body that was the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, looked at this questionable figure he had entertained these past few days as his voice thundered out from his 3 draconic heads, the vibrations sending out waves of power that caused the sky to tremble. My identity remains the same as I told you, whether you believed me then or now doesn't matter. At this moment in time though, it means we can continue to move forward with the next phase of plans. His 3 heads were focused on different parts of the Demon Empress's body as he watched a gothic-dressed Dr. A.P.E over her as she moved closer to the field where Noah had deactivated, time dilation, her eyes shining with interest as she looked over his body that was larger than 20 meters. This is genuine phantasmal power, and extremely powerful at that. With this type of ability, your words might actually not be bullshit, little fish. She floated across the skies as she went around Noah and observed the pulsating monoliths around the large field. Hey, why don't we battle again so I can see just how powerful you've gotten? You could stand against me before, but if you can defeat me now, I'll even allow you to have a taste of the body of a demon empress your eyes feasted on just now. What do you say, little fish? Why don't we have another bout? Barbados's body was crackling with death energy as a red light expanded, her power bubbling and ready to go. Noah's ears perked up at her ridiculous words as his power pulsed out just as powerfully, her provocation riling up his own interest to test the power of his first phantasmal skill. We can test things again in the sea. After we're done we will head towards the location of the Trident of the Sea right away. Noah's thundering voice reverberated again as a silver light covered his large body, teleporting himself out of the spiritual land and into the dark waters of the abyssal zone. The powerful figure of the demon empress appeared right after and the waters around them began to vibrate. Noah activated the size regulation and anchor feature of the unique skill, spiritual land management, as the vibrant spiritual land reduced in size rapidly until it could barely be seen before it attached itself silently to his body. The battle intent from Barbados was high as she stopped being surprised by the things this Atlantean did and focused more on the contract that seemed to have more and more credibility as she observed more of this interesting being's strength. Haha, come on little fish, let's see just how much more of my interest you'll capture. Blazing red suns began appearing around her as destruction and mayhem began around them. Deathly energy was in the air as transparent figures began forming around her as well. These were the dread spirits that Barbados could summon and control under the usage of her ultimate skill. Their power was palpitating as Noah faced these attacks without fear this time. His body that was that of a kaiju roared with its 3 heads as a green poisonous light came from one head, purple lightning began to roar out from another, while a blue light shone powerfully in the other. Waves of destruction spread out in the dark waters as 2 powers of phantasmal rank clashed. Chapter 182 Krakeneye. Damn, little fish, what kind of messed up stamina is that? Sheesh. Words that the 8th ruler of the demon world never expected to say to another being of the same rank as her came out of her mouth. The problem was that this wasn't the first time these words were said in the past few hours. The first time these words were uttered from Barbados's mouth was after an entire hour of deadly skills clashing against one another in the dark waters of the abyssal zone as Noah adapted to his terrific new phantasmal skill. The body of the kaiju had extreme defenses while its heads let out terrible attacks. Noah was able to withstand the blazing suns that Barbados threw as well as the dreadful spirits she continued to summon. This continued until a sense of exhaustion filled the body of the demon empress and she was looking towards Noah with a frightening light in her eyes. He did not seem to have any sense of tiredness as the large 3 heads looked down at her menacingly. After this came the second battle where the demon empress acted on her earlier words of letting the Atlantean have a taste of something he had been feasting his eyes on earlier that day. This battle took even longer than the first one. This battle too, she had lost. Noah looked at the exhausted figure of Barbados lying on the bed as he moved out once again. He breathed out as he felt better after cooping himself in the time-space for the past 21 days of constant training. He had never entertained the idea of Barbados before, and just went along with the flow after he tested his phantasmal strength for the first time. Even now he didn't feel any sense of attachment, just slight guilt as he thought about a certain queen that was leading a kingdom and a portion of the smooth establishment of relations with his homeworld. He shook his head as his figure began to disappear in a silver light, his voice coming across before he disappeared from the spiritual land. I'll move first. I'll call you out if your aid is needed. Yeah, I'm more interested to play around in this isolated space treasure than go searching for ugly fish in the bottom of the sea anyways. Noah fully disappeared as he heard the reply and found himself in the dark waters of the abyssal zone once more. His mind continued to think about the future as he considered which of the other maxed mythical plus skills could be combined to make another extremely powerful phantasmal skill. The spiritual land was shrunk down and anchored to him once more as he moved deeper into the abyssal zone, this time confident of his chances if he met the terrible beast that most likely knew the whereabouts of the Trident of the Sea. The oceans were vast and wild, with many species running rampant in the deeper waters. The figure of an Atlantean Noah was currently facing a large swarm of fearsome-looking, dark piranhas that always moved in large groups. He had been moving across the waters of the abyssal zone for the past few days, coming across various deep-sea creatures that only went further to add more skill books, items, and cores into his collection. He was saving many of them for a few figures that popped into his mind, and he planned to do something big after he got his hands on the Trident of the Sea. Only a week remained before the forces that were led by the first-ranked ruler of the demon world, Baal, would reach Atlantis. This was a force comprised of demons and their arrogant allies, the cultivators. Noah's mind moved fast, thinking about all of these things as he cut down the legendary ranked piranhas around him using Mythical Plus skills and his new additions of mythical skills over the past few days. He had come across 2 mythical beasts that provided him with an additional 3 skills, cores, and some items. The additional skills were great to look at. Defiance, a ring full of baleful energy surrounds you. Your defenses cannot be penetrated as long as the ring is active. Resplendent speed, a streak of light is all that can be observed by the untrained eye as your movements chase after the most supreme speed possible. Phasing, damage from physical attacks are reduced by 90% while the phase state is active. The skills only served to make him want to seclude himself into the time-space so he could max their proficiencies and combine once more, but he focused on continuing to search for the beast at the bottom of the abyssal zone. He was now entering a depth where he found fewer and fewer creatures, indicating that he was going in the right direction. Those weaker would steer clear of the home of one of the calamities of the sea. The further down he went, the more careful he became as his crisis avoidance had already become active with a slight ringing. The ringing was very light and never increased, which put him in an alert state as he felt something would soon occur. He stopped in the depth of the sea as the dark waters moved around him, a slight blue sheen making his Atlantean body visible in the darkness. The Kraken was something that the old King Neptune had befriended. If Noah did not have to fight such a beast, he wouldn't actively look for a fight. But his skills were ready at a second's notice if anything dangerous were to occur. The waters around him were slightly vibrating as they seemed to signal the arrival of something. No, not the arrival, just the appearance. Because it was already there. A sharp light flashed through Noah's eyes as he began seeing the form of something huge make itself visible all around him. His crisis avoidance was still only letting out a faint signal, meaning no heavy malicious intent was being thrown towards him, but the appearance of dark shining skin almost seemed to say otherwise. Like a never-ending wall was blooming in front of his eyes, the shining skin of a tremendous behemoth that was melded with the environment was becoming visible. The body covered the entire region in front of Noah as behind him appeared tremendously long arms that could only be tentacles. They appeared and seemed to wriggle endlessly as they looked both slippery and sharp, waving along the waters as they covered the entire area. What looked to be a wall in front of Noah suddenly had 2 maddeningly powerful red eyes snap wide open as an oppressive force finally spread out in the dark waters. It was a terrifying sight in the depths of the abyssal zone as one of the calamities of the sea, the Kraken, appeared. It wasn't just powerful, it could also completely erase its entire aura and become invisible at a moment's notice. A booming voice roiled out in the dark waters as the red eyes shone with a dangerous light. What kind of worthless seeker has to be sought out? Chapter 183 Kraken 2. The voice was strong and seemed to cover everything around the dark waters, the vibrations causing the sea to tremble as the power of one of the calamities of the sea registered. Noah actually felt relieved inside at these words as they affirmed a connection between Atlantis and this beast. Only a second passed before he replied. Per the will of King Neptune, I've been searching the entirety of the abyssal zone for the friend he mentioned. A moment passed as Noah's words rang out. The booming voice came out right after. A friend. Humph, that dumbass wouldn't know a friend from an enemy. But it matters not right now. Enemies are circling in all directions, and the favored children of the sea are dumb and weak enough to not be able to defend their own homes. There was a trace of wrath and disappointment in the calamity's voice as the many tentacles wriggled powerfully around them. So weak and helpless that I had to leave my dwelling where I should have been waiting for a worthy seeker to start moving out myself, such a fucking joke. What does the world see in such weak creatures? You could all die for all I care. Noah felt a slight trembling around him as the red eyes of the calamity became slightly cloudy, sensing another tremendous energy appear just for an instant. Humph, whatever. The Kraken's eyes focused on Noah as they looked through every corner, seemingly trying to pierce through all the secrets. All right, Atlantean, prove your worthiness. The words boomed out in the dark waters as Noah felt his blood pumping. The attitude of the disgruntled calamity that seemed to be acting under the will of the world showed many possibilities as Noah moved, casting the second phantasmal skill he combined while he was moving across the abyssal zone these past few days. Through the combination of the mythical plus skills, Summon Destructive Titan, and a Rain of Death and Lightning, a new terrifying skill was born. Summon Titans of the Abyss, a calamity filled with death is accompanied by another filled with wrathful lightning. Those that stand in their master's path will only face death and destruction. The sea trembled as Noah provided the obscene amount of energy required to activate this skill, allowing for the appearance of two tremendously large behemoths that pushed away the swirling tentacles of the calamity of the sea. The dark waters roiled and became murky as dark energy pulsed out from one, while thunderous purple lightning spread out into the waters from the other. Their appearance was that of Triassic monstrosities that were just slightly smaller than those considered kaijus in this world. The one filled with lightning had three purple glowing tails stretching out sharply, with a square head that had piercing horns stretching from both ends. The Abyss Titan filled with death energy looked even more terrifying, exhibiting a face that systematically opened like a blooming flower after every second, inside of it resting poisonous blue eyes that appeared and disappeared. Oh! A nonchalant voice thundered out from the Kraken as Noah summoned out two phantasmal ranked Abyss Titans that were only half its size. Noah wasn't done though, as his own body began bubbling, something seemingly wanting to break out. The dictatorial Kaiju Hydra was initiated as the dark waters churned, the tight tentacles surrounding the area being pushed back even further as the three-headed dragon larger than 20 meters made its appearance. The three heads cracked with power as what seemed to be three tremendously powerful beasts appeared in the abyssal zone. The wriggling tentacles came to a standstill as the huge kraken that was still a few meters larger than Noah's Hydra form and even the maddeningly powerful figures of the two summoned Abyss Titans stood against them. It seemed like a tremendously powerful battle was imminent as the waters in the dark sea trembled, various colorful destructive lights appearing in each of the three heads that Noah sported when a snort rang out from the calamity of the sea. "Humph, that's enough, little Atlantean." Noah, who was about to pounce, was startled at these words as the attacks he was preparing were stopped. "You can summon pets that seem to hold unheard of my power while your ability to change into this form gives you even greater strength than them. That's good enough for me." Noah was surprised at the turn of events as a blue light spread out from the Kraken and lit up the surrounding area. "What, did you actually want to fight?" The abyssal eyes of the Kraken shone with a deathly light at Noah's surprised faces as an overwhelming pressure crushed down around the sea once again. Noah felt a slight tingle from this as he replied, "No, I just never thought the requirements set up by King Neptune would be so easy." There was a period of silence as the pressure from the calamity of the sea faded and the dangerous light died down, a less thundering voice coming out. "Humph, he was a fool in life and the same in death. At his deathbed, all he requested was for another child of the sea who could handle the power of the trident. Now, the requirements are even lesser as all of you are about to die anyways." "Ha, all right, come here." A completely different image of the powerful beast dwelling in the sea was broken in Noah's mind as he found the attitude of the Kraken to be pessimistic and tired. He released his transformation and unsummoned the Abyss Titans as another startling sight played itself in front of him. The dark waters trembled as the calamity of the sea in front of Noah began shining in a dark light, its body beginning to shrink down until it reached less than 2 meters. It was a surprising sight as it now looked like a normal squid with 8 arms and 2 tentacles that were much longer floating around. The 2 longer tentacles came together as a blue light began shining, forming into the shape of a door that stood radiantly in the dark waters. The thunderous voice of the Kraken had changed into a squeaky one as it ushered Noah toward the newly created door. "Hurry up, we have to go save your little city as soon as you finish inheriting that shining fork." Noah followed the now miniaturized calamity of the sea into the glowing blue door as the task of finding the trident of the sea managed to be much easier than he expected. Chapter 184 Trident of the Sea. The scene changed as the moment the figures of Noah and the miniature Kraken passed through the door. They appeared in a sparkling underwater cave that shone with resplendent light. "Don't touch a single thing and just follow me." The Kraken continued in a gruff but squeaky voice from its smaller body as they floated through what looked to be many treasures below them towards the peak, where a blinding blue and gold light sat majestically. It seemed like they were ascending a gold mountain as Noah found luxurious gems, exquisite armors, and golden glowing items spread across all around the underwater cave. At the peak of this cave was a golden trident that shone in a blinding light, making one only able to see its outline but not its shape in its entirety. The miniature kraken that now looked like a dark large squid stopped near the trident as it turned towards Noah. The little fork is supposed to have many mysteries, where I'm supposed to tell you a story about how only those that are worthy will be able to lay their hands on it and use its power, but it's all bullshit. Flat words continued to come out of the kraken's mouth as it utterly disregarded the trident of the sea, letting out tremendous waves of power in front of them. It had nothing to do with being worthy, it just needs someone with an abundant amount of energy as its master in order to exhibit its powers to the fullest. Go on now, let's see if you have the minimum required energy to wield it. The tentacles pushed Noah forward as he squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the golden shining trident floating in front of him. A sense of adrenaline was coursing through him as he was able to get his hands on something this powerful so easily. He steadied his heart as his hand reached out towards the gorgeously floating trident. When his hands wrapped around it, a change occurred. A blinding circular light spread out as he felt mana draining from his body into the trident his hand clasped. An absurd amount of mana that reminded him when he was continuously activating and replenishing the time dilation feature of the spiritual land was going into the trident endlessly. Only after an entire few seconds passed did the trident stop releasing the golden light as it began pulsing with a blue hue. The kraken floating behind Noah looked at this with sharp eyes as its now squeaky voice rang out again. Is it broken? I expected it to drain you to your knees before it accept. Before the words could even finish, the pulsating blue hue mixed with gold and went on to cover the entire treasure cave they were in as the trident of the sea accepted a new master. It did not have any large requirements, only for its user to have enough energy to be able to use it. Noah opened his eyes to feel the golden trident that felt weightless in his hands as a set of words began to appear in his field of vision. Trident of the sea, a pinnacle treasure in the sea that allows its user to remain unrivaled against all enemies. Attack and defensive capabilities are quintupled while equipped. Usable abilities include Heart Piercer, Plasma Beam, Command of the Sea, Loved by Water, and Spatial Lock. Heart Piercer, the trident moves like a flash of light, targeting the origin of the enemy. Plasma Beam, a highly conductive and concentrated beam of plasma that only leaves destruction in its wake. Command of the Sea, the water surrounding you can be influenced by a huge extent. Loved by Water, the veil of secrecy between the master of the trident and the element of water becomes thin. Spatial Lock, space becomes hindered and locked as no enemies can escape your grasp. A sense of exhilaration filled Noah as he read through the features of the treasure that many people were chasing. He swung it around him. Practice with that for the next few days before we set off for Atlantis. If they manage to be destroyed before we get there, they deserve it for being so damn weak. The kraken voiced out as it watched Noah swinging the powerful trident around. Waves of gold and blue were spreading out as Noah became more and more used to swinging the trident of the sea around the water. In another location, a group of powerful people letting out maddening auras of power moved silently. One group was from the Mountain Sea sect with the martial Uncle Dylan in the lead. His robes were fluttering in the water as he looked towards the second group of cultivators he was traveling with. This group of cultivators was a shadowy force that didn't make themselves visible to the outside world for too long. Martial Uncle Dylan had been pondering these past weeks why they made this trip to the lost world of Atlantis, but did not come up with any leads. A huge battle was about to occur, so he became straightforward and simply brought himself to ask the one leading the second group of cultivators in the lost world, Sect Master Inuit. Your sect does not in any way use the techniques related to the law of water. Why exactly did you come to the lost world of Atlantis? Because I am sure the supreme treasure is not your goal. They were quite a distance away, but his voice traveled from his lips into the ears of Sect Master Inuit in a matter of seconds. The sect master that he was addressing was a middle-aged man with a calm expression and an otherworldly aura. He seemed to not have a single worry in his life as he moved with the group of cultivators behind him who adopted similar expressions of calmness and strength. A delightful smile covered his face as this sect master Inuit replied. You are right, my friend, it is not the supreme treasure that I'm here for. I am here for something else, or rather someone else. This reply made Martial Uncle Dylan close his eyes and squint towards this sect master. His words did not make anything clear and just added another layer of mystery. Sect Master Inuit was the leader of one of the most powerful and hidden sects in the world of cultivation. It was a sect that focused on and pondered the laws of karma. Cultivators that mysteriously searched for cause and effect. What exactly had they found out? What had their techniques told them that made them come to search the lost world of Atlantis not for the supreme treasure, but instead look for a being Who exactly was this sect master of the karmic sect looking for? There were many questions that were swimming in Marshal Uncle Dylan's mind, but Sect Master Inuit didn't offer any more guidance as the two forces from the world of cultivation moved forward to meet the forces of the demon world. Their aims were the same, and they might even become enemies after the location of the treasure was found, but for now, they moved with a singular purpose, to rain down destruction on the city at the center of the lost world. Chapter 185 Meeting. As Noah was adapting to the trident of the sea, he turned towards the miniaturized kraken and said, "I actually have a treasure that will give us some more time to prepare before we head out for Atlantis, as well as a way to get us to the city whenever we wish." The kraken put on a surprise expression as it replied, "Oh, you actually have more that I haven't seen, little Atlantean." Noah smiled while he removed the spiritual land from his body and anchored it onto the top of the hill where many treasures lay in the underground cave. "It is an isolated space treasure that I came upon when I was traveling. It holds all sorts of marvels, but I have yet to fully figure all of them out. I'll bring you in now, don't resist." There was a flash of light passing through the red eyes of the kraken as a silver light covered both his body and Noah's, and they both disappeared from the underground treasure cave and into the spiritual land. They appeared in the skies of the frozen plateau spiritual land as a weird image played out where a 2-meter-tall squid was floating in the air with no problems. It looked around the respondent lights and the fields of white. The many cries of beasts that could be heard in the distance, as well as the powerful auras that could be felt around the spiritual land. Before the beast could continue observing the spiritual land any further, Noah's voice came out once again. "I also wanted to introduce to you one of my trump cards against invaders that are heading for Atlantis. Don't be too surprised or act irrationally when you meet them." Noah was planning many things in his mind, and for the success of the battle to come, he would make sure there were no uncertainties and all the usable pieces were known beforehand. But his voice didn't even finish registering before the red figure of Barbados appeared in the skies. "Wow wow, little fish. Did you bring yet another meal for you to cook and enjoy?" The playfulness was apparent in Barbados's tone as she looked interestingly at the kraken and licked her lips. Instantly, a maddeningly powerful pressure descended onto the spiritual land as the kraken looked carefully towards the newly appeared figure and then turned towards Noah. "You have a wench with a similar scent as the invaders in your so-called isolated space treasure. You better explain yourself, and it will have to be very quick. Otherwise, I'll be killing the next successor of the Trident of the Sea just a few minutes after he inherits it." Noah remained with a calm expression as he looked between the kraken and Barbados as their auras clashed against one another, their power palpitating. The mocking voice of Barbados came out first. "Oh, this little squid is actually talking about me. Does it really think it has what it takes to stand on the same level as me?" Noah didn't let any more exchange of words continue as he voiced out, "Yes, I was able to come to an agreement with this invader as a tool for us to take down the leaders of demons that are leading the charge against Atlantis. She had important information and skill sets that will go a long way for the coming battle. I have her under an unbreakable contract, which means I also have her under control." He said these words towards the kraken while he sent another set of words towards Barbados. "Be good. If you do well enough, then I'll make you more food today. Otherwise, I'm never going to cook for you again." A shocked face appeared on Barbados as this silent communication reached her ears. Her playful face soon changed to that of pouting as she seemed to struggle in her mind. Her face turned serious right after and she nodded her head. She looked towards the kraken as she bowed and said with an impassive face, "Nice to meet you, dear squid. I am the 7th ruler of the demon world, the necromancer of chaos. The one kept under the rule of Baal for hundreds of years, the one that is seeking freedom and going to the great lengths of betrayal to obtain it. A wretch, perfidious, and a rotten woman. I am Barbados." A shining light passed through the kraken's eyes as its power searched through Barbados's words and then turned to look at Noah with an unusual expression. A period of silence passed as the oppressive pressure was lifted and the squeaky voice of the kraken rang out. "I don't give a damn as long as those aiming their sword at Atlantis dies. It matters not to me how it is done or who is involved in their downfall. All I need to do is accomplish my mission of making sure you worthless children of the sea that apparently have enough time to be forming relations with invaders do not die wretched deaths." He turned to Noah as he continued. "Now, you mentioned you had something that would give us more time and an instant path towards Atlantis. What exactly were you talking about?" Noah smiled at the de-escalating of the situation as a silver light spread out, covering the three of them as they all disappeared and then appeared in the middle of the large field surrounded by many monoliths. This is one of the most unique things I've come across in this isolated space treasure. There is this location that actually allows me to manipulate time to a certain extent. I can train with the Trident as well as boost any of my powers here, and during this time you can tell us more about your purpose and what you planned for the defense of Atlantis before we head out. Noah looked at the faces of the two beings that were looking around the field of time-space as he thought of his own ambitions. He continued to voice out his thoughts as he observed the figures of two peak phantasmal ranked beings. We can understand each other's strengths and share the knowledge we have about the enemy so we are prepared for the coming battle. We have a singular goal beside the defense of Atlantis, and that is the complete and utter downfall of the one calling himself the oppressive tyrant, the ruler of the demon world, Baal. A nod came from the head of the Kraken as it observed the surroundings with interest, while Barbados was floating in the skies with a bored expression as she looked far in the distance towards the white layer that covered this underground portion of the isolated space treasure, her mind on the comfortable jacuzzi in the upper layer that she regretted leaving. The squeaky voice of the Kraken came out as three phantasmal ranked individuals held a meeting that would decide the fate of Atlantis. First off are the other calamities of the sea beside me that will be making their way to that shiny city of yours. Movements, meetings, and plans were underway as multiple forces prepared to clash against each other. Neither side had yet to know just how catastrophic the result of everything would be. Chapter 186: A Coming War. The establishment of relations between two worlds was going at an accelerated pace as individuals from the Beast World and Noah's homeworld worked in conjunction to increase their knowledge and power. There was a smooth transition as the governments and ruling parties of the two worlds put aside their differences to work together for a greater goal. Of course, it was not all smooth sailing and there were still a few hiccups here and there, but the majority of things remained in a positive direction. It was much easier to keep people in line when you had a few specific people much more powerful than them to use force if needed. Power was the only thing that was respected at this moment in time, as it was what was required in order for everyone to continue living in peace. There were still many crooked and nasty people in the two worlds, but they did not find themselves in the highest positions of power in this new advancing era. Thus, the two worlds continued their sharing of knowledge and trading of skill books, items, and cores as they advanced their power. Things became even more hectic a few days ago as the wills of the worlds relayed the message that they would soon be actively moving. This came as a shock to even the highest echelons of strength in the beast world as the three remaining mythical beasts found a hard task placed on their shoulders. They knew the strength their enemies held, but they trusted the world they were born in even more. Even though there was some slight hesitation, they followed the directions while knowing their own homes would not lead them to destruction. In the Frozen Kingdom, the Dark Sword, Kazuhiko was moving busily as he tried to form a party of powerful beast girls unsuccessfully. He was only able to find one fox-eared girl who worked as a mercenary, with the rest of the people who offered to help him being burly human mercenaries or beastmen that wanted to serve their new queen as best as they could. The main goal in his mind was still clear though, and it was the acquisitions of a spiritual land. He learned of the secrets and intricacies from Noah, and his goal of obtaining a spiritual land for himself was achieved a week after his arrival in the Frozen Kingdom. There were still two nests in the surroundings of the Frozen Kingdom that were actually spiritual lands without owners. Kazuhiko targeted one of these nests as he used the knowledge Noah gave him to quickly take down an epic ranked beast and become a contender for the trial of supremacy of the spiritual land. The process thereafter was not too complicated as all he had to do was to face a similar battle as Noah where he had to fight multiple beasts and show that he was unrivaled in the epic rank. Kazuhiko was one of the human beings that received special attention from the planetary core in Noah's homeworld, and he had his own boosted strength that allowed him to exhibit strength much higher than average when in the same rank. In a bit over a week, it marked the second human being in history to receive ownership of a spiritual sand. A unique skill similar to the one that Noah received had appeared under Kazuhiko's attribute panel, although he would not be able to use it as effectively as Noah. He had a huge headache as he looked at the number of energy that was required just to do the simplest of things. As for the way to upgrade the rank of the spiritual land, well, he would call upon Noah when the time comes to get some help. Many more events were occurring all over the beast world as the incoming humans and beasts worked together to increase their strength. Steel Mikhail was advancing in the mythical kingdoms with the help of the Imperial Phoenix. He was able to achieve ownership of his own spiritual land in a similar time frame as Kazuhiko. Not too long after, they received the grandiose gift of legendary cores from Noah, who was performing the task of traveling across worlds as if it was nothing. It wouldn't take him even a minute to activate the unique skill, spatial travel, before he arrived in a different world to leave behind cores, skill books, and items. With the advent of these gifts, their strength that remained stagnant in the epic rank was able to be propelled forward at a quick pace after the acquisition of their spiritual lands, breaking through into the legendary rank in no time. As for the 3 remaining mythical beasts, they continued to increase their knowledge of the new system of power that allowed their strength to shoot up explosively by combining the many skills that they had been using over the years. An even more interesting sight opened itself in the beast world as its inhabitants normally formed their own skills after years of learning how to manipulate mana in specific ways. This made it so that those who were extremely talented were able to see a new skill appear in their attribute panel out of their own making. Manipulating mana in complex ways to create a skill was easy to do for lower-ranked skills, but became exponentially harder when trying to create anything legendary or above. Many beings in the beast world shook their heads in exasperation after they found the ease of gaining skills simply by absorbing a skill book, without going through days or months of hard work just to create a single skill, but those at the peak of power thought much differently. The 3 remaining mythical beasts looked at the ease of this new system of power while also looking back to how they created skills of their own at the stage they were at. If they were to use their skill of manipulating mana to create extremely compatible skills to use in conjunction with skill combination, a scary thought came when looking at the possibilities of this endeavor. They had achieved multiple mythical plus rank skills and were trying their hardest to raise the proficiency of these skills in order to combine them for the possibility of attaining the phantasmal rank. They wanted to raise their strength quickly because the message that their worlds had released to them was very clear. Within the next few weeks, another gate that connected to a foreign world would be created. But this gateway would not lead to a friendly world, this gateway would lead to the enemy they held huge hatred of, this gateway would lead to the demon world. Just as the inhabitants of the demon world were able to establish a connection with the beast world to send down its rulers, it served to also build a connection that allowed the planetary core of the beast world to know the location of the demon world. Through the use of a tremendous amount of essence, recreating the channel that would lead to the demon world could be done with ease. To prepare for this possible future, many events were occurring in the background, with a large number of moving pieces. The planetary cores of the beast world and Noah's homeworld were receiving all the knowledge that Noah came across as he moved in the lost world of Atlantis. The possible sequence of future events was planned from here. At this moment in time, one of the more crucial events that was being looked at was the result of the clash between Baal and Atlantis. There was a tremendous amount of confidence that the 2 worlds had when it came to Noah and the incoming battle between him and the ruler of the demon world. The results of this battle could provide a huge disruption that would give a prime opportunity to attack the demon world. They would be getting ready to move as soon as the results of the battle were clear, and Noah would lead the way for a glorious charge towards the home of their enemies. Schemes and plans were put in place as pieces were moved here and there, but would things really go as planned? Chapter 187 Opposing Forces Near. In the dark waters of the lost world, the oppressive tyrant, Baal, had met with the forces of the cultivators as they made their way towards the city of technology and magic. It was an oppressive force that was spreading throughout the sea as they came across empty underwater cities with the merfolk and the Atlanteans already evacuated. Anything of value like weaponry or any advanced technology was already taken along with the evacuated inhabitants. The demon legions left nothing in their wake as they destroyed anything they came across and searched the cities in the entirety. Their goal remained the same as they looked like a sharp spear that was aimed towards Atlantis. With their movements getting closer, those facing their assault in Atlantis were moving even faster. The Ocean Master was sending out many commands and looking at the defensive lines around the city. Many more hydro cannons were implanted in the walls as military warships and submarines were positioned and ready. At the entrance of the city were tremendously large golden statues that protected the glowing road that led through the heavily fortified triangular gate that pulsed with an energy barrier. The statues had not moved an inch for years, with only a few older Atlanteans and merfolk knowing a few secrets about them. One was a green merfolk that stood strongly looking forward with a golden trident in hand that was eerily similar to a treasure that many people had been looking for. The other was an Atlantean equipped with a battle armor shining purple and gold as he held the largest plasma gun pointing out into the sea. These were the same statues that Noah had seen when he first arrived in Atlantis, but there was a slight change in these statues today. A pulse of light seemed to be appearing and disappearing in their blank eyes as they continued to stand motionlessly beside the gate. Past the gates, legions of Atlanteans and merfolk riding golden, killer whales, menacing, great white sharks, were prepared as Atlanteans and merfolk got ready for the fight of their lives. The Ocean Master's mind drifted to one exceptional Atlantean that had recently become a seeker. Would he be able to succeed in the quest of bringing back the Trident of the Sea into the hands of its children? The body of the Ocean Master crackled with phantasmal power as he showed no ounce of weakness, his figure floating grandly atop the underwater palace as he oversaw the moving figures of the city and the many advanced weaponry they were carrying. The incoming flow of Atlanteans and merfolk from surrounding cities was occurring in a calm and collected manner as they went through an orderly process to obtain temporary lodgings in Atlantis. Everything seemed to be taken care of as they waited for the arrival of their enemies. A rumbling sound could be heard at this instant as the Ocean Master's face turned hard and he looked towards one direction. Above the city of Atlantis, a tremendously large figure of a kaiju had appeared. This one had a weird shape, looking more like a mixture of an eel and an iguana. Its body sparkled with blue lightning as it looked down towards Atlantis and let out a snort. Nothing thereafter was said as it took its position in a corner of the large glowing city of Atlantis, looking in one direction at the enemy that will be coming soon. Not long after, another kaiju appeared and nodded towards the one that had just arrived, taking a position in another corner of the city after the acknowledgement. This was the terrifying, cassiterite shark that put the megalodon to shame as its body was more than 30 meters with teeth that were the same size as some buildings. Its body sparkled with crystalline armor as it swam majestically around Atlantis. These were the calamities of the sea that the will of the lost world had called upon for help after one of their brothers was killed by the demon emperor that was leading his forces here. The words of Baal had been relayed to all of them as they learned of the being's ruthlessness firsthand. They would make their stand against the invaders aiming for Atlantis so that the threat of this enemy could be taken care of for good. The arrival of two calamities of the sea that many Atlanteans and merfolk had heard about as a child put the Ocean Master on edge, before he calmed down as he saw their movements were for the protection of Atlantis. He recalled the old legends of these calamities being the defenders of the world. He had never realized just how true these legends were. After the two, more calamities of the sea continued to arrive after a few hours, and even more after a day. On the day when it was the most tense as the force of demons and cultivators neared, 5 calamities had arrived. In the surroundings of the city of Atlantis, the one singular feature of the 5 powerful beings of phantasmal rank they had across the board was their extremely enormous sizes. One of the calamities was a large stingray that had the longest tail, seeming even bigger than the length of his entire body as it wrapped around the surrounding sea as a net. Another calamity had lava bubbling out of its body as the seawater around it became heated just from its appearance. The 5th one was something rarely seen for its size, something that was enormous but at the same time seemed very harmless. It was a being covered in gold and blue colors. It was a commonly seen goldfish. It had streaks of blue and gold running across its body as it floated majestically in the waters. Its body was more than 25 meters large, giving a grandiose look of a shining beacon of gold and blue light that moved above the city of Atlantis. 5 calamities of the sea had arrived to make the final stand against the incoming invaders. One of their brothers was killed by the terrible ruler of the demon world that only left destruction in his wake. The other calamity that was yet to be seen was the one that took the title of the oldest calamity, that was the Kraken. Chapter 188 Demon and Cultivators at the Gates. There was a sense of apprehension and uncertainty in the waters as 5 calamities of the sea swam in the waters above the shining city of magic and technology that was Atlantis. The Ocean Master was at the forefront with legions of Atlanteans and merfolk commanders riding killer whales and battle sharks, as well as many other deep-sea creatures. Gloriously shining hydro cannons lined the entirety of the walls of the city of Atlantis with many Atlanteans carrying plasma guns spread throughout. An oppressive feeling had begun to appear from a distance not too far away as the people wishing them harm neared. The area surrounding Atlantis that was normally lit up by a gorgeous blue color from the advanced weapons and barriers that surrounded the entire city was gradually being pervaded by a shade of red as powerful figures drew closer and closer to the city. The first one to become visible to the inhabitants of Atlantis was a powerful demon wearing an exquisite suit of armor. It let out a glorious red light that seemed to be pushing away the normal blue colors of the sea. Not a single weapon was in his hands as he stood grandly in the sea overlooking the 5 phantasmal ranked beings floating above the waters of Atlantis. His eyes seemed to show great interest towards the 5 calamities, as a devouring light passed through his eyes. More and more figures began to appear around him as his eyes wandered over his target today. Rulers of the demon world of various ranks started to line up behind him with their demon legions filled with orcs, goblins, trolls, and many other ferocious-looking creatures. The pervading red light from the forces of demons continued to intrude the area as the dark sea seemed to be clashing with two opposing forces. Some of the demon legions were riding on creatures commonly known in the demon world. It was the fearsome behemoths that were larger than 10 meters. Behemoths were capable of flight and were normally the perfect beasts to ride into battle. Their bodies were shining red and looking extremely disfigured and bloated, but the flat surface on their back was being occupied by many powerful demons. Aside from Baal, there were other rulers at the phantasmal rank that were in the lost world with him. There was the fearsome-looking giant that was the Orc Emperor, and ranked third, it was Prince Visago. Riding on another behemoth was the ruler at the 9th rank that was known as Empress Paimon. She had a tremendously bountiful figure that would cause the envy of many women as she stood on a chair made of bones. Baal had pulled all the stops as besides them, 2 more rulers of the phantasmal rank had recently left their missions on other worlds to descend into the lost world of Atlantis. Ranked 4th and 12th, it was respectively the cruel monarch, Samigina, and the seductress, Citri. The lineup of the rulers of the demon world was unexpectedly 5 phantasmal-ranked individuals, with many other rulers in the mythical and legendary ranks filling up the ranks of their army. More than half of the power of one world was congregated in the lost world for Baal's purposes. It did not take long before hundreds of thousands of figures different from the demons also began to appear in the dark waters. The other group of invaders were the ones that studied the laws of the world at a very young age and had arrogance ingrained in their bones. It was the cultivators. Martial Uncle Dylan and Sect Master Inuit had also arrived at the scene. From the Mountain Sea Sect, Martial Uncle Dylan brought 2 other martial uncles at the Golden Transformation realm that was equivalent to the phantasmal rank. Although their mysterious use of laws made them much more formidable opponents of the same level. There were also lower-ranked martial uncles at the Rebirth realm, mythical, and their disciples that were surrounded by colorful bubbles of air that pushed out the dark waters. The other group of cultivators were more mysterious, having calm expressions as they looked over the many beings congregating here today. This was the group of cultivators from the Karmic sect. Their bodies had thin barriers of transparent light that made them stand out even more in the dark waters as they stood orderly behind their sect master. Sect Master Inuit had a calm smile on his face as his eyes wandered across the many beings in front of him. A white light occasionally passed through his eyes as he seemed to be using a mysterious skill to look for something or someone. After a few seconds, he shook his head in slight frustration and regained his usual calm as he went back to his normal expression. He had not found what he was looking for. Something interesting to understand was the title of the 2 leaders of cultivators in the Lost World. From the Mountain Sea sect, there was a prominent martial uncle leading divisions of the sect, while from the Karmic sect, someone with the title of Sect Master was leading their forces. A being with the title of Sect Master in the world of cultivation was never one to look down on, and yet his forces remained the quietest in this incoming battle as they reined in their auras and continued looking forward calmly. This was a force that many people were overlooking at this moment in time. Baal had overlooked them as just another set of arrogant cultivators he could use and work with before their relationship eventually fell apart after they found the location of the trident. Martial Uncle Dylan had a sense of apprehension as he knew a bit more about the mysteriousness of the Karmic sect in the world of cultivation, but even he did not give the sect master the proper attention. This single mysterious sect master would be a huge factor in the events to unfold, and yet almost nobody knew anything about him. At this moment in time though, another commotion arose as within the ranks of demon legions, pairs of green lights began to appear en masse as they indicated the arrival of something terrible. A harumph came out of Baal's mouth as he looked back and saw tens of thousands of undead stand with the forces of other demons closely. The dense amounts of green eyes continued to swim closer as more than 100,000 undead appeared among the ranks of demons, making the eyes of the defenders of Atlantis turn sour. The calamities of the sea looked at all this closely as their bodies pulsed with power, indicating they would move at any moment. A moment passed as the movements of the undead finished, and a red light began to bloom near Baal's position as a gorgeous figure of someone who could barely be 19 or 20 years of age appeared. A red dress was Dr. A.P. Ed over her body as the Necromancer of Chaos, Barbados, appeared. Haha, the main event has appeared, so why don't we get this show on the road? She had a playful expression as she appeared in the dark waters packed with multiple phantasmal ranked beings. Chapter 189 The Last Calamity appears. The ruler of the demon world, Baal, looked over at the problematic Barbados as an oppressive aura erupted out from him. His face was impassive as he looked over at the demon empress, who turned to look at him with a pouting expression as the pressure descended. She went quiet as the pressure increased and sighed, going ahead and standing behind Baal as she grumbled something underneath her breath. This seemed to be the norm as the other rulers shook their heads ruefully and focused their attention on the battle ahead once more. The seductress, Citri, looked at the figure of Barbados in annoyance as the pink light she exuded outwards intensified, her shapely figure somehow increasing in proportion once more. A snort could be heard from the first-ranked ruler as he stopped any more interruptions. Baal turned his attention towards the forces of Atlantis in front of him as his eyes looked at the dangerously shining cannons and weapons. His lips parted as a calm voice that could be heard by everything for miles rang out. Pain is something that can be easily avoided. It is something that I understand. The voice was calm and steady, startling a few people as they didn't expect a monologue before the beginning of a huge fight. I am going to tell you now that there is a way to avoid the pain that will soon come for all of us. There is a way to avoid death and mayhem as we can all come to an understanding. His voice reverberated in the ears of the ocean master and the powerful calamities of the sea. No reply came from them as their bodies bubbled with power that would soon erupt. The ruler of the demon world looked at all of this as he spoke once more. There should be no feeling of cowardice in your hearts if you give up one simple treasure for the lives of all of your people. Because I can promise you now, inhabitants of Atlantis, the alternative path where I don't get what I want is going to be much, much more painful. The tension seemed to be at the breaking point with these words as a roar came from one of the calamities of the sea. The Cassitarite shark was releasing waves of power as its body prepared to pounce on the ruler of the demon world. The many submarines and warships pulsed with lights as their weapons were pointed towards the invaders. At the same time, colorful lights began lighting up on the bodies of cultivators as Marshal Uncle Dylan looked coldly at the glowing city in front of them and he spoke out. Why bother offering an olive branch to these lesser beings? They only understand brute force, and that is exactly what they will get. The body of the Marshal Uncle was crackling with dense blue arcs of power as the water near him seemed to be adhering to his control, his power at the phantasmal level giving off an oppressive feeling. Baal's cold face remained the same as his forces had their attacks ready, awaiting his command. The command to start the fight had yet to be given when in the next instant, something changed. A silver light began spreading out in the middle of the two forces. It caused a blinding light as the appearance of multiple large figures could barely be discerned. One was a figure that many Atlanteans and merfolk had heard about in their legends. It was the humongous figure of a terrifying kraken. Its body had dark sheen as it swung its 8 arms around it, 2 much longer tentacles powerfully roiling about in the sea. Besides this kraken was a figure that let out maddening levels of strength as multiple eyes with their own unique colors pierced through the water and landed on the forces of demons and cultivators. The dictatorial Kaiju Hydra had made its appearance in front of many beings in the world of Atlantis as levels of strength only seen at the peak of the world emanated from it. The 3 large draconic heads moved menacingly as one focused on Baal, another looked at the leading Marshal Uncle Dylan, and the last one glanced at the calm-looking sect master Inuit that had a gradually changing face since their appearance. A piercing battle cry could be heard vibrating out at the same location where the fearsome Hydra and Kraken appeared. This time an arrogant penguin with its beak raised extremely high had appeared. It was surrounded by a variety of other beasts that let out powerful auras that stood at the peak of mythical rank as their bodies were equipped with fearsome personalized battle armor. A variety of reactions appeared on the beings present on this tense stage as the ocean master had an improved complexion at the arrival of the oldest calamity of the sea who seemed to have brought another being of similar power. Baal and Marshal Uncle Dylan only gave a glance to these new arrivals as they didn't look at them any differently than the other phantasmal ranked beings already protecting Atlantis. Only a single being had an extreme change in mood at a figure that most overlooked as an extra when comparing to the grandeur of the kraken that it arrived with together. From the karmic sect, the sect master's eyes flashed a brilliant white light as a clear smile began to form on his face as his eyes rested on the powerful figure of the 3-headed dragon. His lips began moving to release words that would not be heard by anyone unless they were standing right beside him. Found you. One of the arriving figures taking the spotlight, the Kraken, looked arrogantly at the figures of demons and cultivators in front of them as its humongous body pulsed with unknown power. Its cold voice thundered outwards as vibrations traveled for miles. You motherf.u.c. Curs are about to die. Chapter 190 Resplendence. Baal had an interesting smile on his face as he looked at the tight defenses of Atlantis and the many phantasmal figures taking a stand against their forces. As always, the most illogical and stupidest course of action is taken by struggling ants that do not know real power. His body that was Dr. A.P.Ed in a tight-fitting armor began to pulse with a red light as a power mightier than what any phantasmal ranked beings portrayed before was released from him. Start the bloodbath. Simple, short words. These were all it took as maddening levels of power began to be released from the rulers behind him. The demon legions standing atop tens of thousands of behemoths, hauled out as the beasts they rode on began to move. Wrathful-looking orcs, trolls, and goblins howled out as they rushed towards their enemies with fervor. Colorful blue lights began to shine from the bodies of the cultivators from the Mountain Sea sect as resplendent blue dragons began to appear where hundreds of disciples once stood. A space was created around Martial Uncle Dylan as his body pulsed with blue light, the seventh style of the secret techniques of Mountain Sea sect being exhibited by him as Mountain Sea sect's seventh style Scylla's empowerment was used. A glorious blue light shined out as a powerful presence erupted from him, forming into a transparent figure of a fearsome beast that held 6 heads, a robust upper body covered by scales, and a lower body that was populated with an uncountable number of transparent tentacles. Not too far from the Mountain Sea sect was the large groups of cultivators from the Karmic sect. Their bodies became covered by a white light as fearsome power bubbled, but they didn't seem to be making any huge movements after that. The warships and submarines surrounding Atlantis were glowing with a pulsating blue light as their engines activated with their weapons at the ready. The Ocean Master rode on a golden, killer whale, as he moved with squadrons of commanders carrying pulsating tridents as they moved to clash with their enemies. It was a scene of resplendent deep-sea creatures acting as battle mounts with powerful Atlanteans and merfolk riding on top of them. The plasma guns and hydro cannons had already begun going off as beautiful colors of destructive light rushed forward the forces of demons and cultivators. Voom. 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 Every single second, a terrifying blast of power that could obliterate a legendary individual whole would be released from the powerful hydro cannons situated atop the walls of Atlantis. An all-out war had begun. A piercing scream resounded throughout the battlefield as a silvery light flashed from the side of Atlantis and bloomed near the enemy lines where thousands of behemoths were carrying legions of demons. The Emperor Penguin was moving with excitement after being released from the spiritual land as he left behind his brothers and rushed to the lines of enemies by teleporting in and out rapidly. Silver blades of light flew out of his body as they ruptured any being they landed on, his rampage continuing as he moved around the battlefield too frequently to be tied down. The calamities of the sea were next on the move as the humongous goldfish opened its mouth and released a ray of dangerous rainbow-colored light towards the cultivators of the Mountain Sea sect. The large sting ray, with a tail longer than its entire body, lit up as it formed into a white wall and stopped a blue beam of light shooting out from the transparent body of Scylla's empowerment that Martial Uncle Dylan had thrown out. Its body shone with arcs of lightning as its eyes focused on the Martial Uncle and his disciples. The phantasmal rulers of the demon world were met with their own opponents as the Cassiderite shark and the kaiju, whose body seemed to be a mixture of an eel and an iguana, unleashed their attacks towards Baal. The third-ranked Prince Vasego had his body shining with a dark light as his figure of an orc became even larger, his hands carrying a piercing greatsword that pulsed with darkness as it matched against the Cassiderite shark. The seductress Citri had her alluring figure release a blooming flower of red light as succubi with gorgeous figures were summoned all around her, their bodies moving to form a wall of blood towards the eel kaiju. The power of the calamities was overwhelming for anyone but Baal as the fourth-ranked ruler, the cruel monarch Samigina, joined Citri to hold off against the kaiju. Empress Paimon was overlooking the rushing figures in her seat made of bones as her eyes landed on the struggling Vasego that was matched against the terrifying Cassiderite shark. Her eyes flashed with darkness as bones erupted from her endlessly and began forming into huge shapes of monstrosities. Their target was the shark that put a megalodon to shame as it rained attacks on Vasego. In another location of the battlefield, the calamity with lava bubbling out of its body targeted the cultivators from the Karmic sect as the waters around it were heated to an insane degree. Sect Master Inuit had a calm look as he observed this, raising his hands and moving his fingers as if he was pulling on invisible lines. It looked like a work of art as thin white lines became visible and wrapped around the lava kaiju, its advance being stopped as if it fell in a large quagmire as it roared out with power. As for the most powerful ruler, Baal's body was pulsing with dominating strength as he calmly looked at the kraken who focused his entire aura on him. The three-headed Hydra also looked closely at Baal as the differing lights in each of the three heads became more and more pronounced as the essence continued to be condensed in the three heads, preparing for a deadly attack. Baal's body was prepared to move when a drastic change occurred on the battlefield. This would be the first event out of many beings' expectations that would contribute towards an outcome that very few expected. The necromancer of chaos that had yet to move behind Baal had finally made her move, and it was something completely opposite to what anybody expected. Chapter 191 Wretch. The waters were tinged with a hue of blood-red just a few minutes since attacks started to be thrown from both sides. The battle looked to be in a stalemate as the fearsome kraken had its aura and eyes focused on the body of Baal, who continued to pulsate with maddening levels of power. The dictatorial kaiju Hydra had its heads focusing in the moving battles as it watched the figure of one particular demon empress closely. A signal was sent. A sigh was released from an empress as there seemed to be some remaining feelings of fear and apprehension. But the face hardened even faster as all of these feelings were wiped away and a wrathful expression replaced them. The necromancer of chaos released the slight apprehension in her heart as she moved. The instant her movements began, other beings that were watching closely also began moving. A dark light covered the body of the kraken as it made a beeline towards the first-ranked ruler of the demon world. Baal had a confident expression on his face as he prepared to receive the attacks of the calamity when a drastic change occurred. It was the sight of blooming suns as condensed balls of treacherous fire erupted very close to him from the hands of Barbados. The balls of fire were further condensed to an extremely small size to cause even more damage as more than 3 were quickly cast and exploded on the left side of his chest where his heart lay. Emperor. A shocking explosion resounded throughout the dark waters. An unexpected sneak attack had been launched from the 8th-ranked ruler of the demon world to the 1st-ranked one. It was an attack that nobody saw coming, an attack that would greatly change the tides of battle. The blooming suns did not seem to stop as more and more condensed and continued to explode near Baal's body, creating gaping holes on his chest as spasmodic muscles and bones could be seen, the heart that usually powered the body being ruptured and disfigured. The hole continued to get larger and larger as the suns continued to explode more and more. Barbados had a crazed expression on her face as her energy continued to leak out at an intense rate to release even more destructive attacks. Her breathing became hard as she felt the aura of the person she had attacked and heavily injured the origin of to be rising even higher, even though he was missing his heart. The nearest ruler that was close to Baal and Barbados was the seductress, Citri. She had a maddening expression on her face as she stared at the crazed Barbados and she screamed out while rushing towards her. But it was not just Barbados who knew and was prepared about this sneak attack. There were 2 phantasmal figures of great power that knew beforehand as the kraken that had been moving forward finally reached the extremely injured Baal. Its 2 extremely large tentacles formed into dark javelins as they rushed down towards his pulsating body. As for the seductress Citri, who was aiming for Barbados, yet another figure had suddenly appeared in front of her as the 3-headed Hydra surrounded her entire body with the dangerously glowing heads. The humongous figure of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra was moving so fast that the 3 heads surrounded the body of Citri in an instant. A deadly green light was coming out of one head as thunderous purple light was coming out of the other. A cold blue light that controlled the water around them also exploded with power as the energies that Noah had been building up for the past minutes in each of the 3 heads were released as terrifying attacks that rained on the body of the 12th-ranked ruler. At the moment of a surprise attack that nobody expected, Noah aimed for a phantasmal ranked ruler who could be considered the weakest and one that would be the easiest to kill in a short period of time. Her strength was ranked 12th and could be considered average in the phantasmal rank, while Noah had the powerful combined skill of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra, along with many other skills and even a percentage in the law of water boosting him. This wasn't even to mention the supreme treasure he hadn't yet shown that quintupled his strength. Innate elemental abilities of the 3 heads of the Hydra were unleashed on the defenseless body of the shocked Citri as parts of her body were destroyed from arcs of purple lightning, another part was melted by poisonous liquids, and the 3rd part was in a constant cycle of being frozen and shattering. Noah didn't stop here as the 3 heads exhibited their sharp teeth and took powerful bites onto the ravaged body of the 12th-ranked ruler, tearing apart whatever remained and causing the true death of yet another ruler of the demon world as a red light exploded out. This time, though, it was a phantasmal ranked ruler that fell in such a quick manner. The shock factor only increased with these actions as the other rulers that were fighting their own battles with the calamities looked at the scene of carnage near Baal as everyone had happened in just a few seconds. Their eyes only found him heavily injured and fighting back against the power of the fearsome kraken as yet another change was occurring. What made it even worse was the fact that they felt the true death of Citri, who was just in front of them. They screamed out as they tried to reach Baal's position, but the calamities would not give them such a chance as their attacks rained down harder. Confusion and chaos was present among the force of the cultivators as they fended off the heavy fire coming from the warships and submarines that the Atlanteans and merfolk were riding on. The hydro cannons continued to shoot out dangerous blue plasma beams that struck into the ranks of cultivators and demon legions as the dark seas continued to be stained red. Arg! A resounding howl came from the injured Baal as a red beam of light shot out from him and soared into the skies. The beam of red light pushed out the hardened javelin-looking tentacles that the Kraken had sunk into his body as his wrathful voice came from within. "You ungrateful wretch!" His voice thundered out angrily as his aura that should have been weakened and injured continued to climb even higher as his form started changing. The ultimate skill, gluttony, was cast as the tremendous essence of the phantasmal beast he had swallowed some time back was used to restore some of his injured origin. It looked like something was erupting out of his body as gloriously red wings erupted from his back and horns that pointed to the skies erupted from his head. The shape of his body was changing and expanding as the true form of the Demon Emperor, the one that was ranked number 1 in a large world, had appeared. Not too much time had passed since Barbatos acted and the Kraken rained down relentless attacks. Using the shock of these sequence of events, Noah had targeted and took down a phantasmal ranked being within seconds. Chapter 192 Disastrous. Noah's large body was rumbling with power as he moved even faster. The skill, resplendent speed, showed off its amazing power as his large body moved like a streak of light. He had torn apart the body of the seductress Citri and gained 2 skill books in his sea pearl, as well as cores and an item. These were the loot from a single phantasmal ranked being. Baal's transformation continued to release wrathful power as his form expanded and changed into that of a fearsome wicked demon. On the left side of his chest, a hole still lay where his heart should be. Noah knew that the ruler's origin was injured and that the power that he was exhibiting now could not be kept up for too long. All he had to do was continue to drain the fuel from this enemy until he ran dry. The successful sneak attack from Barbatos would ensure the death of this first-ranked ruler today. But before that occurred, Baal would still erupt with power in his most powerful state. As his power continued to rise even higher than it was just a few seconds ago, the Kraken that was pushed off shone with a dark light as its many arms and tentacles tried to penetrate through the blinding red light released from Baal once again. But this would not be successful as the space around this demon emperor began to crack. The terrifying skill, space destruction, was actively being used by the demon emperor. Bloody gashes began to form on the tentacles of the Kraken as they passed through the area where the space was shattered, causing significant injuries on it. As the Kraken tried to break through the transforming Baal's defenses, Noah was moving once again as he switched his target to yet another phantasmal ranked ruler of the demon world. The next planned target after the seductress was the voluptuous Paimon. She was fighting with another calamity of the sea as a wrathful expression was on her face when she looked at the sight of the transformed Baal. Barbatos. She screamed with extreme anger as she tried to break through the attacks of the calamity and join the besieged Baal as the destructive suns from a betrayer continued to form and explode. The undead that were within the ranks of the demon legions had retreated at one point, going back into the sea as Barbatos could only bring herself to attack the one person that had a leash on her freedom. The one person she could never run away from. She did not senselessly send a command for her undead to attack the other demons. This was one thing she would do out of misplaced kindness in her own heart. She knew that she could not go back after this, that she couldn't change her position. From now on, either they would succeed, or she would become a traitor of the demon world that would be killed multiple times until a more stringent leash was placed on her. Paimon was casting her ultimate skill as she looked at Baal's current state with a wrathful expression. More bones bloomed around her, forming into shapes of dragons, behemoths, and other monstrous beasts as she focused on fending off the attacks of the calamity so she could reinforce Baal. She would not succeed though, as yet another calamity was nearing her. This one had 3 gloriously shining heads as a rainbow-colored light coursed through his large body. Paimon was more powerful than the 12th rank Citri that Noah was able to take down. His goal was to reap the life of another phantasmal ranked being before carrying out a long battle against the much more powerful Baal. The skills and rewards gained from killing 2 phantasmal ranked rulers would grant him another boost of power and allow him to move even better. Baal had currently completed his transformation as his wrathful gaze turned towards Barbatos. "Do you know what you've done?" A voice was leaving his mouth, but he was already acting as he fended off the attacks of the Kraken with a wall of hellish flames, his thick arms thundering down towards Barbados's position. Like a hammer hitting a nail, Barbados was knocked down as the strike from Baal caused the space around her to crack. Ugh! Skin and muscle split apart as the body of the demon empress was heavily injured. She had released almost all her energy to land the successful sneak attack that injured the origin of Baal, and her defenses could not easily hold up. Baal was relentless as he moved faster and faster towards Barbados, with his voice continuing to ring out. Space continued to break around him as even the Kraken could not get near, the first-ranked ruler making use of the offensive, space destruction, as a defensive ability as well, holding off successfully against two phantasmal beings. His figure continued to rain down destructive attacks that broke the space around the body of Barbados as his wrathful voice rang out. Noah's mind was acting fast as he observed this in the corner of his eye, but he still rushed towards Paimon, who was trying to fend off a calamity. He knew what he had to do to finish this phantasmal ruler who held her own unique and ultimate skills. He knew how to finish her off fast. A piercing cry that seemed to signify the arrival of something grand that shocked all the powerful beings in the battlefield rang out as something resplendent appeared in front of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. At this moment, though, it was only a streak of light as the feature, Heart Piercer, from the Trident of the Sea was activated. This was an ability of a supreme treasure that required an immense amount of mana to activate, and Noah cast it without a second thought as he observed the destructive attacks of Baal towards the Kraken and Barbados. Instantaneous. Less than a second. The powerful and destructive Trident of the Sea appeared out of nowhere in front of Noah as it sped down and struck into the body of Paimon in the blink of an eye. Ugh! A shocked scream came out of the ruler's mouth as she felt her origin heavily injured and her life force rapidly disappearing. This was just one of the skills of the Trident of the Sea, the supreme treasure that allowed for one to bring down the true death of any beings. Paimon desperately looked at the life force leaving her body as Noah did something crazy yet again. The Trident's ability, Heart Piercer, required a tremendous amount of energy to power up. But for Noah, this was simplicity. Heart Piercer was used yet again as an insane amount of energy was placed into the Trident, and it moved at a speed barely visible to many of the beings on the battlefield as it struck onto the crumbling body of Paimon for the second time. The explosion resounded out as the body of Paimon ruptured into a mass of flesh and gore. A blinding red light exploded out as yet another phantasmal ranked ruler of the demon world had fallen in a brief period of time. Noah reached his goal as he neared the mass of flesh and took in multiple phantasmal ranked skills and cores in his sea pearl. The trident he had used to kill this ruler so quickly was now floating in front of him with a gorgeous golden glow. It was a grandiose picture as both sides that were fighting looked in shock at the treasure everyone else was searching for. They looked at the treasure that had appeared in front of the menacing three-headed Hydra that had just killed two phantasmal ranked beings. Chapter 193 Unique and Ultimate Skills. Noah did not sit still as he moved with the intensely shining trident. With the fall of Paimon, he could see yet another gain of two phantasmal ranked skill books as well as what seemed to be unique or ultimate skill books that shone with gorgeous light. His many eyes were now focusing on Baal as he began learning the new skills to boost up his power in the middle of this battle. The first one was a unique skill from the seductor Citri. Witch slaves spawns powerful undead witches that are proficient in blood magic to do your bidding. Their strength can be adjusted up to the rank of the user. A maximum of 3 witch slaves of the same rank can be summoned, with the number tripled for every rank lower. The skill was learned quickly as Noah continued to move forward while learning a few more. The next one was a phantasmal skill that also dropped from Citri, and this one was just as amazing as the unique skill. Radiation Queen's Sword, a sharp blade created from a collection of noxious radiated particles that disintegrates the essence of the enemy as it nears, tearing down even the hardest of defenses. An immense amount of mana is required to cast even a single one. The size can be regulated depending on the user. The skill made Noah's many eyes shine a dangerous light as he quickly moved on to the next one with his few seconds he had left. The skill he learnt next was one that dropped from Paimon, and this one was an ultimate skill at that. Bone Master, an ultimate skill that allows the user hegemony over the complex use of bones. Allows for the use of Bone Avatar, Bone Burgeon, and Shatterment. Bone Avatar, using magic power, the user can encase their body in a highly reinforced bone avatar. The shape and size of the avatar depends on the mana used, and the intent when creating it. Bone Burgeon, a giant mass of sharp bones blooms and pierces everything on sight. Shatterment allows for the breakage and atrophy of the enemy's bones when the user's weapons or body are within an inch of distance from the bones of the enemy. The single ultimate skill had multiple abilities to look through that made Noah's heart palpitate. He wanted to continue forward to learning the remaining 2 books that looked to be phantasmal ranked skills when he saw the situation Barbados was in deteriorating even further. A silver light flashed as his large figure disappeared from its location and appeared right beside Ball, who stopped landing the attacks that split space apart on the body of the mutilated Barbados and looked at the trident that was floating in the midst of the 3 heads of the powerful Hydra. The trident shone glorious colors of blue and gold as the ability of spatial lock was used, and the space for miles around them became stabilized. Baal's wrathful face was looking at the newly appearing trident with flames of fury and greed as he saw someone else with their hands on it. Noah moved fast as he neared the body of the mutilated Barbados and grabbed her, a silver light flashing as she disappeared into the spiritual land anchored to him. As the master of the trident, he could bypass the spatial restrictions he had laid down himself. In his dictatorial kaiju Hydra state, he looked at the transformed demon emperor who had chunks of meat and flesh and his entire heart missing from his chest. He seemed even stronger, though, as hellish flames were somehow blazing from him furiously in the dark waters. The appearance of the Trident of the Sea had caused much fervent to erupt from the battling figures as the Ocean Master was looking forward in a dumbfounded expression. Marshal Uncle Dylan and Sect Master Inuit were fending off the attacks from the inhabitants of Atlantis with fervor in their eyes as well. Marshal Uncle Dylan's fervor came from the fact that the treasure that would help him immensely in the studying of the laws of water had appeared right in front of him. The fervor in the eyes of Sect Master Inuit was not caused by the appearance of the supreme treasure, and his eyes were set on the figure controlling the trident. "You are the one." With space being locked, Noah input yet another enormous amount of energy into the trident as command of the sea was used. The water around him adhered to his thoughts as it became slow as a quagmire and began constricting the sea around Baal. The ruler felt a heavily restricting force erupting all around him and pushing his body into extremes as the tentacles of the injured Kraken returned yet again to rain down attacks on him side by side with the 3-headed Hydra. The first-ranked ruler of the demon world was not even given a second of rest, as his body had first been heavily injured by attacks from his own people, and now he was facing the attacks of 2 phantasmal-ranked beings at the peak of that level. Noah breathed out as he controlled the features of Command of the Sea and Spatial Lock, while he began to activate the skills he had just learned a few seconds ago. The ultimate skill, Bone Master, was activated as a unique pressure appeared around his body. The ability of Bone Avatar was activated as something spectacular began to form around the body of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. Clack! 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 A tremendous amount of essence converged as pristine white bones were formed and connected throughout his large body, forming into a resplendently shining suit of armor that wrapped around his entire body. What looked like a terrifying skull of a draconic emperor formed on each of his 3 heads, giving him an even more menacing look. Deathly bone claws covered his 2 powerful legs as a segmented formation of bones went on to wrap throughout his long tail. The grandiosity of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra had increased even more as a spectacular suit of bone armor wrapped around it fully, increasing the fearsome aura it released by a large degree. Noah was not done yet, as he cast a phantasmal skill that he had obtained from the seductress, Citri. Radiation Queen Sword was cast as Noah poured out an immense amount of mana. A terrifyingly poisonous green blade with a golden shining handle appeared in the dark waters of the sea and floated above the 3 heads of the Hydra. Clang! The head shining with a poisonous light clutched onto the golden handle of the Radiation Queen's sword, as something even more ridiculous occurred. Even more exorbitant mana was poured out as yet another noxious radiated sword appeared, with a third one also coming into being a second later. The other 2 remaining heads also clutched onto the golden handles of the terrifying blades as a maddening sight unveiled itself in the deep waters. A 3-headed Hydra floated powerfully in the sea, its body wrapped up in a striking bone avatar, while it held multiple radiated Queen's sword with its 3 heads. Its menacing stare was directed to the powerful ruler of the demon world, whose aura continued to climb up senselessly. Chapter 194 Unknown Threat. A sense of thrill was traveling through Noah's large body as he continued to focus on the figure of the ruler in front of him. The other rulers were being kept at bay by the calamities of the sea, and all the cultivators were being pushed back by the attacks of Atlanteans with plasma guns and beams of light that continued to shoot out from the hydro cannons. At the moment it looked like Marshal Uncle Dylan in his transparent form of the technique of the Mountain Sea sect, Scylla's empowerment, would break out. Another drastic change occurred as the two large statues that were guarding the gates of Atlantis actually moved. As if the legions of demons and cultivators were not being dealt enough injuries, humongous statues appeared to add on to the current chaotic situation. One carried a golden trident that looked eerily similar to the one that was situated atop Noah's middle head as a crown, while the statue of the Atlantean carried a tremendously large plasma gun that shone in a beautiful blue light. This was the powerful force of Atlantis that made Baal think twice before attacking. This was the force that was now moving in full swing to push back its enemies. Large beams of plasma shot out from the gun being hoisted by the Atlantean statue, while even more terrifying attacks were being released from the golden trident the merfolk statue was swinging as Marshal Uncle Dylan was pushed back from his advance toward the location where Noah, the Kraken, and Baal stood. The chaotic battle was not looking good for the demons and cultivators, as the appearance of the one using the trident of the sea was too strong. It struck down and killed two phantasmal ranked beings in a short time span, and now the ruler of the demon world was being besieged both by the Hydra and another calamity. Victory seemed to fully be in the hands of Atlantis since the sneak attack that threw the whole battlefield into chaos. It was at this moment in time, though, that a shock ran through the mind of Noah as he received a silent communication from a person he did not know. Noah Osmont, the being that received the favor of two worlds. You do not know me, while I only know some of you. I wish you no harm, and I actually came to save you. His three heads carrying the noxious, radiation queen sword, that were slashing down towards the transformed body of the demon emperor vibrated and went even faster as this alarming message entered his mind. The first sentence after his name was what made him most apprehensive as his large body rained down attacks on Baal even faster. A catastrophe is approaching, and your death nears. Shock was the only thing in Noah's heart as he tried to pinpoint the origin of the voice that knew about his origins and mentioned how he received the favor of two worlds. The low-ranking, thought acceleration, continued to be used as he spread out his aura and traced the source where the silent communication was coming from. To his surprise, he found his attention landing on the calm figure of a cultivator. From his memories of the martial uncle of the Mountain Sea sect, this was the sect master of the karmic sect, Inuit. Memories of the world of cultivation and their mysterious techniques floated in his mind as his mood became grave. The sect master was currently holding back a calamity that seemed to be in a quagmire of invisible lines and wasn't able to move even a few inches closer to his body. The many disciples behind him formed protective walls using similar thin lines that blocked the attacks from Atlanteans and merfolk as they seemed to be in a passive state of defense. There is no time for us to actually talk as the threat nears even faster. If you wish to take the life of that demon ruler, you have to hurry and you have to do it fast, because the true threat that would cause your death will be here at any moment. Noah continued to hear shocking words that did not seem to have any validity, but seemed to hold truth at the same time. His mind moved as he recalled any information he held about the karmic sect and their techniques. They were a terrifying force in the world of cultivation that proliferated very quickly by using unknown techniques that allowed them to always be in the most opportune location to gain treasures or always be gone before a great calamity arrived in chaotic times. Their techniques were very secretive, where most cultivators chose to steer away from conflict with them. His eyes focused on the besieged Baal, who was roaring with power as his mind moved faster. It did not matter if the words were false or true, he would focus on taking down Baal first. The thought of death weighed heavily on his mind, and he would continue to move with care and run in the next instant through the use of spatial travel, if things deteriorated so heavily. Yet another set of words entered his ears as some of the mysteries were cleared up, with the situation really seeming to take a grim turn as it was something he had not considered before. It is not some supreme treasure that this world holds which everyone should be fighting for. It is the technology that they created that allowed them to do unseen and unobservable things before in the universe. It is this technology that has caught the eyes of some truly powerful beings who will not let it continue to grow. The shock in Noah's heart continued to grow as he recalled the one thing from Atlantis he still had his gaze on but hadn't been able to grasp yet. It is the world engine that is the true treasure created in this world. It is the thing that will bring about this world's destruction. Chapter 195 It Shouldn't Be Like This. Chapter 195 It Shouldn't Be Like This. The World Engine. The tool that allowed the lost world of Atlantis to change its position in the universe and even mask its location from prodding eyes. It was a terrifying piece of technology that changed the known coordinates of a world and put a veil that allowed them peace for years while demons and cultivators were chasing after them. But it seemed to have been the most overlooked thing for the invading enemies, as they kept their sight on the supreme treasure that was the trident of the sea and nothing else. It felt like his mind was swirling with questions as the words from Sect Master Inuit registered into Noah's mind, gaining a traction of truth as he felt like it was a very real possibility. He let out a roar as he sent word into the mind of the Kraken about the calamity and inhabitants of Atlantis facing the forces of the Karmic sect. Their attacks reduced a second later as the two sides hesitatingly pulled back after getting word from the powerful phantasmal calamity. They still had their weapons raised as they looked at the eerie figures of cultivators that were only putting up defensive maneuvers all this time as they stopped. Sect Master Inuit had a wide smile on his face as he nodded, and his body began to shine an even more dazzling white light as he looked over the location where a battle between a ferocious demon emperor, a calamity, and the person he had to save was taking place. Noah felt a feeling of apprehension as he moved even faster against the maddening power of Baal. The ruler continued to blaze with hellish flames as one of his powerful skills, space destruction, was stopped by the ability of the Trident of the Sea. His outspread demon wings were collecting and using the essence around them to form flaming lances of hellfire that continued to shoot towards Noah and the Kraken relentlessly as he withstood both of their attacks and fought back. The deadly, Radiation Queen's sword, that Noah wielded in each of his 3 heads had left behind gory injuries as skin and muscle would split apart the moment they neared. This wasn't all though, as when they came just an inch away from Baal's body, he found his bones shattering and atrophying at a horrendous rate as the shatterment, from the ultimate skill, Bone Master, was kept active. Baal's mind was one of wrath and shock as he found the abilities of his people to be used seamlessly by this enemy to cause him grievous injuries. His ultimate skill, one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, continued to be used as deadly injuries that should have killed him long ago continued to heal at a rapid pace. The skill allowed him to absorb the origins of those he defeated to either boost his strength rapidly or save their origins for situations like these, allowing him to have many lives as he constantly healed from death-causing injuries without batting an eye. The hellish flames that burned under the sea spread out wildly from him as he continued to hold strong against 2 of the most powerful phantasmal ranked beings he had come across. The flames could normally not be extinguished from the enemy's body until he wished, yet he found them to be doused by the appearance of the Trident of the Sea he wanted to get his hands as it seamlessly made them disappear on the body of the Hydra and Kraken. The strikes of the Hydra became an onslaught as they appeared at an even faster pace, and yet another skill that Baal knew of was cast from his enemy. A terrifying field of bones bloomed from beneath his feet as Bone Burgeon was used. Like a rapidly spreading fire, the bones bloomed out and formed into jagged piercing edges that encircled Baal's body and covered all of his vision. The terrifying Hydra did not let up, as during this time when Baal's vision went blank just by a second, the ability of Heart Piercer from the Trident of the Sea was used as an enormous amount of mana went in without regard. Gah! A piercing scream came out from Baal as he was recovering from the dangerously blooming field of bones below him when he felt his origin shaken and heavily injured. Ah! He was truly maddened as he found himself in this position. He was the ruler of the demon world, someone extremely powerful. In this battle, even against 2 or 3 phantasmal ranked beings, he would have been able to stand against them and win. He had an ultimate skill that allowed him to fight endlessly, never-ending flames that would burn his enemies to their death, and he could tear apart space itself to corner anybody who stood against him. He was truly powerful, and should have been able to show his overwhelming power in this battle. But too many things occurred. A sneak attack by someone from his own forces had heavily injured his origin, and everything that happened thereafter that went forward to restrict him even more. The terribly powerful Hydra whose strength was heavily boosted by the Trident of the Sea and the humongous Kraken that relentlessly used its tentacles to restrict and attack cornered him so much that he could barely exhibit the stupendous strength he was known for. He was unwilling. He was furious. He would not accept this. Burn, burn, burn. His hoarse voice resounded out as the never-ending flames erupted from him and spread outwards, pushing back the blooming fields of bones as he watched the Trident of the Sea return to rest on the middle head of the Hydra. His form was covered in flames as the space around him began to vibrate, using his essence fully to try and break apart the heavy restrictions created in the waters around him. The trident atop the Hydra's head did not rest as its 3 sharp-pointed ends began to glow. Hazy blue light began converging on the pointed ends as another ability of the Trident of the Sea, Plasma Beam, was activated. A tremendous amount of mana continued to enter the trident to keep this ability active as a shining beam of light erupted from the pointed ends and rushed towards Baal. The light split apart the swirling flames and struck onto his chest, blowing yet another hole clean through. Bale's thick arms reached out to clasp onto this piercing plasma beam as his skin became shredded and soon began tearing apart. His ultimate skill continued to work as it healed him constantly, but the origins of his enemies he had absorbed and kept aside for situations like these were nearly finished. He looked forward unwillingly as this really was not how things were supposed to go down. He was the first-ranked ruler of the demon world. He was actually very, very powerful. He would have needed entire days and nights just to be brought down to the state he was brought in barely a few minutes. His gaze wasn't even on the Kraken anymore as he allowed the black tentacles shaped like javelins to bypass his defenses and strike his body. He was focused on the three-headed Hydra that threw out relentless attacks that drained him so much, and so fast. The relentless poisonous blades that tore apart his defenses like nothing. The trident of the sea that boosted the enemy's strength by such a large extent. There were too many things that this enemy carried. Baal was unwilling and unruly until the end as his belief remained the same. He knew his own power. And how this battle should have gone down. So while his body continued to disintegrate from the extremely destructive plasma beam that was somehow still shooting from the trident like it was nothing, his belief remained the same. It really should not be like this. Chapter 196 Change. A terrifying beam of plasma was disintegrating the body of the most powerful ruler of the demon world as the remaining rulers burned their essence to try and reach his position. The inhabitants of Atlantis were moving with vigor and happiness as victory was in their hands with the defeat of the powerful being that led the charge here. The statues that had come to life continued to cause carnage among the ranks of cultivators as the martial Uncle Dylan was fending off both their attacks and the attacks from a calamity. Oh! His body that was covered by the monstrous figure of Ascilla screamed out as he tried to penetrate their defenses to go towards the gorgeously floating trident of the sea that he wanted so badly, but he couldn't break through. His eyes didn't even notice the weird situation where members of the karmic sect had entered a passive position and no attacks were being exchanged between them and the inhabitants of Atlantis. On the side where the powerful trident was releasing a destructive beam of light, Noah continued to relentlessly pour out an enormous amount of mana to keep the plasma beam active. His heart was pounding as he thought of the possible threat from the words of the mysterious cultivator while he watched Bale's body disintegrate and be recreated every second. The life force of this ruler was too much, but he had to finish this fast. He couldn't afford a long drawn-out battle with the biggest villain until he was fully drained, so he acted once again to release yet another destructive attack while keeping plasma beam active. This attack was one he hadn't used before, but one he looked forward to using the most when he received it. He breathed out as the spiritual land that was anchored to his large body detached and began moving away from him at a rapid speed. It was the feature that he had not yet tested under the offensive maneuvers of the spiritual land. It was falling meteor. A droning sound resounded out as the spiritual land that flew up appeared more than a few miles above the struggling Baal who was using his ultimate skill to continue regenerating senselessly. A blue light began converging as mana leaked from Noah and into the spiritual land endlessly as it briefly appeared in the sea with its small size. As soon as a second passed though, it expanded in size as yet another surprising sight occurred in the dark waters. In a matter of seconds, a landmass larger than a city had appeared in the dark waters and cast a shadow on everything below it. The waters began trembling as this landmass ridiculously ignored the heavy resistance around it and began free-falling as if it was in the air. Below this landmass, a converging mass of essence had taken a pointed form that was directly above the head of Baal. This needle end below the spiritual land was the actual attack of falling meteor. It was where the converging mana focused the entire weight of the falling landmass into a single destructive attack. A spiritual land with a size larger than most cities was barreling down the waters of the sea ridiculously, defying many known laws as its center of origin where it collected all of the destructive force of the weight of the landmass was pointing towards Baal. Aya! Baal screamed out as he felt the ridiculous force of who knew how many tons that was aimed towards him as he found any nearby beings running from their location in panic. His eyes looked to the continued plasma beam that broke apart his body, and now the sharp converging essence below a huge landmass that was aimed above his head. He was really unwilling. Boom. Space shattered. A vortex was created between the impact of the needle-like end below the falling spiritual land and Baal's body. Waves of tremendous power pushed out anybody that was near as the remaining rulers of the demon world felt a deafening cry in their hearts. They could only look forward in shock as they found to their dismay that they had felt yet another true death. This one was from a being that they expected to die last even if all of them were to somehow fall. Somehow, the most powerful of them was the one to fall first. The true death of the first-ranked ruler of the demon world had occurred in the Lost World. The spiritual land rapidly reduced in size as the vortex created from the impact was rapidly filled in with water. Where the body of Baal used to be, gorgeously shining cores, skill books, and items lay as a few people looked at this and rubbed their eyes to check if they were seeing correctly. Noah's large figure flashed at the position and quickly swiped away the loot from the most powerful ruler of the demon world as his gaze now traveled to Sect Master Inuit. The Sect Master had a stern expression on his face as a few words came out. "They are here. We have to move fast." As if waiting for a cue, as soon as these words finished, a stifling pressure descended on every being on the battlefield. No, it wasn't every being on the battlefield, but on every single living creature in the lost world of Atlantis, as something disastrous had arrived. Noah felt this stifling pressure as his gaze turned stern and he began moving rapidly, calling back the Emperor Penguin and other beasts that were still ripping apart cultivators from the Mountain Sea sect and obtaining more law crystals. The calamities of the sea looked up with horrid expressions as they felt a foreboding feeling deep in their hearts. The inhabitants of Atlantis that had just experienced the beginning of a victory looked out in shock at this unexpected pressure that seemed to be pushing them down to kneel. The Ocean Master felt his heart palpitate as even he was affected the same as everyone else. Above the waters of the Lost World, above the skies, and above the world itself, something huge had appeared. What looked like an interstellar warship, something that nobody in the Lost World had come across, was now in the space above them. The ship was extremely large in size as it pulsed with a golden light. It was this golden light that had somehow gone to cover the entirety of the Lost World like a cage. The ship was only in the space above the planet, but those with powerful eyes could still discern its shape if they were looking from the skies. This expressed just how tremendous in size it was. At the forefront of the ship, where the golden light covering the entire planet of the Lost World was being released, what looked like the barrels of exquisitely created cannons began to pulse with a menacing red light. In the dark waters of the sea, Sect Master Inuit closed his eyes as the thing he foresaw was now occurring, sending yet another message to the one he had to save today as his body and the body of the many disciples behind him began to shine in resplendent white light. "Quickly save those you can and come to my side. Those who remain in this world will only face destruction." Noah had already begun moving as he bore the stifling pressure, the beasts all recalled into the spiritual land as he turned towards the Kraken and other calamities who seemed to have lost all color. Things were occurring exactly as the Sect Master mentioned, so Noah put aside his reservations and began actively moving. If what he said was truly to come, something horrendous would be occurring today. Chapter 197, A True Apocalypse. In the newly appearing ship above the space of the Lost World of Atlantis. The exquisitely built ship actually only had a few figures piloting it. It was a tool used for mass destruction by a group that many worlds feared across the universe. At the helm, there were only 3 figures taking command, with the one at the forefront tampering with the command panel that was causing the changes that the inhabitants of the world below them were feeling. The verdict for this lost world has been discussed and cleared, Athena. Why do you hesitate? A figure to the right, who wore golden robes and had the image of an important being with arrogance ingrained in their bones, asked the dark-skinned Athena that was taking command today. I was trying to see what the beings of this world would think if they knew what they brought down to themselves and their world, but I guess it doesn't matter. The woman, Athena, who couldn't be any older than 25, answered with a nonchalant expression as she continued on with the command panel and activated the world cannons. No, it does not matter. They tampered with forces outside of their boundaries and caused an increase in chaos. It is simply our job to correct that, to bring back the balance caused by their disruption. Another reply came from the figure left of Athena, this one looking like an aged old man that was wearing resplendent purple robes. Athena nodded at this as she typed the commands to activate the weapons after covering the world with a restrictive barrier that would prevent any being from leaving. We do the things that many cannot, in order to serve the greater purpose. We work in the shadows to maintain order and rule in the universe. We may destroy billions here, but we will save 1 trillion more over the course of time. The aged voice of the old man continued to ring out as destructive red beams of light began to shoot out from the interstellar warship. Athena felt something she didn't yet understand as she watched the destructive red rays of light land on the blue planet, and she nodded towards the old man. Yes, Grandmaster. The 3 beings then watched a process they were familiar with as an oppressive feeling of strength came from each of them. Their ranks of power were not close to phantasmal, but far above it. They were beings that Noah had inadvertently mentioned from the many stolen memories when he first met Barbados. They were the Celestials, and they brought law and order across the universe. It was a scene of chaos and confusion. Nobody knew what exactly was going on as they felt a stifling pressure and a foreboding feeling. Noah ignored the figures of despairing rulers that had a few phantasmal ranks left with them as his figure moved across the waters because he found to his dismay that he could not teleport anymore. He was sending messages to the Kraken and rushing down towards the location where the Ocean Master was surrounded by Atlanteans and merfolk. They looked towards the striking figure of the Hydra holding the trident with confusion and fear in their eyes as his booming voice came. "There is no time, Ocean Master. Don't resist and come into my space treasure." Noah could feel his heart sinking as he saw the Ocean Master had on a fearful expression. This was a phantasmal ranked being who was at the peak of power in the Lost World, and yet similar to the Calamities, his face was fully drained of color. The reason for this was the saddening cry he and the other phantasmal beings in the Lost World continued to hear. It was a saddening cry that could only be heard by them first, but was gradually getting louder and would soon be heard by every being on the Lost World. From the ship that had appeared in the space above the Lost World, never before seen destructive rays of red light had begun shooting out, heading down and piercing the layers of water as they descended down further and further. Land and sea around the Lost World began to shake and tremble as an attack was released from this foreign ship with no word. Noah felt the red beams of light that were not even near them, but he could feel their horrendous power even at the location he was standing in. His heart continued to drop as he let out another shout towards the Ashen Ocean Master, who looked at him in despair. He shook his head as the trident floating on around him flew out at a blazing speed and smacked onto the head on the distraught Ocean Master, knocking him out as Noah transferred him into the spiritual land. He couldn't teleport around since the advent of the stifling pressure that pressed down on them, but he could still use the function of transferring beings in and out of his spiritual land. "The rest of you, quickly, don't resist. I'm trying to save you." He moved rapidly as he transferred the many Atlanteans and merfolk that were looking around in confusion and fear as he continued to move. He didn't even look at the figures of rulers that would have given him more loot as he now rushed towards the direction of Atlantis. The Kraken seemed to have finally come out of its stupor as its red eyes had streaks of dark tears appearing, but its large body still moved quickly as the reality none of them had expected finally registered in their minds. A terrifying enemy none of them knew had appeared above their planet. From the pressure that even made the phantasmal ranked beings feel stifled, from the cries they continued to hear from the strong voice of the world they were used to, they finally registered and terrifyingly accepted a possible reality none of them wanted. They could not stand against the newly arriving enemy, and something horrendous would be occurring to their home. It was a scene of chaos and confusion as many still did not know what was happening. Even Noah barely had an idea as he passed on the words of the sect master to the Kraken. He continued to move rapidly around the city of Atlantis as he transferred any beings he came across into his spiritual land. The cries that could only be heard by the phantasmal beings with this world as their home were now getting into Noah's ears as he felt emotions he had never had in a long time appear. The cries seemed to induce sadness as he unconsciously felt tears release from even him. It was the cries of a world. The cries of a world that knew it was coming to an end. Chapter 198: A True Apocalypse. 2. Mayhem. Pandemonium. The earth and the seas were trembling as an entire world was placed under lockdown while destructive rays of light thundered down. The inhabitants of the world did not know what was happening, all they felt was a fearful feeling none of them could fully describe. The invading cultivators and remaining rulers of the demon world were in the same situation as they looked around in a panic, realizing they could not form any transfer channels back to their world and could not use any spatial-based skills. The demons were in an even more disastrous situation as 3 of their rulers had faced true death. Worst of all, one of them was the most powerful ruler of the demon world. The figure of oppression and strength they looked up to had fallen. Those in the lost world that had despairingly watched it happen with their own eyes still could not believe it, not to mention the rulers on missions elsewhere as they tried to form a communication channel with the rulers in the lost world unsuccessfully. It was just confusion and chaos all around as no information was coming in or out. Among the only people not panicking were the sect master and disciples of the karmic sect as they stood calmly in the tumultuous dark waters. They were the only ones not looking around in panic as mayhem descended down. The disciples had shining white lights covering their eyes as sect master Inuit stood in front of them and nodded, the destruction around them seemingly not bothering him one bit. He waited a couple more seconds before he acted again, sending out a message to the person he came to this lost world for. It is time. You have saved all that you could for now, any longer delay and we will all perish. Noah heard these despairing words in his ear as he was moving speedily across Atlantis and transferring any Atlanteans and merfolk he came across. But the city of Atlantis was too large and the beings were too numerous. He had barely transferred a few tens of thousands of beings aside from the Ocean Master before the same words from the sect master of the karmic sect came down. He looked across the many more inhabitants of Atlantis that were looking around in fear and panic as the waters around them trembled, their eyes already meeting the wide destructive rays of red light that were splitting apart the waters of the sea far in the distance. Noah shook his head in frustration as his figure moved away towards the location of Sect Master Inuit at a high speed. He had his own apprehensions as he found he couldn't teleport, but it looked like the person that had come to warn him would have a way out of this. He didn't like to put his life in others' hands, but the moment he felt the restrictive force and the words of the mysterious Sect Master Inuit, he knew he might have to rely on someone else today. He sent a message to the shock-filled Kraken who floated with the other 5 calamities as a distraught sight could be seen. The powerful phantasmal ranked calamities were screaming out in anger and frustration. There was even more despair as they looked at the descending red beams of light from the distinct ship much higher above them. Why? Why? The eel kaiju screamed out in anger as it felt the pain of the world it was so familiar with. It couldn't understand why their world was targeted like this. We have lived in peace and kept to ourselves, why must we be bullied like this? Why is the universe so unfair? The eel kaiju voiced out the frustrations and despair that all the other calamities were feeling as they looked powerlessly towards the destructive beam of light none of them could withstand. No, no, and no. The eel kaiju did not stand still as its body flashed, rushing towards the red beams of light and floating upwards to their source. Stop. In distraught, the other calamities noticed a second later as they rushed up behind their friend. The Kraken was looking forward with blank eyes as it received messages from the world it could not protect. He felt broken as he thought about his home that he was still too weak to protect. It is okay, my child. Some things are written and cannot be changed. Messages of comfort were coming out from the entity that was getting its origins destroyed every second that passed towards the beings it had watched grow up. Death and destruction were coming to it, and yet in its last moments, it was comforting its inhabitants as certain death came for all of them. The new friend you made might have a possibility to save you and your siblings, go with him. Sadness and unwillingness were in the voice as the words broke the Kraken out of his stupor, noticing the other calamities that were swimming up towards the source of the destructive red rays of light. You fools! He called out in fear and anger as he watched the body of the eel kaiju near the red ray of light, its body shining a green and blue hue as it let out attacks towards it. The attacks landed on the destructive red rays as nothing changed, but in the next instant, a singular red ray deviated and flew towards the body of the eel kaiju. No. Instantaneous. It passed by in less than a second as the eel kaiju realized its eyes were getting further apart from each other, and then watched what looked to be half of its body drift away, before darkness overcame its consciousness. Dead. The distraught calamities stopped themselves as they pulled back from the destructive rays of light, the pain and fear in their hearts only increasing. Come with me, and hurry. The Kraken voiced out towards its remaining siblings unwillingly as it watched one of them get sliced in 2 pieces in an instant. Its beady eyes looked up far in the distance where a distinct interstellar warship floated in space as it burned the sight into its memories, and then began rushing towards Noah's position. Tremendous heat and lava had begun bursting from the deepest layers of the sea as the destructive rays had begun attacking the planetary core of the lost world. The earth and seas trembled and cowered in the face of this destruction as Noah came face to face with Sect Master Inuit, who was looking at him calmly, with a slight excitement in his eyes. There will be time for explanations and revenge later. For now, we have to run. Noah looked at this sect master as he was trying his own skills to see if anything could work, but nothing came to mind. In this horrendous situation, he had to trust the new figure to come out of this apocalyptic situation alive. What do you need? I will create a small opportunity, just a few seconds that will allow you to teleport us out of here. If that window is missed, we are all doomed. The sect master calmly replied as he looked towards Noah and the newly arriving figures of calamities that were looking at them with blazing eyes of anger, their identity still being that of invaders in their eyes. Noah nodded as he watched the white light already apparent on the bodies of the sect master and the disciples of the karmic sect shine even brighter, the voice of the sect master ringing out once again. A few seconds to decide our fates, and the fates of many more worlds in this universe. The white light surrounding the sect master increased rapidly as Noah observed the level of power break past what he knew of the phantasmal rank and go above it. The process of aging rapidly increased as the power bubbled even higher, giving Noah a glimpse of the aura of the next stage as he observed the resplendent power of the transcendent rank. Transcendent. A level of power that Noah had not come across before, but he was getting a glimpse of it as he watched streaks of white light shoot out from the many disciples of the karmic sect and be absorbed by the glowing sect master Inuit. He was shocked at the sight but continued to be ready to act as soon as the signal was given. The stage was already set, with events unfolding rapidly in unknown directions. Amongst all these various events, a small group of beings huddled together as a white light expanded in a world experiencing a true apocalypse. Chapter 199 End of the Rope. Noah watched with clear eyes as the white light on the bodies of the beings from the karmic sect shone even brighter. There were hundreds of disciples behind sect master Inuit, and Noah began watching as one by one, they began shriveling up into aged figures that turned to dust soon after. He looked towards the sect master who was calmly continuing as if nothing was wrong while his disciples were falling and turning into dust deep in the sea. They have sown their seeds of karma, and are now repaying the favor I bestowed upon their lives long ago. The explanation seemed sufficient for the sect master as his disciples became aged and turned to dust, each time a white light coming towards him as his body shone even brighter and the power at transcendent rank consolidated even further. A few seconds, be ready. The white light became brighter and brighter as it acted like a beacon in the chaotic dark waters. Marshal Uncle Dylan was looking around in panic as he could not communicate with his sect in the world of cultivation nor could he form a channel to get back, the situation looking dark for him and his disciples. He looked around to find the area of white light. He could discern a few figures as his eyes opened wide and began moving towards them. He wasn't the only one as the remaining rulers of the demon world also found the area of calm and began moving forward, looking at it like their salvation. Noah continued to transfer the unwilling calamities of the sea into the spiritual land as the Kraken was the last one to remain in the outside world with him along with the disciples of the karmic sect that continued to turn into dust. The Kraken had extremely black lines of tears coming out of its red eyes as it continued to hear the voice of his home. I know you are angry and saddened, my child, but be patient before you act from now on. This will be my last piece of advice for you now. Patience will be a bitter pill to swallow, but the fruits of it will blossom to make you even stronger in the future. Take care of your sibling Gaah. A piercing cry resounded throughout every single location in the lost world as the red rays of destructive light had reached a crucial origin of the world and began disintegrating everything around it. The cry brought out emotions of sadness and unwillingness from everything that heard it as the few islands in the lost world began to crumble as magma overflowed deep underwater. A few seconds. Sect Master Inuit's cry came as more than half of the disciples he was with had become husks of their former selves and turned to dust. Only the more powerful ones remained as they had aged bodies and came to turn near their sect master and Noah who was still in his powerful Hydra form that allowed him to move even faster. Now. A brilliant white light flashed from the sect master as Noah transferred the Kraken, the remaining disciples of the karmic sect, and Inuit himself into his spiritual land. The white light that was released from sect master Inuit had expanded to cover a large area around them, but it was contracting just as fast. It wasn't fast enough though, as before it could retract completely. Spatial travel was cast once more, and this time the skill was not blocked. SAAA. A flash of light. That was all that happened, and the figures of Noah and the cultivators from the karmic sect were all but gone from the lost world of Atlantis. Only a few particles of dust remained where they were as Marshal Uncle Dylan and the rulers of the demon world arrived at the location as well. Despairing cries rang out as they found their salvation disappear in front of their eyes, the destruction around them continuing. Many areas around the lost world had become deadly and suffocating as land and sea quaked, the destructive rays released from the ship floating in space reaching and piercing through the planetary core. Some areas became dangerous and unlivable as living beings began dying en masse. The heavily protected and technological Atlantis had many buildings laying in waste as quakes continued to spread out. Panic and fear was apparent on the faces of millions of Atlanteans and merfolk who were still spread out over the vast area of Atlantis, but they could do nothing to change their fates. The painful and saddening cry of the world continued as it could only watch unwillingly as millions of the beings on it began to die, and it would follow soon after. Its large consciousness was directed at the floating interstellar ship that stood grandly in space as it let out calm but wrathful words towards it. Just as you have brought death to me and billions of innocent creatures, there will come a time for you as well. The words were wrathful but filled with strength as the entity at the center of the lost world continued to see its living beings die one after another. It was painful. Wretched. Unfair. Yet nothing could be done. Its voice had become weak as the control it had to hold everything together was disrupted and began losing strength, its core beginning to crumble. Death is the one universal thing we will all face. I'm only saddened I won't be able to watch your wretched deaths. Zing. Destruction had begun on a large scale as apocalyptic scenes were present across the lost world of Atlantis. Death throes could be heard from the remaining cultivators and demons that were dying in droves. The fear of rulers of the demon world only increased after a legendary ranked ruler met his death from an explosion of deadly magma from the depths of the sea, and yet they felt his true death. His soul did not return to the demon world. This caused fear in their hearts as they couldn't explain why someone like them would face true death through seemingly normal means, but what they didn't understand was the restrictive power the interstellar ship released did much more than just isolate communication and spatial transmission of the lost world. It was something completely out of their knowledge. Fear and terror overwhelmed the hearts of every thinking being in the lost world as they found themselves watching their ends come to them. The cultivators feared. The demons despaired. The Atlanteans and merfolk were sorrowful as they watched the deaths and destruction occurring en masse. Yet nothing could be done. There was nobody to save them. The beings left in the lost world experienced terror rarely felt across the universe, the terror of an unstoppable death with no way out. Were one to be looking far from space towards the large blue planet that was the lost world, they would notice a red streak of light shooting down from a huge ship while even more red streaks and cracks were forming across the entire planet. Those with perceptive eyes would even notice the thin golden barrier the ship had somehow released to cover the entirety of the blue planet. The red rays of destructive light that were shooting out of the ship stopped as this thin film of golden barrier seemingly became more reinforced. The ship did not need to continue sending down their destructive weapon as the planet had reached an irreversible position with its core ruptured and damaged. The only thing left was for it to completely shatter. Extreme heat was blazing across the largely water-based world as its core contracted and heated up, the continued reaction causing the heat to expand outwards, but it was knocked down and held inside the perimeters of the planet as the golden barrier released from the ship let nothing out. This caused an extremely cruel situation where the heat returned into the world as there was no way out, and the reaction only became worse as land and sea were both bubbling with fire. Whatever beings remained alive, no matter their rank, would be burned alive by the heat released from a dying planet. This heat was further concentrated as it wasn't even allowed to be released outwards. Tremendously powerful explosions resounded out as the lost world exploded in a supernova. The golden barrier around it stretched from the force of the supernova, but it stayed active, keeping to its objective of making sure nothing would come out of this planet alive. Minutes passed, and then hours as this process continued. Until the golden barrier was released, allowing what remained of the debris of the lost world to explode and spread outwards. That was all that remained of a large word that raised beings up to the phantasmal rank. Debris. Not a single being that was left in the lost world of Atlantis had survived. No matter if it was Atlantean, merfolk, demon, or cultivator, everything burned in a fiery death that continued for hours. The lost world with its expansive technology was no more. Nothing remained of it, only memories and hopes of a certain group of beings that had somehow managed to escape. Yet, under such an immense power that allowed for the death of this large world, what could they do? Chapter 200 Order. Clear skies and a blue sea stretched out for miles in all directions as a humongous figure appeared to disrupt this serenity. A menacing three-headed hydra with a complex expression on its monstrous face floated peacefully above the waters as its three heads gazed upwards. Noah had used spatial travel in the small window that sect master Inuit provided and made it back to his homeworld safe. In his spiritual land, he had a wide variety of beings collected, many of whom he could not bring himself to look at this moment in time. He observed the large body of the dictatorial kaiju hydra, as he felt its tremendous strength that made him feel like he was at the top of the world. Yet at this moment in time, he felt weak. He felt weak as he thought of the enemies he did not even have knowledge of that forced him to run. He felt weak as he closed his eyes and recalled the images of despairing faces all over Atlantis as they felt their world break down. This feeling of weakness, it had been a long time since he last felt it. Maybe his mind was still affected by the saddening cries of the lost world when its core was being ripped apart. Maybe he was just exhausted mentally after running around the lost world of Atlantis for so long, only to run as it was destroyed by foreign enemies. He let out a sigh as he deactivated his many skills, feeling his large body change as a tingling sensation spread throughout and he became a 2-meter tall Atlantean with shining golden hair. He floated in the skies above the sea that was between the United Federation and the Blessed Empire as he thought about how to even face the beings who had their home entirely destroyed. He was in his thoughts when a small white light shot out from the spiritual land anchored on his body, and the figure of Sect Master Inuit appeared in the skies with him. Beings usually needed his authorization to enter or leave the spiritual land, but this mysterious Sect Master continued to do surprising things. His gaze looked older and wizened as he looked around the new world they were in and spoke out. Try not to despair too much over the fallen. For many beings, the time of their deaths is already written, and they cannot do anything to change it. His gaze traveled around Noah's homeworld as he seemed to know a great deal of things. Noah listened to this as he asked a question he was pondering in his mind. What about my death? You mentioned you foresaw it. The eyes of the Sect Master sparkled at this question as he looked at Noah with a smile. Yes, my techniques showed me of your end, and yet here you are, very much alive. That is one of the things about death, too mysterious for even someone like me to give you any more understanding. Maybe your time was actually today in that destroyed world and my intervention stopped it. Maybe it wasn't really your time and events flowed as they should have. It's too complicated to wrap our minds around this idea for beings of our level, so we can put them aside for now. And focus on what to do next. Cryptic words that didn't add anything useful to his knowledge were all that came out from the Sect Master's mouth as Noah stared into his white eyes and nodded. Before we get to your goals, tell me more about the force that took down the lost world as if it was nothing. The whiteness in the eyes of the Sect Master flashed as a frown appeared on his face. Ah, yes. The Celestials. Beings from many different worlds that banded together to supposedly maintain the order of the universe. There are very few forces that would even dare to stand against them. Incredulousness was all that was on Noah's mind as he heard of the identity of beings he had falsely played as some time back. The world engine that Atlantis created was a piece of technology that defied the norms, allowing the lost world to actually change and mask its position in the universe with but a thought from the world core. After finding out about this, the Celestials sat on their high chairs and decided to wipe out the world that was playing around with such dangerous technology under the name of restoring and maintaining the order of the universe. The wizened Sect Master swept his eyes across the vast blue sea in Noah's homeworld as he continued. It was all under the name of maintaining the rule of the universal laws. Worlds should not be able to do what the lost world was doing, so they stopped it. It was as simple as that. They didn't have any malicious feelings towards the beings in that world, and they didn't hate or despise any of them. They were just doing what they believed to be the correct course of action. It didn't matter that an entire world would have to burn for it. Noah felt his hands slightly trembling in anger as he heard a bit about the ideology of the superpower he had only briefly learned about in his memories. The cries of the dying lost world reappeared in his mind as it seemed the effects of it which caused tears to unconsciously fall from his eyes still lingered. Even more saddening were the cries he could hear in his spiritual land where the remaining calamities of the sea and a few tens of thousands of Atlanteans and merfolk resided. He still couldn't bring himself to face them as he only knew a portion of what they could be feeling right now. He knew only a little about the despair and anger they were feeling as he had gone through an event where he lost those dear to him as well, but it was never at this stage. It was never this big. He let out a sigh as he asked the Sect Master. Knowing all of this, why exactly did you travel to the lost world to find someone like me? A brilliant smile erupted from the face of the wizened old man standing in front of Noah as a grand story was weaved out. The world of cultivation. It was a prime world, a powerful world where some of the recognizable powers in the universe played in. What did a being that earned the title of Sect Master in this world want with a budding individual in a far corner of the universe? Chapter 201 Pain. A grand tale was being weaved out of the mouth of the Sect Master of the Karmic sect as his wizened old face displayed a resplendent light. The world of cultivation was a special prime world where its inhabitants were actively studying and interpreting the laws that made up the world and the larger universe. It was a group of extremely powerful beings that could be considered to have a footing in the vast space filled with many stars. It was a world set on a different stage, as it was the norm to have beings from other worlds to congregate in the world of cultivation for the abundant resources and treasures there. Mystical secrets. And treasure abodes from powerful cultivators were spread throughout the world, where one only needed strength and luck to obtain heaven-defying techniques and items. It is a world you will definitely enjoy visiting, and it is one of the worlds where you will have a hand to play in the tumultuous future ahead. Sect Master Inuit finished his words as he observed the calm expression on Noah's face. You asked me what exactly I had in mind to sacrifice so many of my disciples and even my own longevity while saving you. It was simply to sow karma between me and you. His hands moved through the air as a few invisible lines appeared. He made a plucking motion as above Noah's head, a significantly large line became visible. The line SN.A.K.E.D through and made its path towards the sect master as he continued. Karma is something that very few can grasp, but it can show us wondrous things and give us the ability to traverse the tumultuous future relatively unscathed. Through it, I was able to know about a being worlds away who would one day come to prevent my death, and the deaths of many more beings that are connected to the world of cultivation. His hands came down as the white lines disappeared into nothingness once more. I have not yet found out what threat is coming to cause such a catastrophe, but I have completed the immediate goal of saving you, and now I can let events continue to unfold as I watch with ease. The sect master had a soft smile on his face as a brilliant white light flashed out, the figures of his many disciples with blank faces appearing around him as all of them inexplicably left Noah's spiritual land. Noah observed all of this closely, surprised at the foreboding words about the future as he asked. That's it. The smile on the sect master's face became wider as he raised his hands, forming a large hazy white door of light above them that his disciples began rushing into. His other hand stretched out as a luxuriously shining necklace inlaid with gems appeared and floated towards Noah. The gems lit up the entire area as Noah felt the many negative emotions and feelings of exhaustion slowly lift away from his body as this gem continued to float towards him. That's it. Here is one of the few unique treasures of the world of cultivation. I've attached some inscriptions that will let me know whenever you begin your journey there. I see a cloudy but clear path that you plan to follow, and I cannot interfere with it too much, lest I cause things to backfire. We will meet again in time, and I look forward to seeing the things I've only glimpsed become reality. His words finished as cryptic as ever, his figure following the disciples that had already passed through the hazy white door in the sky as his voice rang out for the last time. Oh yeah, don't get too sucked in with that fiery demoness of yours. I know heartbreak can be a deadly thing. With these words, the mysterious sect master of the karmic sect was gone, leaving behind a pondering Noah that received another surprise with the last words he mentioned. He had too many things to do, so he put aside the mysterious-looking treasure aside for now, planning on looking at it along with the skill books he gained from the death of Baal later. His mind wandered to Barbados at the mention of the fiery demoness as he shook his head and breathed out. His gaze landed on the spiritual land as he prepared to go see the beings that were facing unimaginable pain from losing something extremely precious to them. He disappeared from the skies and reappeared on a snowy area in the spiritual land where a few thousands of Atlanteans, merfolk, and the calamities of the sea were collected together. It was a weird sight to see as these beings that would normally be seen underwater were slumped on the snowy ground of the spiritual land, letting out mournful howls and saddening cries. They were going through a tremendous amount of loss that Noah could not begin to imagine. Some had lost friends, others their entire families, but all of them shared the biggest loss of their home. The Ocean Master was blankly staring at the sight of a few thousand Atlanteans and merfolk as extreme despair was apparent on his face. His emotions were overwhelmed by guilt and sadness as he was the leader that was supposed to keep everyone safe. Yet he could do nothing, and he had felt what used to be his home perish. Feelings of failure and shame were not only on the mind of the Ocean Master, as the calamities of the sea that had the roles as the actual protectors of their world felt a much heavier burden as they felt the link disappear. There was no lost world for them to return to anymore. There was nothing. It was an extremely depressing sight as Noah made his way over to the Kraken, the one calamity he had spent a significant amount of time with through the space affected by time dilation before they arrived for the defense of Atlantis. The Kraken had a face full of wrath and sadness as its red eyes turned to look at Noah's Atlantean figure. Its deep voice resounded out painfully. Where are we? Noah looked at the maddened eyes of the Kraken as he replied. A world I found a long time ago that I am able to hold some influence in. The inhabitants are not too strong, and will not be hostile, so we can spend some time here collecting ourselves. The reddened eyes of the Kraken blinked as its gaze remained on Noah and spoke out once again. The enemies that did this. Far too strong for us to even think about facing them right now. Yes. If they were even bold enough to make the beings that easily shattered an entire planet their enemy, they were nowhere near close to even matching a tenth of their power. Due to this, Noah felt like he was under a stifling pressure. He still had a plan that he planned to follow in his mind as he had to get closure from a certain world, but he had to plan carefully on how to move forward from there. He had to evaluate why he was doing the things he was doing, and it could not all just be based on hatred and revenge. He was connected to the lifelines of two worlds with billions of beings tied to him. After watching the destruction of a world that was much more powerful than the ones he was connected to, he gained a better understanding of the brevity of the situation he was in. His eyes turned back towards the Kraken as he continued to have an internal struggle over his next movements. The Kraken had an unwilling look, seemingly wanting to go fight right then and there no matter the results. The enemies are too strong, but they do not know about us. This gives us time to become stronger. It gives us time to learn more about them. After we achieve a certain level of power, we can choose to fight a battle that won't result in the lost world of Atlantis being forgotten in the dredges of time. Noah's eyes held conviction as he tried to calm and console the pained Kraken, spending some time with the rest of the calamities that now only totaled up to 5. When some time passed, he left them and went to see yet another being that was heavily affected by the events in the lost world. A fiery demoness, Chapter 202 Freedom. The spiritual land was vast, with many snowy fields apart from the central point where luxurious buildings that Noah had built stood. His body teleported to a particular snowy field in the frozen plateau spiritual land as he found the figure of a certain demon empress that was blankly looking out across the peaceful area. Barbados sat on a field of snow as her bare white legs sank down into the ground, the freezing cold not bothering her one bit. Her body that was greatly injured from Baal's attacks had outwardly fully healed, with her skin as clear as it was before. Noah had a complex expression as he thought about how he would be moving from now on when he spoke out. Barbados was dressed in her Gothic dress as she looked across the snowy plains of the spiritual land. She didn't even turn around to look at Noah when she replied. "I'm Fucking peachy, little fish." A variety of emotions were going through her mind as she felt the true death of Baal and felt heavy chains being lifted off of her body. Her emotions became even more tumultuous when she spread out her awareness from the isolated space treasure and saw the apocalypse occurring in the lost world. She saw the panic and fear in the remaining ruler's eyes as she stayed still in the isolated space treasure and continued to heal her injuries. Sometime after, she began to feel the true deaths of rulers of the demon world one by one, as every living being in the lost world perished. She had her own goals and hopes, and she had a hand in killing the strongest being of her race for it. As she felt the onslaught of true deaths occurring, she found her will wavering and questioning itself. Was it all worth it? Was her freedom worth the death of the strongest ruler of the demon world and all those that followed? Freedom. Her eyes lit up as this word flashed through her mind, her expression that was sad and melancholic disappearing as a vicious expression replaced it. Yes, it was all for her freedom, and she was now grasping it in her hands. It was selfish. It was cruel. It came at a great price. But so what? The only person she cared for was herself. Why did it matter who had to die in order for her to get what she wanted? The vicious expression slowly blew away any feelings of melancholy as the necromancer of chaos rapidly shifted her mood yet again. Noah's voice rang out once again. You got what you wanted. What exactly do you plan to do now, Barbados? Why does it matter to you? Don't think I didn't notice the hatred in your eyes when you were targeting Citri and Paimon. You expect me to give you respect and talk when you continue to bullshit me? What do you have against the demon race? Noah looked over at Barbados, who seemed to be shifting from opposite moods very quickly as a cloud of craziness followed her. He thought about the recent experience he had as he watched an entire world and its people be destroyed, and he thought about his hatred for the invaders that caused the death of his parents and many more in his homeworld. He recalled the memories of demons and cultivators he had killed as he learned of the larger worlds out there and how many beings were in a similar situation his homeworld and the beast world was in not too long ago. He couldn't save the beings in the lost world of Atlantis, nor did he have the power to save the many worlds experiencing a similar level of pain and unfairness in this vast universe. But there was still something he could do against those that directly caused him and his world harm. His gaze hardened as he affirmed his beliefs, recalled the many rulers he had knowledge of through stolen memories, and then he replied to Barbados. Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Phurkas, Malphas, Andras, Valak, Nabrius, Marex, Phoenix, Orobas, whores, and GAAP. All of these are rulers that either directly or indirectly caused the deaths of many beings in this world you are currently in. Most were active in the middle world you might remember, the beast world. Putting aside those that already face true death in the lost world of Atlantis, I will be going for the heads of these rulers sometime soon. Those who had a hand in the pain that the beings in his homeworld and those in the beast world faced, they would all have to die. But Noah did not want to be similar to the beings he just watched destroy an entire large world because of their beliefs. He did not want to wrathfully descend down to the demon world and senselessly massacre everything on sight in the name of revenge. He would kill those involved in causing the harm to the two worlds he was connected to, and reserve his judgment for the rest of them for now. Barbados's mouth formed a huge O shape as she blurted out. "You're the asshole who killed Gremory and Aureas in that little beast world. Haha, I even told them to let me descend down so I could kill the growing threat quickly or they would regret it." Barbados was clutching her stomach laughing as she continued. "That ball that was so big and tough actually did die to you, haha. If they had listened to me, I would have met you sooner, little fish. Maybe I would have already fried you up into fried fish, eh? Alas, everyone is just too fucking dumb." Her voice finished flat as she looked towards Noah and rose up, wiping the snow sticking to her body. "I've already betrayed my entire race for my own selfish goals. I don't care about your little revenge dream or who you want to kill as long as I get to do what I want, little fish. At this moment in time, I'm still finding you very interesting, so I'll be hanging around you and continue to enjoy the luxurious things in this isolated space treasure and the food you'll definitely be making for me." She beckoned towards Noah as the snow around them ruffled. "But, it looks like these stupid feelings of guilt don't want to go away fast enough and I need something to take my mind off of them, so a good FUCK would do. Come on, little fish." Chapter 203 Assimilation and Loot. The next few days were a busy period of time as Noah moved back and forth between multiple locations to start preparations and smoothly transition the displaced inhabitants of the lost world of Atlantis. A day after their arrival in Noah's homeworld, they were able to have an introduction to the humans that were busily moving around. Noah sent forth communications to Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko as they arranged for the appropriate people from the Blessed Empire and the United Federation to receive the Atlanteans and merfolk. The Ocean Master took the lead to talk to the humans who were much weaker than him with respect as hours and hours of talks ensued. At the end of all of these talks that Noah had to sit through, the result was an agreement being made for the inhabitants of Atlantis to reside in a certain location scouted for in the sea as the two forces planned for peaceful mutual cooperation. The process took a few days, but at the end of all of it, Noah was able to watch construction begin deep under the sea of his homeworld as Atlanteans and merfolk with hardened faces worked to create a new home. He was standing beside the Ocean Master who had long since collected himself as he asked, "The world engine, do we still have the capability to build it?" A pained expression passed through the Ocean Master's face as he heard of the creation that was the apparent cause of their world's destruction. "We can. I have multiple unfinished prototypes with me that would require a few weeks' work to complete. But, would we not be inviting the same destruction here were we to do that?" His body pulsed with power as he said this. Noah knew of the strong feelings each of them held as he shook his head and replied, "No, word of the world engine was spread through the mouths of demon and cultivators, and we will not have that repeat itself again. What we need now is to strengthen ourselves in hiding. The features of the world engine will provide that for us. After a sufficient time has passed, we could maybe stand up to those that harmed us." His words were strong as they shook the Ocean Master out of his stupor. The ruler of Atlantis nodded as his eyes turned towards the calamities. Noah spoke again as he noticed this. "They feel a tremendous amount of guilt for what occurred, and I'll be moving with them as we explore new worlds and find more ways to increase our strength. The calamities were powerful beings that had limitless potential to grow. He would be sure to strengthen them as time goes as he knew he couldn't do everything by himself." This tedious process of communications across humans, beasts, and the inhabitants of Atlantis would continue for the foreseeable future as the powerful figures at the top continued to move forward the plans. Noah found himself with a tremendous amount of cores, skill books, and law crystals that the Emperor Penguin and other beasts from his spiritual land had collected when they fought against the forces of Mountain Sea Sect. This wasn't to even mention the loot he had obtained himself. After finding some time a few days after their escape from the dying lost world, he was finally able to take a look at everything he collected from his journey. First off was the loot he didn't finish checking from the phantasmal ranked Paimon, 2 skill books were left over besides the ultimate skill he already obtained from her. The first was a unique skill that seemed fairly simple, but would have its own amazing uses, with the second being a phantasmal ranked skill. Lie detection, the veil of truth and lies becomes visible, giving the user the ability to distinguish between them. Persuasion, your words carry an undeniable truth, making it easier to influence the beings around you. Simple and direct. A smile was on Noah's face as he learned these skills and moved on to the skills dropped from the next ruler he killed, Baal himself. He began with the grandiosely shining ultimate skill first. 7 Deadly Sins Gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Devouring, Large Stomach, and Library. Devouring, filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. Devoured entities can be broken down and used to permanently increase the attributes of the user or as fuel for healing and a momentary boost in power. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Large Stomach, an enormous amount of space is made available through the use of this ability, allowing the user to store anything they can devour. Library, devoured entities are analyzed and stored, their life history and skills laid bare for the user to pick and choose. A maximum of 2 skills can be extracted from devoured entities. The ultimate skill that the strongest ruler held was no joke, and it was the reason why he grew so powerful in the first place. Noah's eyes shined as he looked forward to utilizing the skill to the fullest. His only regret was that Baal's body was completely destroyed with nothing left. He let bygones be bygones as he looked at the next 3 skill books, these ones being 2 phantasmal skills and a unique skill. Sundering Hellfire, hellish flames blaze out to cover anything your eyes can see. The flames do not extinguish until you give the command. Space Destruction, your strikes gain the capability to affect space. The effect varies depending on what realm you are in. Parallel Thought, the mind is an enigma, but it can still be controlled and enhanced. 2 diverging thought processes can occur at the same time. Skills that he had observed the oppressive tyrant use to fight against multiple phantasmal beings were now in his hands as he felt a feeling of accomplishment to have come so far. There was a new feeling in his heart after all the recent negative experiences and emotions. With his strength growing like this, there was a large possibility for him to grow to the same level as those he had to run away from. His beliefs were reinforced as he looked at his stat panel with shining eyes. He could do it. Vitality, phantasmal. Strength, phantasmal. Skill, S, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, epic. Legendary memory plunderer, hydrothermokinesis, devastation, summon death reaper. Legendary plus whirling frozen death, healing wings, demon king's banner. Mythical hydrokinesis, an undead stamina, defiance, resplendent speed, phasing. Mythical plus titanium body. Phantasmal the dictatorial kaiju hydra, summon titans of the abyss, radiation queen's sword, persuasion, sundering hellfire, space destruction. Unique spiritual land management, primal conjurer, spatial travel, shapeshift, witch slaves, lie detection, parallel thought. Ultimate bone master, 7 deadly sins gluttony. Equipment, 3x breeing of storage, ring of storage, s storage pouch, mythical pearl of the sea. Laws law of water 5%. Chapter 204 Preparations. Beings from Noah's homeworld and the beast world were rapidly moving around as preparations were underway for them to do something grandiose. The rulers of the demon world were heavily weakened at this moment in time, with more than half of all their forces meeting true death in the lost world of Atlantis. There was fear and uncertainty in all of their hearts, and Noah chose this time to strike and take out those involved in causing the deaths of many beings across the 2 worlds. He did not want to consider himself a senseless killer, but there had to be reckoning for those who caused senseless harm to many weaker beings based on their own motives. For the preparations, he had a tremendous amount of cores at the legendary and mythical rank, as well as many skill books and items that he and the beasts from the spiritual land had collected from their journey in the lost world. Much of this loot was distributed to Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail, allowing for these powerful individuals to be power leveled to the mythical rank in a few days. The remainder of the loot was handed to the remaining 3 mythical beasts that might soon lose their titles as they neared breaking through to the phantasmal rank. The Imperial Phoenix that had helped Noah when he was still at epic rank not too long ago only looked in shock at Noah's appearance after she had looked for him all this time. The being she had looked at as having a lot of promise had actually overtaken her in strength, and in such a major way at that. When she found out that the spiritual land that was extremely hard to upgrade and take care of was also a rank higher than her own, she blanked out. As much as Noah enjoyed looking at the reactions of this fiery imperial phoenix, he continued to move fast as he spent some time with the queen of the frozen kingdom in the beast world. It didn't take long for him to travel across worlds with spatial travel, and he routinely came back to spend some quality time with the icy queen while boosting her strength and the strength of the people in the kingdom through the continued use of budding farmer. He did the same for the agricultural sector in his homeworld as both the United Federation and the Blessed Empire experienced a boom that allowed for no mouth to go unfed these past weeks. Days passed like this as many things occurred, with the core destination being the same. A sense of apprehension and excitement was in the air for the powerful humans and beasts that held strong emotions against the demons that invaded them. Noah continued to look over all of these things as he moved behind the scenes to upgrade his own strength as he used the time-space to boost up his skill proficiencies as well as take a look at the treasure that Sect Master Inuit had left behind. Lawful Nourishment, a necklace that has a chain made of adamantium infused with the law of air and water. It holds a circular pendant that is nearly empty. Abilities include Soul Finder, Soul Absorption, Law Nourisher, and Essence Amplification. Soul Finder, the pendant acts as a compass to point to the nearest soul jade of a type it does not have yet. If the pendant has every type of soul jade, it will point towards the type it had least of. Soul Absorption, the pendant can absorb every type of soul jade and improve its effectiveness. Law Nourisher, the soul jades contained in the pendant will allow for the increase of speed of mastery and the power of laws. Essence Amplification, a convergence of essence will occur with the lawful nourishment at the center. The amount of essence amplification will depend on the number of soul jades in the pendant. It was truly a unique treasure of the world of cultivation as it showed spectacular possibilities. Inside of the circular pendant of the necklace called Lawful Nourishment, a glistening blue piece of what seemed to be the thing called soul jade was lying peacefully. It was an extremely small piece that you barely noticed it in a corner of the pendant, and this was the only thing that was present in it. Yet, the effect it had was something wondrous to observe. Noah looked around him as he equipped Lawful Nourishment and watched the essence around him tremble as it began swirling around the area. He observed the changes for a few minutes and found it to be more than twice as concentrated as it was before, allowing him to feel like his body was floating through the clouds. He spent some time manipulating the necklace and found that he could expand this area of essence convergence as well as reduce it, its effects becoming less and less the further out it was spread. The biggest boon was the fact that when he brought out the law crystals to absorb, he found that he was receiving a larger percentage than usual, making him look forward to finding more soul jades of different elements to add into this necklace and watch its effects become even more ridiculous. Besides the spectacular unique treasure from the mysterious karmic sect master, Noah observed the newest skills from the result of skill combination, as he prepared for the grandiose invasion of the demon world. The rising of proficiency was made even faster in the time-space because of the unique skill, parallel thought, as Noah found himself focusing on multiple skills to raise at once. He had an unlimited amount of energy to use, and now it felt like he had two different minds to use it. His efficiency shot through the roof as his rate of combining skills that was already crazy enough before became even more ridiculous. Lower-ranked skills that he just combined were combined yet again just a day or two later in the time-space as he continued to break common norms. The skills combined these past few days were Devastation plus Summon Death Reaper Legendary plus Summon Devastating Reaper. Summon Devastating Reaper plus Whirling Frozen Death Mythical Summon Death Lord. Healing Wings plus Demon King's Banner Mythical, Ruler's Might. Defiance plus Phasing Mythical plus Emperor's Defensive Maneuvers. His strength continued to rise exponentially as preparations for their advance into the demon world were nearly complete. There wasn't a shred of worry as he had multiple phantasmal ranked beings by his side, as well as himself, who was a different monster altogether. What was left in the demon world were a few rulers that were not present in the lost world. What could they do against him after he had taken down their most powerful ruler? Chapter 205 The Tactician. In a dark and gloomy castle at the center of the demon world. Light steps were ringing out across the large hall of the castle where a single figure walked. The figure had reddish-black wings erupting from his back as his body was wrapped in a sleek black suit. Large glasses covered his piercing blood-red eyes as he looked forward emotionlessly. He was the current highest-ranked ruler of the demon world. The Tactician, Agars. His power was not the strongest amongst the top 10 rulers, but he still took the second position after Baal because of his ultimate skill, tactician. Many beings feared the power he carried with it, and they feared more so when he was paired up with Baal on any ventures, as the combination of the two was deadly. But, in the most recent catastrophic venture, Baal had gone and taken many other rulers on a hunt for a supreme treasure while the tactician had stayed behind to manage things in the demon world. Now, this same tactician was faced with a tumultuous situation where a large number of rulers had suddenly faced true death, and worst of all, their strongest ranked ruler was among them. Terror was in the hearts of many demons as they wondered, exactly what enemy had they come across that completely wiped out Baal and so many others. The most terrifying of all was the fact that there was no news from any of the rulers before their deaths. There were too many unknowns, which caused many of the remaining rulers to panic. These past days, many of them were cooped up in the regions they ruled in the demon capital as they surrounded themselves with their legions. They hid in their tightly defended castles as hundreds of thousands of demunkins surrounded them from all sides, hiding until they received some answers from those with the most power at the top. The tactician, Agars, had used his authority as the second-ranked ruler to keep things to a level of calm in the demon world as he reminded everyone of their power. Even with Baal gone, they still had beings in the top 10 who held phantasmal rank power. They still had rulers with spectacular unique and ultimate skills that they could use best in their home turf. The other rulers were calmed and tamed, but Agars himself was thinking completely different thoughts. He knew that something monumental was coming, and he knew that the destruction that Baal had faced would follow them. He walked along the large hall of the castle at the center of the demon world as he thought of all of this. He could hear the commanding voice of the will of the world that told him to rally their forces and prepare, but he knew it was all for naught. His power laid in thinking and planning, while Baal was the brute force that attacked. This brute force almost always never listened to him, the example of the trip to the lost world where he commanded many rulers to go being one of them. It was this same trip that resulted in all of their deaths. Agar sighed as he entered into a veranda that overlooked the gloriously shining demon capital that was normally boisterous, but currently quiet as many had closed their doors fearfully. He knew something was coming, and his ultimate skill had already shown that he had a possibility of living through it. This was something that brought slight fear in his heart. His ultimate skill showed that he had the possibility of getting through whatever calamity was coming alive, but it showed that many more would be dying. Have Baal's aggressive methods of expansions finally caused the destruction I foresaw? Many thoughts and what-ifs passed through the ruler's head, but the past was the past, and time continued to move. What mattered was what would happen now. His eyes suddenly turned up as his skills informed him of something, and he looked into the skies of the demon world to find a shining silver light erupting out. The light reduced and the figure of a golden-haired man with a suit of armor appeared in the clear skies. A gloriously shining golden trident was floating in his hands as his face swept around the demon capital. An expression that seemed to show familiarity was apparent as his gaze traveled around, ultimately landing on the powerful aura of Agars who was looking up from the grandiose castle at the center of the capital. Another light shined out as beside the golden-haired man, an enormous beast with tremendously long tentacles appeared, creating a large shadow that caused a commotion in the recently quiet capital. This wasn't the end though, as 4 more phantasmal ranked beings with fearsome power just like it appeared above the skies, their pressure descending down and causing panic to those below. The figures of more than 20-meter-tall goldfish, sting-ray, cassiterite shark, and the lava kaiju appeared in the skies as their eyes looked below them menacingly. The demon capital was large, with the rulers spread out in many directions, but this appearance of powerful unknown anemones brought them to full attention. Yet another figure appeared on the already maddeningly powerful stage, but this figure was one that was the most familiar with the demon world among the recent group of arrivals. It was a voluptuous figure of someone that was barely 20, wrapped up in a tight black gothic dress as she carried what looked to be an umbrella above her to block the rays of light. Agars finally had a huge change in expression at the appearance of Barbados amidst beings that were most definitely their enemies. The necromancer of chaos located Agars the moment she arrived as a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Big brother Agars, it has been a while." The words were light and playful, completely not matching the heavy atmosphere as the legions around the demon capital were actively moving, with the remaining rulers congregated in the demon world taking the charge as they prepared for a glorious battle. "You are." Agars was tongue-stricken at the appearance of Barbados amongst enemy lines as even he couldn't have predicted this. She had always been slightly crazy, but had she gone off the deep end completely? His thoughts were interrupted as the being at hand floated away from the group she came with, leaving behind a few words as she completely ignored the atmosphere and went at her own pace. I'm gonna go back to my region for a bit to collect my pets. I lost too many of them in that lost world. Make sure to finish up your things fast. I'm more curious about the next trip after all this is over. With these words, her figure flashed away and made a beeline towards a distant area far from the demon capital, leaving behind an irritated expression on Noah's face, a dumbfounded expression on Agar's face, and leaving behind a weird atmosphere as some of the forces the demons had invaded made their way to their world for the first time. Chapter 206 Unruly. Agar's worked hard to rein in his mind as he carefully looked at the appearance of the powerful figures of the same level as him without making any moves. Just the 6 of them at the phantasmal level meant they held more power than those at the same level in the demon world at this point in time. If they were brutal enemies with the mindset to kill, not many of them would be escaping death today. Agar's began tasting the waters carefully while sending messages to all the rulers in the demon world to not make the first move as the results would be catastrophic for them. He was sending even more messages to Barbados as she would have the most answers, but he was getting nothing in return. Frustration was in his heart as he began carefully. I welcome esteemed guests to the demon world. May this old man know how he can be of help. His wings were spread out as his powerful voice resounded out from the capital. The demons that heard it felt shame while Noah just looked down impassively, his mind working on many things as he recalled all the locations of the many names of the rulers he had in mind. Multiple skills began to activate, but persuasion was at the forefront as he began speaking. Some of the forces of your world have been very active in plundering and causing pain across a few worlds, and I am here today to rectify that. Dangerous words spread out without fear from Noah as they reached the ears of every ruler in the demon capital. Expressions of rage and apprehension were abundant as many of the rulers continued to hear Agar's commanding voice to calm through the communication channel. They used to be extremely powerful, and would never stand for arrogant words like these to be said to them. But their most powerful ruler was dead. Many more of their leaders followed him as they faced true death with which they had no answers to. Now, enemies they did not know came down upon them, and their power was nothing to laugh at. Many of the remaining rulers were wrathful, but they were apprehensive even more. Agar's followed the lead of his ultimate skill, tactician, as he saw a path appearing in front of him. It did not lie when it showed him that many rulers would die today, but the path which showed his survival, and the survival of the demon world, was gradually becoming clear. He kept his mouth shut as he continued to listen, as this was the best course of action that tactician pointed out. The golden-haired man in the air was surprised at their level of control as he continued speaking. Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Phurkas, Malphas, Andras, Valak, Nabrius, Marex, Phoenix, Orobas, Hors, and Gaap. All of these rulers will die. The words struck out as if they carried immense weight and damage, shock appearing on all the rulers, but even more so on those whose names were mentioned. As if on cue, shining white-blue lights descended from the skies in the form of monoliths that struck and landed down all over the demon capital. There weren't too many, but they were extremely large in size as the moment they landed, they began pulsing with a red light. Outrageous! A deadly shout rang out from a corner of the demon capital as one of the remaining phantasmal-ranked rulers erupted out. His figure was that of a giant, having the blood of the golden titans coursing through him. He was ranked 5th, the president, Marbas. He carried a powerful cane as his voice erupted out and his figure floated into the skies, ignoring the commands of Agar's who continued to watch the situation closely while using his ultimate skill, tactician, at its fullest. The decision that Marbas was taking to confront the invaders at this moment, his skill told him that it was extremely deadly. You cannot trounce on the dignity of rulers of the demon world by bringing some measly beasts that carry the same rank as me and think you can shout some arrogant commands without consequence. His body floated in the air as the cane in his arms wiggled out and expanded into a gloriously shining suit of armor that wrapped around his large body. His already large size erupted out even larger as he neared the same size as the calamities floating in the skies around Noah, his power seemingly boundless as his eyes bore towards Noah with pride. Wah! Cheers came from some of the legions surrounding the demon capital as this show of power finally came out from their side. This was the one that earned the title of president, the one holding yet another ultimate skill, the 7 deadly sins pride. The series of 7 deadly sins were not just reserved for those ranked high in the demon world, but were held by the beings that fit their characteristics the most. An example was the 32nd ranked Asmodeus, the ruler that appeared in the draconic kingdom of the beast world and tore apart the strongest mythical beast by using the ultimate skill, the sin of Lust. Marbas was the one ruler that signified pride at its fullest, his ever-so-expanding body towering higher and higher until it passed the size of the largest calamity in the skies. His large horned head rose up arrogantly as he spoke towards the beings in front of it. What gave you the courage to descend to the demon world and demean its rulers while the holder of the sin of pride is right in front of you, boy? Arrogance. The words carried with them extreme pride as Marbas fully believed in his power in the face of beings at the same level as himself. The golden-haired man that was the target of these words did not reply, only looking up at this figure with a calm expression. He breathed out lightly and stretched his neck as the golden trident floating in front of him shined out. Spatial lock was used as the entire surrounding space became hard to move in. An eruption of essence occurred next as Noah's body rapidly changed, the form of a terrifying dictatorial kaiju hydra making its appearance. The hydra was welcomed by blooming flowers of bones as the abilities of the ultimate skill, Bone Master, were activated. A maddeningly powerful exoskeleton wrapped around the humongous body of the hydra as an unending flow of bones erupted out to surround the large body of Marbas in less than a second. A large scream came out from the encircled Marbas as his large fist struck out and created a small opening in the encirclement of bones, but they quickly closed in again as yet another skill was activated from Noah. Sundering hell flames were activated as a tremendous amount of mana was used without reservation, every single section of the field of bones and on the body of Marbas erupting out with dark red flames that continued to burn endlessly. Noah wasn't done as on top of all of this, its large body disappeared from its location to appear right above the head of the maddened Marbas whose body was surrounded by bones and flames, space destruction, being cast amidst all of this as the space where the upper body of the giant resided was cracked. A piercing scream rang out from Marbas as he took horrendous damage and felt his skull and muscle become deformed, but the attacks were not done. The shining trident appeared yet again as Heart Piercer was cast in conjunction with Plasma Beam, as a beam of light erupted out, descending down toward the already mangled head of Marbas. A shocking amount of essence was used in a few seconds as the people watching felt an overwhelming power erupt out, and when just a few seconds passed, they opened their eyes to see more than 75% of the head of ruler of the sin of pride missing. Noah was not done as he cast yet another ultimate skill without reservation, this time activating Gluttony, as the middle head of the dictatorial kaiju hydra stretched its mouth unnaturally wide as a black veil erupted out to cover the entirety of the body of Marbas. Pop. The moment the black light wrapped around Marbas's body in its entirety, an eerie sound occurred as the large body disappeared, nowhere to be seen as only a single powerful three-headed hydra remained in the area. The sea of bones and blazing flames surrounded this powerful being as its booming voice quaked across the demon capital. Who dares to still stand in my way? Chapter 207 Subjugating a World Unruly. The voice was powerful as it registered the shock that a phantasmal ranked being who stood as the fifth ruler of the demon world was killed in just a few seconds. Not just killed, as they felt his true death right after. The apprehension that many demons were feeling soon turned into fear at the reality currently occurring above them. This was especially so for the rulers whose names were mentioned from the mouth of this terrifying existence earlier. Many of them were in the legendary or mythical rank, but they just watched the being that had laid down a death sentence for them kill a phantasmal ranked ruler in just a few seconds. Despair crept in their hearts as at this moment, the skies and earth of the demon world trembled, the will of the world making its presence clear as it just watched one of its most powerful remaining forces face true death. But it was bound by universal laws, and could not do much. Agars was looking at all of this wistfully as his ultimate skill continued to give him different pathways of survival, his head shaking as the pathway Marbas had taken really did lead to his destruction. He continued to hear the unruly voice of the demon world in his mind as he found himself not being able to do anything besides meet the commands of this terrifying being or face death. Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Furkas, Malphas, Andras, Valak, Nabrius, Merex, Phoenix, Orobas, Horrors, and Gaap. These 13 beings will be meeting their true deaths today, anyone standing in the way will face the same fate as them. The voice seemed inviolable as it thundered out and reiterated once more. The words thundered out even louder as during this time, the trident of the sea floating atop the middle of Noah's head accepted even more mana, the feature of spatial lock being expanded out widely to cover everything his eyes could see as he disabled the abilities of spatial movements for his enemies. The monoliths that had struck down throughout the demon capital intensified their power as the normal process of creating a channel to another world was propelled rapidly, causing dungeon breaks to already be occurring for some of the monoliths. The figures coming out of these dungeon breaks varied from humans to beasts, but they were led by beings letting out fearsome power at the mythical rank. One dungeon break showed the arrival of the forces of the Imperial Phoenix as beasts of colorful azure red took to the skies. The aura of powerful phoenixes spread out grandly as they made their appearance in the demon world. The other two mythical beast forces made their appearance soon after as a large number of muscular white tigers and humongous turtles roared out to signify their arrival. An even denser collection of beings came out from other monoliths as humans led by the now mythical ranked Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail came together to form a fearsome force in another portion of the demon capital. All the forces were gathering together and reining in their powers carefully as they waited for a single command to attack. Dangerous lights were in their eyes as old painful memories came out when they associated the beings they were seeing in front of them with the losses they took some time back. Many of them knew though, that even after they did what they were about to do, nothing would change. Their loved ones would not come back. Those they lost would not return. But their hearts were stifled. Even while knowing that, they still could not sit still, they still had to return some of what they tasted to those responsible. I know it may seem unfair for beings you do not know to come and invade your home with the goal of killing those closest to you. It is even more unfair that I am telling you to not do anything to defend them. Noah's voice continued to resound throughout the demon capital as movements began to occur for many of the legions spread out, a few rulers grouping up together as the situation seemed to be turning for the worse. I have seen events like these too many times, and am frankly tired of watching them repeat over and over again. The names of the rulers I mentioned were involved in similar invasions, and that is what they have to die. But they are the only ones that have to. If you don't shield them, you will be safe. But if you choose the other option, even though I've recently come to dislike senseless killings, I can still carry them out. His words traveled to the minds of every single ruler as discord and confusion were spread even more through the use of the phantasmal ranked persuasion. A battle of pride and sense of livelihood was occurring in the minds of many rulers as this new reality set in for them. But was pride more important than one's life? The strongest beings would still tremble in unwillingness and fear when their lives were at stake, so what about beings who never had to fear death, but death suddenly became a very real thing for them? The rulers whose names were not listed had wretched looks on their faces as they began to distance their forces from the named rulers. Cowards. Vile creatures. Curses were being thrown around as they watched their own compatriots they had moved with for years move away from them because of the fear of death. It was a fear that they were not normally faced with, which was why this situation was so foreign and intense for them. Agar's had a difficult expression as he followed the pathway shown by his ultimate skill and sent a message to all the rulers that the powerful Hydra had not mentioned, telling them to either stand down or face death. Far from them was a certain necromancer of chaos that was watching the events occurring in the capital from a far location. There weren't any undead that she had left behind in the demon world for her to collect, and it was just an excuse for her to leave the events in the capital to unfold as they would. She knew that she could not go back to the way things were the moment Baal faced his true death, and was committed to following through her selfish goals without worry. Yet, she still felt some attachment to the beings in the world she was born in. She couldn't bring herself to be there and watch as some of them faced true death. She looked across the deathly quiet region she held the rule of as the vibrations of power continued to ring out from the demon capital. Her gaze continued to shift from impassive coldness to occasional guilt, but the coldness seemed to always win out in the end. She had spent countless years shackled down, she would not stop now after coming so far. The being that had captured her interest now seemed to be one of the few lights that were brightening up her always bleak surroundings that were only full of the undead. There was a sense of deep interest and curiosity that she did not want to let go yet. So she would follow the path she set herself on all the way, no matter what happened after. As always, coldness replaced all other emotions in the eyes of the necromancer of chaos as her eyes gazed at a far distance. The demon capital was hectic as many citizens locked themselves behind closed doors trembling in fear at this unforeseen situation. Legions of demons moved across the capital as gradually, two camps began forming in the largest capital of a large world. All of the remaining rulers had gathered their forces together in this capital after the sudden true deaths of so many of their peers, which gave an unbelievable opportunity for Noah's goals. A never-before-seen division was occurring because of it, whether it was due to the oppressive power the forces he came with brought, or the fear of death that many rulers had not come across their entire lives. a division was occurring nonetheless in the demon world. Chapter 208 Subjugating a World 2. Feelings of shame and fear were abundant, but the rulers could do nothing about it as they had just watched an example of one of their strongest do what they wanted to do in their hearts, but he had faced death within seconds. The demons felt angry and stifled as questions many beings had asked in the past when they were moving freely began to pop in their minds as well. Why was it all so unfair? What did they do to deserve this unfairness? In this world, in the universe, what brought in fairness to all the trillions and trillions of struggling beings? Those who could not defend themselves or stand up for what was considered right, and they died meaningless deaths. Did their grievances do something, or were their lives worthless? Some said that those who hold power and bully those who are weaker and poorer never really face their consequences. That they live freely and enjoy their lives while many more continue to suffer. At one point, the demon world held powerful forces and was spread out across many worlds as they carried out grand ambitions of expansion. They had traveled to many worlds and caused the deaths of billions for their own goals. The worlds they targeted looked at their situation and cried at how unfair it was. Now, the inhabitants of the demon world were feeling the same emotions. They felt the unfairness as a ridiculously powerful being towered over their capital and called for the deaths of many of their powerful figures. Because this time, they did not have the power to stop it. They were actually on the other side where many beings found themselves in the universe. They were now considered weaker than those they were facing. It was truly unfair for a large percentage of the beings in the demon world, as many of them had never even set foot into the outside worlds. It would be even more unfair if they realized that a single ruler, the being that was a master of lies, Belial, brought about this entire reckoning today. Noah's large draconic figure flashed as it appeared above a certain demon legion in the capital, where a particular ruler looked up with an ashen face. He was only at the legendary rank, the same level he was at when he controlled some of the forces of the subjugated beast world and sent them down to a small blue planet. The face of Belial only turned whiter as he found his body rising through the air towards the terrifying figure of the three-headed Hydra. The soldiers around him trembled as they could barely look up with the terrifying pressure descending from above them. Noah used hydrokinesis as he manipulated the water molecules inside the body of Belial and forcefully dragged him into the skies. His three heads shone with light as his eyes landed on the fearful face that was looking at him pleadingly. This was only a being of legendary rank, and yet he was the one that had caused such tremendous pain in his world. He simply located a small unknown world that didn't have any powerful figures and used the beasts they enslaved from the beast world to do their bidding. These simple actions had resulted in a catastrophic loss of life that many mourned till this day. Yet, Noah was looking at the perpetrator of all of this, who was fearfully struggling in front of him now. The being in front of him seemed so weak enough that he would be able to give him true death in the blink of an eye. It seemed unbelievable that someone of his caliber was responsible for such egregious actions. Noah didn't feel any sort of contentment or happiness from looking at the face of this being that was the root cause of the apocalypse in his world. He only found himself thinking of the past that could not be changed no matter what he did now. But, even though the past could not be changed, he could make sure that something like it never happens again. His gaze turned stern as Belial felt his body constrict to the point where his bones almost broke. New arrivals neared the position where they were at as Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, and other humans from Noah's world raised their weapons at the demon legion that Belial commanded. Information had been disseminated long ago on who their targets would be, and the first one they wanted was the one responsible for the death and destruction in their world. Steel Mikhail had a dark face as his body was lifted into the air by a golden shining shield as he arrived in the skies where Belial was struggling. His thick voice resounded out. "Please leave him to us." The voice was firm and strong, filled with extreme anger as Mikhail looked at the weak figure responsible for so much pain. Noah gave a nod as the body of the demon king fell towards Mikhail, who clutched the demon at the neck and floated down towards the throngs of humans. Noah observed this as well as the movements of the three mythical beasts as they targeted Asmodeus, who had taken down the Draconic Kingdom, as well as the other rulers that were present in the beast world. The calamities were acting as support as they took charge to make sure there were no casualties on the humans and beast side, their strength being powerful enough to wipe out all the rulers with the verdict of death if they wished to. Noah's gaze traveled to one of the very few remaining phantasmal ranked rulers of the demon world, who was watching all of these events with a pained expression, but did not make a single action against it. He thought about the ultimate skill that this being called the tactician carried as he nodded his head and transferred himself above the castle Agar's was on. This being would be a key figure to the plans he had for the demon world. I won't talk to you about unfairness or revenge, only what will happen after this. His voice only entered Agar's ears as the mentally defeated ruler continued to use his ultimate skill to see the paths of survival in front of him. He was watching beings he had worked with for years be killed in front of his eyes, and he did not have the power to do anything about it. He did not act before, and he would not act now as he saw only one path to survival, their subjugation. This was something completely foreign to him, a concept he would have never thought his world would ever fall to. Baal had gone across to conquer a few worlds and instill his forces there to obtain a continued source of resources and manpower. Now, their world would be falling under the same predicament. A sigh of defeat escaped Agar's as he worked to prevent the obliteration of the entire species of the demon race as he replied to the words of the fearsome Hydra. How can this old man be of service? Large black wings erupted out as the phantasmal ranked ruler of the demon world bowed down towards the figure in the skies. This astonishing sight from one of the powerful remaining beings in the demon world made the beings that Noah uttered the names of despair as every other ruler looked on with pained expressions. They understood that they could not stand against the powerful beings invading them, that to defy them would mean the true deaths of many, if not all them. They felt the same feelings many other worlds had felt when their forces were rampantly spread for the purposes of expansion. They felt the unfairness as they could not even defend themselves. They were observing firsthand the process of a large world being subjugated under the rule of an invader. Noah looked to the bowing Agars as his voice traveled through the air yet again. Let's talk about the demon world's power jewels. While many events were occurring throughout the large universe, in a small little corner, a momentous event had occurred. An entire large world was brought to its knees. Chapter 209: A threat that makes a world tremble. In the span of a few hours, every single ruler that had directly or indirectly moved against the beast world and Noah's homeworld had faced true death at the hands of the very same beings they had targeted some time ago. The remaining rulers underwent a painful experience of watching those they knew and lived with for years call them cowards as they could not even lift a finger to help them, all for the sake of preserving their own livelihood. There were many times where some rulers were ready to disregard logic and fight along with the target rulers, but Agar's voice would come right after to command them to stand down. When the dust settled, blood ran through the streets of the demon capital. Anger seemed to be seething from the surroundings as the will of the demon world was making its boundless rage apparent at the treatment of its powerful forces. Noah came to a stop as he was about to begin discussing the issue of power jewels with Agar's when he felt the extreme strength of a world that could do nothing but watch the events unfold. There was a possibility of something huge that he wanted to try out after gaining a particular new skill, and he might have a chance to test it now. Hold on. He looked past Agar's and left the forces of the humans, beasts, and calamities as he sent a message, and then his large body dove down towards the ground next to the huge castle. Multiple, radiation queen swords, appeared and rotated around him rapidly as they aimed towards the ground below. Yet another skill was cast as Noah layered blazing flames that never extinguished on the already poisonous swords by casting sundering hellfire, his figure increasing in speed as he dove down even faster. An explosive sound resounded as his large body began drilling through the earth of the demon world. Rumble. It was a shocking turn of events as many had thought events were coming to a close. Noah's figure was moving through the ground at an ever so increasing pace as he had a single goal in mind, the deepest layer of the demon world where the planetary core resided. This was where the will of the demon world continued to let out threatening power that it could not use, the centermost location of a world that even its inhabitants never came close to. His pace continued even faster as more and more mana was placed into the rapidly rotating, radiation queen swords that were wrapped in destructive phantasmal ranked flames. Minutes seemed to pass as he could feel the seething rage intensify, and he even began to hear the whispers of the wrathful will of the demon world itself. His pace continued until he passed through multiple layers of the earth, the temperature around him getting hotter and hotter until the very earth itself took on a deep shade of red. His powerful body that was the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra was not bothered one bit as he spent a few more minutes passing from the crust and into the mantle of the demon world, eventually coming across the much harder and more intense outer core layer. It was a process that took some time as he continued to thunder down even faster, but he eventually broke through from the layer that was the outer core and entered the inner core of the demon world. Resplendent light was all that was in front of him as the rotating blades were met with a suffocating air of extreme heat, but no more earth. Noah had broken into the inner core layer of the demon world that was actually not a solid collection of dense metal and stone. Unknown forces were present in the air as extreme heat was coming off from the centermost location of the inner core. It was the most beautiful sight that Noah had ever come across as he laid his eyes on the bare form of one of the more unique and powerful forms of life in the universe. "You mongrel!" A piercing voice thundered out from every direction as it bore down towards Noah, who only felt a tiny bit of pressure that he shook off as the world's will could not have too much direct effect on him. The voice was coming from the resplendent lights of various colors that formed into a circular formation of something that gave off a terrifying feeling. It looked to be like a constantly pulsating source of energy that continued to let out peculiar forces Noah had not come across before, the only thing close to it being the hexagonal spinning cube he was faced with when his consciousness was brought into an unfamiliar location in his homeworld. The circular form had tendrils of red light that shone in different intensities as they came off. Noah counted 72 of them in total, and found many of them to be dim or filled with cracks, with a few remaining ones that still shone an intense red color. His eyes shone as he peered into the secrets of the demon world as he was greedy to know even more. His body went forward and neared the planetary core of the demon world as the entire area around him continued to tremble from unknown forces and a tremendous amount of essence that felt suffocating. The body of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra shone a menacing red light as Noah activated a particular skill to see if he could keep this demon world in line. The skill was a subset of the ultimate skill that he received from Baal, the Devouring ability from the 7 deadly sins gluttony. Devouring, filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. Devoured entities can be broken down and used to permanently increase the attributes of the user or as fuel for healing and a momentary boost in power. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Noah always loved to go over the wording of the skills multiple times, as they almost always surprised at him with their ingenuity and all the different ways they could be used. The Devouring ability mentioned that enemies and other entities could be devoured, with the mana requirement varying depending on what the target was. So, how much mana would be required to use this ability on something as stupendous as the planetary core that now stood in front of him? His many eyes shined a brilliant light as he knew he would not be able to do something that outrageous yet, but his goal today was to show this entity a future possibility that could befall it were it to not fall in line. The ultimate skill of gluttony was fully activated as the menacing red light continued to erupt from Noah's huge body, its target being the resplendent centerpiece of the demon world. Chapter 2:10 A threat that makes the world tremble. 2. A maddening aura was spreading out in the innermost layer of the demon world as the planetary core observed the being in front of it with shock. A familiar aura, a familiar concept that she had designed herself was actually being presented in its best possible form in front of her. The ability she had created for the possible stupendous use in the future was actually right in front of her, already reaching the stage she had only dreamed of. She felt the activation and maintenance of 7 deadly sin gluttony, as a menacing light erupted from the being in front of her and began enveloping her very core. Emotions that she had never felt before sprung out as a particular one pervaded throughout. It was fear. Fear and immense confusion sprung out as nothing she was seeing made sense. How was such a thing possible? The ability she created at its pinnacle form would be able to do something like this, but a tremendous amount of energy would be required in order for this being to do what it was doing right now. So how was it possible? A foreboding feeling could now be felt as the planetary core screamed out. Noah felt a tremendously large flow of mana that he had never felt before as more and more energy went into the ability of Devouring, an expansive film of light going on to wrap around the resplendent planetary core in front of him. The film of light became denser and denser as the seconds passed, but so was the tremendous amount of mana that just continued to gush out endlessly. He ignored the shocked screams that were booming all around him as he wanted to see how far he could go. He wanted to know what the actual possibility of doing something like this was. He felt a new emotion of unending hunger as gluttony continued to be activated, a voracious smile forming on his face. He wanted more. He wanted all of it. The entire demon world was shaking as something occurred in the deepest core of the large world. The rulers turned ashen as they heard fearful screams from an entity that they would never expect it from. In the inner core where a red light continued to expand around the resplendent planetary core, Noah's body that continued to endlessly pour out mana felt a slight tremble as a message quickly entered his head. That is the limit, quickly stop. The voice shook him out of the reverie of an emotional state that the ultimate skill had brought him in as the process of Devouring quickly came to a stop. He was surprised as he seemed to have lost himself there for a second. The voice that entered his head was the planetary core of his homeworld that was always observing things through Noah's eyes. It told Noah to stop because for the first time ever, the theory he was testing required a tremendous amount of mana that put a strain on the enormous reserves of 2 planets. We barely count as middle worlds as of now. There is not sufficient energy to successfully devour a large world through you, but I see a way to quickly use this to our advantage. Many thoughts from the planetary core flowed into Noah's head as the unique skill, parallel thought, worked to match all the ideas flowing in at a fast speed as a stupendous plan bloomed. The fearful screams from the will of the demon world stopped as it felt the threatening film of light wrapping around its slowly retreat, the figure of the 3-headed Hydra in front of her speaking out in a booming voice. That was a threat, if it wasn't clear enough. A second passed as the resplendent planetary core remembered the foreboding feeling, releasing out words carefully. What do you want? I could simply devour you whole and destroy your very being, or I can give you a chance for something bigger. Noah's large body moved closer to the shining circle of resplendent mass of colors as he weaved out lies. The demon world was a large world that he would never be able to devour through the use of gluttony, at this moment in time anyway. The mana required to use the skill varied depending on the target, and the mana reserves of the 2 middle worlds he was connected to would not be able to match the demon world. But it wouldn't all have to be for naught, as there existed another pathway where they could still garner great benefits through using the situation that Noah had just made the will of the demon world feel. The first process that you just saw now, you could not resist against. What I'm about to do next, you can resist against if you wish. If you don't want the option to be devoured, simply don't resist. His words boomed out as he neared the core of the demon world closely, and a gorgeous channel of light erupted out from the large chest of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. The words he just said were actually true. If he had the capability to use gluttony on an entity like the world core that was restricted by universal laws and could not act against him, they would not be able to resist it. But the latter process he was doing now would need the permission of the target if it were to succeed. The channel of blue and white light erupted from his chest and struck onto the resplendent planetary core as yet another process began to occur. The core of the demon world was shocked as it heard the threatening words and then felt this change. The being in front of it was trying to. What are you? It was astounded at the process it felt, not thinking that something like it was even a possibility. It's either this or your destruction, do not resist. Only a cold impassive voice replied as the will of the demon world hesitated. It felt like the process happening now still had its own levels of danger, but recalling the devouring film of light just moments ago brought back a foreboding fear that steered the core in another direction. The hesitation was slowly lifted as it slowly opened its deepest self and let the channel of blue and white light enter its very center. The connection of the channel was unstable the moment it struck, but gradually began to settle down as Noah's large body magnificently floated in the air with the planetary core right in front of it. He was actually facilitating the connection of yet another world, something that the will of his homeworld had only done with the beast world some time ago. He was directly connected to both worlds, and now he acted as an anchor to try and establish yet another connection, and this time it was with a large world. Chapter 2:11 The Ruler of Demon's Eye. The world rumbled as a powerful force filled the surroundings, showing the arrival of a grandiose event. The endless channel of white light that Noah was facilitating gradually stabilized as a burst of colors erupted out from the resplendent planetary core of the demon world. A shocked voice erupted right after as the core felt the changes, and the new connection that was just established with it. You crazy bastards! Tremendous shock was all the will of the demon world felt as it fully realized what this connection signified. It felt the connection towards 2 worlds a vast distance away, but even more so was the connection with the being that was just threatening it. Over the vast distances of the universe, Noah's homeworld and the beast world were undergoing yet another change as the abundant amount of essence from the much larger world began flowing towards them. The density of essence in the atmosphere began to rapidly increase as any beings that could sense the energy felt the conditions around them improve significantly. The demon world had stopped trembling and stabilized as a few changes occurred in it as well, they just were not noticeable to the general public. You're betting the lives of billions of creatures on the shoulders of one being. No, even before that, how were you even able to achieve such a rule-shattering feat? A bombardment of questions was all that came out from the will of the demon world as it gained an understanding of just what had occurred. A cheated feeling came out as it realized the being in front of it, Noah, was not able to devour anything at this level with the power he currently held. The connection that was established was also not one where it held the reins of control, even though the core of the demon world held much more reserves of essence that matched the large world. As the one under threat who did not resist the establishment of the connection, it was actually in a lesser position even while being more powerful than both the two worlds it was connected to. It was cheated and now connected to a bunch of crazed entities who actually undertook such crazy risks. We're all tied together now, and I am actually curious about the ability you created for the rulers that allowed them to escape true death from normal means so that the issue of billions of lives doesn't weigh too heavily on me. Noah released the form of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, as he appeared in his still Atlantean form with shining golden hair. He felt a burst of pride from being able to achieve a smooth connection to a large world, effectively advancing their power by a whole other level. What made it even better was the fact that the world they had connected to had the unique ability that allowed those it chose to not be able to experience true death from normal means. If there was a possibility for Noah to obtain that for himself, he was hopeful, but a part of him knew it might not even be a possibility. There was a period of silence as the will of the demon world continued to receive feedback of information from the new connection that just formed, gaining further understanding and calming down. After spending a few minutes absorbing all the new information, an intense feeling of power and greed slowly began to fill the core of the demon world as it finally understood the significance of the actions those two worlds had taken with the being they were connected to. The resplendent core turned all of its attention towards Noah as many thoughts bloomed. With this being, with this absurd disregard of universal laws, ha. Euphoria erupted as the will of the demon word put the pieces together and saw all the grand possibilities. The euphoria slowly died down as it answered the question asked just before. Granting you anything close to that will be nearly impossible. Along with the ridiculous boost that this one being could access, there also came the downside that the fall of any one of them, but more specifically the human in front of it, would be catastrophic for all of them. If it was possible to give the privilege that the rulers of the demon's world enjoyed to him. But alas, laws existed that would prevent such a ridiculous situation from being born. You already succeeded in breaking universal laws when you established the first channel, trying to break even more laws to erase the restriction placed after the breaking of the first law will be even harder. Yes. The fact that Noah's death meant the death of the world he was connected to was the huge price, the huge demerit to pay for the creation of a channel that allowed him to tap into the endless reserves of an entire planet. These 72 lines you see are my own attempt to bypass the many universal restrictions, and many of them are dim and broken as you have been busy killing off the beings I raised with them. The impassive tone Noah had been used to from the wills of worlds came out as the core of the demon world reigned in its emotions. The restriction I faced was that I could not create any more than 72, and I could not re-establish them if any of the beings actually faced true death. So in your case, it would not be possible either. But shocking words came out of the now stabilized core of the demon world as it continued. But, if you can break such major laws already, what's breaking a few more? Noah's eyes shined with light as he thought of this possibility. He reveled in the new reality as he realized the huge enemy that was the demon world had been brought under his heel and was now even connected to him as yet another endless reserve of mana to tap into, this one especially huge as it was a large world. There also existed a possibility of gaining the perk that all rulers had. I don't know how long it will take as this will be something completely different, with you being especially unique in this regard. Don't have any high hopes and continue to be vigilant though, as your death would now affect 3 worlds. The invisible pressure that was always pressing down was made more apparent as the words from the enemy core turned into an ally continued. About that, you should head back up and stabilize things on the surface. Those responsible for past mistakes have already faced true death. Any more destruction now and you would actually be reducing your own forces that you can use in the future. A reminder came from the demon world as Noah was still relishing the new changes. Yet another one was occurring now as something unique was occurring with the successful establishment of the connection with the demon world. Something that I can easily do now is this, allowing you a level of command over the remaining rulers. A brilliant red light erupted from Noah's chest as something was being etched deep into his skin. Like an ink wrapping around his chest, it pervaded throughout as a menacingly gorgeous tattoo was etched onto his body. When it was complete, a red light pulsed out as the coronation of a being that could not be considered a ruler yet held the power over them began. Chapter 2:12 The Ruler of Demons 2. A few minutes passed as Noah rushed out from the deepest layer of the demon world and made his way up. The instant his body broke out of the earth, his aura spread out as it returned with something new. A sense of grandeur that was not there before presented itself, especially so to the demons as they felt something they had only felt when looking at Baal, and yet it seemed different. Noah's gaze took in everything that was happening as he looked towards the castle where Agars still stood. The second-ranked ruler was looking at him stupidly after he rose up, his senses informing him much more what the significance of the aura that had erupted in front of them was. His rise into the skies was accompanied by a rumbling of the world itself as the blood-red tattoo on his chest shined out. The calamities, humans, and beast forces that had taken down the target rulers watched on as these same enemies were shaken while looking towards Noah. Soon, they began to kneel down one by one as a single mental message replayed itself in their minds. It was a shocking message telling them to kneel as they looked at the figure in the skies. The phantasmal-ranked Agars nodded like he finally understood and also kneeled down, followed by every other ruler as they looked forward stupidly. "Dude, what the fuck did you do?" Words that could only be heard by Noah traveled to his ears as he found the figure of Barbados appearing in the distance, looking at him in shock. "I can kneel for you when doing other activities, but I don't like getting a constantly repeating mental message telling me to do that now." The necromancer of chaos had a troubling expression as she found a familiar aura she didn't like on Noah's body as he floated and was cradled in the skies like some important being. Noah saw this and sent a command to the tattoo inscription on his chest as a change was immediately felt by Barbados. The feeling of wanting to pay respects that was on the minds of every other demon disappeared in her mind right away. "Relax, I don't plan to put anyone on a leash, especially someone as CR, especially someone like you. I know how much you value your freedom." Humph. A harumph was all he heard back as the necromancer of chaos looked towards him displeasingly, while every other demon kneeled down and paid their respects to him. It was a spectacular sight for anyone watching as the invader they should have been spiteful at was the same being they were paying their respects to now. Under the observation of every single being present in the demon world, a new ruler that did not share the biggest perk that other rulers enjoyed but had a level of command over them was crowned. The inhabitants of the demon world were listening to the commands of their world and paying respects to their new ruler. The portion of time after that was a long period of adjustment as many things had to be figured out. Noah's goals were clear in his mind as he continued exchanging messages with the second-ranked ruler, Agars. The plans for the demon world would not just end here, but he would take the victors' role and reap the rewards that came with subjugating a world and its inhabitants. For the demon world, the power jewels created from abyss magic were the things that would become a major resource that Noah would extract to strengthen the inhabitants of the worlds he was connected to. The power jewels could be used to enhance the skills of anyone using them, giving a boost in power that only increased when the corrupted skills were later combined. It would serve as another resource to rapidly propel the strength of the beings that used the unique system that the will of Noah's world instituted. This wasn't to mention the deep troves of treasures that the demon world had collected for the hundreds of years from the many worlds that its rulers had been actively moving to and looting. Days passed as the same things that had occurred when Noah's homeworld and the beast world had established their connection were happening yet again, with the only difference being a sense of animosity remaining in the air when it came to the demon world. With Noah in place, not a single being stepped out of line. They began moving forward together. There were now 3 worlds connected to him, and they would all be moving towards the same goal of survival from here on out. He took some time aside for himself as he checked the newest loot from taking down the phantasmal-ranked ruler that held yet another one of the 7 deadly sins skills. The Imperial Phoenix, from the beast world had aimed for and ripped apart Asmodeus, who was responsible for the destruction of the Draconic Kingdom, in turn gaining a skill from the 7 deadly sins series herself, obtaining the sin of Lust. Noah was curious about the continued use of these spectacular skills as he observed the one he obtained himself. 7 deadly sins pride, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include pride manipulation, pride embodiment, sun throw. Pride manipulation, the user can induce extremely high or low levels of pride in others, causing them to lose contact with reality or overestimate their own abilities. Cannot be applied to oneself. Pride embodiment, when meeting foes holding a higher level of strength, the user gains the power of hubris itself. This power can be used to strengthen attacks or defenses. The level of enhancement is dependent on the true pride lying deep in the user's heart, which could be nurtured to grow so large that nothing is allowed to overshadow it. Sun throw, those that dare to stand against the holder of the sin of pride can only be punished by a blazing star. The skill lived up to its name as yet another killer ultimate skill, and Noah could not wait to see all the ways he could put it to use. He was also able to use gluttony on Marbas, being successful in devouring the ruler and using the spectacular features of devouring and library, which allowed him to directly break down the body of the powerful ruler to continue maxing his phantasmal attributes without even absorbing cores, as well as obtain all his memories and the option to choose 2 skills. His aims were completed with the demon world, and he would now continue to move forward as he strove to improve his strength even more while exploring the vast universe that held many spectacular creatures, treasures, and also unknown dangers. He held a level of confidence as he continued to gain strength while also learning to be even more careful. His gaze was already looking ahead towards the world of cultivation as he pondered the best way to begin his adventure there. What awaited him in this prime world, which was filled with powerful beings and unknown wonders? Chapter 2:13 Movements in the Dark. In the vast expanse of space, there lay a certain star that was distinctly unique from the many stars in the galaxy. It held a slight golden sheen as it stood stably in space, but this wasn't what would draw the most attention. What would draw the most attention were the many maddeningly powerful auras that were moving all over the star. It signified a type of power that many worlds would not dare to cross in their lifetimes. Deep in this star was a simple-styled monastery where an aged figure was looking at the young man bowing in front of him. The monastery had a simple house surrounded by an abundant amount of exotic plants that would make many powerful figures stare in shock. The plants bore a variety of fruits and vegetables that shone with various colors of light, an extremely thick amount of essence condensed within that would make many fight for a taste of even one. The aged figure held a watering can that released a rainbow-colored liquid as he moved across and watered the many plants. The figure held an air of authority and wisdom as the very air around him trembled in fear and anticipation. "You are ready for your first mission." A voice reverberated throughout the monastery as the aged figure continued to look forward without even opening his mouth to speak. The disciple replied curtly as his bow became even deeper, seemingly holding too much reverence for the figure in front of him. The disciple was a man in his late 20s at most, exhibiting a powerful stature with the only unique thing being the streaks of blue hair mixed with the abundant black on his head. "Good. There is a particular cursed item in the world of cultivation that was lost in history over the dredges of time." The Grand Master continued to move across the monastery and chanced upon a particular fruit that was shining a brilliant red. He raised an eyebrow as an invisible force moved and plucked the fruit, bringing it towards him. The cursed item is about to make its appearance once more, as the treasure abode of a long-gone void firmament cultivator that was hiding it is about to come to light. The fruit floated towards his face as he took a powerful bite, a light shining out as a burst of essence erupted out. A calm nod was released from the Grand Master as he nodded his head while tasting the fruit before he continued. "This will hold a level of danger to you, as the realm the abode is in will be filled with dangers that can kill even the most powerful rank 3 celestial. With your level being just halfway in the 3rd rank, you need to be extremely cautious." The Grand Master continued to water the rare plants around the monastery as the disciple that was still bowing nodded. The disciple did not let out any air of dissatisfaction with the task he was given, as this was actually the norm for those of his level. Never would they be given a mission that matched their level of power which they could easily complete. They were given missions that would test their power and force them to become stronger at the end of it. This was the way that Celestials continued to nurture and grow the most powerful powerhouses rarely seen across the universe. The disciple gave his affirmation as the Grand Master looked back fondly, snapping his fingers as a portal formed. A golden armored humanoid creature stepped out of it. Besides the golden armored creature, a blue-colored stone also appeared in the air and floated towards the respectful disciple. "As it is your first mission, one Punisher at the peak of rank 3 will be provided. It will only come to your aid if your life is in immediate danger. This information stone also holds the information we collected for this cursed item, and the void firmament cultivator that had the item in possession before. Thank you for everything, Grand Master." The wizened Grand Master nodded as he got back to water his plants as spoke once more. "For order and balance." The disciple shot up and stood straight as he placed his right hand in the form of a fist onto the left side of his chest as he bellowed out in a fervent voice. "For order and balance." In another location across the vast space lay an extremely large star that was famous for the strength and ruthlessness of its inhabitants. Beings called it many names, but it was known officially as the world which bore the most ruthless magic. It was the Magus world. In a distant corner of this world, there was a hidden underground lab that very few had access to. In a certain large area of this underground lab, brilliantly shining apparatus lay neatly together as the area was filled with powerful items and magi. More than 5 differently colored portals were present in multiple areas of the wide room as a few magi letting out wild levels of power were discussing in low voices. Are we sure we want to go ahead with this plan? The voice of an enchanting woman who held golden eyes rang out as the discussions came to a pause. We have been allies with the world of cultivation for centuries, why jeopardize that for something that might not succeed? We have run the tests, the chances of success are more than 80%. The gruff voice of a robust man replied as differently colored runes swirled all around him. The only reason that number is so high is because our targets are the cultivators themselves, no other beings were as susceptible to our tests. It has to be them. Another voice replied as the discussions resumed, with a final voice resounding out and shutting up any that were talking. We have remained a prime world for too long. We cannot advance if our world does not, so we will move forward. It was another voluptuous woman, but this one with even more astounding looks as every single proportion of her body oozed power and regality. She had a head full of dark hair that Dr. A.P. ed over her shoulders with red eyes that drew the gazes of everything that turned in her direction. We will start slowly and covertly, only ramping up the production as we are nearing our goal. By the end of all this, we shall be the victors once more. Her body swayed as she moved and looked towards a particular direction in the room where a humanoid figure was elevated on a wide metal bed. The figure was constantly twitching as something wriggled beneath its skin, but its face remained unconscious and impassive. What was surprising was that this unconscious figure was letting out a maddening aura of power at the transcendent level. The metal bed the figure was on was just one of the many that were propped up in this underground room. There were hundreds of such beds spread out all over the area, with tens of them already occupied with similar unconscious humanoid figures. A shining light blazed out of the red eyes of the voluptuous magi as she looked forward at this sight, observing a future that very few could imagine. Chapter 2:14 Training. In the time-space of the spiritual land, Noah was actively moving as days quickly passed in the area he was in while only a few hours passed in the outside world. The rapid combination of many skills was occurring as he continuously spammed and raised their proficiencies before combining. Other beings also joined him in the wide area as they trained skills of their own. In another section of the wide time-space, Noah had installed a relaxation zone which consisted of fragrant steaming hot springs that a few beings were currently using. Not too far from the hot spring was a gigantic version of a spinning grill that held a crackling flame around it, continuing to cook more portions of the many sea beasts that Noah had collected over his time in the Lost World. In the hot springs, Barbatos's voluptuous figure was dipped in halfway as a particularly arrogant emperor penguin was behind her using its flippers to give a shoulder massage. Its arrogant face showed unwillingness and shame as it turned to look at Noah and the other beasts training in the distance. It was the most powerful beast in the spiritual land, holding unlimited potential to advance. Yet it was currently being forced by this crazy woman to attend to her like a servant, giving massages or bringing food at the snap of her fingers. It didn't want to do it because its pride as the most powerful beast in the spiritual land prevented it, but it could not take it anymore. It would do it. It was going to complain to the spiritual land master. Near where Noah was training were two figures of young women. One of the frozen queen that was using her relaxation time from her busy schedule, with the other being the shadow guard, Night. Queen Adelaide was sitting down holding a tray of refreshments and fresh white towels as she looked in Noah's direction with a smiling expression barely breaking through her icy exterior. Night was standing up with her piercing gaze looking in a certain direction where a demoness was relaxing in steaming waters. Not too far from where the arrogant emperor penguin and Barbatos were, there lay a field of gorgeously shining trees that were dangling completely ripe, ice phoenix fruits, and, spirit of the Arctic, that Noah had planted in the spiritual land some time ago. He had specifically planted them in the time-space so they could mature even faster, using the boundless mana to continue to keep the time dilation active in the space. Even with this cheating format, their time for ripening was around the same as the previously unlocked tier of plants, being just slightly shorter. But this still meant that the newest tier of plants in the spiritual land had already matured and bore the fruits that were extremely conducive to the rise of strength of the beasts born in it. Aside from the winged spider that was hanging from one of the large trees picking and eating ice phoenix fruits, with a content expression, a miniaturized calamity of the sea, the goldfish was also floating nearby and opening its wide mouth to eat the resplendent fruits whole. The fruits shown they were most effective for the beasts born in the spiritual land, but they still collected a tremendous amount of essence in them and were exceptional to enjoy for anyone. The process of breaking through from the mythical to phantasmal rank was even longer for the beasts this time around though, as they had been eating and absorbing the energies of the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic this past day, and they were still consolidating and increasing their power at the mythical rank. Noah expected the Emperor Penguin to be the first to break through as usual, and he wasn't worried if it would take a few days or even a week. There were miniaturized forms of the other calamities of the sea furiously going head-to-head as they fought against one another to increase their strength in another portion of the large time-space. After residing in Noah's homeworld and being considered as one of its inhabitants, they were able to access the system that quantified their strength as well as their skills with the permission from the will of the world. The demons were experiencing a similar situation after the establishment of the connection, with the top echelons observing the use of power jewels closely to corrupt their skills and make them even more powerful. There were any different ways to upgrade their strength, and everyone was continuing to work hard, not wanting to be left behind. Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail had obtained their own unique and ultimate skills from the rulers they had taken down, boosting their power by a large amount as they spent more time diving in the dungeons that were newly created throughout the three worlds. The remaining three mythical beasts of the beast world were also actively moving in a similar direction, with the addition of their research into creating skills through mana manipulation on top of dungeon diving. There was a tremendous amount of essence that could be used by the worlds, and creating dungeons that were filled with constantly replenishing origins of legendary and mythical beasts was not too hard. Noah was especially helpful with this through the use of his summoning abilities. Putting his abundant mana to full use, he cast Summon Titans of the Abyss, Primal Conjurer, and Witch Slaves, to provide the origins of powerful beasts that could be used as the base for the dungeons. Summon Titans of the Abyss brought in two phantasmal ranked boss monsters that were placed as the masters in the newly created dungeon in Noah's homeworld, Titan's Abode. Primal Conjurer was a unique skill that could only summon and keep active two creatures at the same rank as the user, and was used just like Summon Titans of the Abyss to make two boss monsters for a dungeon in the beast world called Scalding Sand Dunes. Witch Slaves was yet another unique skill, and this one held even more uses. 3 witch slaves of the phantasmal rank could be summoned, or 9 at the mythical rank, or 27 at the legendary rank, and so on. It required an exorbitant amount of mana to keep active, but it was nothing with the reserves of essence for even a single world. Many origins of boss monsters to use in dungeons were obtained from this skill as ingenious ways to strengthen the forces of the three worlds continue to be created. The only negative thing was that the origins of these beasts were being used and constantly replenished anytime they were defeated in the dungeon space. Noah couldn't use them for his own purposes. It wasn't too big of an issue as he wasn't too active in using the summons in battles, with his skills being so overpowering that the battle was finished even before anyone else could join. This also wasn't to mention a side project that Barbados was working on to fill a dungeon with her undead and an abundant amount of traps, as she had the goal of creating the hardest possible dungeon. Scenes like this constantly played out across the three worlds as their inhabitants worked to unceasingly improve themselves. Skills combined today. An undead stamina plus ruler's might, mythical plus emperor's authority. Titanium body plus emperor's defensive maneuvers, phantasmal unbreakable golden body. Chapter 2:15 Setting off. The time neared with Noah finishing the preparation to set off for the world of cultivation, as he was concluding with his skill combination and the addition of new skills. From the dead sin of pride, Marbas, he had obtained the 7 deadly sins pride, ultimate skill, as well as a unique skill. Observant, any abnormal or minute changes in the atmosphere around you can be observed. The sight can be expanded for miles. He loved the addition of unique skills that were not necessarily offensive or defensive, but had their own uses that still boosted his power. Besides this though, Marbas was the first being he had used gluttony on, being able to devour his origin whole. This allowed for all of Marbas's memories to be stored in the subskill library, along with the option for him to choose an additional 2 skills. This was the power of the ultimate skill drop from the first-ranked ruler. There were actually more than 5 skills to choose from, and Noah looked for the ones that would have the greatest utility or ones that could be easily combined with the current skills he held. The additional skills chosen from the devouring of Marbas, the sin of pride, were simple or had great uses for a possible combination in the future. Hasten mind, the user's perception is boosted by an unknown factor. Lava giant, the body's composition changes to that of the ancient giants long forgotten in history. His collection of powerful skills continued to grow as a few days passed in the time-space, allowing for some of his phantasmal skills to finally reach a maximum proficiency. The only problem was that none of them were compatible for skill combination. He was looking at maxing the proficiency of unbreakable golden body and lava giant next to see what possible combination will be made available with these two newest additions in the picture. His stat panel continued to show the ever-increasing growth as the law of water was boosted by another 4%. Legendary memory plunderer, hydrothermokinesis. Mythical hydrokinesis, resplendent speed, summon death lord. Mythical plus emperor's authority. Phantasmal the dictatorial kaiju hydra, summon titans of the abyss, radiation queen's sword, persuasion, sundering hellfire, space destruction, lava giant, unbreakable golden body. Unique spiritual land management, primal conjurer, spatial travel, shapeshift, witch slaves, lie detection, parallel thought, hasten mind, observant. Ultimate bone master, 7 deadly sins gluttony, 7 deadly sins pride. Equipment, 3x breeing of storage, ring of storage, storage pouch, mythical pearl of the sea, supreme treasure trident of the sea, supreme treasure lawful nourishment. Law of water 9%. The emperor penguin and other beasts were able to wreak havoc and take down many cultivators from the mountain sea sect in the battle in the Lost World, gaining a significant amount of high-level water crystal, S. High-level water crystals, a crystal containing the ACCU. Mulation of the law of water. A significant portion is contained within. Noah didn't steal all the crystals from the beasts, obtaining a small portion for himself. But even this small portion was able to boost his law of water by another 4%. This was through the use of the treasure that Sect Master Inuit had left behind, lawful nourishment. The necklace was currently active as the essence around Noah's body was a level higher than in the far surroundings. The ability attached to the necklace, Law Nourisher, allowed for the increase in speed of mastery and the power of laws based on the soul jades that are actually contained within the necklace. There was only a minuscule blue soul jade that was barely visible to the nakedi in lawful nourishment, but this was what allowed for the extra boost in the percentage of the law of water, even when he didn't absorb too many crystals. The percentage was now 9%, meaning any ability or skill related to water would be boosted by 900%. That was an insane number to think about, making it possible to deal or defend against horrendous amounts of damage if he was using water-based skills. Noah was already making it his goal to obtain as many law crystals as he could, and do it without rampantly killing anybody he wished. Something horrible that he had learned in the many worlds he had been in, though, was that there was no short supply of horrible beings that would rush themselves at him on a platter. There were always those who were extremely vile or those that would attack him for their own purposes, so he wasn't worried about finding enemies that would continue to boost his strength. This was the type of world, the type of universe that he now found himself in. Those with abhorring levels of power were many. Unfairness, pain, and death was the norm. There were many worlds and people constantly being enslaved, with millions of innocent beings facing death because those stronger than them willed it. He would be there to take action against these people. It was not because he considered himself some saint that was destined to save every living being that was in pain. It was not for some sense of justice with him wanting to uproot all evil. It was for his own selfish reasons to grow stronger. He needed to be stronger so that the worlds and the billions of beings he was connected to would not face destruction. He needed to be stronger so that he could not sit and watch helplessly if an event similar to what happened to the Lost World were to repeat itself once more. So he would simply do just that. It didn't matter to him if it was considered selfish. The way for him to continue getting stronger at a quick pace was clear, and he enjoyed himself a whole lot while following this road. The many mysteries and spectacular things he could do with the unique treasure of the beast world, the spiritual land. Powerful items like the trident of the sea from the Lost World and lawful nourishment from the world of cultivation that he still has not utilized even close to their best potential. All the unique worlds with different types of treasures, foods, and culture he had yet to experience, there were just too many things to look forward to. He had a confident smile on his face as he was ready to cast spatial travel, and arrive to a certain part of the world of cultivation from the many stolen memories. His figure was back to that of a robust human with a head full of wild dark hair, his body visibly showing the packed muscles from the blue robe he wore. The frozen plateau spiritual land that was holding the many beasts, as well as the calamities of the sea, was anchored to his body. The fiery Barbados was floating by his side as her gaze twinkled with anticipation like that of someone going on a field trip. A flash of silver light erupted out with them at the center, and they soon disappeared. Chapter 216 The World of Cultivation. It was a bustling scene in the wide roads of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. It was the peak of activity atop the powerful mountain that was under the control of the time immemorial sect. Under their watchful gaze, not a single being went out of line as they oversaw one of the richest mountains in the world of cultivation. Near the bottom of Rainbow Spirit Mountain was an area full of colorful lights as all sorts of portals were spread out cleanly in a circular formation. These portals allowed for the transfer of beings from the subordinate worlds that the world of cultivation had their reach in, as well as other powerful worlds they were on friendly terms with. Beings of all sorts of species came and went from this transfer zone as they spread out all over the Rainbow Spirit Mountain to conduct their business. Cultivators dressed in a variety of colorful robes from differing sects were strolling through in a grandiose manner as the elemental particles in the air followed them happily. Disciples of various sects were moving in groups and cheerfully discussing current events, while other more powerful beings considered to be formation masters and pill masters had extravagant buildings where they conducted their business. Along with the cultivators, magi with powerful runes surrounding them were occupying some of the smaller shops near the bottom of the mountain selling their alchemical creations and weapons that were unique to the Magus world. These were the ruthless beings from the Magus world known for their powerful magic and unique creations as they strived to find the truth of the universe. In a particular portal that let out a reddish hue, creatures of the night that were rarely seen in other worlds were constantly transferring in and out of the gateway to either sell or buy their own products. Their bodies were renowned for their extensive strength, making them horrible enemies to fight in close quarters. These were the beings of immense strength that drew their power from powerful bloodlines, the beings from the underworld. A variety of species ranging from powerful lichens with robust bodies of humanoid wolves to the race of the masters of blood that was the vampires, all were moving peacefully among other beings in the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. This was just one of the locations in the world of cultivation that held a hub of diversity and collection of strong beings trading and sharing information with one another. Different sources of strengths were discussed as every single being tried to become increasingly stronger through any means possible, while unknown things still continued to occur in the dark. All of this was made possible by the power that the many sects of the world of cultivation carried. There had been very few incidences as nobody dared to cause issues with powerful beings that held a level of control over universal laws. In the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, there were many paths snaking upwards with shops, inns, pill pavilions, jadesmiths, and many more spectacular services built throughout. The higher up the mountain one went, the more exotic and expensive the services would become. One would even be able to set their eyes on a supreme weapon whenever the extravagant auctions held by the time immemorial sect appeared. Everything sold in this mountain was under the scrutiny of this sect, with taxes being imposed on everything. This allowed for extreme wealth and power to be condensed in the hands of any sect that held control of a mountain similar to the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. This made the time immemorial sect a hegemony over the areas surrounding the mountains. Near the bottom of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain was a small stall that could barely be considered a legible place of business. An old man wearing ragged robes with soot covering half of his face was holding a cane and standing beside this stall selling his wares. His eyes seemed gray and cloudy as a hoarse voice periodically came out of his scratchy throat to advertise the things he was selling. Many beings continued to pass by this dilapidated stall without sparing a glance as time passed. "Oh, Senior Brother Carl, isn't that the martial uncle of the scheming disciple you put in place not too long ago? He's apparently selling a legacy treasure that was passed down through his family." Not too far from the stall, a group of cultivators wearing wine-colored robes were passing by and chatting happily. The group was surrounding a certain senior brother and pampering him up in any way possible as one of them made a mistake and pointed out the dilapidated stall at the bottom of the mountain. The disciple who had spoken out felt mocking gazes land on him as the mood turned sour, their senior brother's face losing its smile and turning towards the stall. His face turned sour as he shook his head mockingly and went towards the stall. "Old man, why are you still on this mountain? After your daughter's schemes of betrayal were found out by me and she was punished accordingly, I thought you would have run off to some backwards country by now." The tone of Senior Brother Carl was confident and proud as he spoke disrespectful words to someone more powerful than him without regard. The eyes of the old man shined a tinge of red at the mention of his daughter, as an oppressive aura at the transcendent level erupted out from him. Senior Disciple Brother Carl sneered at this as he threw his head back and laughed lightly. "If you so much as touch me, you know that you and your daughter will lose your lives. So why don't you pack up these fake treasures and stop souring the mood of this Rainbow Spirit Mountain?" The words acted like a reminder as the aura of the old man deflated and his eyes became cloudy again, pulling back to his little stall and calling out once more with his hoarse voice to advertise his wares. A powerful legacy treasure, cloud sprite weapons and armor, a runic armament. After being ignored, the expression on senior brother Carl turned sour as he was about to continue berating the old man when two figures began approaching the dilapidated stall. It was a dark-haired man that was still in his 20s with a sharp jaw and robust body that could not be hidden beneath the simple blue robes he wore. He was followed by a young woman with a vivacious figure wearing a similar blue robe as she was looking at everything with a fiery gaze. The dark-haired man went towards the dilapidated stall where the old man was as his eyes bore carefully at the many items being sold. His eyes shined a sharp light that nobody caught as he turned towards the men and said with a light smile, "I would love to take a look at some of your items, Marshal Uncle." The words were confident and strong, making the aged old man surprised while making the mood of senior brother Carl sourer. The blatant disregard for his high standing as this newcomer just passed by him to talk to the person he was berating made his face hot as he thought he could feel the gazes of the disciples he brought with him boring into his back. Senior brother Carl puffed up his chest as he made his voice deeper and shouted out, "You dare." Chapter 217 Picking Up Treasures by the Roadside. You dare. Boisterous words came out from behind Noah as he continued to marvel at the sights in front of him. Using the memories from the many cultivators he had taken down from the Mountain Sea sect, he had a portion of the locations of the world of cultivation mapped out. Since he could travel to any location he had seen before through the use of memories, he chose to appear in one of the centralmost locations where beings of other worlds also entered the world of cultivation. Both he and Barbados had appeared mystically among the throngs of moving cultivators as they began to make their way through the Rainbow Spirit Mountain and take in the marvels around them. Noah had the unique skill, observant, active as it covered the area around him for miles, giving him a tremendous amount of information from every single item or treasure being traded, all the way to the words that every single being was saying to another. To process such a large amount of information coming to him all at once, parallel thought, and hasten mind, were kept active at all times as the flow of information did not seem to place any burden on his mind as he absorbed everything like a sponge. In just a matter of minutes, the current state of affairs, the atmosphere of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, as well as any major upcoming events that beings continued to talk about were all captured in his mind. Many spectacular-looking items, treasures, and pills that shone gorgeous colors were all under his observation as he walked around and took in the sights. It was around this time that his observation came across a particular item that actually caused a jolt to go through his mind. This was completely random, as there should not have been anything to cause a reaction in this foreign new world. But the reaction was caused by something completely unexpected, something that was coming from the spiritual land that was hiddenly anchored to his body. He was always supplying mana to keep the time-space active for the beasts that wanted to continue practicing as well as the continuation of the fast-paced growth of the plants. He actually felt a reaction that could only be described as a briefly appearing line of connection from the time-space to a particular item in a dilapidated stall at the bottom of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. His gaze sharpened as he briskly went forward to check it out, pulling the curious Barbados behind him as they approached an old man being berated by a young master. Noah kept his attention on the item in the stall as he looked towards the old man and said lightly. His words were a surprise to passerbys as nobody was paying attention to this dilapidated stall, but even more attention was drawn in by the arrogant voice of a certain senior brother. Senior brother Carl had a dark look on his face as he looked towards Noah in a questioning fashion. There were very few beings who would dare to disregard the authority of someone like him while on Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah did not even turn around as he remained focused on the aged old man in front of him who had begun picking up some of the things in the stall for him to observe. His eyes wandered over the items as they ranged from weapons and armor, along with the apparent legacy treasure that he felt a slight reaction from. Most of these are wares I forged myself during my prime, with this particular treasure being one that was passed down through my family. The old man hesitated as he introduced the items he was selling, clearly still hesitant to sell the item he regarded as a legacy treasure. Spirit stones or rare herbs are acceptable methods of payment. Spirit stones were what cores were referred to in the world of cultivation after they had undergone a process of refining. The many cores that Noah currently held with him from the enemies he had taken down would be considered to be unrefined spirit stones that would be of lesser value. Noah pondered this as he thought of the latter words the old man had mentioned, the rare herbs. His thoughts were interrupted as the ignored senior brother Carl spoke angrily yet again. Ignoring me like this? Good. Good. The disciple of time immemorial sect had taken offense from the newcomer who didn't seem to care about his status in this mountain. His body crackled with a slight hue of purple as it seemed he was about to make a move when Barbados tugged on Noah's robe and spoke impassively towards Noah. "Hey, I think this limp.I.C.K kid over here is talking to you." Clang. Some traders dropped the weapons they were selling as horrendous and unbelievable words came out of the mouth of the fair girl dressed in clear blue robes. Young Master Carl's face turned ashen as he turned to look at Barbados. Noah's smiling face had a hint of irritation as he looked towards the mischievously smiling Barbados and then turned his attention back to the old man and his stall. The fuming young master behind them was about to erupt when Noah's voice finally replied while he was still looking through the items in the dilapidated stall. "This is Rainbow Spirit Mountain. The biggest perk of this mountain is that no violence is allowed no matter who you are. Even an inner disciple of the time immemorial sect falls under the same category. You're wasting your time if all you're going to throw around will be words." Noah's words finished as an expression of epiphany appeared on his face, waving his hands as blue and woody-colored fruits appeared on the palm of his hands. "Martial uncle, would you accept something like this as a form of payment?" The fruits appeared in his palm as it let out a burst of essence and hazy blue color. These were the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic that were being devoured by the beasts in the spiritual land for their breakthrough from the mythical into the phantasmal rank. Even the calamities continued to eat them as well for the dense essence that was collected within. There were gasps and shock from the surrounding people that were still watching as the fruits appeared. Such dense medicinal fruits. Those should at least be at the 4th tier, right? Medicinal herbs and fruits in the world of cultivation were ranked, with those closer to rank 1 being common fruits and herbs used by beginner pill masters, and any higher ranks being rare herbs that many looked for. I see, so he's actually a pill master. It explains why he disregarded an inner disciple of the time immemorial sect. "Pill master, I also have treasures that you might like over here." "Grandmaster, I have a collection of earrings that allow you to." Traders around the bottom of the mountain began to call out as the resplendent fruits from the spiritual land appeared. The old man's cloudy eyes had a flash of color as some excitement appeared on his face. "Yais, the medicinal fruits work." His cloudy eyes were brightening up as this was the major thing he needed to help his daughter. His eyes landed on Noah as he thought about who this mysterious individual might be to have gotten hold of such potent medicinal fruits. Individuals holding something like this were almost always powerful pill masters who were very much sought after across the world of cultivation. It was these pill and elixir makers who concocted spectacular creations that many cultivators used for their breakthroughs. The neglected senior brother Carl that was fuming by the side calmed himself down at the possible identity of the men in front of him. The words he said were true, where even he would be disciplined if he broke the rules of Rainbow Spirit Mountain and attacked someone. He reined in his anger as he snapped his fingers and began leaving, but not before having the last word. "This isn't over. I'll remember your faces, newcomers." His group began leaving embarrassingly as traders began to crowd Noah's position, but his eyes continued to stay on the stall of the old man towards the one particular treasure that somehow had a reaction with the time-space in his spiritual land. Chapter 2:18 Picking up treasures by the roadside 2. To keep his goal vague, he bought a few weapons along with the item the martial uncle considered to be a legacy treasure by exchanging for a few ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic. Barbados was shooing away the gathering traders with an impassive expression, clearly showing they were not interested in anything else. The martial uncle's cloudy eyes were becoming slightly brighter as he collected the medicinal fruits and began to pack up his stall as he spoke out. "Thank you for this, pill master. I have a very sick daughter who will finally be able to get some peace with these medicinal herbs in the picture." Noah nodded at this as he looked forward to finding out what treasure he had picked up in his first hour in the world of cultivation as he replied. "Is there anything else I can do to help?" "No, this is more than enough." The martial uncle had a forlorn look as he stared at a particular location of Rainbow Spirit Mountain where a grand building for the time immemorial sect stood strong. "My family was one of the first servants that took care of the founder of time immemorial sect, and the treasure you just obtained was something that my father received as a gift for his loyalty." The martial uncle finished packing his stall as continued to talk. "It has been passed down through generation over the years, with nobody seeing anything special about it, gradually becoming sentimental in value. Now, it is in your hands. Thank you again, stranger, and I wish you the best." The martial uncle gave a bow as he hurriedly left, wanting to get to his daughter's side as soon as possible to use the medicinal fruits he just received. Noah simply observed all of this as he nodded to Barbados, and they began walking around Rainbow Spirit Mountain once more. It looked like the most mystical marketplace as beings continued to barter back and forth, selling rare and abstruse things that could only be found in unknown corners of the universe. They walked around and continued to observe the different beings spread throughout for another hour before Noah could not delay it any longer. He pulled Barbados's hands as they veered off the main roads of Rainbow Spirit Mountain and their figures disappeared in a silver flash of light. Their bodies reappeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land as Barbados stretched her body and said, "When are we gonna get to do the exciting things?" Noah was already moving towards the time-space while pulling out the item he just bought as he replied, "As soon as I figure out what I just picked up, hold on." The object that was considered a legacy treasure was actually a small purple sheath that had a curved shape with various runic markings. There was a twinkle of purple light as he brought it closer and closer to the time-space, the description of the item gradually becoming clear in front of his eyes. Sheath regalia, an old sheath that has not been used in a long time. It functions as a battery to a treasure lost through time. Very few are able to meet the requirements to recharge it. Current energy capacity, 0/100. Noah was observing this treasure carefully as he entered the time-space and watched a spectacular change start to occur. There was only a slight purple light that began to pulse as he brought it closer, but the moment he entered the time-space a burst of light erupted as the sheath in his hands began to growl like a hungry beast and began to absorb the mysterious power of time that was being given off by the many monoliths surrounding the time-space. The process did not seem to be stopping anytime soon as Noah observed that more of his mana was being taken that was used to keep the time-space active as soon as he entered with this sheath regalia. He wanted to obtain more information about the item in his hands, so naturally, he used the skill that had made many things possible in his journey. Memory plunder was used once more after a while, and this time the target was an item. Another light shined out as the sheath in Noah's hands continued to glow with a brighter purple light, the information about its origins gradually forming in Noah's mind as memory plunder got to work. Only a few brief seconds passed as Noah's impassive face became surprised and then gradually began to fill with shock. This. In a place not too far away, at the top of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Martial uncles and martial deacons of the time immemorial sect were gathered in a grandiose room that shone with hues of light as they discussed in hushed tones. "All right, quiet down." A strong voice thundered out as the many cultivators looked forward to the middle-aged man who let out a wild aura of power from his body. Division Master. He was given the respect he deserved as he took the title of Division Master, controlling all the affairs of Rainbow Spirit Mountain for the time immemorial sect. The Division Master nodded as he continued. "We have obtained the coordinates of where the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler is located." Gasps rang throughout the room as fervent gazes began to appear on some of the cultivators. "The abode is in a dangerous realm where even I could face dangers, but the rewards we would be getting our hands on are the treasures that allowed the devilish time unveiler to run rampant in this world hundreds of years ago." Excitement was bubbling as news of the terrifying cultivator from centuries ago appeared once again, but this time it was for the grave he created for himself before his death. Many recalled the power of the devilish time unveiler as they wanted the treasures he left behind for themselves. This cultivator was someone that fearlessly traveled the world doing as he wished because he could more efficiently manipulate the power of time more effectively than anyone else in the world of cultivation. He was levels ahead of everyone else when it came to the law of time, and his power was feared because of the many mysterious events he was involved in. At one point, he had appeared while a crucial meeting was occurring between two major forces and disrupted everything by unveiling the secret intentions of one side that nobody but them should have known, causing a war to break out right then and there. At another point, he appeared in a mortal village which had many beings that had yet to begin their journey in cultivation as he targeted one farmer and left behind famous words. "You will become a thorn in my side in the future, so I will just kill you now." When others schemed against him, they always found themselves to be a step behind. Either their plans were always known by him in advance or they were all killed one by one before they could even assemble their teams. This was the terrifying power that the devilish time unveiler held. He could do what many still could not achieve in the world of cultivation to this day, and that was traveling through time. Yet, even someone as mysterious and powerful like this still met his death. A being at the void firmament cultivation realm who played with the power of time still died in the end, with many not knowing who was powerful enough to bring such a cultivator to his knees. Now, his treasure abode was about to come to light. The secrets he held, the cultivation techniques and treasures he used that were lost through time, many wanted to get their hands on them. Chapter 2:19 A Storm on the Horizon. In a location not too far away from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, there was a small sect that went by the name of Purple Flame Sect. It was a reclusive sect that did not have too many followers, but they were known for their powerful disciples. The sect was located on a mountain peak where hazy clouds passed by, and they were particularly busy as they were hosting a guest of incredible importance in their main hall. Young Master Drax, we have found an approximate location from the information you provided us. This abode should be located in an unstable realm not too far from Rainbow Spirit Mountain. We do not know when it will open and provide us a chance to enter, so we will continue to monitor the location. A subservient sect master of one of the powerful sects in the world of cultivation had his hand placed on his chest as he bowed and spoke respectfully to a dark-haired young man that had streaks of prominent blue on his head. His face held a calm expression as he had the disposition of a being who held everything under control. The disciple of the Celestials had arrived in the world of cultivation for his mission. In a corner of the room was his protector, a Punisher at the peak of rank 3 in the terms of the Celestials was standing expressionlessly. The Celestials were a powerful group and held their own unique naming of their levels of strength. A being that was halfway through the level of a rank 3 Celestial, similar to young Master Drax, would be considered at the Transcendent Realm. A being that stood at the peak as a rank 3 Celestial, like the Punisher letting out wild waves of power, was considered a being at the peak of the rank that was above Transcendent. This was the strength of the Celestials, where a single level to them was multiple levels to others. Young Master Drax nodded at the words of the sect master that was paying respects to him as he asked, "How many know about this?" "This is one of the weird things, young master. For such a powerful and mysterious abode of the devilish time unveiler, many surrounding sects were actually able to get their hands on this information and are preparing to move out themselves." A smile appeared on young Master Drax as he thought carefully before he replied. "There is something afoot with the opening of this realm. Prepare your forces and continue to monitor the rift where the entrance will appear. See if you can find out who spread the information." The sect master of the Purple Flame Sect nodded respectfully as the hand he placed on his chest became even firmer as he called out. Many pieces continued to move as time moved forward, with the surrounding sects and forces around Time Immemorial Sect receiving information about and preparing for a singular event, the opening of the treasure abode of a long-gone void firmament realm cultivator. Every single being was watching with rapt attention as information even began to flow to the hands of other worlders that were not native to the world of cultivation. Unknown forces were moving through the dark, with even more actively moving fearlessly in the light. Noah was organizing the information he received from the sheath regalia, as he found his heart was actually beating at a fast pace. He did not think he would find a direction of how to move around in the world of cultivation so quickly, and it was such a spectacular direction at that. The item that was considered a legacy treasure passed down from a long time ago was actually more than just that. It was a piece to a powerful item that not many beings knew about. The sheath regalia was a treasure that was overlooked by those passing it down as they found no uses for it as it didn't react to energy or anything else tried before. It was passed down mostly as an item of sentimental value, until it ended up being sold in a small stall by a martial uncle that was in great need of money to take care of his schemed daughter. The item was unreactive to the many sources of energy it was exposed to because it needed a particular source that very few beings in the world of cultivation could provide. It required the power of time from a very proficient cultivator, or something as unique as the time-space in the spiritual land. If the treasure was not passed down in the hands of servants of the Time Immemorial Sect and instead to its powerful practitioners or even the sect master, maybe its true uses would have been found out in time. Yet now, it was in the hands of a being from another world. Noah's eyes sparkled as he observed the sheath regalia that was now constantly pulsing with a deep purple light. Sheath regalia, an old sheath that has not been used in a long time. It functions as a battery to a treasure lost through time. Very few are able to meet the requirements to recharge it. Current energy capacity, 10/100. The numbers of its energy capacity had changed as it continued to remain in the time-space where a tremendous amount of mana was now being eaten up to sustain the faster flow of time as well as the energy being sucked in by the item that was considered a battery. As for the main piece that this battery charged, it was a truly wondrous item that Noah briefly saw the history of before it was separated from the sheath regalia. He also saw the man that was carrying that treasure, it was a being known at the void firmament level in the world of cultivation that went by the title of Devilish Time Unveiler. Noah's heart was palpitating as he thought about the identity of the being, as well as the sparse memories of the events that lead to the powerful weapon he carried to be split apart. He focused more on the cultivation level of this being as he thought of how to move forward. In the lost world, he had obtained memories that told him of how the cultivators named their levels of power. The mythical level corresponded to the rebirth realm, and above the rebirth realm was the profound realm that was at the same level as phantasmal. Above the profound realm was the transcendent realm, and any cultivator that was powerful enough to break through the transcendent realm was known as a saint. The Devilish Time Unveiler was a being above the level of saint at the void firmament realm. A whole 3 levels above where Noah currently stood. With the sparse memories gained from the sheath regalia, he understood a bit of information about the terrifying power a being at this level held. Even with the many other memories he obtained telling him that this being was now long dead and his treasures were waiting for him to find somewhere, he still held great apprehension for how he should move forward. He knew he definitely wanted to get his hands on the counterpart that could be used with the sheath regalia, as it was a truly powerful weapon of insane proportions, but he also could not put his life in such risk when such huge names like void firmament were involved. His mind wandered as he thought at a rapid pace before the image of one mysterious sect master popped in his head. A smile appeared on Noah's face as he thought of the being from the karmic sect that seemed to know secrets about a great deal of things. Chapter 220 Karmic Sect. Thoughts came and went in Noah's mind as he left the sheath regalia to continue charging in the time-space, and he prepared to move out. Exactly what did you get your hands on, little fish? The voluptuous Barbados was carefully staring at the object as she floated in the air and asked. The heat in Noah's hand shone in a colorful light that would draw in the eyes of any that were near. Noah replied as he calmed down from the excitement at the thought of the powerful treasure. Just a direction of what we're doing next, come on. Their figures disappeared from the spiritual land as they reappeared amongst the trees of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah spread his awareness out as information continued to come in through the unique skill, observant. He was surprised to find that not too far from where they were hidden amongst the trees, 2 cultivators with blank eyes and white robes that were staring straight at them. They held powerful strength at the phantasmal level as their gazes focused on them and they began to walk over. Barbados huffed as she felt their purposeful gazes, her body beginning to crackle with a pulse of red light when Noah placed his hands on her shoulder and stopped her. The 2 cultivators that had somehow been waiting for them walked forward as they bowed towards Noah. Master Osmond, our sect master sent us to get you the moment he felt your arrival. Noah was spectacularly surprised at the beings he wanted to get in touch with to contact him right away as he recalled the words of sect master Inuit when he gifted him with the item on his neck, lawful nourishment. The sect master had mentioned that he had attached inscriptions that will let him know whenever he begins his journey in the world of cultivation. He nodded towards the disciples from the karmic sect as he reigned in Barbados. Lead the way. Rainbow Spirit Mountain was large with many snaking paths as powerful beings moved back and forth. They followed the lead of the 2 disciples of the karmic sect as they descended down further until they were out of the boundaries of the mountain. Noah was observing the sights around them with great interest as he took in the mystical air of the world of cultivation that seemed to have expansive essence and color all around. Their figures moved at a high speed until they were a significant distance from Rainbow Spirit Mountain when one of the disciples from the karmic sect stopped and pulled out a sparkling crystal of light, crushing it between his fingers and stepping back as the light from the crystal expanded to form the outline of a door. The hazy door grew larger until it was wide enough for them to go through, and Noah followed their lead as they all stepped in. The moment their figures passed through the door, only a second passed before it became unstable and disappeared as if it was never there. The sight in front of Noah was one he had only seen in memories as he stared at multiple mountain peaks where the divisions of the karmic sect were situated. They appeared on a larger mountain peak that was at the center and surrounded by 4 other peaks that each held their own exquisite style of architecture. Each of the peaks had misty clouds surrounding them as occasional yells could be heard on the peak they were on. In a wide field nearby, cultivators could be seen practicing against one another, causing loud sounds like that of metal colliding to ring out. We're currently on the main peak where the sect master and the elders reside. The other peaks you see around you are known as Pill Mountain, Armament Hall, Marshall Hall, and the Bestiary. Noah nodded with interest as they walked up the central peak towards a grandiose building that exuded tranquility and peace. They passed through the wide doors and into a large hall that was surrounded by stone statues on all sides. The statues looked particularly lifelike as Noah observed them, showing exquisite detail he hadn't come across before. Soon after they entered into a wide room that was the picture of serenity. Thin white lines were freely flowing in the room as a being sat at the very center with his eyes closed. Lines of white light would occasionally erupt from him as they flew out to regions unknown. The instant they entered, the eyes of Sect Master Inuit flew open as the mysterious lines of light died down around them. "You've made it, Noah Osmont, and with a guest at that." A sagely voice rang out as Sect Master Inuit came forward and spoke. The two disciples that brought them in bowed as they left, leaving behind Noah and Barbados in the wide room. Hearing the words, Noah let out a small smile as he looked towards Barbados and sent a mental message. The demoness looked towards Sect Master Inuit in discontentment as she disappeared in a flash of silver light, sent back into the spiritual land. "I came across something interesting just hours at my arrival here." Noah sat down as the Sect Master beckoned for him to sit. He waved his hands as an ancient tea set appeared between them, an aroma of something wondrous spreading out as 2 cups were poured. Sect Master Inuit nodded his head as spoke. "My intuition tells me it should be the issue of a certain time path cultivator." Inuit sipped the tea with contentment as he spoke words that surprised Noah once more. He knew he might be able to find more information on how to locate the counterpart of the treasure he held from this mysterious Sect Master. He didn't think it would be so easy. "What do you know about this devilish time unveiler?" Noah asked in anticipation as a wondrous story flowed out of Sect Master Inuit's mouth. He was shocked to find out that the being he only obtained brief memories of had actually fallen from that event which caused the weapon he carried to split apart, and that the location of his death was about to come to light once more. He recalled the treasure abodes that resided in dangerous realms hidden throughout the world of cultivation as he continued to listen to the Sect Master in front of him. "I've seen that you will take on this venture, but I have to tell you now that it will be extremely perilous for you, especially with the current level of strength you hold. I could barely approximate when the coordinates of the treasure abode would appear, and you still have some time. I would love to see your rapid rise in strength before you head out, and have a hand to play in it as well." The Sect Master smiled as he waved his hands, a small table holding a single thick book appearing in front of them. Noah's gaze landed on this book as he thought about his current level of power. A rapid rise in strength. That was the one thing that he excelled in. Chapter 221 Pills. The thick book lying on the table before them was filled with a hue of silver that glistened in the light. Sect Master Inuit had a profound look on his face as he spoke out. "This was the one I found to have compatibility with you at this point in time. It should prove to have some uses if I am correct." Noah gazed at the first book that explored the techniques of the world of cultivation, but would it work the same as the skill books he so easily learned because of his world system? All skills were just different ways of manipulating essence to achieve something at a whole other level, with the beings in the beast world spending many of their years learning how to manipulate essence to create and improve their skills. The silver book on the table in front of him contained the knowledge of how to manipulate mana to perform a particular technique, so he reached out and placed his hands on it to see exactly what would happen. A flash of silver light that was soon overcome with a hue of blue shined out, making a smile break out on Noah's face as blue words bloomed out in front of his eyes. Forge of the Silver Flame, a technique developed over the years by beings knowledgeable in conjuring the silver flames to refine rare material and medicine in order to achieve their quintessential form. The description was that of a unique skill, with the book in front of him disappearing in a flash of light that was absorbed into the back of his hand, forming a tattoo of a glimmering but faint silver cauldron. A face of understanding and wonder appeared on Sect Master Inuit's face as he clapped. "Wondrous indeed. I'm curious to see the surprises you will continue to produce. We'll talk more after you have adjusted to the new technique and finished your preparations." The wizened Sect Master stood up as he spread his hands out and continued. "For now, consider this little karmic sect of mine your home. Let me know if you need anything else." Noah nodded as he gave his thanks to this mysterious figure that continued to help him under the excuse of something that was bound to happen in the future. He did not fully know what this cultivator had seen, but Inuit was the reason why he was able to leave the lost world and keep his life. He still held some reservations, but he would cautiously trust this much-needed helper for now. This wasn't to mention the spectacular treasures and this new skill he had just received from him. Noah turned his attention to the Forge of Silver Flame, as he pondered on its ability to refine rare herbs and materials as he pulled out the only thing that could be considered along the same lines. An Ice Phoenix fruit, from the spiritual land appeared in the air as he began his first trial of the new unique skill from the world of cultivation. Forge of the silver flame was cast as a silver light bloomed out, the transparent outline of the cauldron that was tattooed on the back of his hand forming in front of his eyes mystically as the medicinal fruit that was floating in the air was sucked into the center of the transparent cauldron. A large amount of mana was leaving his body endlessly as he found this skill to be using even more mana than even the ultimate skills he held. A silver flame erupted out within the cauldron as the ice phoenix fruit became bathed in a silver light and began spinning speedily. Essence trembled and converged around the cauldron as a sizzling sound spread out, along with a strong aroma of medicine that Noah had not come across before. The process continued for just a few more minutes before hazy clouds of silver light spread out and the rapid spinning in the transparent cauldron stopped. What remained was the sparkling shapes of slowly spinning pills that shone in a hue of silver and blue. Ice Phoenix pills, born and cultivated from a unique environment, the source of these pills was refined even further as their effectiveness was more than quadrupled. The pills hold a tremendous amount of essence that very few could handle to absorb. The gorgeously shining pills floated happily in front of him as the transparent cauldron disappeared back into the tattoo on his hand. Noah had an amazed expression as he grabbed one of them and popped them in his mouth. It felt an explosion of essence that spread throughout his entire body, granting him a tremendous source of strength that felt similar to when he was absorbing phantasmal cores. He marveled at the increased effectiveness of the fruits he cultivated in the spiritual land as his thoughts moved towards the beings that the fruits showed the most effectiveness with. The beasts born from the spiritual land had been absorbing the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic recently, but many were still stuck in the mythical rank with their breakthroughs imminent. This was especially so for the arrogant emperor penguin. If they had the refined versions of the fruits they were eating. A smile spread out from Noah's face as he realized the next upgrade of the spiritual land would not be too far off. He stretched his neck as he disappeared from the large room that Sect Master Inuit left him alone in and appeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land. Barbados could be seen in a region of the time-space as she seemed to be battling with the practicing calamities, deathly spirits being summoned around her as she laughed maniacally. Noah entered the time-space himself as he went towards the large plants holding the gorgeously shining ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic, setting his body not too far away as the many fruits hanging from the plants were plucked out and came towards him. The transparent outline of a silver cauldron erupted from the back of his hand and absorbed the rushing fruits within as Noah did something that would make the eyes of cultivators pop out in shock and horror. The most rapid refinement and formation of pills was occurring in an isolated space that was the size of a grain of sand on the main peak of the karmic sect. The silver light from the constantly refining cauldron as well the tremendously powerful aroma that came from it soon caught the attention of the practicing calamities and beasts as their practicing stopped and their gazes turned towards Noah's position, the expression of avarice present in their eyes as they stared at the formation of rapidly rotating pills holding immense essence within. Chapter 222 Upgrades. In a particular area of the time-space, a wide collection of resplendent blue pills was swirling around Noah's position as he constantly pulled in the many medicinal fruits from the wide fields and into the silver cauldron where they were quickly refined into multiple pills. He found himself getting a profound feeling as he did the simple thing of providing a ridiculous amount of mana to keep the Forge of Silver Flame active and continuing this process. The beasts that had begun to near his position with shining eyes grabbed his attention as he sent a command for them to prepare for yet another breakthrough, some of the recently made pills floating around him going towards them in droves. Their effectiveness was more than quadrupled, meaning that it would not be an issue for the beasts that had already been absorbing the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic to experience their breakthroughs after this. The emperor penguin was ecstatic as it grabbed the glowing pill with its flippers and looked at it carefully before popping it into its mouth. A similar scene replayed with all the other beasts as you could see a flying spider, an Arctic fox, a polar bear, and many others swallow the glowing pills. It was followed by a burst of blue light as essence began to converge all around them, their advance into the next rank imminent. After a significant amount of blue and white shining pills had been refined with the beasts having already started absorbing them, Noah stopped supplying mana to the Forge of Silver Flame, as the transparent figure of the cauldron that seemed to be getting more and more solid as he continued to use the skill return as a tattoo on the back of his hand. He monitored the progress of the beasts as he got ready to start upgrades of his own, wanting to push his strength even further before he went on the dangerous journey in the grave of an extremely powerful cultivator. He had many phantasmal ranked skills that had reached max proficiency and were ready for a combination, but he found they were not compatible. There were two more phantasmal skills that he had been raising which had compatibility that would allow him to obtain a skill of the phantasmal plus level that he could then combine to obtain an even more powerful one at the transcendent level, granting him more than enough confidence as he moved forward to the next stage. He began with the combination of his first phantasmal rank skill that he used to dominate the opponents in the Lost World, the combination of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra and unbreakable golden body. A spectacular creation was produced as his first phantasmal plus ranked skill. The dictatorial Kaiju Hydra plus unbreakable golden body, Kaiju of the deep, a terrible beast that devoured its enemies whole. It held unparalleled defense with golden scales that reflected the damage dealt towards it, while also holding maddening offensive skills from the three heads that controlled different elements. The combination had made his Kaiju form extremely dense and strong, giving his enlarged body a golden sheen as he looked similar to a golden three-headed Hydra. The next combination was something just as spectacular, the addition of Sundering Flames, with the other skills he found to be compatible with Lava Giant. Lava Giant, plus Sundering Flames, Ancient Hellfire Titan, a giant long forgotten through the dredges of time. It controls hellish flames that only extinguish from its own commands, allowing it to burn its enemies until they turn to ash. The combination of two spectacular skills that he carefully chose so that he would be able to combine their products once more in the near future was complete. Rumbling resounded out as he continued to move, making his training targets the calamities of the sea and Barbados, who had already begun collecting the pills he made and popping them in her mouth like candy. Noah would now put his focus on training these new skills until they could be combined once more, trying to achieve his goal of a transcendent skill in the span of a few days, or a week at most. This training continued in the time-space for days, with Noah sensing the beasts in the spiritual land advancing to the phantasmal rank every now and then throughout. The first one to do this was of course the Emperor Penguin that had arrogance ingrained into its bones. A piercing cry rang out from it when it broke through, an aura of light erupting from it as it floated magnificently in the air. "Oh, you've become more powerful, little penguin. Come take my place as I go relax a bit." Its grandeur was cut short as the moment it finished its breakthrough, it was pulled into the fray of fighting against Noah, who continued to endlessly throw out powerful attacks against the calamities of the sea and Barbados. He was using the newly advanced, Ancient Hellfire Titan, and Kaiju of the Deep, against them, his body changing into that of a flaming giant one day and a tremendously powerful Hydra with golden scales the next day. He actually matched the attacks of the Kraken and the other four calamities without being pummeled to oblivion as he continued to use his endless pool of mana to heal and regenerate within seconds whenever his extremely tight defenses were breached. The damage that the calamities and Barbados took continued to accumulate over time though, giving Noah an upper hand as more time passed. This was where the recently advancing beasts from the spiritual land came in as they jumped into the fray the moment they completed their breakthrough into the phantasmal rank. Multiple days passed in the time-space that Noah continued to supply mana to, which allowed an equivalent of one day to pass in the outside world. This rigorous training regimen continued until more than 5 beasts had passed through the mythical rank and made their way to the phantasmal rank, making it possible for the upgrade of the spiritual land yet again. Noah also finished his training as he was able to achieve maxing the proficiency of the recently combined Kaiju of the Deep and Ancient Hellfire Titan, after more than a week of non-stop usage in the time-space. It was arduous and somewhat boring at times, but it allowed him to look forward to the combination of a transcendent rank skill at the same time as the upgrade of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land to the 5th rank. Chapter 223 Power. Noah's body floated in the skies of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as a grand smile spread out from him. He was looking at the panel of spiritual land management, and seeing that the conditions for the upgrade to the next rank were all complete, and all that remained was him putting in a tremendous amount of mana as a catalyst. Start. He sent a command in his mind as the process began, with the spiritual land beginning to tremble as it underwent yet another change. The treasure was something unique from the beast world, having its own uses that were very rarely seen. Noah was reaching unknown levels of this treasure as he continued to upgrade it with no problems. He was looking forward to the new unlocks and next tier of medicinal fruits that would be available to use, as well as the all-round improvements of the features already existing. He was particularly looking forward to the improvement of the time-space feature, as only the first ratio of 1:5 had been unlocked and many more were waiting. The rumbling in the spiritual land further continued as mana continued to senselessly leave his body and bathe the glittering frozen land, a blinding blue light continuing to build up and ready to seemingly erupt. All the beings in the spiritual land could feel the grandiose change as the kraken leading the calamities of the sea looked forward in stupefaction. Barbados was feeling the essence's convergence around them and looked towards the central figure where all of this was occurring as she shook her head in surprise at the things that continued to happen around this one being. The crescendo of noises and build-up reached the peak as the blinding light erupted out, bringing with it the completion of advancement to the next rank for the Frozen Plateau spiritual land. Frozen Plateau 5. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, D134, 325, C33, 653, B21, 426, A3, 735, S1539, Epic 496, Legendary 42, Mythical 14, Phantasmal 6. Plants: whitefall trees, snow vine, sacred rye, pygmy melon, icefire persimmon, ice phoenix fruits, spirit of the Arctic. Available for planting: frozen angelica, regal flora. Features: size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, locked, hashtag $% at hashtag %, locked. Upgrade conditions not met. Noah stared at the gorgeous lines of blue words as he went through the newest feature, as well as the upgrade of the one he looked forward to the most. Time dilation: the abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked, 1:10 ratio, unlocked, 1:20 ratio, locked. Treasure hunter: unique wonders exist all around, rarely observed with the untrained eye. The master of the spiritual land gains the ability that allows them to more easily locate unique treasures in the land they are in. The first one was the unlocking of the 1:10 ratio of the time-space from the original 1:5, making it possible for him to train in the space without any worries even more. If he chose to spend 10 hours in the area surrounded by the many monoliths, only a single hour would have passed in the outside world. This upgrade just went on to further improve a feature that was already spectacular. Next up was the newest addition, a feature called Treasure Hunter. It didn't seem like anything special, but Noah knew not to underestimate anything appearing from the upgrades of the spiritual land, with this feature most likely being something even more spectacular that would bring him amazing things in the future. All the other features like Boost Surroundings, Frozen Barrier, and Offensive Maneuvers received their own upgrades, making them much stronger and increasing their effectiveness even more. Noah observed the celebrating beasts, especially the emperor penguin that was the first to break through to the phantasmal rank as he looked at his own panel towards skill combination. The upgrade for the spiritual land was complete, and now he would observe exactly what power the combination of the two phantasmal plus rank skills would bring once they produced a transcendent skill of the next rank. He left the celebrating beasts behind as his body disappeared and reappeared in the underground section of the spiritual land once again. He took a deep breath as he observed his panel and placed the two skills, Kaiju of the Deep, and Ancient Hellfire Titan, into the two slots of skill combination. Kaiju of the Deep, plus, Ancient Hellfire Titan, Transcendent, the calamitous Leviathan, a terrible creature that rains down destruction and fear upon its enemies. It holds the bloodlines of ancient giants and dragons, granting it the form of a calamitous dragon only heard of in history, the nine-headed Hydra. Noah breathed out heavily as he saw the appearance of his first transcendent skill, not giving it a second thought before he activated it right away. He wanted to know exactly what level of power this new addition brought him. Essence rumbled and the skies cracked as the calamitous Leviathan was cast for the first time, Noah's body erupting out as a maddening power appeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land. Every single being in the unique treasure could feel the appearance of this maddening aura that seemed to bring anything lower than it to its knees. It spread out from the spiritual land placed in the wide room on the building which was located on the main peak of the karmic sect as it spread out even further, grabbing the attention of practicing disciples as their gazes hardened. This wasn't just a normal aura of the transcendent rank they felt, but something that felt much more maddening. In the underground layer of the spiritual land, essence continued to clash and erupt out as a being with palpitating power appeared from the small humanoid form of Noah. Boasting 9 tremendously large heads and 4 resplendently shining wings that each held their own color, the nine-headed Hydra, the calamitous Leviathan, had made its first appearance in the world of cultivation. Chapter 224 Surrounded. A sense of calm passed through Noah's mind as he experienced the level of strength at the transcendent level. Belief in his own power was reinforced as he left the spiritual land to give thanks to Sect Master Inuit and start preparing to move after some time planning on how he should approach the dangers of the treasure abode of the fallen cultivator. There were a few ways, and one of them lied with the sect that was obviously tied to them in name and would be doing everything possible in their power to obtain the treasures of the powerful devilish Time Unveiler. This was the time immemorial sect situated in Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah had a smile as he thought about the arrogant young master he had somehow offended a day back when not putting in the days that passed in the time-space. As his figure flashed away, he wanted to see if this little enmity was something that would make the young master do something stupid. In Rainbow Spirit Mountain, even though no conflict was permitted from any parties, those from time immemorial sects still had many eyes spread throughout the mountain to surveil the beings going in and out. This particular day, a disgruntled young Master Carl had taken the shift of a fellow inner disciple to monitor a portion of Rainbow Spirit Mountain as he spread out their eyes to look for two particular individuals that made his face turn red just by thinking about them. Pill Masters. Humph, so what? We have many cultivators that can create pills in our sect. His mind continued to fume as he watched for the appearance of the two figures, and his patience finally paid off when a few hours later, the other disciples brought him news about a particular dark-haired that was strolling through the many buildings throughout Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Haha, good, follow him. If he steps foot outside this Rainbow Spirit Mountain of mine. Senior brother Carl had a wrathful expression on his face as he took out a soul jade from his storage ring and took a deep breath before sending a message to a martial uncle that was one of the very few connections his father held in the sect. There were very few favors he could ask of this martial uncle, and teaching a lesson to some arrogant outsider was one of them. Martial Uncle Dan, there's a small issue that I would love your help on. The message traveled across space as a signal rang out in the soul jade that Martial Uncle Dan held while he was finishing a meeting. He heard the message as he shook his head wearily before replying. What is it now, boy? Things are about to get really busy around here, with a lot of us leaving very soon. Senior brother Carl was ecstatic at the reply as he continued. It shouldn't take too long, Martial Uncle. You see, an otherworlder had. Senior brother Carl weaved out a story as his martial uncle listened with a slight smile, knowing that his nephew was just on another one of his walks when he found another poor soul to pick on. But he would take care of these insignificant issues of his nephew so that his father never gets to hear of them. There were too many important issues at stake currently. He replied quickly as it seemed his nephew was still continuing to spew out excuses. All right, I get it. Where is he now? An ecstatic smile erupted from Senior brother Carl's face as he heard these words, rapidly replying back. The disciples watching him are currently following him down the mountain. He actually seems to be descending out of the boundaries soon. Senior brother Carl was ecstatic as he found the arrogant otherworlder to actually make things perfect for him. They couldn't cause too much trouble of Rainbow Spirit Mountain, but outside of it. His smile was wide as he sent the coordinates to his martial uncle and began moving down the mountain himself. He would teach this arrogant otherworlder what it meant to look down on others today. Noah continued down Rainbow Spirit Mountain as soon as his observation skill picked up the many eyes that focused on him and tracked his every move. The fish had taken the bait, and he moved out to see exactly what actions it would take to decide on whether he strangles it or lets it go. He browsed the items on other shops as he continued to descend down the mountain, continuing to watch the peculiarity of the new sites opening themselves up in front of him. After some time, he had gone down until he left the boundaries of Rainbow Spirit Mountain, watching the figures of beings become more and more sparse as he went further down. He followed one of the paths where carriages were leaving the mountain, and he did not wait too long before he felt his surroundings change as the scenery of a long road with trees around him disappeared, a new sight opening itself up in front of him. He was now in a field of grassland as they swiftly moved for miles around him. This is a formation. He was surprised at the ingenuity of cultivators as he was placed in something he only had memories of, a powerful formation that only the most proficient formation masters of the cultivation world could set up. Multiple figures began appearing in the skies of the formation as he recalled the face of a particular senior brother and smiled. A voice thundered out from all around him at this moment. You have the calm to smile after you are surrounded by my earthly revolving formation that no transcendent realm cultivator can break out of without my permission. The voice was confident and strong, coming from someone much more powerful than the senior brother that Noah had hoped would take the bait. His smile became even wider as he replied. I wonder what I have done to deserve the attention of someone so powerful. The reply was steady and filled with curiosity, not the tone that Marshal Uncle Dan wanted to hear. Good, we shall see how much longer you continue to remain calm. No sound or aura will be released from this formation, with your livelihood being under my control. An overwhelming pressure descended from all around as lines of energy were activated in the formation, forming into an oppressive force that crushed down at Noah's position. Senior brother Carl and his posse floated behind their martial uncle in the bounds of the formation as they looked forward with arrogant faces. Their demeanor showed that this was not something new that the cultivators of the time immemorial sect would do as the martial uncle spoke again. You have offended an inner disciple of my sect. You will kneel, apologize, and give all the treasures and pills you have in your belongings. The pressure descended all around Noah as it made the area around him tremble, his body that was still only strengthened up to the peak of phantasmal level with many skills activated straining under the powerful pressure of the transcendent realm formation master. He grit his teeth as an imperceptible smile appeared on his face and he replied. Or what? There was a period of silence from the cultivators as they looked at this otherworlder who was struggling to bear just the pressure of the formation yet acting so confidently. The arrogance deep in their bones was tested as senior brother Carl was the first to speak out. Or you will face death. His face was showing anger as he observed the smile on the face of the trembling being becoming wider and wider. The moment his words thundered out, he felt a change as the smile from the otherworlder broke out into a laugh as he seemed to have ascertained something, and the rumbling of essence began to erupt with him at the center. Chapter 225 Prideful. Arrogant. Wild energies roiled out in the formation that was activated by the martial uncle of the time immemorial sect as the shackles of pressure that were holding down one particular individual were broken through. Martial Uncle Dan held an impassive face at this show of strength as he knew full well the power of his earthly revolving formation. This aura of someone at the peak of transcendent realm would not be something he would worry about. His body erupted out with purple light as he called out. A glimmering darkness that never ages. Rise and turn the earth asunder, earthly revival. His gaze looked down towards the otherworlder's position as the energies of the formation caused a grand change, brilliantly shining bronze swords erupting out from below as they bloomed into hundreds of weapons that aimed their tips towards the newly appearing bestial creature. Roar. A tremendously powerful howl escaped out from Noah's changed form of the calamitous leviathan as a nine-headed hydra fully made its appearance known. Its appearance was welcomed with an astounding change in the environment, where the surroundings near the large body were filled with streaks of baleful fire and lightning that rained down all around it. Each of its heads held powerful energies from multiple elements as they rolled through the air menacingly and snapped at the incoming earthen swords. His head spat out a variety of blasts of energy as colorful lights erupted out on top of the freely flowing lightning and flames around his body as the swords were kept at bay. Martial Uncle Dan saw the attack being withstood as he nodded apathetically, turning his gaze towards his nephew that brought about this trouble. Senior brother Carl saw this gaze as he turned away wearily, but still not worried about their victory as they held one of the powerful martial uncles of the time immemorial sect on their side. The moment that the otherworlder fell in the earthly revolving formation, their victory was assured. Otherworlder. Since you're so adamant to stand against us and not kneel, I will show you the power that many around this rainbow spirit mountain of mine fear, the power that beings like you could only stare at from afar. A thunderous voice erupted out from Martial Uncle Dan as his head was raised high in the air, his condescending eyes continuing to stare down the tremendously large figure of the nine-headed hydra that was pushing back the first stage attack from his violet immemorial techniques. His body rumbled as energies left wildly, getting ready to cast an attack of a whole other level. Shimmering earth filled with sinless grains of time. Suffocating dreams asphyxiate thy own will. Obey, revile, and overwhelm. Sands of time. A tremendous amount of energy erupted out as the skies and the earth of the formation cast by Martial Uncle Dan pressed down on Noah's position. Silver and purple sands began forming from all around as they turned into deadly lines with fearsome edges that rushed towards the large body of the nine-headed hydra. The entire world of the formation with the vigorous essence in it all seemed to be turning against one particular being as its wrath unboundedly went forth. Noah used the tremendously powerful body with multiple heads to throw out elemental attacks, but he found his attacks actually missing their targets as the dangerous sands filling the area were never in the same position they were in just a second before. His many heads moved around rapidly while he used parallel thought and hasten mind, but he found that he could not successfully defend against the deadly attacks, their paths almost always knowing exactly where he would be a second later when they struck. The surroundings of his body where deadly fires and lightning automatically thundered down destroyed a majority of the incoming sands, but he could not defend or push the attacks back as they always seemed to find him wherever he went, the abstruse power of time finally being used against him. The besieged Noah actually found himself laughing as this spectacular skill was actually tearing through the extremely tough defenses of the calamitous Leviathan, the tinge of golden skin actually having scratches that could distinctly show some of the muscles beneath. After feeling the strength of these attacks though, he finally ascertained their strength as he began moving seriously. "I'll have to thank you in advance for all the spectacular things you're about to give me." Essence erupted out as all of a sudden, a gorgeously shining trident appeared and revolved in the air above the many heads of the calamitous Leviathan. Spatial lock was cast as Noah did not plan on giving even a single being the chance to escape. His large body that looked restricted by the formation's pressure all this time erupted out with golden light as it moved across the skies at a speed that only looked like a streak of light, each of its heads targeting a different cultivator in the skies as the dark energy that signified the casting of the ultimate skill, Sin of Pride, erupted out. Sun. Throw. Wah. The skies cracked under the pressure as the formation cast by Martial Uncle Den destabilized under the appearance of multiple blazing suns hanging over the heads of the cultivators. The suns shone in a dangerous shade of orange and red as they rumbled down, the defenses and skins of the cultivators at a lower cultivation level than Martial Uncle Den already being torn apart. Their bodies had begun turning a shade of red as their skin boiled and bubbled, but the cultivators actually did not seem to feel this maddening level of attack as they still looked down arrogantly towards the golden body of the nine-headed hydra that had appeared near them. This was not because of their ingrained arrogance and pride from their years of running rampant in their sect, but because they had already fallen under one of Noah's skills long before attacks began to be thrown around. Pride manipulation. The user can induce extremely high or low levels of pride in others, causing them to lose contact with reality or overestimate their own abilities. Cannot be applied to oneself. The moment the cultivators had appeared, Noah applied the skill of pride manipulation, as he affected the minds of the cultivators and elevated their extreme levels of arrogance and pride even further, making them feel like they were invincible under all odds. Even as the tremendously powerful energies from the fiery suns rumbled down, they still felt like it was nothing towards them, that they could take it. This extreme arrogance caused them to look on impassively as only a single cultivator had finally felt something wrong as he felt the deadly energies in the form of golden suns rushing down towards them. Martial Uncle Dan seemed to have come out of a stupor as the expression of horror finally dawned on his face, his gaze watching some of the disciples they brought with them already melting from head to toe. Aya. His body reacted even if slightly late as he used the power of the formation to form powerful barriers of sand around all of them, but they would not form in time. A sobering sound erupted out as many disciples of the time immemorial sect faced death, with very few managing to survive as they were wrapped under the protective layers of sand. But it was not over. The moment this attack finished, the remaining figures of cultivators found themselves staring into the many different colored eyes of the nine-headed hydra as the terror they never felt before finally dawned on them, pride manipulation, finally losing its effectiveness. But it was too late. Devouring. Calm. Steady. Powerful. Darkness erupted as the ultimate skill, the sin of gluttony, was the next skill cast against the cultivators of time immemorial sect. Chapter 226 A New Identity. Devouring. A vile energy that caused seeps of darkness to roil around the area erupted out, acting like a voracious mouth that went forward to swallow the remaining figures of cultivators in the skies. Senior brother Carl was the last of the cultivators beneath the transcendent realm to be swallowed as his martial uncle frantically fought off the voracious darkness trying to swallow him whole. Otherworlder, you cannot kill us. Our people will find out and chase you to the ends of the world. The moment that Martial Uncle Dan felt the restrictions of the mental skill that made him neglect and disregard this deadly enemy lifted and his mind returned to normal, he tried various methods to teleport out of the formation that he himself created, but nothing was working. He could not even destabilize and turn off the formation to allow the outside world to peek into the events occurring in this isolated space as everything seemed to be locked in place. The many eyes of the nine-headed dragon voraciously looked at the martial uncle, and one could even observe the expression of avarice as they looked at the transcendent realm cultivator with a gaze that had already determined the fate of the being in front of it. A thundering voice erupted out from all directions as the jaws of the many heads opened and shot out tremendously fast blasts of energy that looked like beams of plasma of a variety of colors. Ah! The sands protecting Martial Uncle Dan were ripped apart as many holes ruptured throughout his body, Noah not giving him a single chance as the sin of gluttony was activated once again, and the once arrogant martial uncle was swallowed whole. The next instant after that, the formation that isolated the space began to destabilize as it was not getting any more energy. Noah observed this as his thoughts moved rapidly, parallel thought, and hasten mind, working in full throttle as he put aside the many skill book S and core S dropped as loot from the cultivators and simply focused on the feature of library from the sin of gluttony. The entire life of the martial uncle, the senior brother that had called him here, as well as the posse that he walked around with all the time, all of their lives were playing out in the form of memories that were rapidly integrated and memorized in Noah's mind. His large form of the calamitous Leviathan disappeared as he returned to his human form, but even that did not last long enough, as his facial muscles began to change and bones could be heard reshaping, his body gradually changing to that of a particularly confident martial uncle of the time immemorial sect. The moment that the formation became destabilized enough and was wiped away, a brand new and improved martial Uncle Dan made an appearance to the outside world. He was in the skies not too far away from the road he took away from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. None of the commotions from the formation or what happened in it leaked out as the area returned to normal. But something monumental had occurred. Noah was reveling in the memories of martial Uncle Dan, as this cultivator was a high-ranking member of the time immemorial sect, and Noah received the memories of how they were already moving for the same goal he held, the tomb of the devilish time unveiler. He recalled the memories of martial Uncle Dan hurrying to quickly wrap up the issue his nephew had brought up before he began his preparations for the journey that could begin at any moment. Not a single soul in the world of cultivation knew when the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler would open. They could only glimpse the possibility of its appearance and location, and just this was making many nearby sects go crazy to get their hands on the treasures of a being from the void firmament realm. The many memories continued to play throughout his head as he affirmed how to move from now on with his new identity as the martial uncle of the time immemorial sect, as well as how to handle the disappearance of senior brother Carl and his posse. All of these things could be put in the back of his mind currently, though, as the spectacular attacks that martial Uncle Dan, the face of the cultivator he was currently wearing, had truly gifted him with a tremendous set of skills. The first one was a phantasmal skill that the cultivator had used the moment he pulled Noah into the formation, the skill called Earthly Revival. Violet Immemorial First Stage Earthly Revival. The very earth you look down upon becomes a source of strength that can be transferred into a plane attack or used to reinforce your defenses. An incantation is required, a glimmering darkness that never ages. Rise and turn the earth asunder, Earthly Revival. It was a powerful skill that matched some of the highest damage-dealing phantasmal skills that Noah currently held, but the skill he obtained next was one that made him even happier. It was a skill at the Transcendent rank, making it his second-ever skill of this rank. Violet Immemorial Second Stage Sands of Time, Aged and Forgotten. The history of the sands and the surroundings come under your command as they corner your enemy. Unless one is proficient in the power of time, the attacks cannot be evaded. An incantation is required to initiate the skill. Shimmering earth filled with sinless grains of time. Suffocating dreams asphyxiate thy own will. Obey, revile, and overwhelm. Sands of Time. A feature repeated itself similar to the first stage of these skills from the Violet Immemorial set, where one had to call out a specific incantation to cast them, but their power spoke for itself. The surprises should have stopped here as Noah prepared to move towards the Rainbow Spirit Mountain to assume his new role as martial Uncle Dan before following the forces of the time immemorial sect into the extremely dangerous tomb of the void firmament cultivator. But when he moved on from the memories in the library, and into the skills he could choose from the beings he devoured using sin of gluttony, he was met with the most stupendous selection as something new he had never come across before appeared. Among the skills he could choose from the devoured origin of martial Uncle Dan was a skill that was the first of its kind, a skill holding the tag of Transcendent Plus. This came as a huge surprise as he always had to combine his current skills before he reached the mid-rank between one level to another, yet one of the skills he could obtain right now was already halfway there. His eyes shined as he peered through the appearance of this new skill. Transcendent Plus, Violet Immemorial Third Stage Cage of Time. A cage filled with the darkness of time sunders upon a single target. Only those with great strength or proficiency in the law of time can break out of this terrible cage filled with nothingness. An incantation is required to initiate the skill. The ebb of corpses flows and flutters, yet a single prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity, reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. Cage of Time. Chapter 227 Martial Uncle Dan. Noah was lost in thought for a few minutes as he looked through the spectacular skills of the cultivators sitting at the top of the time immemorial sect. Their techniques dealt with time as their name suggested, and they held such unique uses that Noah could not wait to test them for himself. But first, he would have to fully play the part of the martial uncle of the time immemorial sect that he had taken down. So who was Martial Uncle Dan? He was a prideful, confident, and an outspoken cultivator at the transcendent realm who held one of the seats as an elder of the time immemorial sect. This job came with many perks and responsibilities, and one of the biggest ones currently was the privilege of getting all the information on the subject that was making many sects scramble, the tomb of the devilish time unveiler. As Noah was about to start heading towards the central location of the time immemorial sect on the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, he felt a glistening jade medallion holding the tiniest amounts of soul jades ring out from the items he had obtained from the dead martial uncle. He now held the memories and knew everything there was to know about this cultivator, so playing his part would not be a problem. He placed mana into the jade medallion as he worked to perfectly modulate the voice, mannerisms, and behavior of Martial Uncle Dan. Elder, our scouts have observed a destabilization of space to the south. Some of the elders are already gathering to move out. At the other end came an excited voice of a legacy disciple that held a higher level of authority and power than a normal inner disciple of the time immemorial sect. These disciples were those with the highest potential and were being nurtured closely by the elders of the sect. Noah's eyes shone with a powerful light at the fast pacing of events, being glad he didn't have to waste too much time playing the part of an elder of time immemorial sect, as they had likely found a clue on the location of the tomb of the devilish time unveiler. Haha, good. I'm on the way. He sent out a boisterous reply that fit with the demeanor of the dead martial uncle as he changed directions and went south from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. His changed body fluttered in the air with the violet robes streaked with purple outlines that only the elders of the time immemorial sect wore as he digested many memories and secrets only those in the higher echelons of the sect held. He flew for some distance before he found the gathering of elders that were itching to move out at the first instance, but were still waiting for all the forces to gather as they knew how dangerous this venture would be. It was a group of powerful beings tiered together on what looked like a corporeal cloud stably supporting them in the skies. Among this group of cultivators, one particularly wizened elder looked up as he saw the figure of the changed Noah nearing, his eyes brightening up. Little Dan, we can get started now with your arrival. Noah looked at this aged elder that held the longest white beard he had come across as he nodded with a wide smile. Haha, don't worry, old man. I'm sure we'll find the treasures to return you to your youth again. The demeanor of Elder Dan seamlessly flowed out as he joked with the wizened elder that was only second in command beneath the sect master of time immemorial sect. The smiling old man in front of him was a powerhouse above the transcendent realm of cultivators, sitting comfortably at the realm of a saint. His aged body exuded an unyielding power that very few could stand against. This was the Grand Elder of time immemorial sect, Amos. This Grand Elder looked particularly favorably towards Dan as he held great potential to break through the ranks of the transcendent realm and enter the level of saints. It was just too bad that Elder Dan had targeted someone he shouldn't have, and all that power and potential was taken by someone else. Noah kept his thoughts to himself as he looked at the smiling Grand Elder and the other elders laughing around him. They all held a demeanor of strength as their levels ranged from the equivalent of phantasmal to transcendent rank, or in the terms of cultivators the profound realm and transcendent realm, with the Grand Elder being the only one achieving the level of saint that was just a level below the level of the void firmament cultivator they were targeting the remains of. The figures of cultivators settled down in a few minutes as the corporeal cloud they were on began moving forward at a high speed that very few in the transcendent realm would be able to match. This was the ability of a unique travel-type treasure that Grand Elder Amos owned, the Cloud Chaser. The Grand Elder looked at the faces of the other elders that came with him, as well as the legacy disciples that would experience their first dangerous trip to a treasure abode that posed extremely high levels of danger. He spoke with a powerful voice. The sect master has put great trust in you all to do your best and succeed in obtaining as many treasures as you can from this treasure abode. The faces of some of the elders and legacy disciples turned fervent at the mention of treasures as the Grand Elder continued. The target this time is the abode of the devilish time unveiler himself. A being that was extremely proficient in the law of time. If we were to get our hands on his techniques and combine them with our own. The cultivators from the time immemorial sect had fervent faces as they thought about this possibility. Their techniques were specialized in the time aspect, but they still didn't reign as one of the top sects in the world of cultivation because the power of their techniques still was not on par with some of the more mysterious powers in this world. But, all of this would change if they were able to get their hands on the techniques that allowed a single being to run around unchecked in the world of cultivation more than 1,000 years ago. Work together, and watch each other's backs, as anything can happen in dangerous realms like the one we're heading in. Grand Elder Amos finished his words in a somber tone as he turned and gazed towards Noah. To the Grand Elder, this elder Den was one of the elders with the highest potential that he could place his trust on. Noah received this gaze with a laugh as he spoke out confidently. We are the cultivators of the one and only time immemorial sect. In time, success will be ours. In time. His words brought about a rousing atmosphere from the somber tone as the cultivators of the time immemorial sect were filled with confidence towards their journey. They had a powerful being like the Grand Elder leading them, not to mention Elder Dan in front of them who filled them with strength. With their power, time immemorial sect will come out of the dangers of this tomb as the sole winners. Chapter 228 Different parties gather. In a particular location in the world of cultivation, a pulsating dark rift had appeared in the sky. The rift looked like a tear in space as it let out wild energies, seemingly trying to form into something the more it stabilized in space. One could distinctly catch a glimpse of a completely different environment if they were to peer through this pulsating rift, an environment that made many of the nearby individuals monitoring the rift let out bated breaths. In the barely stabilized rift gate that led to a treasure abode, they could already feel the tremendous coagulation of essence leaking out, as well as observe glistening medicinal herbs and rare materials, and this was just the immediate inside of this rift in space. One of the watchers hiding themselves in the distance as to not be observed by others was another elder of time immemorial sect. He continued to send updates every few seconds as he felt the auras of more and more individuals arrive in the immediate surroundings. In addition to a few familiar auras from the nearby sects, other worlders have also begun to appear. Make haste. His voice was filled with hurry as it traveled from the soul jade medallion he held onto a receiver that was on the unique movement item, the corporeal cloud named Cloud Chaser, where the Grand Elder of time immemorial sect was bringing along many powerhouses for this venture into the tomb of a void firmament cultivator. The elder watching the rift continued to watch with bated breaths as the rift in the skies became wider and wider, the dangerous energy of space destabilization gradually settling down and making the beings in the surroundings even more excited. Not too far away from the elder of the time immemorial sect, beings from another world were also keeping watch on the continuing folding and expanding of space in the skies. It was the cruel magi from the Magus world, each of them pulsing with immense power as runic circles continued to circle their bodies ceaselessly, continuing to protect and strengthen them at all times. Leading this group of magi was a being that was known by the title of the Black Serpent, a powerful magus that was successful in transplanting the bloodlines of a deadly serpent and gaining its strength. His body let out wild levels of power that were similar to the Grand Elder Amos, power of the realm of a saint. Around him were many other magi covered in runic circles or holding forms similar to the powerful bloodlines they transplanted on themselves as they stood behind him, their power obviously a level lower. The voice of Black Serpent rang out in each of their ears covertly as they watched the continued expansion of the rift in the skies. The information we've gathered suggests a large number of cultivators will be entering this dangerous realm in order to obtain the cultivation techniques and treasures of some cultivator from hundreds of years ago. We do not care about any treasures in this realm, only the fact that it is extremely dangerous, and many cultivators will be falling in this place. A chilling smile wrapped around Black Serpent's face as he voiced out the words slowly. Our targets are the cultivators, we have to collect as many bodies as possible. Horrendous words came out of his mouth as the temperature surrounding them chilled. While they are running around greedily looking for treasures, follow them closely. We are on a hunt. If you find a cultivator straggling or moving alone, that is your target. Attack fast and swiftly, and do not leave behind any traces. Maddening words came out of the mouth of the powerful magus as the beings surrounding him nodded with glistening eyes. While many more set their sights on the wondrous treasures and techniques they would be able to obtain in the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler, the beings from the magus world were moving with completely different goals. Time continued to pass as beings of different origins continued to gather around the pulsating rift. At one point, two individuals appeared silently in the skies as they didn't even bother hiding their aura. It was a robust young man with dark hair that was filled with streaks of blue. He held a calm and confident expression as beside him stood a golden armored individual with dark blank eyes. The rank 3 celestial assigned a mission of obtaining a cursed item had appeared. He watched the stabilizing of the rift in front of him curiously as more and more auras gathered around the area. The region surrounding Rainbow Spirit Mountain was filled with a great many sects, with the majority of them being slightly lower in power than the time immemorial sect. There are only a few major sects in their surrounding areas of influence that were also aiming for the techniques of the devilish time unveiler when the risks of the extremely dangerous realm were considered. A loud sound like that of the sky tearing apart rang out as the rift in the sky became even wider, many beings now clearly seeing the wondrous land visible inside. Just a cursory look made many people start coming forward as they prepared to rush in at the moment the rift stabilized. Wah! At this moment, a droning sound rang out as a corporeal cloud appeared on the horizon, getting closer and closer to the position of the rift as they neared within a few seconds. The cloud chaser that the main group from the time immemorial sect was riding on had arrived on the scene. A powerful aura of a saint erupted out as the beings from time immemorial sect made their intentions clear. The show of strength made the rank 3 celestial turn to look towards this new group that arrived with such vigor as the violet-colored robes of multiple elders and Grand Elder Amos disembarked the moment the movement-type treasure appeared in the sky. The elders also turned to look at the two calm individuals that floated openly in the skies of this dangerous location with no worry as they didn't even bother to put them in their eyes. It was only a glance, but they were able to observe each other. The rank 3 celestial observed what he considered to be a simple group of cultivators that meant less than nothing in his eyes. From the group of the time immemorial sect cultivators, a particular Elder Dan who was the disguised Noah also passed his eyes over the two figures of celestial accompanied by the armored Punisher. Neither of them knew each other, and each had their own histories. At this moment in time, their gazes briefly collided, and that was it. Neither of them knew that when the time came where they would actually clash, it would be the start of a tremendous sequence of events that will leave a mark in history. Chapter 229 Devilish Abode I. The treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler had been found. This news made its way across to the sects near Rainbow Spirit Mountain as even more forces began to rush towards this mystical and yet dangerous realm in order to test their luck to obtain extravagant treasures. Near the gradually stabilizing rift which led the way into the treasure abode, a group of powerful cultivators from the time immemorial sect were blatantly standing close and waiting for the stabilization of the doorway. Grand Elder Amos was watching the situation closely as he used his immense power to sense the surrounding space. Someone of his level could expand his senses wide and observe the minuscule changes at a depth unknown to most beings. His eyes flashed as he sent a message to the elders and legacy disciples surrounding him, having discovered that the time was ripe. It is stable, let's go. This command propelled a burst of essence from the group of cultivators from time immemorial sect as they became streaks of violet and white lights, faithfully listening to their Grand Elder as they rushed into the rift in space. The other beings watching from the surroundings were shocked as they still felt that the rift wasn't fully stable yet, but this singular movement propelled even more rapid movements from the nearby cultivators and beings of other worlds, their target being the glistening world they could already see from the ever-so-expanding rift. Whap! The group from time immemorial sect passed through the rift with ease, not a single problem occurring. This caused those who were still hesitant to start a mad dash as every single being in the surroundings pulled in towards the entrance of the devilish abode. Noah, who was currently disguised as Elder Dan, felt a tremendous pressure descend the moment the group he was with passed through the wide rift in space and into the realm inside. The pressure felt like something undeniable as their entire group barreled towards the ground at the heavy pressure descending down. Like meteors hitting the earth, the elders and legacy disciples of the time immemorial sect crashed into the ground without a say from the overwhelming pressure. The only one able to slow down his descent with a shout full of vigor was the Grand Elder that was letting out powerful waves of power at the level of a saint. To the dismay of the cultivators, they found this all-encompassing pressure not letting up as they used their abundant essence to form a thin energy shield around themselves, easing the strain they felt as they could finally move again. One thing was clear though, it would be extremely hard for any of them to fly or move easily in this realm. The level of danger is higher than we anticipated for the gravitational force to be at this level. I didn't think that wretched devilish time unveiler was also proficient in the law of space. Grand Elder Amos spat out the words as milky white energy surrounded him, his body still slightly hovering in the air while everybody else could barely raise themselves up from the ground as they used more and more of their essence to adapt to the heavy environment. Moving fast will be the key. This realm will continue to drain your energy the more you stay as you have to resist this heavy gravitational pressure as you move. Let's go. The atmosphere was somber and felt heavy, but the hearts of the cultivators were jumping from excitement because even with the rough conditions they found themselves in just after entering the treasure abode, every area that their eyes could see was filled with resplendently glowing medicinal herbs and fruits. Even though Grand Elder Amos was giving a warning, his face was wrapped up in a smile as he used the boisterous milky white energy surrounding him to move towards the abundant treasures in front of them. Noah and the rest weren't far behind as they spread out and began placing the many medicinal herbs that let out elegant aromas filled with abundant essence into their bags of holding. The group from time immemorial sect were not alone though, as soon after the smashing of bodies into the ground could be heard from the newly entering cultivators and other worlders, the gravitational pull affecting them just as much as the powerful elders standing at Transcendent Realm, with those holding lower cultivation levels being affected to the point where they could barely move a step. Haha, that's the ephemeral silver grass. The fruit of ice and flames. Boisterous laughs and gleeful calls could be heard from all around as more and more people entered and set their sights on the abundant medicinal herbs in front of them that seemed to be swaying and waiting for them to take. The ones struggling on the ground and barely being able to move towards the treasures in front of their eyes were shocked to find two beings floating with ease in the air. This was especially out of place as besides the powerful Saint Realm Grand Elder of Time Immemorial Sect, there was nobody else that was able to float in the air the moment they entered this realm. They would find the energy in their bodies quickly wrung dry the moment they tried to fight the pressure and rise in the air, but now there were two other competitors in this treasure abode that could move just as easily as the Saint Realm cultivator they could see ahead. One was the being wearing golden armor, who was only given the command to escort the Celestial with him on his mission. Those watching were able to understand and accept watching this being float in the air as he let out a similar milky white energy that the Saint Realm Grand Elder of Time Immemorial Sect was giving off, but the one he seemed to be protecting was the one that puzzled them all. The waves of power he let out only showed he was at the peak of Transcendent Realm, and yet he was able to float in the air with ease the same as the few saint individuals that had entered this realm. The individual didn't seem to be using any tools, but his body let off a mysterious power that seemed to oppose the heavy gravity pulling him down and making it seem like nothing. Many were shocked as they wondered, just who were these powerful competitors that had entered into this dangerous treasure abode. Chapter 230 Devilish Abode 2. As others were fighting with all of their strength to move rapidly on the ground towards the glistening medicinal herbs and fruits all around, the group from Time Immemorial Sect continued to move forward unhindered as they collected the medicinal herbs around them while continuing further into the treasure abode. Noah felt the changes around him as he continued to move with ease, surprised initially at the heavy pressure that smashed him into the ground, but his strong body that was strengthened and even held the title of a golden sea body from the modification in the Lost World regained its movement soon after. He had to use energy to resist the pressure after that, finding that even though a significant amount of energy was required to move or fly, it wasn't something that was an issue to him. He tested it by lifting off the ground briefly, finding the ease of it even with the increased energy expenditure before he came down again and put on a show as he panted with large breaths. Don't tire yourself out early, Elder Dan, we'll depend on you to get the most important treasures of this abode. The legacy disciples following behind him called out as they continued to move further in, making the Elder Dan in front of them give a nod as he bore the face of responsibility for his sect members. Noah hid his calm smile as he collected more and more of the resplendent medicinal herbs while their group continued advancing, taking the lead amongst many of those entering the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler. The area in front of them was gradually becoming elevated, it formed into a huge mountain that only increased in size the closer they came. Hazy clouds surrounded the top of the mountain as one could see many holes and snaking paths that led inside the mountain as they neared. Their eyes glistened with greed as this new environment showed, using their energies to move even faster as they wanted to penetrate into the large mountain and search for the tremendous treasures within. The area within the treasure abode seemed to be constantly changing, with the burrows leading into the glistening mountain ahead of them appearing and disappearing every few seconds. This showed that there were many paths for them to take, and nobody knew where they would arrive after they entered through the appearing and disappearing holes on the mountain. Grand Elder Amos thought briefly as they continued to move forward, his strong voice ringing out after. Little Dan, take a few other elders and legacy disciples with you while I go with the other half, we can cover more ground this way even though the level of danger increases. His voice was firm, but nobody denied it as they understood this was the best way to increase their chances to get the actually important treasures. Yes, Grand Elder. I'll try my best to make sure no harm befalls our sect members. Noah gave back a determined reply as a few of the legacy disciples and elders grouped around him. Determined gazes covered all of their faces as they began to move, with only a single last command being given from the Grand Elder. Don't die. The sect members of Time Immemorial Sect split up left and right as they eyed the many appearing and disappearing paths into the mountain. Before they were completely separated from each other, Noah heard one last message from the Grand Elder that only he could hear. If you ever come across a regal purple dagger inlaid with streaks of gold, make it your ultimate goal to obtain it, as that is the most important treasure in this tomb. Noah's eyes flashed as he heard this message and nodded his head towards the disappearing figures of the Grand Elder and others, his heart beating faster as the dagger that was just described was his own target for the venture, the other part of the treasure that he collected when he stepped foot into the world of cultivation, the treasure that was still charging in the time-space of his spiritual land. Stay close. He voiced out to the members of Time Immemorial sect following him as they entered one of the burrows on the mountain, and their figures were quickly teleported elsewhere. The moment they passed through the darkness of the pathway, they found themselves in a completely new area that was filled with stifling heat. They were standing in an isolated small area that was surrounded by fuming lava all around them, with footholds placed at a distance one could only reach by jumping. The situation made the group from Time Immemorial sect turn grim as they looked ahead to where the small elevated footholds led towards. At the highest point of the cavern they were in floated a profoundly glowing purple book that read with the shining words, Aurelius Nine-Sword Style. The eyes of the cultivators opened in shock, as even Noah stared with widened eyes at the appearance of this technique in the first area of the mountain they arrived in. This is the ultimate technique that was lost hundreds of years ago, the one that the devilish Time Unveiler used to kill his enemies before they could even react, the Aurelius Nine-Sword Style. One legacy disciple couldn't help but scream as they stared at the enticingly floating book, but they couldn't help but have their moods turn sour the moment they saw the momentous tasks ahead of them. The area around them was filled with blistering hot lava that was not normal in any way, showing them that they would not be able to protect themselves for long with their energy before they were burned to a crisp if they fell down into it. A particular elder that held a long sword on his back looked at this matchless technique with reverence as his face hardened and he looked at the next foothold that made a path towards the glowing treasure in the distance. He steeled his heart as he wrapped himself up in his tremendous energy. And jumped. Elder Broadsword. Shocked yells came out as the elder went for the treasure without hesitation. His body glided through the air as he used more and more energy to keep himself afloat with the tremendous gravitational pull still trying to smash him into the ground as he barely made it to the next foothold by reaching out with his hands. He was panting as he hoisted himself up and looked towards the bubbling ground in fear before turning back to Noah and the others. My life has only been with the sword, with this technique in my sight, I have to try my best to get close in order to become an ultimate swordsman. Don't worry, I won't lose my life so easily. Elder Broadsword gave a confident smile to his worried sect members as he breathed out and recovered some energy before he looked forward to the next foothold that was a further distance away than the first one, and even higher. The legacy disciples and other elders with Noah watched in suspense as Elder Broadsword readied himself for the next foothold leading towards the ultimate sword technique, and then he jumped. His energy burst through the air as he resisted the gravitational pull and flew forward to the next foothold. His face held an ecstatic smile as he neared, finding himself much closer to the glistening floating book that was only another 2 footholds away. His hand reached out once more to clutch onto the foothold as his body fought to stay afloat, but he found his fingers only hitting air. Surprise and shock erupted in him as he imperceptibly noticed the foothold he was about to grab onto had actually moved forward enough to slip by his fingers. None of the other cultivators from the Time Immemorial sect were able to see this as they were watching from a distance, and all they were able to see was Elder Broadsword about to reach the next foothold, but he slipped right before he could hang on, and his figure began tumbling down towards the bubbling ground that pulsed with gaseous heat. Elder! Shock screams rang out as the legacy disciples and remaining elders watched in shock. Plop! The figure of Elder Broadsword smashed into the flowing lava with tremendous force as a shout rang out from beneath, the elder obviously fighting for his life. They watched in horror as they saw his body actually rise from the bubbling lava as it became surrounded by hazy violet-colored energy, but only his head was able to pierce through the lava before the hazy energy became thinner until it was gone. His energy reserves were empty. The moment he couldn't protect himself from the descending gravitational pressure and the blazing hot lava surrounding him, his body began to redden and crack as it began to be destroyed at a high speed. The head that was able to come out briefly from beneath sunk back down even faster as rolls of flowing lava shot into every orifice of the powerful transcendental realm elder that could no longer protect himself. The elders and legacy disciples from Time Immemorial sect watched on in shock as the first casualty of the treasure abode of the devilish Time Unveiler occurred in front of them. Chapter 231 Elder Dan sacrifices himself. There was a sense of shock as the cultivators from time immemorial sect watched the powerful elder at Transcendent Realm got pulled down by the heavy gravitational pressure and drowned in extremely baleful lava as his energy ran out and he could no longer protect himself. Grief was in their hearts as they looked towards Elder Dan, who had a dark face. Noah ignored the looks as he morphed his face into that of great pain, speaking out in a hard tone. "My power is only slightly higher than Elder Broadsword. It's going to be extremely hard for me to reach the end of these platforms towards this treasure, so we will move on and try our fortune in the next location." There was a stupendous treasure lying in front of them, but they couldn't grasp it. A great elder from their sect had also lost his life trying to get it, so they became extremely careful. They nodded unwillingly to the words of Elder Dan as they focused the power in their bodies to make short jumps towards the platforms on the same levels of elevation that led towards a dark door on the opposite side of the cavern they were in. These jumps were manageable as they weren't required to expend more energy to jump even higher towards the profoundly floating book at the highest point of the lava-filled cavern. The elders were not having any issues getting across with their levels in the Transcendent Realm, but some of the legacy disciples still in the Profound Realm, Phantasmal rank, had to rest after every jump to recover their energies before going again for the next one. Soon enough, most of them were on the last platform that led the way towards the exit of the cavern as they awaited the remaining legacy disciples to perform the last jump and make their journey out the hellish cavern filled with lava. A particular legacy disciple with a fair face and green flowing hair gathered her wits and energy as she launched for the last jump when something horrendous occurred. The elders and the other legacy disciples watched with wide eyes as the platform they were on moved just slightly backwards, and this slight movement was enough for this legacy disciple to not make it across as her hands only met air. "Senior sister." Shock returned to their faces as they began watching the disciple use all her energy to stay afloat against the descending gravitational pressure, but her body began sinking rapidly, her strength not being enough to hold on. Noah's eyes glistened as he watched this occur, his skills improving the speed of his thoughts and perception working at high speeds as he let out a brave shout and jumped towards the falling legacy disciple. "I won't let anyone else die on my watch." The members of the time immemorial sect watched the valiantly shining figure of Elder Den rush towards the direction of the rapidly falling disciple, his body rushing down even faster as he used the force of heavy gravity and his own energy to move like a streak of light and catch the falling disciple right before she smashed into the lava. Dense essence erupted out as he stopped his descent after catching the fair green-haired disciple in a princess carry as he resisted the descending pressure and actually began rising higher. The elders and other legacy disciples watched on with teary and powerful eyes as they looked towards the valiant Elder Dan that was resisting with all his energy and actually rising through the air, something that even the powerful Elder Broadsword was not able to do. This is the Elder Dan of our time immemorial sect. Many held grand thoughts as they looked towards the valiant voice coming out of Elder Dan, who continued to rise up with the disciple in tow. They neared the platform where everyone was located when yet another change occurred, and the cultivators noticed the vibrant essence that was covering Elder Dan began to flicker. Worries overcame their hearts as they shouted forth, "You're almost there, Elder Dan." The shouts seemed to encourage their elder as he rose up faster and placed more energy towards his hands, using it to forcefully fling the disciple he was holding forwards into the outstretched hands of the sect members. It was at this moment, though, that they observed the vibrant essence on Elder Dan's body flicker and fade away, and his body began descending down. "Elder Dan." Mournful shouts rang out as another disciple tried to jump towards the descending Elder Dan without thinking before he was stopped by an elder. They couldn't believe what they were watching. The powerful elder they looked up to had actually used all of his energy to fly in the air that held horrid gravitational pressure and save a disciple, but he himself was about to fall into the scorching lava with his energy drained out. They looked down to see Elder Dan's descending face form into a sad smile as he shouted out, "Haha, I'm glad my last actions were for the sect. Don't you worry about me, go forth and obtain as much treasure as you can out of this deadly abode, but be much more careful." A valiant hero's smile was plastered on his face as he continued to descend down with his body still flickering with diminished energy. Mournful cries were the only thing escaping the mouths of members of the time immemorial sect as they watched Elder Dan continue to be pushed down, until his legs began sinking into the lava and his smile was replaced with a grimace of pain. Through this pain, they still heard his last bold words. "Go forth, and promise me that nobody else will die needless deaths in this place. If fate wills it, I will meet everyone once more in this life or the next. Believe in time." Powerful last words came out as the entire body of Elder Den sunk into the lava, never to be seen again. The mournful elders and disciples in the high platform above looked at this in sorry as they called out, Below them, the valiant elder Den they were crying for used his extravagant and never-ending essence to protect himself again as he let out a calm smile in the surroundings bubbling with lava. His body was barely singed when he got in, and had already begun healing the moment he used his nearly endless energy to float in the blazing lava and stop the descent. He gazed through the bubbling lava as his eyes watched the mourning disciples, and then turned towards the floating purple book far in the highest elevated platform as he waited with a grand smile, trying his best not to chuckle too much beneath the flowing river of lava. The cultivators from the time immemorial sect had finished their use the moment they helped him locate the devilish abode, and would only slow him down if he continued with them. He didn't have any reason to kill them, so he would let them go on their own as they faced the dangers of this treasure abode by themselves from here on out. The physique and musculature of Elder Dan soon began to fade away as he returned to his normal human form and waited patiently for the cultivators of the time immemorial sect to move on to the next location before he took the ultimate treasure floating in the air for himself. Chapter 232 An Ultimate Skill. Noah stayed at the bottom of the bubbling flow of lava as a constant release of essence protected his body on all sides. He was thinking of the recent events in this treasure abode, specifically the way that the cultivators from the time immemorial sect had faced their deaths. Noah had the unique skill, observant, active at all times, and thus he noticed the abnormalities where the footholds they were jumping to had actually moved in both instances. His mind worked fast as he re-evaluated the danger of this place that made it seem like it was designed to cause as much pain as possible for those going after the treasures. This was the abode of the devilish time unveiler, and it looked like he didn't plan on letting other beings walk off with his treasures for free even in death. Noah waited as he continued to spread his senses out until the cultivators of the time immemorial sect passed through the only doorway leading out of the mountainous lava-filled cavern they were in. His vibrant energy that came from the reserves of planets themselves rumbled as he used even more to supply to his skills, and his body began to lift through the air even with the heavy gravitational pressure that continued to come down. His speed still wasn't as fast as the Grand Elder Amos in the Saint Realm, but he was able to use his nonsensical amount of energy to keep all skills active and defend himself without worry as he ignored the footholds and simply continued rising in the air towards the floating technique at the peak. From his memories, this was one of the ultimate techniques known throughout the world of cultivation, one that the top hegemonies like the devilish time unveiler had the opportunity to learn and perfect over time. It was a skill unlike anything he had come across before. His body shone with a vibrant light as he neared the most elevated platform that even the elders at Transcendent Realm didn't have hopes of getting to before they used up all of their essence. In front of him floated the pulsating purple book that read, Aurelius 9-Sword Style. His heart beat slightly faster as he reached out, causing an eruption of gorgeous lights as a scene similar to when he received the technique of pill cultivation from Sect Master Inuit played out. Soon enough, he was able to see a new skill appearing in the stat panel, along with its wondrous descriptions that gave him a shock. Aurelius 9-Sword Style, an ultimate skill refined by a sword master in the world of cultivation. It was created with the purpose of turning the aura of the user into nothingness that could then be used to strike down all enemies. The first 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the Transcendent Realm in order to initiate. The next 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the Saint Realm in order to initiate. The last 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the Void Firmament Realm in order to initiate. First Sword Blade Edge, traversing the skies and arriving in a blink, the blade edge always draws the first blood. Second Sword Blade Phantom, the user's aura forms into unseen swords that the enemy cannot see coming. A maximum of 100 blade phantoms can be cast at once. Third Sword 9-Colored Blade Form, the user begins connecting with the styles of the Aurelius 9 swords, their own body gaining the sharpness of the most powerful of weapons capable of cutting down one's enemies. Fourth, fifth, sixth. He looked stupendously as he obtained yet another ultimate skill, and this one was from the world of cultivation. It was created in such a unique way that he could only use the first 3 forms at this moment in time, as the skill could only be initiated by the aura of a being starting at transcendent rank. He was still considered someone at the phantasmal rank just a day ago, and his attributes had only just crossed over to the transcendent rank after using the cores and loot he obtained from taking down the Transcendent Realm Elder Dan. He felt a bubbling level of enthusiasm as it dawned on him that he would have killer skills to use the moment he moved on to the next rank. This was an ultimate skill. Noah's mind wandered to the other ultimate skills he held, as well as the ones he knew of still back in the demon world. They were the types of skills that could be used at any level he climbed to, and they held ever so increasing effectiveness. New ideas erupted in his mind as the remaining skills of the 7 deadly sins he hadn't really made plans for appeared in his mind. This would be something for later though, as he wanted to see just what other treasures this tomb of a void firmament cultivator held, as well as the dangers that seemed to be especially created. In the different spaces of the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler, many beings were finding themselves facing death in a variety of means as the search for treasures began turning deadly. More and more casualties were amassing in all groups as they ignored their surroundings for the rush of treasures they continued to obtain. After the abundant amount of medicinal herbs spread around the tremendously large mountain of the devilish abode, the inside of it held even more spectacular things. A group of cultivators were able to obtain unique movement-type treasures in one of the caverns of the mountain, another group obtained cultivation techniques at the Saint Realm, with others obtaining profound armament which could withstand the strikes of anything below Saint Realm. An abundance of treasures was dangling on their faces as even with the many casualties they continued to observe that many put in the back of their minds as they continued further and further into the doorways present at the end of each of the perilous caverns filled with different environments. In one particular cavern, a group of magi from the Magus world found themselves at the end of the rope. They had targeted a small group of cultivators and followed them through the same doorway a second after they entered, and mercilessly did what they planned to do, kill and obtain the bodies of the cultivators. There were many more of them, and the unsuspecting cultivators weren't able to save themselves after being surrounded. But this was when the problems began to occur. The environment they appeared in was a grassland that had pockets of unstable space constantly appear. One would only have a second of evading as they observed the formation of the unstable space when they had to move, or they would find their bodies crushed if they were caught in the vortex of shattering space. These unstable vortexes were not appearing too fast or frequently at first, but the moment they killed the cultivators and pocketed their bodies, it felt like the cavern they were in roared in anger, and the unstable vortexes began to appear even faster. They began dodging throughout the grassland in shock as they observed with horror that the only doorway that had been visible all this time actually faded away, and they could not find any other way out from this perilous cavern that had already taken the lives of 2 magi in their group. The leader of the Magus group, the Black Serpent, looked on coldly as many thoughts passed through his mind. He was not a thinker, but he knew one thing for sure. This was a trap. Something fishy was going on in this tomb of the devilish time unveiler, and it seemed like they were embroiled in the middle of it. He dodged yet another newly appearing vortex in a split second when his wide senses from the bloodline of the powerful Black Serpent felt yet another change in space, but this time it was the appearance of another being into the cavern they were in. A powerful dark-haired human holding a shining trident and vibrating with wild power appeared in the cavern that was closed on all sides and was full of dangers. Chapter 233: A Stunning Development. Noah found himself transported into a dangerous new location the moment he passed through the door leading out of the lava-filled cavern where he obtained the Aurelus 9 swords. He prepared himself in advance as he realized the level of danger had increased, equipping the Trident of the Sea and using his sensing skills like Observant to feel out every minute changes in the atmosphere. He wanted to be ready to erupt with his skills at any moment he needed to. The new area he arrived in was filled with expanding pockets of unstable space that appeared and disappeared randomly. Beings he had observed only from afar were the ones struggling in this cavern, the Magi from the Magus world. His attention focused on the particularly powerful-looking Magus that held a distinct phantom of a black serpent swirling around him as he moved around to dodge the fast-appearing and disappearing unstable vortices. Noah himself had been moving back and forth as he used Observant to sense the minute changes and move away from the position where the vortexes would appear before they consumed him. His gaze hardened as he found no doorway leading out of this particular cavern, and focused on a way to stop the destabilizing of space as he collected his essence and used an ability of the Trident of the Sea. Spatial Lock. Vibration spread out with Noah at the center point as the trembling of space and the constantly appearing and disappearing vortexes came to a stop, giving the Magi a breather as they looked towards Noah carefully. Their sight only lingered on him for a moment before they seemed to have ascertained something as their faces became friendly. The most powerful one that was letting out powerful waves similar to the Grand Elder Amos of the time immemorial sect nodded towards Noah with a smile. "Thank you, friend. I was unsure of how to break out of this predicament in one piece, but you held the treasure to perfectly counteract against it. May I know the identity of the one I'm extending my goodwill to?" Noah observed the empty grassland cavern that reverted to peace as he spoke with a light smile towards the powerful Magus a level above him. "I go by Noah. It seems like this abode of opportunity is actually filled with even more dangers. A vicious light imperceptibly passed by Black Serpent's eyes as he heard these words and laughed. Haha, yes, I'm Afra. Any words were cut short as the cavern they were in trembled heavily, at the corner of it appearing a gateway similar to the ones that were in every cavern. A doorway finally appeared the moment the perilous situation was resolved by Noah, and the beings in the cavern looked at each other carefully as they chose how to proceed. Noah's thoughts were moving rapidly as he had his focus placed on spatial movement, to cast it at any time something drastic happened. He thought of the counterpart of the treasure that had finished charging in his spiritual land as he affirmed to himself to get his hands on it. The sheath of the spectacular weapon was now shining a vibrant purple light in Noah's bag of holding as he went on to hide it on his body that was filled with specialized hiding skills. Their treasure that many of the top powers in this treasure abode were aiming for was something so spectacular that even he chose early on to brave the dangers of this realm where even beings at the level above his would have some trouble. But, even with all of this, he would still run the moment the danger became grave. Yet another gateway for us to go into that will either lead to amazing treasures or perilous dangers. The strong voice of the Magus surrounded by the phantom of a black serpent rang out as some of his people already began going towards the recently appearing doorway to get out of this cavern before the spatial lock that Noah had set up lost its effectiveness. They would rather test their luck in a new location than remain here where many of them had already died. Noah also prepared himself as he watched the figures of disappearing magi when the most powerful one turned around once more before he also went through the doorway. I wish you the best, my friend. His eyes twinkled with wild power as he passed through the doorway and disappeared. Noah observed the now empty surroundings as the essence in his body rumbled. He would cast his skills in advance to prepare for whatever was waiting through that door. His goal was the insane treasure he had only caught glimpses of from reading the memories of the counterpart that was passed down among the servant family tracing back to the beginning of time immemorial sect until it had fallen in his hands. It was the same treasure that Grand Elder Amos had whispered for him to keep a lookout for before they separated. This was Noah's only goal, and he would leave this treasure abode the moment he got his hands on it. Essence erupted out as he cast the calamitous Leviathan, his body exploding to become the deadly nine-headed dragon that let out wild waves of power. The extremely large body reduced in size as it turned into a streak of light that went towards the pulsating doorway. For a second, there was only darkness, and then he found himself in another location. This one was extremely wide and large, and it was filled with many auras of individuals. Noah spread out his senses to find the vibrant aura of Grand Elder Amos shining with a milky white as his eyes gazed in front of them. There was a spectacular temple in the middle of the huge cavern they were in, and this temple was surrounded by many beings fighting for their lives. Bodies could be seen on the ground as blood was freely flowing. The group with Grand Elder Amos had reduced significantly, and Noah couldn't even find the elders and legacy disciples he had left early on. Besides the Grand Elder, there was another being standing on the same level as him, a man with shining black and blue hair that was accompanied by a guard that did not make any moves, but showed the power of a saint similar to the Grand Elder. There were even more bodies surrounding this figure as he fought his way towards the temple valiantly. Any being that dared to climb towards the temple would be facing the power of this figure, or the Saint Realm Grand Elder. Besides them, the group of magi that had recently appeared were also making their way towards the temple with shining eyes. There was only a single thing that had caused so much death and casualties, with people still ignoring everything as they tried to reach what they could see. At the top of the temple that everyone was ascending, a black coffin was stably laid. At the top of this black coffin was the one item making everyone lose their minds. It was a small dagger that was slowly rotating in the air releasing purple and gold lights. It wasn't that huge, but everyone in this cavern knew what it was. An ultimate weapon. A weapon that had been with the devilish time unveiler since the very beginning, something that many of them did not even understand what its power was. All they knew was that they would hold tremendous power with this item in their hands. Noah felt his heart beat faster as he laid his many eyes on the rotating dagger that belonged to the sheath he held with him. This was the treasure he had seen in his memories, the one thing he came into this realm to obtain. He gazed towards the powerful figures fighting for the treasure in this space as the road in front of him looked arduous. On one side was the radiant Saint Realm Grand Elder of the time immemorial sect that knew exactly how tremendous this treasure was. Another side held the mysterious figure that was accompanied by an armored being holding no less power than a saint, with he himself letting out a transcendent aura but still seeming overly powerful at that level. The last side was the Magus that had just entered, the phantom form of the black serpent around him becoming more and more physical as it seemed like he would turn into the terrible beast himself soon. There were many contenders and enemies on all sides, so how would he go about getting his hands on this spectacular item? Chapter 234: A Three-Way Battle. Grand Elder Amos was observing the unruly wretched targeting the precious treasure that was meant for only the people of time immemorial sect as his power rumbled out. None of you can have it. His thoughts moved rapidly as he sent attacks towards any cultivators that neared the temple and tried to ascend it, but even more of his attention was spread to the confident otherworlder who brought with him a Saint Realm guard. Grand Elder Amos was wondering just which person with status would be able to do something like this, but he could have never guessed that this being was a celestial on a simple mission to obtain the same treasure he wanted to get his hands on. The celestial breathed out calmly as the area around the temple became less rowdy, the ones around finally realizing they would only face death if they fought with those trying to lay claim to this treasure. He gazed towards the Grand Elder, as well as the group from the Magus world which held a powerful being now carrying a physical form of a humongous black serpent. These were his opponents that stood between him and his mission, thus they had to die. Essence rumbled as his transcendent rank energy erupted out, and the celestial closed his eyes. A second passed when a spectacular sight occurred, and a golden eye appeared at the center of his forehead. This golden eye shone in resplendent light as it released a heavy pressure that seemed to be in no way less powerful than the Saint Realm Grand Elder Amos or the powerful bloodline warlock, Black Serpent. This was the third eye that could only be cultivated by those who were proficient in the law of fate. One of the supreme laws that very few beings could get their hands on, yet this rank 3 celestial disciple had already cultivated it to the extent that he could bring out the eye of fate. Those facing this eye could do nothing but tremble beneath its power. The celestial that very few knew by the name of Drax opened his third eye as he boldly made the first attack against the 2 Saint Realm contenders. The Punisher by his side stood back, as this trial was only for him to pass. Only if he was about to face imminent death would the Punisher move to save him. Grand Elder Amos shook off the surprise of this transcendent realm being actually matching his power as he erupted out, sending attacks towards both him and the rushing Black Serpent. The ebb of time flows and flutters, yet a singed prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity, reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. The third stage of the top-ranked violet immemorial technique, Cage of Time, was cast. A sound as if a trumpet was being overblown rang out, and the atmosphere darkened as 2 cages of darkness appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards their respective targets. The figure of the tremendous Black Serpent that was the vicious Magus kept his eyes on the sweetly rotating dagger atop the temple as its large body expanded even more, a sonorous voice ringing out from him. Descend, Serpent Ancestor. Runic circles erupted out all over the huge body of the Black Serpent as essence of ridiculous proportions erupted out, his large body of a snake gaining features of a dragon that let out beams of red lights towards the descending attacks from the Grand Elder of Time immemorial sect and the celestial, Drax. Terrible waves of power spread out at the point of contact as anyone near was blown back, and a battle of crazy levels of power began. While this fight was occurring, something that nobody had caught was occurring in the dark. If one were to be paying close enough attention, they would notice the overflowing levels of blood that was caused by the deaths of many beings surrounding the temple begin to be absorbed on the ground as they disappeared to unknown locations. Something even more minuscule to notice was the vibrant life force of those already dead on the ground being slowly drained as they turned into even worse-looking lifeless husks over time. But the beings around the area were not paying attention to this. Their attention was on the horrendous fight that blew out waves of power that would hurt them if they were near, as well as the stupendous rotating treasure that they knew they could not get their hands on. Another thing that nobody had noticed was the miniaturized figure of a 9-headed dragon, the calamitous Leviathan, that was slowly making his way towards the top of the temple with all hiding and covert skills active as extreme care was being given not to be noticed by the powerful experts battling around the surroundings of the temple. In order to not let out any traces of energy as he slowly climbed up, Noah stopped the activation of the unique skill, Observant, that would have spread his awareness out all around, as those with power at Saint Realm would notice it. But this meant that even he was not aware of the change of draining blood and life that was occurring all around as everybody kept their attention on either the treasure or the ongoing fight. Beneath the temple that powerful figures were fighting on ran runic red lines that pulsed with fearsome life force. The runic lines were spread throughout the temple located in this cavern, as well as spreading out even further to other caverns of the mountain located in the treasure abode. All of these runic lines were hiddenly converging in this temple as they flowed upwards like veins towards the very top of the temple where a black coffin silently lay. Above this black coffin was the slowly rotating purple and gold dagger that caused the powerful beings currently fighting to enter this treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler. They had a goal, but something else obviously had a goal of its own. Chapter 235 Surprise. Waves of power spread out as three figures valiantly fought with one another with complete disregard for all those around them. Drax, the celestial disciple on a mission, was holding his own against two saint-ranked individuals with power at the transcendent level, the cause being the usage of the law of fate that was at an extremely high level. The third eye piercing from the center of his head arrogantly looked down on any being it targeted as it released waves of power that crushed all the attacks directed towards it. This type of power was one that could be considered to only come from the most exceptional geniuses, as they were able to skip levels and fight with equal footing with those above them, but the Celestial took this to a whole new level as he dominated the fight against the two saint-ranked individuals. While this fight was going on, Noah was slowly edging higher and higher on the temple towards the rotating purple and gold dagger as its gorgeous light could already be reflected in his eyes. He kept his emotions in check as a single release of aura would alert the powerful experts currently fighting, and he didn't know whether he would be fast enough to act the moment they found him. His miniaturized figure continued to move up slowly as the treasure became only a few meters away from him, his excitement reaching higher levels as he got the counterpart of the weapon hidden deep inside his body to use the instant he got his hands on the resplendent dagger. The three key figures fighting in the distance had no idea that another being was so close to getting the treasure they were fighting for as they continued to throw out powerful attacks. Noah inched ever closer towards the black coffin that had the treasure slowly flowing on top of it, and he was just within an arm's reach when a change occurred in the atmosphere. Now, that would be no fun at all. Powerful waves of power spread out from the center of the temple as a black aura began to leak out of the coffin. Those fighting around the temple and other beings watching from a distance in the cavern all looked up in shock towards the centermost point of the temple where a coffin lay. They found to their disbelief that the lid of the coffin had slowly lifted itself off. Shock. Horror. The possible reality of what could be playing out next was understood by some much faster than others, with Noah and the Celestial being the first beings to instantly activate their spatial skills to immediately leave the location. The Celestial actually chose to abandon his mission and accept failure, while Noah chose to abandon the treasure he knew of the tremendously powerful uses for the instant this change occurred. The instant they realized the being that should have been dead in this tomb, the being that should be peacefully lying on the coffin atop the temple where his most powerful weapon remained, might actually not be dead after all. They activated their spatial skills only a second later, but that second was already too long. To their dismay, their spatial skills did not work. With my achievements in the law of space, do any of you think you will be making it out of this tomb? The guttural voice that had rang out a second ago was heard once again as everyone's fears were realized. Noah's heart beat faster as a dangerous premonition arose while the Celestial was soon standing behind the Punisher given to protect him. Grand Elder Amos had a crazed look in his eyes as he observed the slowly moving lid of the coffin with the abundant dark light leaking out of it, as well as the guttural voice that was ringing on every corner of the cavern they were in. Black Serpent held a tinge of fear in his eyes as even other worlders knew of the famous being they were now coming to face with. None of them were scared to enter this dangerous treasure abode because they knew even with any dangers it could pose, the one who created it had long been dead for hundreds of years, and only his belongings would be there for the taking. But to their surprise, the being that was feared in the world of cultivation and even had his legend known across the surrounding worlds, was actually not dead. Fear crept up in their hearts as the aura coming out of the coffin became stronger and stronger, until a lone decrepit skeletal head with degraded muscles slowly rose from it. Eyes that were filled with darkness immediately turned down the coffin towards the position of the miniaturized Noah as they glinted with a dark light. "Well, hello, little rat." The words were accompanied by a dark blast of power that erupted out and smashed into Noah, reducing his hiding skills to nothing as his form of a nine-headed dragon was thrown backwards like a ragdoll, smashing onto the ground and leaving a crater not befitting the miniaturized size. Excruciating pain rang out from all over his body as he found lacerations and broken bones all around, his immense mana moving as restorative skills were quickly used to mend up the damage while his miniaturized figure became larger in size. Others didn't even put into account that his appearance was extremely close to obtaining the treasure, and all their attention was placed on the terrible figure that had fully risen from the coffin. Atrophied muscles hugged decrepit bones as the figure that looked to be more like a skeleton stood powerfully, letting out waves that seemed to be at the saint realm, but also quickly ascending above to another realm before they settled down again a second after. A cruel smile appeared on the skeleton as it looked around the cavern where many cultivators and other worlders were looking forward in shock as it actually licked its decayed teeth with a cracked thin tongue, looking at the beings around it with a level of disregard never before seen. Its crackling voice rang out sonorously once again. Well, hello. Chapter 236 Fear. A moment comes in one's life where they realize that events would sometimes unfold in the worst possible ways, and they had no way to overcome them. They would feel a sense of helplessness as they shook their heads depreciatingly, wondering why their luck was always this bad. They would feel chains wrapping around them as they were dragged further and further down, continuing to sink until only darkness remained for them. The many beings in the centermost cavern of the treasure abode where the devilish time unveiler lay were just beginning to feel this familiar feeling. They physically began to feel space constricting around them first as the being rising from the black coffin used some inexplicable technique to restrict any and all spatial movements. They then emotionally began to feel this same feeling as they began to understand just who the deformed skeleton with atrophied muscles was. I thought I would catch many more fish in my net with how widely I spread the news, you know. The decrepit skeleton was nonchalantly talking as it stretched in bones that had not been moved in hundreds of years, the blackened muscle covering it slowly pulsing as it was seemingly being filled with more and more energy with time. None of the individuals in the cavern replied at the words of the skeleton, because all the beings that chose to come into this treasure abode knew the one that should have been buried dead and long gone in history. They knew the history of the being that should be dead, the being that was now actually standing in front of them. They knew of the cruelty of the devilish time unveiler. Somehow, inexplicably, the being that should have been dead hundreds of years ago had just risen from his grave. The cultivators, magi, and other beings in the wide cavern at the center of the treasure abode did not reply to the nonchalant voice because they knew words meant less than nothing to this being. His name was achieved after years of strength and terror that caused everyone to know him by the title of the devilish time unveiler. A cunning old cultivator who had the best schemes and plans, his power made even worse because he was adept in the law of space and the law of time. Many of those that were not knowledgeable didn't know this, but the devilish time unveiler was studying one of the ultimate laws, the law of spacetime. He schemed against his enemies days and months in advance, appearing before them even when they had not began to think of going against him. Many of his enemies would die without even knowing why, with the last words they hear always being, "You should not have planned to act against me." Those entering this treasure abode knew the history of the being in front of them full well, and they realized they had just been caught in a scheme by one of the most powerful cultivators in the world of cultivation. An old devil that should have been long dead, but had actually been scheming all this time, and they had fallen for it. Some were already trembling as they felt their legs weakening, their bodies losing strength as they knew one resounding truth about the devilish time unveiler: all of his schemes were successful. Those with more knowledge developed even stronger fear because they already knew it to be an impossibility to get out of the grasp of a master of the law of space and time. Some developed crazed looks as they were unwilling, a single being breaking the silence as they shouted maddeningly. I am the son of Sect Master Charlie of the Grand Dominion Sect. He's a Peak Saint Realm cultivator who will give you whatever you want if you let me out, Ollie. The oozing skeletal finger taped slightly in the air as an attack traveled through space and arrived at the position of the talking cultivator in less than a second, smashing into him and flinging him back as a mass of bleeding flesh. The origin and essence of the cultivator then quickly drained into the ground as pulsating veins could barely be made visible at this moment in time. These pulsating veins on the ground all led towards the temple, converging on the black coffin where a decrepit skeleton continued to stand on. The atrophied muscles on his body became just a few millimeters bigger after the death of this cultivator and the absorption of their origin. I'll have to apologize to all of you today. But I am just too ravenous, and I have been stuck in here for too long. The voice rang out nonchalantly again as the raised skeletal hand did not go back down, but stayed in the air as it continued to tap several times. Powerful individuals that could be considered experts in the outside world were struck inexplicably by these attacks that traveled through space, and those with weak defenses found themselves exploding into bloody mass of gore instantly as their origin and essence was quickly absorbed, lines of arteries and veins beginning to prominently appear on the body of the skeleton as it killed more and more people. Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent let out maddening shouts as they used the tremendous strength in their bodies, and started sending attacks towards the skeleton standing atop the black coffin. The Celestial, Drax, opened the third eye on his forehead even wider as it began to bleed, letting out attacks of his own as he spoke clearly to all the beings remaining in the cavern. Focus all your attacks on him now, don't let him kill any more of us, or we will all die. The Punisher at the peak of rank 3 Celestial, or Saint Realm, finally began moving as the life of the Celestial he was commanded to protect was in great danger. A crackle of a laugh was the only thing heard resounding through the cavern as the schemer from hundreds of years ago moved his fingers yet again to meet the oncoming attacks. Chapter 237 Unwilling. A single bony finger streaked across the sky, a dark outline of the same shape forming in the air as it met the attacks of the cultivators and other worlders. Essence rumbled as the attacks that were thrown were sucked into the surrounding space like nothing. A chuckle was escaping the newly risen devilish time unveiler as he prepared to kill even more when a brand new attack streaked across the sky. This attack was different, as the devilish time unveiler briefly felt the space become locked, and a beam of light surrounded by 10 blazing balls of fiery suns rushed towards him. The ebb of time flows and flutters, yet a single prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity, reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. Words that seemed to resonate with the surrounding essence were ringing out continuously as Grand Elder Amos looked back towards the origin of the voice in shock, watching a being using the secret techniques of the time immemorial sect with astounding proficiency as cages filled with swirling purple darkness descended down along with the flaming suns and a glimmering golden trident that could barely be made out. Noah threw out these attacks without reservation as he knew exactly what the other powerful beings in the cavern of this underground treasure abode knew. If this being in front of them continued to kill and absorb their origins, he would only grow stronger until they could not stand against him. One has to know, this being was a peak void firmament realm cultivator, an entire stage above the saint rank. They did not know what level of power he held now, but if Noah could withstand a single attack of the devilish time unveiler and still survive, they knew he wasn't at the peak of his power. Spatial lock was the first thing he used before he commanded his boundless mana to go into the many skills he held, using the most powerful Transcendent Plus skill, Cage of Time, along with many more of his skills as he rained down destruction unceasingly towards the aged skeleton. His attacks were not the only ones as Grand Elder Amos was shaken out of his stupor and continued to throw his own attacks, followed by the Black Serpent and the cold-faced Celestial Drax. A burst of resounding laughter erupted out as a response to the extravagant attacks, the scene clearing as they observed the skeleton, which now held much more vibrant muscles, was stopping a golden trident with just a tip of his finger. The trident was vibrating rapidly as it shot out dangerous lights that just left streaks of white on the rapidly reforming muscles of the skeleton. Cultivators, otherworlders, and even a little disciple of the Celestials, huh? You brought with you one of the modified elves, I see. Shocking words came out of the barely reformed mouth of the devilish time unveiler as he looked ravenously towards Drax and the Punisher surrounding him. The Celestial's face turned ugly at his identity being so blatantly released, but he held bigger problems as the finger of the skeleton aimed towards them. Your body should hold the most abundant energies, the whiff of the supreme law of fate as well. The devilish time unveiler seemed to be getting energized the more he focused his attention on them, a streak of light passing through the space as it struck the golden helmet of the Punisher squarely, throwing it off and revealing the sharp ears of an elven creature with golden flowing hair. This sight made his forming pupils shine with light as he licked his lips and tapped his fingers vigorously in the air multiple times once more. Elves hold extremely strong essence, you know. One of the high-tiered races, and you brought one to me as a gift. He dissolved the attacks others were throwing his way through unknown techniques under the use of the law of spacetime as he focused on the Celestial and Punisher that were struggling to hold on under his tremendous pressure of attacks. Cracks were forming on the golden armor of the Punisher as the eye of fate on the head of the Celestial continued to bleed profusely. Oh! They let out screams of battle as they were reinforced by Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent, as well as the figure of the nine-headed dragon, the calamitous Leviathan, who held a different look as he stared at the struggling Celestial. They had to reinforce him and make sure he and the modified elf weren't taken down, as they were one of the few powerful beings on their side. Noah felt a wave of thoughts as he encountered a Celestial for the first time, with those in his spiritual land feeling even stronger emotions as they let out their voices for Noah to let them out into the battlefield, but now was not the time. The focus currently was on surviving against this terrible schemer, other things would come later. The beings in his spiritual land could feel the changes of the outside world, especially Barbados and the calamities of the sea that held high levels of power. They had seen the incredibly dangerous predicament that Noah was in and had shouted for him to let them join the fight multiple times, but Noah denied them. The moment their phantasmal levels of power came to the outside world, they would quickly be used as fuel for the devilish time unveiler. No spatial skills worked still, whatever lock the devilish time unveiler who was proficient in the law of spacetime had placed still strongly holding all of them in place. They defended against the many attacks thrown towards the celestial, their impact leaving many of them injured, with Noah's body rapidly using up the origins of the beings he had devoured using the sin of gluttony to recover from the injuries. The moment the scene cleared as they prepared to face more attacks from the devilish time unveiler, they were surprised to find that he wasn't even gazing at them. His attention turned towards the weaker cultivators and other worlders still scrambling in the surroundings as his attacks were already flying towards them. Bloody explosions of gore occurred in the next few seconds as they saw the schemer take down almost every being beside them, their abundant origins quickly sinking into the ground as they traveled up the temple. Pearls of raucous laughter were the only thing ringing out as skin began to appear on the rapidly forming muscles on the body of the devilish time unveiler. Chapter 238 Despair I. He had made them grouped together to protect the celestial so the strongest of them could preserve their power, but the devilish time unveiler's actual targets were the much weaker beings surrounding the temple. Their bodies exploded into a mass of gore as they became fuel that sunk into the earth and was dragged along the pulsating lines towards the black coffin that the being who could not be considered a skeleton anymore stood on. Beside the black coffin, the ultimate treasure that they had entered this treasure abode for still rotated slowly in a gorgeous gold and purple hue. The devilish time unveiler's confident laughter rang out as he turned his head back to stare at the 5 beings looking towards him with powerful gazes. The ones remaining in the cavern at the center of the mountain of the treasure abode were the Black Serpent, Grand Elder Amos, Noah, the Punisher, and the Celestial Drax. They saw the continuing of the absorption of origins along the pulsating lines going towards the temple as their figures moved rapidly in the air, the heavy pull of gravity being offset with their abundant use of essence as they went all out. "Get him off that coffin!" Noah shouted out as their figures whizzed through the air letting out colorful attacks towards the enemy that continued to grow stronger every minute. "Well, if you had moved faster or done something different just a minute ago, maybe you would have had a chance." A nonchalant sonorous voice rang out from the fully formed vocal cords of the void firmament cultivator as his body erupted out with waves of purple and black power, pushing all their attacks back and blowing their rushing figures away. An aura that was most definitely not of the saint realm erupted out from the body of the being in front of them, its levels of power inching ever higher as the celestial Drax and the others stopped the force throwing them back and retaliated with even more attacks as they could not stop, otherwise it would spell their death. But now, at this point in time, it is simply too late. As if to stay true to the words he was saying out, the gorgeous facial muscles forming on the face of the devilish time unveiler let out a bright smile, his hands forming into a claw as it pulled in, foaming a powerful sucking force that dragged the large body of the bloodline Magus, the Black Serpent, towards him. Ah! The saint-ranked being found he could not evade the pulling force as his figure that was rushing toward the devilish time unveiler rushed down even faster. He struggled meaninglessly as he saw the clawed hand of the terrible being nearing his chest. Splutchk! An eerie sound erupted out as the clawed hand entered the wide chest of the Black Serpent, terror shooting up in its heart as it was now clasped in the hands of the devilish time unveiler. Disintegrate! A calm voice rang out as from the hand grasping the beating heart of the saint-ranked Black Serpent, a destructive void of space erupted out, and the moment it receded, it only left an empty void. Dead. The devilish time unveiler nonchalantly smiled as the large body of the Black Serpent fell towards the ground, where it was rapidly turning into a gray husk as a vibrant shade of red entered the pulsating lines leading into the black coffin he was standing on. Desperation covered the faces of the beings remaining, including Noah, who pulled out his spiritual treasure as they activated their powerful attacks. Together, they shouted out as the eye of fate on Drax bled even more while letting out a blinding light, the Punisher moving as swirling rainbow-colored blades formed rapidly and struck down, and Grand Elder Amos threw down blackened cages of time towards the devilish time unveiler as they saw their situation getting bleaker and bleaker. Noah threw the spiritual land into the air as it rapidly expanded in size, using its feature of attack, offensive maneuvers. Oh! Falling Meteor was cast as the moment the spiritual land reached the highest point in the area they were in. A converging essence that collected the entire weight of the floating landmass formed into needlepoint that was aimed towards the devilish time unveiler, its power causing an expression of surprise to appear on the freshly formed face. This was the first time that offensive maneuvers of the high-strength spiritual land, the unique treasure from the beast world, had ever been used. An isolated space treasure of this level. My oh my. A simple chuckle escaped the lips of the devilish time unveiler as he let out a deep breath. I guess I'll get serious for a bit. His power that had shot above the saint rank after absorbing the origins of so many powerful beings erupted out as he cast a simple spell. Black hole. The land they were in quaked and shattered as above the figure of the devilish time unveiler, a region of space with tremendously thick gravity that did not even allow light to force its way out formed. It was extremely minute and small, seemingly taking an immense amount of energy to form even a single black hole the size of a fingernail, but it was this attack that went to meet the converging essence of the weight of an entire floating landmass. Boom. Noah felt something inside him shatter as the moment the two attacks connected, an explosion of darkness erupted that blinded everyone in the cavern. The moment this darkness receded, Noah saw a tremendously wide crack forming from the bottom of the spiritual land as it continued to spread rapidly, snowy landmasses beginning to fly out as an even more horrid sight occurred next, the small black hole still active as it imploded into a supernova. Astounding levels of power spread out as the droning cry of something that was not alive and yet had a sense of consciousness was destroyed. The feeling of something breaking inside Noah became even greater as the sight that revealed itself was that of a floating landmass split into two pieces. Chapter 239 Despair 2. 2 pieces. A huge landmass had been broken into 2 separate pieces as it barely floated in the air. Chunks of snowy landmass were falling on the ground, along with the bloodied mess of bodies of thousands of beasts that were in the spiritual land who were nearest at the point of contact with the attack from the devilish time unveiler. The large body of a resplendent goldfish held jagged cuts and looked mangled as it fell down and smashed into the ground, its abundant life force soon being absorbed into the ground as the devilish time unveiler laughed raucously as if he had just gotten the best surprise. One of the calamities of the sea had been unlucky enough to be on the direct and closest path of the attack, his life being ended from the impact. You held so many life forces in this isolated space treasure. My oh my. He gazed at the thousands of falling bodies of beasts from the split landmass as his wide aura spread out to find the large bodies of the kraken and other calamities of the sea, as well as the emperor penguin and other spiritual land beasts who were standing alongside a grimacing Barbados. Fucking hell little fish, why the fuck did you come here? Her usual voice erupted out as it held a tinge of something else in it that Noah had never heard from her before, but had seen it many more times from other beings. It was fear. His mind worked rapidly at high speeds to find a way out of this perilous situation as he stared at the spiritual land he was slowly losing connection with. It stood broken in the air with chunks of snowy land continuing to rapidly fall. Around Barbados, thousands of undead began to appear and surround the beasts and calamities of the sea as they prepared to face the terrible being much more powerful than them by many ranks, but they had no choice. Noah's rapidly thinking mind grasped at all the possibilities, and his gaze continued to return to the slowly rotating purple and gold dagger that was situated on the side of the black coffin that the devilish time unveiler was standing on. There was no further time to think as they began moving rapidly yet again, giving no more leeway for the terrible being in front of them to continue recovering. Noah sent a silent communication into the ears of Grand Elder Amos and the Celestial, who was surrounded by colorful shields cast by the Punisher protecting him. Make a pathway for the ultimate treasure. If we can have it in our grasp, we still have a chance to get out of this. His mind moved rapidly as an abundant amount of skills were cast, his power being boosted by the subset skills of the Sin of Pride, as he also used pride manipulation, silently to see just how arrogant he could make this void firmament cultivator before he made a mistake. But they would not be given any respite. The power bubbling from the devilish time unveiler only continued to get stronger as the blood of the many beasts and calamity of the sea from the shattered spiritual land only acted to increase his rate of recovery, his hands moving once again as they targeted the abundant beasts, his ravenous gaze landing on the kraken and other large calamities filled with essence. The attacks from Noah and the others arrived as the devilish time unveiler used one hand to manipulate the space behind him to absorb the attacks while using his other hand to pull forward as the space folded, and the bodies of the kraken and emperor penguin found themselves being pulled in rapidly. Raa. The emperor penguin let out a loud bellow as a gorgeous silver light erupted from it, its figure using all of its power to momentarily come to a halt against the pulling force of a void firmament cultivator multiple levels above it before its descent continued yet again. Noah's heart continued to sink as he looked at this, boundlessly pouring in all his mana into his skills as he disregarded everything. Don't let him kill anyone else. He yelled out to the others as Grand Elder Amos's body shone a brilliant white light, his figure turning into a streak of light as it stood between the devilish time unveiler and the bodies of the emperor penguin and kraken that were being pulled down. Numerous undead also began rushing down as Barbados moved her hand as if playing a symphony, the aura of death spreading out as the skeletons rushed towards the nearly fully fleshed-out body of the devilish time unveiler. "It's great that you all just continue to give me more and more gifts." The strong voice of the schemer erupted out as he became surrounded on all sides, his lips letting out simple words as he cast another skill. Spatial rupture. RIP. A rip in space. Like a jagged line, it spread forward until it pierced right where the head of Grand Elder Amos was situated, the others watching in horror as his head split apart the next instant, brain matter flying out as the milky white light on his body dwindled and he began falling from the skies of the temple. Other jagged rips in space continued forward as one directly bisected the Punisher that had summoned hundreds of golden shields that were all torn through like paper. 2 Saint Realm individuals were killed just like that. Their abundant essence went on to be absorbed into the many pulsating lines of the temple as the black coffin beneath the feet of the devilish time unveiler glowed a resplendent black, even more power coursing through him as he laughed maniacally. This was the worst development that would spell death for all of them, so they moved even faster as the celestial Drax used both of his 2 hands to peel the skin on his forehead, revealing much more of the bulging eye of fate that was now pulsating gold and red as he called out. Displacement of fate. Essence rumbled as a golden light shined out, a change occurring that looked to give them a possible chance as in the next instant, the powerful figure of the devilish time unveiler appeared at the position where Drax used to be, while the celestial himself appeared atop the coffin. Time seemed to come to a stop as the devilish time unveiler adopted the expression of annoyance, but Drax moved rapidly and reached out to grab the slowly rotating ultimate treasure. As if it was specially initiated by his movement, the moment his finger touched the rotating dagger, a resounding explosion rang out that shredded the body of the celestial and blew him away, the dagger flying in the opposite direction as it streaked towards the position that Barbados was standing while surrounded by her undead. "Did you think it would be that easy?" The devilish time unveiler was laughing as his gaze turned towards the heavily injured celestial while also keeping watch of the path of the ultimate treasure, making a beeline towards one voluptuous woman. Barbados was letting out curses and expletives as she reached out and clasped the now dimming dagger in her hand, quickly turning and rushing towards Noah as she tucked the dagger behind her back while a group of undead surrounded her on all sides. They now held a chance. Noah just needed to get his hands on this ultimate treasure that he held another piece of, and they would have a chance of getting out of this perilous situation alive. Noah's large figure of the 9-headed dragon turned into a streak of light as he went towards Barbados's figure, the 2 of them getting nearer to each other as the milliseconds passed. Chapter 240 Death. A figure of large calamitous Leviathan and the voluptuous Barbados surrounded by undead rushed towards one another, each holding a piece of an ultimate treasure that could be the solution to the horrible situation they were in. Victory was in sight, but alas, it was not for them. Space repulsion. Calm words rang out as the vibrant figure of the devilish time unveiler teleported between them, his mastery of the law of spacetime allowing him to ignore the restriction he set up himself. He looked arrogantly towards the large figure of Noah as he uttered the words, their effect causing a tremendous force to explode outward, knocking the huge body of the 9-headed dragon back as his other hand formed into the shape of claw and closed in on Barbados's position. Clasp. Barbados's figure was pulled towards the devilish time unveiler at high speeds as her neck was quickly wrapped around the palm of the powerful being. "You mother few." Her short legs kicked as the devilish time unveiler nonchalantly began tightening his hand on her throat and shattered her vocal cords instantly. Blazing suns began to appear around her as her undead came to her aid, but they were all repulsed back by an explosive force as if they were nothing. Noah recovered from the large impact and rapidly worked to heal his heavily injured body as he looked at this sight in despair and fear. Yes, fear. They were close. They were extremely close. If he could just get his hands on that dagger, he would be able to turn the tides. He held the other part of this weapon that even the devilish time unveiler himself did not know. As long as he got his hands on this ultimate treasure, they would have had a chance to leave this place alive. But he watched these last embers of hope be dashed as the powerful figure of the void firmament cultivator smashed him back towards the ground while his hands wrapped tightly around Barbados's neck. The Emperor Penguin, the Kraken, and other remaining beasts rushed towards Barbados's position as their phantasmal level power did nothing to pierce the layers of spatial defenses set up by the devilish time unveiler. Ryup. The being called out the word simply again as ruptures in space spread out, covering the bodies of the Kraken and Emperor Penguin as a bloody mess of gore erupted out. Ra. Tentacles were cut off as a rupture diagonally spread across the body of the kraken, its dark eyes losing their light as its head exploded in a shower of blood. A silver light erupted out briefly on the body of the emperor penguin, but its powers were for naught as its arrogantly raised beak shattered first, the rest of its body becoming split apart right after as its beady eyes gazed towards the master of its spiritual land as they were losing their light. An arrogant light was still present on its beady eyes as one focused on the figure it fearlessly went to fight against, while the other half of its bisected head looked towards Noah with an apologetic expression. It could not protect the friend of its master, nor any of its brothers from the spiritual land. The arrogant and apologetic light in its beady eyes slowly dwindled as it completely lost consciousness. This was the cause of the fear that Noah had begun to feel for the first time. This powerful being that seemed to be playing with all them in the palm of his hands, where no matter what they did he always came out on top. They were so close. Noah felt the exploding aura of the devilish time unveiler as it stably held not a single milky white of the saint realm, fully recovering its power as it let out a wild purple aura of regal strength. A purple robe with golden inscriptions appeared on the body of the devilish time unveiler as he continued to clasp tightly onto Barbados's neck, his gaze alternating towards the despairing Noah and the strong light in the eyes of the struggling Barbados. It is not the first time I have torn apart lovers, for that I apologize. His gaze was calm as his free hand reached out and grabbed onto the right hand of the struggling Barbados and he pulled down, tearing apart the arm as blood rained down. The heavily injured Drax joined Noah on the ground as they looked despairingly at the position in the sky where the devilish time unveiler was ripping apart Barbados. She held the ultimate treasure with her, and the terrible being held her in his hands. The Celestial was heavily injured and barely hanging on to life after he fell for the trap laid upon the dagger when he first touched it, while Noah moved even though he knew his transcendent power would not be able to do anything against a being 2 levels above him. His large form looked dazedly towards the scene in the sky as his body shot up once more, trying his best to reach their position again as the trident of the sea, cages of time, and glistening golden suns all ruthlessly rushed out from him, but they were all met with a simple set of words. Space was torn and folded as the ruptures reached Noah, blood flying out as 5 of his heads lost their light and became messy stumps of bones and gore. His figure crashed back into the ground as he nearly fainted from the injuries, using the sin of gluttony to quickly heal himself by using the remaining devoured origins he had in him, only 3 of his heads regenerating as he felt lingering power from the law of spacetime stopping any more recovery. He breathed heavily as he looked up the sky in fear. Was this actually it? A terrifying thought passed through his mind as he thought of the billions of lives he held on his shoulders. The planetary core of his home planet, as well as the other 2 planets he was connected to, could see all the events occurring as they looked on in silence. Noah's eyes trembled at this. Reality as many thoughts passed through his head, the devilish time unveiler above them taking his time as he ripped the limbs of Barbados until she couldn't struggle anymore. Now that wasn't too hard, was it? Let me take back my partner now. He spoke out nonchalantly as he turned the stump that was Barbados to reach out behind her where he saw her place the dagger, and he found nothing. The dagger that he had seen this woman attach to her back was actually not there. A surprised expression appeared on his face as he turned her around and found her laughing, blood leaking out of her mouth from her crushed neck as she mouthed out, "Fuck yo." He gave no respite as his hands crushed down and Barbados's head separated from her body. Noah slumped onto the ground as he saw this scene, his gaze unfocused as he did not know how to proceed. The Celestial beside him shook his head as he sighed, his heavily injured body that could barely move also slumping down on the ground. Close to Noah, the figure of a simple skeleton that was among the many that were surrounding Barbados appeared, its body slowly fading away as the life of its master was taken. Noah felt this change as he turned to the side, a golden light nearly shining out of his eyes as from the bony hands of the fading skeleton, a gold and purple dagger lay. Its name appeared in front of his eyes in shining blue colors as he grasped it. Dagger of Time. Chapter 241 Turning Back Time. The Dagger of Time. The ultimate treasure that the devilish time unveiler used to be able to traverse the world of cultivation free and unbound of worries. Noah grasped it in his hands as the details of the dagger and its abilities came to full view. All of its abilities were grayed out as this was only the major part of the treasure, and it still needed its battery to be operated. Nobody else knew this, but he actually held the other piece of the treasure, the sheath regalia, that had been fully charged. The devilish time unveiler felt the change as he looked down with a light smile. He snapped his fingers as the blood and gore around him dissolved into nothing, his gaze turning towards the last 2 remaining beings in the space he had set up, This is the part one actually liked the most. When the little pieces on my board game start to think they might have victory within their grasp, and I still dash all of their hopes a second later, it is an experience very few get a chance to experience in their lifetimes. He was arrogantly talking as he descended down. Noah observed this as he finally saw the effects of pride manipulation come into full effect, the arrogance of this being shooting through the roof as he pridefully looked down at them, knowing full well he could kill them whenever he wanted as they would not be able to use the treasure they got their hands on anyways. But this would be the cause of his first loss after his resurrection. So now that you have your hands on my treasure, how do you think you're getting out of this? Noah only needed a second, and the pride of the devilish time unveiler provided this as he made a move, and it was a move that was not within any of the expectations of the other two beings left in the cavernous space. Noah turned towards the heavily injured celestial beside him whose eyes had regained a semblance of hope as they had gotten their hands on the treasure, but he was shocked at the next turn of events as saw a devouring darkness cover his eyesight. The ultimate skill, sin of gluttony, was used as Noah swallowed the celestial in a single gulp, the action being so unexpected that even the devilish time unveiler stopped in midair in surprise and then broke out laughing. Ha ha. Now, what is that going to accomplish? I've already recovered a major part of my power, preventing me from enjoying the gorgeous flesh of that little celestial isn't going to change it. His strong and prideful words came out as Noah did not waste another second, making sure what needed to stay hidden would stay hidden until the last second as he moved the essence to initiate one of the abilities of the Dagger of Time, as soon as two pieces connected. I want to thank you for this very painful lesson. Only a light smile passed on the devilish time unveiler's face as he saw energy going into the dagger, his eyes turning into smiling crescents as he waited for the being in front of him to despair even more when they found out the treasure they had placed all their hopes on would not work for them, as it wasn't currently complete. He felt laughter welling up inside him as he watched with his head held high, when his expression adopted a complete change as something ridiculous played out in front of him. Things seemed to be playing out in slow motion as the devilish time unveiler saw two sets of events happen consecutively, with barely a millisecond delay in between. The being below him placed his energy into the dagger, and in the next instant, a purple glowing sheath he knew all too well appeared out of nowhere and swiftly covered the dagger, the two connecting seamlessly together as a brilliant white light erupted out. Shock, confusion, and horror finally appeared on the face of the devilish time unveiler for the first time as he collected all his power of spacetime to finally act towards this now terrible enemy. No. A sound as if something had closed rang out, the figure of the devilish time unveiler that was erupting with gorgeous light coming to a stop, the light slowly receding into his body as his movements followed the same exact sequence they had taken prior, but in the opposite direction of time. An ability of the Dagger of Time, Reversal, had been successfully initiated for the first time in the hands of Noah Osmont. Dagger of Time, incomplete, a treasure unknown in history, with some calling it cursed for its world-breaking abilities. It seems complete, but it has yet to reach the pinnacle of its power. The one fated to use it is bound to leave a mark in history. The activation of its wondrous abilities requires the use of the sheath regalia. Abilities include Reversal, Stop, Insight. Reversal, the fabric of time is unwound as the wielder of the Dagger of Time is sent back through time. The amount of time is dependent on how much time essence the sheath regalia holds. This same ability cannot be used again within the same time period. On this historic moment that very few will remember, the Dagger of Time had exchanged hands once again, this time being possessed by a budding individual from an unknown planet. Noah's heart beat wildly as the ride of emotions he had experienced for the first time today calmed down, gradually being replaced by the usual calmness, with the addition of other emotions he had not yet entertained in his life. A gorgeous array of purple and gold colors wrapped around his body as he was the only observer that was watching and remembering as all the events that had occurred in the cavern they were in were rewound. His gaze was shaken as he saw Barbados's head and limbs reattach onto her body, as the Emperor Penguin and Kraken fused back to the way they should be, as everything turned back to how it was. The spiritual land that was split in two quickly reformed back together as the reversal of time seemed to get faster and faster. Noah watched all this as he continued to send the command of the reversal ability to continue, closely watching as the blinding purple light on the sheath that was now covering the Dagger of Time was rapidly reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reversal of time became even faster as Noah felt a phantom of his body rapidly travel back, from him entering the treasure abode, to him killing the Elder of Time immemorial sect, to his pill-making in the karmic sect, to his encounter with the sheath regalia, and past his first entrance into the world of cultivation. The profoundly glowing purple energy continued to be depleted as Noah observed its final vestiges of energy being dried up, his out-of-body phantom gradually coming to a stop as it rushed down towards his body that was in a different time. In the demon world, not even a few hours after he had received the fealty of all the demon rulers, a figure of Noah that was about to begin training shook as a purple and gold light erupted out. The light caused an eruption of essence around him as he regained his bearings and opened his eyes. He spent a few seconds adjusting as he looked down at his hands to observe the distinctly shining dagger that was covered with a sheath. His eyes shone with a dangerous light as a turbulence of emotions fought to break out, but a cold light won in the end as his gaze turned cold and emotionless. He had succeeded. Chapter 242 Careful Beyond Bounds. Noah's mind recalled the emotion of fear that he had not felt in a long time. This feeling came when he believed he was about to lose everything. It came at his lowest point as he realized that he would be single-handedly responsible for the deaths of 3 worlds. He hated this feeling of fear, and he hated even more that he had not fully given his life the utter importance that it really deserved. It was not an option for him to die, and he had still acted recklessly and entered a place he was not fully knowledgeable of. This place had taught him a painful lesson as he watched a great deal of the things he cared about be literally torn apart in front of him. It was a painful experience, but one that he thanked the devilish time unveiler for in the end because he needed it. From this day forth, he had to be careful beyond bounds. He had to plan in advance every move he would do, understand which players he might come in contact with, and whether he will smoothly move and not endanger his life in the process. He hated the feeling of fear, the feeling of falling to the deepest depths as his life came under the control of his enemy. His calm aura changed as a dangerous glint of light passed through his eyes as he recalled the ruthlessness he had been exposed to in this trip in the world of cultivation. The ruthlessness of schemers that were hundreds of years old, ones that should have even been dead. The ruthlessness of grand elders as even with the death of all their sect disciples, they still kept their eyes on the treasure they wanted to get their hands on. The ruthlessness of a specific devilish time unveiler had almost allowed him to have complete revival from the dead before his plans were ruined because of too much pride and something he could have never expected. This was one of the biggest lessons replaying in Noah's mind, the fact that even after all the planning the devilish time unveiler had put even with his stupendous power at the void firmament realm, all his plans were still ruined in the end. Anything and everything could happen, so he had to be extremely careful, and in order to increase his chances of success, he also had to be ruthless. He could not only be reacting to what others did to him. He would not wait for someone to attack him for him to justify it to himself and kill them. He would not wait for unknown beings to destroy his people for him to get the drive to stand against them. He would not only be reacting from now on. Many emotions swirled in his mind as he pushed everything else aside and put calmness, carefulness, and ruthlessness at the forefront. If it was time, he now held an abundant amount of it. This was not even to mention the time-space in the spiritual land, but the acquiring of the dagger of time signified something obscenely huge. The abilities of reversal, stop, and especially insight, would be something that would be paramount as he moved in the future. The biggest boon besides reversal was insight. He observed its details as he also confirmed that all the skills he obtained during his trip in the world of cultivation were still on his stat panel. This was also adding the ultimate skill of sin of gluttony, that held the devoured origin of a celestial with all of his memories. Insight, time can move in a myriad of ways, with no single being able to predict certainties among its chaos. Insight will show the wielder of the dagger of time possibilities of what could be. Requires time essence from the regal sheath in order to be used. Another ability of the dagger of time would allow him to simulate possibilities of what could happen in the future. This was such a stupendous ability that beside reversal, Noah knew it would be the one that he would use the most. He had been thinking for only a brief second, which was multiplied 1,000-fold with his active, parallel thought, and hasten mind, skills causing his thought process to move rapidly. It was only a few seconds after he had regained consciousness in this time before he even left for the world of cultivation. In the spiritual land, the beasts had felt the powerful burst of unknown energy they had not felt before as the emperor penguin and the calamities of the sea rushed to see what had occurred. Their gazes became confused as they just found Noah on the ground. Barbados's figure also flashed in as she looked down quizzically. "What just happened, little fish?" Noah's calm and steady gaze faltered a bit as he looked around at the beasts and calamities around him. His eyes landed on the voluptuous Barbados, who was looking down questioningly as his figure disappeared and reappeared right next to her, swooping her in his arms before the silver light of teleportation covered them again. They reappeared inside one of the luxurious houses of the spiritual land as a ravenous light flashed through Noah's eyes. "What are you, ah?" A barrier of silence enveloped the house as the beasts still in the underground layer looked around them awkwardly and scratched their heads before they each moved about to continue their training. Time was a problem for many beings, but it was gradually being put under control for Noah as he found himself with more and more tools that could grant him an abundant amount of time. The first thing was that he had returned back to a period of more than a week, and he knew the specific events that would occur during this time. The idea that it had barely been more than a week since he arrived in the world of cultivation, learned the pill forging technique in the karmic sect, and then set off for the devilish abode felt weird Toymagen as the events themselves seemed so numerous, but he knew how to make the most of these future events. He began moving rapidly the moment he made his decision, adhering to new rules of extreme caution and carefulness where even if he had to make multiple plans based on the possibilities he foresaw with the use of the insight ability in the dagger of time. Not too long after the subjugation of the demon world, a command was sent to a few specific rulers as the magnificent frozen plateau spiritual land appeared above the demon capital. Noah wore a simple blue robe as he conversed with the will of the demon world about his first venture after his return through time, the obtainment of the 7 deadly sins that he had been making so much use of recently. He had his hands on the sin of gluttony and the sin of pride, and he had seen the great uses for both. Now, he set his sight on all of them, and the possibilities that might open because of it. A cold light flashed through his eyes as the will of the demon world proposed something stupendous. Chapter 243I. In the grandly floating frozen plateau spiritual land, a dungeon in the form of a large black monolith was forming in front of all the beasts' eyes. At the center of the black monolith, the hazy figures of multiple demon rulers could be seen. These were the holders of the remaining 7 deadly sins skill. The sin of Lust, that had fallen in the form of a skill book into the Imperial Phoenix's hands, was currently with Noah, with the Phoenix giving it the moment Noah asked without even asking for the reason why. The other 4 remaining skills were still being held by 4 demon rulers that were now going into dungeon bosses for the purpose of extracting their ultimate skills without killing them entirely. There can only be a single holder of the 7 deadly sins abilities anyways, but there exists a new uncharted territory once we succeed on this current endeavor. The voice of the will of the demon world rang out in Noah's mind as he watched the completion of the large dungeon which held the origins of 4 demon rulers. He observed the still charging, sheath regalia, below the spiritual land as he asked. The end result will allow for all of them to be combined into a single source. A silence arrived briefly before a confident voice rang out deep within the demon world. This was the ultimate form of the 7 deadly sins abilities I envisioned. With the help of the other 3 cores, it should not be a problem to achieve something I only thought would be possible after hundreds of years. Noah nodded at this as his figure moved forward and disappeared into the newly made dungeon as he pursued his first goal of a rapid rise in strength after his return to the past. The process was not hard at all as the rulers were either in the phantasmal or mythical rank, and with the fact that they were not even resisting, Noah was able to destroy their cores very quickly. Not even a few minutes after he entered, his figure appeared back on top of the spiritual land as the dungeon that was just erected began to break apart and disappear. It faded away to reveal the sorry figures of 4 demon rulers who had their origins injured after being defeated in the dungeon, and they also came to the realization that they had lost the ultimate skills they knew all too well for the past hundreds of years. Noah waved his hands as in front of his sight 5 red and golden colored books appeared, 4 from the demon rulers and 1 that he took from the hands of the Imperial Phoenix. The ultimate skills that signified the sins of Lust, greed, sloth, envy, and wrath floated peacefully around him before they turned into red streams of lights that entered his body. He watched the addition of 5 new ultimate skills in his stat panel as the moment they settled, they began seething a deep red color. Noah's figure quickly disappeared from the spiritual land as he reappeared deep at the center of the demon world, just a few meters away from its core. Let's do it. The will of the demon world was watching with rapt expectations as immense energy that only it could provide poured towards Noah. It would finally have the chance to watch the ultimate ability that it had only dreamed of come to fruition. The cheat of escaping death could not easily be given to Noah, but the combination of the 7 deadly sins ability she created could definitely be done to singularly become the epitome of what she imagined as the strongest warrior for the world. Essence from Noah's homeworld came into play as the feature of skill combination that would normally only work for two compatible skills was shining a deep hue of blue, contributing to the combination of the completed 7 deadly sins abilities. Noah floated near the core of the demon world as red light ruptured out of his body, the ultimate skills gradually being fused into something else as his skin began to turn a shade of red, and magnificent golden horns began to appear on either side of his head. The transformation seemed to show the progression of the combination of the 7 deadly sins abilities as glorious black wings also erupted from his back, his figure becoming bulkier and larger as it let off a feeling of oppressive strength that Noah had only seen in a few beings. Runic golden circles began to be etched into the new body as they formed into an exquisite set of lines throughout his body. The moment they all connected, a resplendent gold-inert light erupted out as it signified the arrival of something grand. Haha, success! The resonant voice of the will of the world erupted out as Noah closed his eyes and reveled in the feeling of strength he currently felt. His eyes opened as they let out a deadly red light, his gaze landing on his stat panel as a new set of words appeared below the list of ultimate skills. Absolute skill, absolute sin, a skill given to the holder of all the 7 deadly sins skills. The user is considered to be the absolute sin, empowering every sin type skill they hold. It gives access to the skills, sin empowerment, harbinger of sin, sin manipulation, sin siphoning, and archdemon lord transformation. A skill of an entirely different level opened itself in front of his eyes as his gaze focused on the singular abilities of the absolute sin skill. Sin empowerment, any sin type skill will have strength and cost efficiency increase by 1 order of magnitude. Each ultimate sin skill will have 1 power strengthened even more as well. Harbinger of sin, as the original and absolute sin, the user can appoint each sin to a person, making that person a harbinger of that sin, giving them access to the standard version of that ultimate skill. If the harbinger is killed, the ultimate skill will return as a charge to the skill, allowing for a new harbinger to be picked. The user can at any time take back a sin given out. Sin manipulation, the user can manipulate the urge of any person, depending on their resistance to such effect, to indulge in any sin or a specific sin. Sin siphoning, by indulging in any sin or being within 100 meters of sin being committed, the user's power will temporarily increase. The more varied the sins recently committed, the stronger the boost is. Archdemon Lord transformation, the user can turn into the Archdemon Lord. This will quadruple the strength and cost efficiency of all sin and demon skills. It will also double the efficiency and strength of all other skills used by the user during the transformation. Power. He felt a tremendous amount of power roll through his body as he understood what this absolute sin entailed. All of the 7 deadly sin skills could be seen as subsets of skills under the absolute sin, holding a few new sets of descriptions as they were made even better. This wasn't to mention the fact that he could use Harbinger of Sin to appoint these same ultimate skills to 7 people that he chose. His gaze shone with a resplendent light as he looked forward to testing the power of this new ability, while his mind continued to rapidly figure out possibilities on how to best use his future knowledge to get the most benefits from the next few days. Descriptions of the new 7 deadly sins. Ultimate skill, Sin of Anger. The Sin of Anger grants access to the skills, Rage Empowerment, Fury Channeling, Anger Avatar, and Wrath Absorption. Rage Empowerment, the angrier the user is, the stronger they become. This skill can increase every stat by 1 stage when fully enraged. Fury Channeling, the user can channel their fury into an attack, and increase it by a maximum of 1 stage. Anger Avatar, the user can manifest their anger into a full body or partial avatar. The size and strength of the avatar is decided by the user's anger. Wrath Absorption, the user can absorb the anger of beings around them to further strengthen themselves. Ultimate skill, Sin of Envy. Sin of Envy grants access to the skills, Envy the Mighty, Strength of the Weak, That's Not Fair, and I'm the Absolute Best. Envy the Mighty, when fighting someone stronger than themselves, the user can lower the abilities and stats of the enemy by 1 stage. Strength of the Weak, throughout a fight against someone stronger, the user is able to temporarily grow stronger. That's Not Fair, when the user observes someone stronger than them in certain aspects, they easily become envious of those abilities, and will strive to get better than the original person. They'll also have the training speed reduced to 1/10 of what they'd otherwise need. I'm the Absolute Best, opponents are not allowed to use skills known by the user, when fighting the user. Any unique, ultimate, or absolute skills holding a lower level of power than original absolute sin are negated and unable to activate. Ultimate skill, Sin of Greed. Sin of Greed grants access to the skills, Greedy Ruler, Loot the Body, and Not Enough. Emperor of Greed, the user can steal the ownership of any item they see or sense. Loot the Body, the user can steal the abilities and stats of dead beings they touch, but can't steal from beings above their rank. Not Enough, a voracious greed that can never be fulfilled dwells within. One can never have too much power, wealth, or treasures. The more treasure the user owns, the more their power is boosted. Ultimate skill, Sin of Sloth. Sin of Sloth grants access to the skills, Awaken Sleep, Strengthen Sleep Training, Rest Master, and Sleep Evolution. Awaken Sleep, the user is aware of everything going on around them while they're asleep. Strengthen Sleep Training, if the user is dedicated enough, then they can become stronger by sleeping. By having even the tiniest desire to improve or learn something, the user will rapidly learn and improve in that aspect while sleeping. Rest Master, the user can fall asleep in a single second, and a single hour of rest is everything they need to get back to full power, but more sleep won't hurt anyone. Sleep Evolution, when the user breaks into a new stage, they'll fall asleep, and their body will evolve in a favorable way. Ultimate skill, Sin of Lust. Sin of Lust grants access to the skills, Sex Demon Transformation, Love Enslavement, Life Energy Drain, and Lust Inducement. Sex Demon Transformation, the user's body becomes more attractive in its normal state, but when the skill is activated, the user will turn into a sex demon, and they'll take on a few of their traits. This will increase the strength of all the other sub-skills by a magnitude of 1. A sex demon can change between the form of an incubus and a succubus. Love Enslavement, by having sex with another being, the user may be able to take control over the being they had sex with. Life Energy Drain, when the user has sex with another being, they can steal 1% of said being's stats. It also has a 10% chance to steal a skill. Lust Inducement, the user can increase the lust other beings feel. This will make it easier for the user to manipulate said being. 7 Deadly Sins Pride. One of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Pride Manipulation, Pride Embodiment, White Dwarf Throw, and Aura of Pride. Pride Embodiment, when meeting foes holding a higher level of strength, the user gains the power of hubris itself. This power can be used to strengthen attacks or defenses. The level of enhancement is dependent on the true pride lying deep in the user's heart, which could be nurtured to grow so large that nothing is allowed to overshadow it. White Dwarf Throw, those who dare to stand against the user will be punished by a white dwarf star, while allies will be healed and energized by it. Aura of Pride, this allows the user to exclude an aura of pure pride. It takes any and all pride in the air and puts it under the user's control. Any allies within range of the skill will have their powers increased based on the amount of pride. The same happens for enemies, but they'll be weakened instead. The user's own power will also increase. 7 Deadly Sins Gluttony. One of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Devouring, Large Stomach, Library, and Gluttony Manifestation. Devouring, filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. The user can absorb the full power, complete memory, all skills and abilities, and the full potential of the devoured. The user can also burn the absorbed for healing or a short burst of power equal to the absorbed's power throughout their past, present, and future. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Large Stomach, an enormous amount of space is made available through the use of this ability, allowing the user to store anything they can devour. Library, devoured entities are analyzed and stored, their life history and skills laid bare for the user to pick and choose. A maximum of 2 skills can be extracted from devoured entities. Gluttony Manifestation, the user can apply the effect of devouring anywhere within 5 meters of them. There's no need to actively eat them. Chapter 244-2. A level of power that was not accessible to Noah before could be felt coursing throughout his body as he reveled in the form provided by the Archdemon Lord Transformation ability of the Absolute Sin skill. He had only ever felt power of this level from the Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent that he had yet to meet in this current time. Power above the transcendent level, he was actually letting out strength at the saint rank through his own power when his attributes and skills were only at the transcendent level. This was the insane boost provided by the complementing skills of the 7 deadly sins that made way for the creation of Absolute Sin. It granted him an ability that allowed him to achieve power of the next stage, something marvelous that he never thought to be possible. Noah spent some time familiarizing himself with the many new descriptions that came with the addition of 5 more 7 deadly sins on top of absolute sin as his eyes landed on a particular ability that shone the most. Harbinger of sin. As the original and absolute sin, the user can appoint each sin to a person, making that person a harbinger of that sin, giving them access to the standard version of that ultimate skill. If the harbinger is killed, the ultimate skill will return as a charge to the skill, allowing for a new harbinger to be picked. The user can at any time take back a sin given out. The abilities of the 7 deadly sins that he held were the strongest forms possible, and he had the right to assign each of the ultimate skills to those he chose through the use of this harbinger of sin. His gaze sharpened as he sent out multiple messages to 7 specific beings, his mind already wondering who would be most fit to receive which sin. The abilities were extremely powerful, and would give a huge boost to the strength of anyone that held them. Among the people that passed through his mind, Barbados, Kazuhiko, and Mikhail were among the top, with his thoughts also wondering about the Ice Queen he had not seen in a while as he decided against it. He did not want others to be fighting fights they did not need to. Aside from the first 3, the remaining mythical beasts from the beast world were also excellent candidates to nurture with the gift of a 7 deadly sins skill. Noah's figure disappeared from the center of the demon world away from the celebrating planetary core as he reappeared in the grandly floating spiritual land above the demon capital. He was still in the archdemon lord form, his arrival causing a heavy pressure to descend to the beings around him as those that were already gathered above the spiritual land felt their bodies trembling from the immense power Noah portrayed. Noah realized this as he reined it in, canceling the archdemon lord form as he looked at the people already here on the spiritual land, as well as a few more who were on their way after hearing his message. It didn't take too long for 7 beings to be gathered in front of him, all of them still unsure of exactly what was going to happen. Kazuhiko was the only one comfortable enough aside from Barbados as he came towards Noah with a refreshing smile. "How far behind are you planning to leave all of us before you share something, eh?" The confident Kazuhiko was itching with enthusiasm after his contribution to the defeat of the demons, his gaze excitedly watching the spiritual land they were on as his mind was already imagining growing his own spiritual land to this level. Noah looked at the dark-haired Kazuhiko who was moving around while still clutching his treasured katana, his gaze somewhat softening after seeing all these people that he felt like he had not seen in ages, even though it had only been more than a week. Barbados, the Kraken, the Emperor Penguin, Steel Mikhail, the Imperial Phoenix, and the second-ranked demon ruler Agars were the other 6 figures looking towards Noah with a variety of gazes. Some were respectful, others were fearful, and one was mischievously smiling. He looked at their faces closely as he spoke. The universe is vast and filled with many dangerous things. Their gazes hardened as they were addressed, even Kazuhiko's enthusiasm turned serious as they paid attention. Don't ever think you are anywhere near the strongest, as there are almost always others much stronger than you. Even now, I can only give the few of you a small boost in strength. He moved as he spoke, his gaze landing on the Emperor Penguin as he activated, Harbinger of Sin, sending a command for the sin of pride to be given to the first beast of his spiritual land. A wild burst of essence erupted as the arrogant penguin felt its body elevated, gradually being filled with strength as a transparent runic marking appeared on top of his head. Ra! 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 The Emperor Penguin let out loud cries as it noticed the appearance of an ultimate skill in its stat panel, its gaze towards Noah softening as it thought that its master wasn't so bad after all. The others noticed the change as they looked forward with rapt attention, and Noah continued. The universe has been here before us for an untold number of years, with so many powerful beings so many levels above us that we cannot even be considered along the same lines. His gaze landed towards the Kraken as he sent another command, the sin of wrath being sent forth and appointed to the calamity of the sea. There are old monsters and powerful schemers all around us, and we're only just beginning to grow. From then on, he moved even faster as he sent multiple commands, the sin of greed being sent to Kazuhiko, the sin of sloth appointed to Steel Mikhail, the sin of envy being appointed to Agars, and the sin of lust being appointed to the Imperial Phoenix. Lastly, his gaze turned towards the mischievously smiling Barbados as he sent the command for the last sin of gluttony to be appointed to her. Gorgeous red lights continued to shine all around as the figures of the beings around Noah were elevated, runic markings appearing on each of their heads as 7 new holders of the 7 deadly sins were decided. Noah nodded as he continued, his body erupting with strength as he activated the Archdemon Lord transformation, a fearsome body of a regal demon appearing in the spiritual land. We are in no hurry, so we will carefully advance forward as we increase our strength. In time, we will build our power and be able to stand with status in this chaotic universe, where we will not be randomly bullied or put under the rule of ruthless beings. He was saying these words more as a message to the holders of the 7 deadly sins in front of him, but they acted more as reminders for himself as he planned for his next movements. He had time on his side, he had to be careful. He could not rush forward randomly, and he needed to build his power as much as possible before he moved. We can do all of this, together. An air of mystery spread out from the center of the spiritual land as Noah stood at the center, surrounded by 7 beings looking up at him. The beasts throughout the spiritual land felt this environment of power as they let out powerful howls, instinctively feeling winds of change they had not observed before. Chapter 245 Acceleration. After assigning the abilities of the 7 deadly sins to the chosen few, Noah moved forward with the next phase of his plans, the upgrade of the spiritual land that would have occurred days from now. He still held with him the wondrous pill-making technique, the Forge of the Silver Flame, that he received from Sect Master Inuit of the Karmic Sect. His thoughts lingered on this figure that continued to be veiled in mysteries as he moved forward, harvesting the many fields that were holding ripe, ice phoenix fruits, as they quickly entered the transparent cauldron with burning silver flames. It did not take too long before the ice phoenix pills he had made for the first time not too long ago were born again, the process being even faster this time as the many abundant fields all over the spiritual land were emptied out faster and faster, a nonsensical amount of mana going into the Forge of Silver Flame, as more and more radiant pills appeared in the surroundings. The beasts of the spiritual land were excitedly looking at this scene, the smell alone that was drifting from the pills already making them send voracious looks. Noah flicked his fingers as the pills flew towards the beasts the moment they finished being made, wanting to get the upgrade of the spiritual land as soon as possible for the upgrade of the time-space from the 1:5 ratio of time and into the 1:10 ratio that only appeared after the upgrade into the 5th tier. The process was smooth, exactly the same as what had occurred before as the Emperor Penguin was the first to break through and reach the phantasmal rank once more, with its brothers and sisters following soon after. The pills were extremely effective for the beasts of the spiritual land, but they still provided spectacular boosts in strength similar to cores for other beings. The holders of the 7 deadly sins that were still on the spiritual land shockingly watching Noah perform this brand new technique as the resplendent pills flew towards them as well, with the calamities of the sea not being far behind. The process of breakthroughs into the phantasmal rank did not take too long for the beasts of the spiritual land, soon meeting the requirement as Noah began putting the required mana into the spiritual land that had sensed the requirements for the next stage to be met. Vibrations and a gorgeous show of lights followed thereafter as soon enough, a gloriously improved spiritual land that let out a much grander light than before shining brightly above the demon capital. The achievement of the rank 5 spiritual land was thus achieved just a few hours after his return, with many more days left before the horrendous events took place in the world of cultivation. With this goal being met, Noah appeared in the extravagantly large time space that he could now spend 10 days in with only a single day passing outside. He would be spending the majority of his time from now on in this space as he trained himself to become even stronger. He had an abundant amount of skills, with a few new ones to peruse through when he thought about the bloodied celestial that he devoured. His goal was to max the proficiencies of his current skills, and then combine them until he felt confident enough to move forward. It might be boring and strenuous, but it did not matter. Carefulness and much planning was exactly what he required from now on, as something like what had occurred in the devilish abode could never be allowed to happen again. His mind focused as he first perused through the memories of the celestial. His gaze shifted from calm to shock as he went through the memories, getting just a small glimpse of the power that he knew as the celestials. Something even more frightening was that for some of the memories where the celestial Drax was subserviently talking to other beings, these other beings were vortexes of darkness that Noah could actually not observe from the memories. He was shocked to find that a sort of power that could even block others from perusing stolen memories existed, as many of the memories of the young celestial disciple were actually blank voids of darkness whenever they involved higher-ups, or his master. This was yet another wake-up call for the many mysterious powers he was not knowledgeable of, but he was still able to significantly expand his network of information with the memories that entailed the life of this young celestial. For example, he now knew the planet where one of the many powers of the celestials was stationed. He knew the identities of which beings were connected to the celestials from the vast worlds across the universe, and even more importantly, he knew which cultivators from the world of cultivation were connected to the celestials. This was extremely important information that he could use to his advantage, but there were also many things he could not do. Firstly, unless he wanted to die within a few seconds, he could not even step foot on the planet where he saw the young celestial Drax talking to the darkness that was his master. The planet was monitored so closely that not even a fly could slip in. But there were many more things he could do with the memories, especially things that aligned with his goals in the word of cultivation. He continued to peruse through the memories as he planned, at the same time checking out the skills he could choose from the devoured celestial. 2 extravagantly shining skills appeared in front of him, one unique and one ultimate, the celestial truly living up to their names of being powerful. Unique, celestial aura, an aura only for those blessed with a special fate. The aura can be manipulated to strengthen oneself or weaken one's enemies, as well as provide healing to those it encompasses. Ultimate, Eye of Fate, a skill geared towards helping the user achieve their most favorable fate. Abilities include Domineering Fate, Empowering Fate, and Displacement of Fate. A spectacular set of skills appeared in front of his eyes as he began the long process of understanding his newly gained skills, the uses of absolute sin, and the practice and constant combinations of the skills that were capable of being combined. It would be long and arduous, but it was required. 30 days passed like this in the time-space of the spiritual land. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Chapter 246 Roles. The passage of time could be very different depending on where one was. In the demon world, only 3 days had passed since a grandiose new ruler had risen, yet more than 30 days had passed in the time-space of the spiritual land as Noah finally made huge improvements in his skill combinations and future planning. In the time-space of the spiritual land, the sheath regalia that required to be recharged in order for the dagger of time to be used had been constantly refilled to full charge and used, the ability of insight being used by Noah multiple times over the span of the last 30 days to think about different possibilities he could pursue. The ability was so insanely powerful that it showed possibilities of the future based on what Noah was currently thinking of doing. Following his train of thought while using insight, he was able to calculate a few pathways for the future that would be most ideal. This was such a crazy idea to process if he was told he would be doing this just a few weeks ago, but he was already at this stage where something as exemplary as this was becoming the norm. Of course, insight only showed the possibilities of what could happen, it did not foretell of the full future. Any changes could occur as time continues to move that might have not been foreseen through insight, and that was why the ability only showed the wielder of the dagger of time possibilities of what could be, not exactly what would happen. But for Noah, taking into account this stupendous ability added to his many abundant memories, it was more than enough. Events should have already been underway in the outside world, so he would begin to move as well. A meeting was called for the upper echelons of beings from the beast world, demon world, and Noah's homeworld just a few days after they were made harbingers of one of the 7 deadly sins abilities. Noah spent a few hours transferring to the frozen kingdom of the beast world as he went to personally bring the Ice Queen who was still ruling the frozen kingdom into prosperity. He had chosen not to make her a harbinger of one of the sins because she was not a fighter, but a ruler. As a ruler though, she could attend meetings like the one they were about to have. Above the generously floating spiritual land, a variety of different beings from different worlds were gathered in an exquisitely styled futuristic building that held a conference room that only the richest in the world could be sitting in. An extremely large oval table was at the center of the wide room surrounded by a glass exterior that showed the scene of falling snow outside of the frozen plateau's spiritual land. It was a peaceful scene as these beings looked up towards one man who was sitting in a grandiose ergonomic chair surrounded by voluptuous women sitting on either side of him. Barbados had her legs resting sideways as she spun around the seat she was in with a bored expression while the Ice Queen regally sat on Noah's left side with a cold smile. Kazuhiko was looking at this with an envious gaze as Steel Mikhail kept his stone-faced expression. The Ocean Master of Atlantis still constructing his new land in Noah's homeworld as well as the miniaturized calamities of the sea were also situated in their own seats, a weird scene of a vibrant goldfish and a vicious kraken floating above sleek black seats playing itself out. The second-ranked Agars was respectfully standing by the side as he tucked his powerful devilish wings behind him, his gaze towards the central figure at the end of the oval table showing slight fear and reverence. The 3 remaining mythical beasts from the beast world that were led by the Imperial Phoenix were also sitting in their own seats. As they adopted human forms, Even closer to Noah was an arrogant miniaturized penguin that held so much confidence that one could feel it, with its attention occupied as it passed its flippers across its sleek runic marking on its head as it nodded at its reflection on the glass windows surrounding the huge room they were in. A meeting of the highest levels of power across 3 planets were all collected into a single conference room as a discussion that concerned their future began. The progress of the world engine from the inhabitants of Atlantis, the most efficient way to improve the strength of awakened beings and the procurement of skills, as well as the creation of dungeons across the 3 worlds. Noah spent a few hours in this conference room as he grasped to understand all the things he was connected to, before a few final messages were laid out at the end of the meeting. Besides the already ongoing projects, another one was established as Noah put forth the plan for a possible future he had calculated. This was the expansion of their power and influence into more worlds. They had to act behind the scenes and be sure that they did not catch the attention of anything too powerful, and Noah found the perfect target from the many memories he had obtained these past days. This place was a large world similar to the demon world, with the highest level of power being individuals at the phantasmal level. The one upside is that it was a warring world with many factions, thus a diverse number of phantasmal beings populated the world. It had no ties to higher worlds or organizations, and was only something that Baal had come across sometime in the past. After cross-referencing with the abundant memories from the celestial and other beings he had devoured, the icebound world would serve as their first target world that they held no connections to. There were many factions in the icebound world, with what could be considered forces of evil and good fighting on opposing sides. There were thousands of what could be considered innocents dying every day while the tyrannical powerful continued to roam free. Noah didn't care too much about this, and was only treating this world as a place that he could send a few of his harbingers to train and upgrade their power, with the ultimate goal of forming yet another world connection once his people reigned in supreme power. The one chosen to lead this expedition to the icebound world was the first beast of the frozen plateau's spiritual land, the Emperor Penguin. His beak rose into the skies after this was decided, as coming along with him were the Imperial Phoenix, Kazuhiko, and the Kraken. Steel Mikhail wished to stay true to his role as the protector of the Blue Planet, staying behind to clear the dungeons as he continued to oversee the smooth operations of the Blessed Empire and the United Federation. Agars would occupy his role to keep watch and strengthen the forces of the demon world, while the White Tiger and Black Tortoise would work together with the Ice Queen to strengthen the forces of the Frozen Kingdom and the mythical kingdoms of the Beast World. Everybody had their roles, and now it was just to allow the passage of time as they steadily rose their power. The rise of something obscure and unknown was slowly occurring in a small corner of the universe. It was an unknown force that would take the center stage amongst the oncoming chaos. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.